Chapter 1. With a foggy mind, Chen Fan opened his eyes. How peculiar, why am I here? At this moment, Chen Fan realized he seemed to be trapped in a prison, his hands shackled. Most notably, his body appeared to be that of a mere 12 or 13-year-old. Before him stood iron bars. The cell was illuminated only by a faint glimmer of light. Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. He distinctly remembered that during his final mission, he had been betrayed by the leader, leading to the demise of all the assassins ambushing him. Yet he too perished in the explosion. Could it be that he had been reborn? As Chen Fan regained his senses, he had yet to examine his surroundings closely when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, a torrent of memories crashing into his mind like a colossal ship. After several minutes, he finally regained his composure. From the memories that flooded back, Chen Fan understood clearly that he was currently captured. His original identity was quite illustrious, being a prominent officer of the Rocks Pirates and the adopted son of Wang Ji. Now, he found himself in the clutches of the Navy, while his adoptive father's fate remained uncertain. According to the memories of his former self, during his unconsciousness, his adoptive father was engaged in a fierce battle with Garp. Is the Navy out of their minds? How could they imprison a mere child in the 6th level of Impel Down and in the same cell as me? At that moment, a voice steeped in weariness echoed through the cell. Chen Fan then noticed a robust elder in the corner to his right. Though aged, the old man's demeanor was formidable. His hands and feet were bound by chains and shackles. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Fan's expression darkened. Initially, he had felt a twinge of excitement about being reborn into the world of One Piece. After all, his former self had been a reluctant assassin, and he possessed a modicum of understanding of the One Piece universe. He had hoped to ascend to greatness, leveraging his knowledge of the world. Yet here he was, trapped in the 6th level of Impel Down. Moreover, upon assessing his current body, he realized he possessed little strength, barely comparable to his former physical prowess. In the world of Blue Star, such physical attributes might be regarded as exceptional, but in the realm of One Piece, they were likely no better than an ordinary Navy soldier. A virtually powerless child imprisoned in the so-called mythic 6th level of Impel Down. Was this not akin to a hellish beginning? Hey there, little one, why the silence? Have you been frightened into a stupor? The elder regarded him with a wry smile. Enough, Barrack, you old rascal. Don't terrify the child, he's probably bewildered just being here. Indeed, has the Navy lost their senses? Capturing a child and bringing him to the 6th level of Impel Down is utterly absurd. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Which one of us out there does not have a bounty exceeding 100 million? This child has somehow ended up in the same place as us. Upon witnessing a young child being abruptly brought into the 6th level, the crowd erupted in laughter. Chen Fan chose to disregard their mockery, as he lacked the strength to engage with them at this moment. In his mind, he was meticulously sorting through his memories, striving to ascertain the timeline in which he currently existed. Despite the grim circumstances of his inception in this hellish realm, having been reborn once, he resolved not to relinquish hope if there was a chance for survival. After a thorough recollection, Chen Fan discerned that he was situated in the year 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar, a time when Roger had yet to ascend to the title of Pirate King. The admirals of the Navy were not yet the likes of Akainu and his cohorts. This indicated that the present timeline was advantageous for him, as he possessed foreknowledge of future events. The thought of the enigmatic thunder fruit atop Skypiea crossed his mind. At this juncture, Enel undoubtedly had not yet consumed the thunder fruit. It is worth noting that Logia-type fruits confer immense power early on, especially one imbued with the might of thunder. However, as this thought crossed his mind, no excitement graced his countenance, for he was currently trapped in the 6th level of Impel Down, unable to escape, let alone acquire such formidable power. After organizing his memories, Chen Fan's expression darkened. The only two methods he could conceive for escape were as follows. The first method involved waiting for the Golden Lion to be imprisoned, seizing the opportunity to escape alongside him. The second method entailed finding a way to enhance his own strength for an escape. After pondering, he concluded that the probability of success for either method was bleak. In the case of the first method, Roger had yet to become the Pirate King, and the Golden Lion's imprisonment and subsequent escape would likely take several more years. Moreover, by the time he would attempt to escape, he would need to possess at least the strength of a lieutenant commander. Otherwise, how could he hope to combat even the most ordinary of guards? As for the second method, the difficulty of escaping from the 6th level of Impel Down was self-evident. In summary, both options necessitated that Chen Fan possess formidable strength. It appeared that his immediate focus must be on augmenting his power. Returning to the present moment, Chen Fan began to scrutinize his surroundings. The dim light permitted him only a glimpse of his own cell. The conditions of his surrounding cells were obscured, allowing him only a scant view of the cell opposite his own. He noticed that some of the imposing figures were shackled in the corners of their cells by 4 iron chains, their limbs bound by heavy cuffs. Others, like himself, were merely restrained by simple handcuffs. I would like to inquire why some individuals are secured by 4 chains while others are merely fitted with handcuffs. Chen Fan deliberately posed a question to the crowd, eager to ascertain whether his suspicions were correct. Interesting, this little fellow has spoken. I thought you were too frightened to utter a word. One of them remarked, I initially believed he had concealed some formidable strength. But alas, it seems the Navy is utterly blind, utterly unaware of the true nature of these chains. Most of the onlookers, upon hearing Chen Fan's inquiry, erupted into laughter, deriding the incompetence of the Navy for placing a naive child alongside seasoned individuals like themselves. Listen closely, young one. An elderly man interjected, perhaps feeling the tedium of silence for too long, and patiently elucidated Chen Fan's query. Those ensnared by the chains are formidable masters of martial arts or possess immensely powerful devil fruit abilities. The shackles upon their wrists are no trifles. They contain iron needles embedded within. Should they exert even a modicum of strength in an attempt to break free, those needles would sever their tendons. As for us, the devil fruit users, we are shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, which significantly diminish our combat capabilities. In fact, some weaker users find themselves so incapacitated that they cannot muster the strength to throw a punch. Just like you, young one, are adorned with sea prism stone cuffs. At this revelation, Chen Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he was not bound by chains otherwise. Practicing within the confines of the cell would have proven exceedingly difficult. At that moment, the door to the 6th level of Impel Down swung open. A dim light flooded the space as 7 or 8 figures entered, hunched over and cloaked in dark robes, their faces obscured. They spoke not a word, merely placing food before each cell. After completing their task, they departed, their actions devoid of any superfluous gestures. Chen Fan observed that before each cell lay 3 plates, seemingly enough for 3 individuals. Surveying the surrounding cells, he noted some housed 1 occupant, others 2, and a few held 3. It appeared that each cell could accommodate a maximum of 3 prisoners. However, he pondered why each cell was provisioned with 3 portions of food. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of his own stomach reminded Chen Fan of his hunger, prompting him to prioritize filling his belly before commencing his training. Just as he was about to retrieve the food, an instinctual sense of danger surged through him, and he instinctively raised his hands defensively. A weathered hand suddenly swiped at him with great force, sending Chen Fan hurtling backward until he steadied himself at the edge of the cell. Intriguing. You managed to block that, little brat. But if you wish to eat, prepare to endure 2 days of hunger. Perhaps when I'm in a generous mood, I might share some food with you. As for now, all this is mine. Barrack smirked wickedly at Chen Fan. With a face darkened by fury, Chen Fan clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. Had he not reacted swiftly to deflect that strike, he would have suffered grave injury, if not loss of consciousness. In the world of One Piece, the sheer power is indeed terrifying. That it is noteworthy that this individual, bound by chains, dares not unleash his full strength. Barrack, you old fool, you ought to show a bit of kindness to the children. It would be quite dull if this little one were to perish prematurely, one voice chided. Indeed, he's merely a child. Let's not starve him to death. However, your actions are justified. It serves to demonstrate to those wretched Marines just what kind of individuals they dare descend to the 6th level. Another voice chimed in. Within the confines of the prison, the pirates began to mock, none of them offering assistance to Chen Fan simply because he was a mere boy of 12 or 13. With his head bowed, Chen Fan's gaze was shrouded in darkness. Fully aware of his predicament, he understood that, with his current strength, confronting Barrack would surely result in his demise. Yet, he recognized that opportunities were not entirely absent. Ignoring the jeers, Chen Fan retreated to a corner. His return to the shadows elicited no reaction from those around him. Barrack, feeling a twinge of boredom, had initially anticipated some semblance of resistance from the boy. The others, too, discerning Chen Fan's submission, realized there was little entertainment to be had and returned to their aimless lounging within the cell. As night fell, the individuals assigned to deliver meals to the 6th level prison returned with food once more. This time, however, Chen Fan remained in the corner, choosing not to approach for sustenance. Noticing Chen Fan's reluctance, Barrack expressed his disinterest, stating, "Little one, if you manage to endure for 3 days, I may reluctantly share a portion of my food with You'd this remark. Chen Fan offered no response instead. He picked up a somewhat sharp stone from the ground. What a dull little fellow, devoid of amusement, Barrick chuckled to himself, treating Chen Fan merely as a source of entertainment. The night breeze howled, and soon it was past midnight. Most within the cell had succumbed to slumber. Yet, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Earlier, he had overheard the elderly man next door mention an unwritten rule of the 6th level. The use of observation hockey was forbidden. After all, no one wished to be spied upon, and this sentiment was echoed by more than just the old man. Thus, Chen Fan was able to ascertain the veracity of this information. Gazing at the burly man seated diagonally across from him, Chen Fan tightly gripped the sharp stone. He resolved to take action, although his strength paled in comparison to Barrick's. The latter was restrained by chains and dared not exert himself. Seizing the moment while he still possessed energy was imperative, as in a few days he might find himself too weak from hunger to act. Without hesitation, Chen Fan stealthily approached Barrick. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The prison was enveloped in an eerie silence as Chen Fan drew ever closer to Barrick. As Chen Fan approached within a meter of Barrick, he abruptly raised his right hand, thrusting a sharp stone forcefully toward Barrick's throat. Sensing imminent danger, Barrick opened his eyes, but the proximity rendered any reaction futile. With a surge of blood, the stone pierced directly into Barrick's throat, inflicting excruciating pain. Ugh! Barrick attempted to scream, yet the relentless flow of blood from his throat silenced him. He could only press one hand against the gushing wound, while the other formed a fist aimed at attacking Chen Fan. The change flickered across Chen Fan's expression. He had not anticipated Barrick's tenacity despite the grievous wound to his throat. He still possessed the strength to resist. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan swiftly evaded to the right. Realizing his strike had missed, Barrick pressed on with his assault, acutely aware of the life force draining from his body. His fists flailed in a desperate attempt to land a blow on Chen Fan. In that moment, Barrick comprehended the grim reality of his impending demise. His sole desire was to drag Chen Fan down with him. Feeling the fierce gust of Barrick's punches, Chen Fan could do nothing but continue to evade. He mused to himself, marveling at the resilience of this old man from the world of pirates, who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, yet possessed such formidable strength. Noticing the blood streaming from Barrick's wrist, he understood the old man's intent to take him down in a final act of defiance, that a single punch could leave him gravely injured, if not fatal. However, as long as he could endure, it would be Barrick who would meet his end. Fortunately, Barrick remained shackled, limiting his mobility. Were it not for the chains binding him, Chen Fan knew he would have been cornered and unable to evade Barrick's assault. The commotion within the cell inevitably drew the attention of other pirates. Upon witnessing the crimson blood in the dark, they were taken aback. They had not anticipated this young lad to be so ruthless, daring to attempt to slay the old man Barrick. After the initial shock, excitement filled their faces, for it had been long since they had witnessed such a spectacle. Though visibility was poor, the sounds alone were enough to captivate them. "Kid, you're quite impressive to take the initiative. Why are you hiding? Charge in and confront that old man. What good is cowering? Exactly, go on and kill him. What's the point of merely fleeing? A man's romance is in the heat of battle." The pirates, hearing Barrick's furious shouts at Chen Fan for retreating, urged him to fight back valiantly. Yet, Chen Fan remained unfazed by their encouragement. Faced with Barrick, who resembled a frenzied beast, he could only focus on evasion. He understood that by simply outlasting the confrontation, survival would be his. The notion of a man's romance paled in comparison to the imperative of survival. As time passed, Barrick's breath grew increasingly labored, his punches losing their earlier vigor. This moment, cold sweat streamed down Chen Fan's forehead, his expression marked by acute tension. The relentless evasion had significantly drained his physical stamina. He was nearing his limits, and the contest now hinged upon sheer willpower, a test of who would falter first. Sensing his impending collapse, Barrick's assaults grew increasingly frenzied. Chen Fan could only muster every ounce of strength to evade, fully aware that with his current physical condition, a single blow could prove fatal. Time continued to elapse. Beyond second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Chen Fan had reached his absolute limit, and Barrick's fist, imbued with formidable strength, surged toward him once more. This time, in his exhausted state, Chen Fan was unable to evade in time. He could even feel the rush of wind from the approaching punch. When the fist was less than 5 centimeters away from Chen Fan's head, suddenly, the fist stopped. It seems that in the end, I am the one who wins. Chen Fan looked at the motionless Balak, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. The other pirates in the cells shook their heads in regret upon hearing the sound. They all knew from Chen Fan's voice that Balak had lost. With a loud thud, Balak's aged body fell heavily to the ground. Even in death, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, staring fiercely at Chen Fan, which truly exemplified the phrase death without closing one's eyes. Damn it, that old fool Balak was nothing but a waste. If he had just held on a little longer, he could have dealt with that kid. That's right, what a useless waste. That little brat was quite lucky to survive after all this. Who could argue otherwise? However, that kid was indeed ruthless, daring to take action against Balak directly. The old man admired him. The pirates in the cells heard Balak's massive body fall, and even in his dying moments, he couldn't take Chen Fan down, cursing him as a waste. At that moment, Chen Fan had no time to care about what they said. He simply plopped down on the ground. Huff, huff. He gasped for breath. The moment between life and death had left his mind extremely tense. Chen Fan looked at the corpse of Balak in front of him and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly a world of pirates, full of monsters. This guy had his throat pierced and could still survive for nearly 3 minutes, and even had the strength to fight back. It was truly terrifying. Gurgle, gurgle. Feeling an intense hunger pang in his stomach, Chen Fan glanced at the remaining portion of food in front of the cell. He hesitated not at all. He immediately walked over and began to devour it ravenously. The moment the first bite of food went down, Chen Fan sensed something was off. A faint flow of heat seemed to be building up within him, slowly enhancing his strength, and the injury on his arm appeared to be gradually healing as well. Chen Fan thought he might be mistaken about his feelings, so he immediately began to eat the food in front of him with big bites. In less than 2 to 3 minutes, he finished an entire basin of food and a bottle of water. During this time, he could clearly sense that, indeed, a weak flow of heat was generated within him while eating. This flow of heat seemed to surge into his meridians and then into his internal organs, gradually enhancing his physical fitness and also possessing some ability to heal injuries and restore stamina. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. He originally had no great confidence in his ability to escape from the 6th level of Impel Down. But now, with the existence of this golden finger, he suddenly felt much more assured, because this way, he could reduce his resting time and have more time to train. Moreover, the slow increase in physical fitness, accumulated over time, would surely reach a terrifying level. Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan felt a slight sense of fullness in his body. He was somewhat surprised. If he had known he hadn't eaten for a whole day and had just gone through an intense battle, he would have expected that this plate of food would still make him feel full. It seemed that this meal contained quite a bit of energy. After finishing the food, Chen Fan returned to the corner, having just experienced a life-and-death battle. Although there was a green flow of heat for recovery, he still felt an incredibly heavy eyelid and had no other thoughts in his mind, just wanting to rest for a while. Seeing the ultimate victor, Chen Fan, back in the corner of his cell, the pirates watching from their respective cells also realized there was no good show left to watch. They returned to their corners as well, resting aimlessly. This was the terrifying aspect of the 6th level of Impel Down. It was unlike the previous 5 levels, which had some unbearable special environments. Instead, it was endless loneliness. Every pirate here could only enjoy the endless darkness in their cells, with no opportunity to go out and take a look. Even defecation was done through a waste outlet. The infinite loneliness and darkness were the punishments of the 6th level of Impel Down. However, Chen Fan was extremely fortunate that, due to his special identity, he was directly imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down. Otherwise, in the extreme environment of the first 5 levels, his physical fitness would not have been able to endure. The next day, dawn broke. Normally, sunlight should have streamed in, but unfortunately, this was Impel Down, and the only light was the incredibly faint glow of fire. At this moment, Chen Fan also woke up. After a night of rest, his mental state had improved significantly. Chen Fan woke up and ignored Barrick's corpse. Instead, he began doing push-ups. After resolving the trouble, he wanted to start his plan and begin training to enhance his strength. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. Sweat soaked Chen Fan's entire body, and drops of sweat continuously dripped onto the floor. During this time, some pirates, hearing the sounds, realized that Chen Fan seemed to be training. Kid, still thinking about training? You definitely can't escape from here. What's the use of training? They mocked. Hey, just lie down well. What is the point of training? You think training will help you escape? Those pirates kept ridiculing Chen Fan as they saw him training. Chen Fan paid no attention to them and focused on his training. About an hour later, Chen Fan was still persisting with push-ups. 1998, 1999, 2000. After completing 2,000 push-ups, Chen Fan's arms trembled continuously. He had reached his limit and collapsed directly onto the floor. He was somewhat surprised that he could do 2,000 push-ups at once. In his previous life, his physical condition only allowed him to do 1800 a time. If this physical condition were in his past life, it would definitely be top tier. But unfortunately, this was the world of One Piece. Such physical fitness could at most only compare to an ordinary Navy soldier. After finishing the push-ups, Chen Fan felt his arms trembling and knew he couldn't continue for a short while. He then immediately began to squat into a horse stance, which was the best way to enhance core strength. Moreover, Chen Fan's horse stance was different from a regular one. His legs bent to an 80-degree angle, which, mind you, was even more exhausting than a 90-degree angle. Of course, this also meant the training effect was stronger. Time slowly passed, and after about another 2 hours, Chen Fan's legs were shaking nonstop. He had completely reached his limit. Huff, huff. He could only stand up, gasping for breath. Then, Chen Fan returned to the corner to rest. It was almost noon now, and the door on the 6th floor opened again. The guards, wrapped in black clothes, came over with food. This time, just like before, they placed 3 portions of food in front of each cell. Then they left directly, as if they hadn't seen Barrick's corpse. Wait a minute. Chen Fan was about to call out to them when one of the pirates spoke up. Little guy, no need to shout. These prison guards are both mute and deaf. No matter what you say to them, they won't hear you. As for dealing with the body, that's not their responsibility, and no one will come to collect it. You can either leave it there to rot, or cut it up and dispose of it through the waste outlet. An old man, shackled with sea-stone handcuffs in the cell opposite Chen Fan, said to him. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan thought to himself, no wonder those guards who deliver meals never say a word when they come in. It turns out they're not only mute, but also deaf. Looking at Barrick's massive corpse, Chen Fan naturally didn't want to have a dead body accompanying him for long. Without hesitation, he picked up the sharp stone and began to dismember Barrick's body. For the parts he couldn't cut through, Chen Fan pulled with all his strength. And after more than 10 minutes, Chen Fan finally expelled Barrick's massive body through the waste outlet. Fortunately, Chen Fan was a killer before. Otherwise, if it had been an ordinary person, just witnessing the scene would have made them feel nauseous and vomit continuously. After cleaning everything up, Chen Fan looked at the slightly murky water in the sink and gave it a simple rinse. Then, he turned his gaze to the food in front of the cell. Chen Fan thought to himself that this level, apart from the endless loneliness and darkness, was much better than the 5 levels below. In fact, all of this was deliberately orchestrated by the Navy. They wanted the pirates on this level to survive, to endure the endless darkness and loneliness, and ultimately turn into a pile of bones. Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan looked at the 3 identical portions of food, picked one up, and began to eat. In an instant, that familiar green heat spread throughout his body once more. The original feeling of fatigue continuously dissipated, and his physical condition was slowly improving at an extremely gradual pace. After finishing one portion, Chen Fan felt that he was about 7/10 full. Then, he started on the second portion, eating until he had consumed 13. Chen Fan felt he was about 9/10 full, so he stopped eating. It seemed that with his current appetite, he could only eat a little more than 1 serving at most. However, this was quite good, as it meant he wouldn't overeat due to excessive training and end up unable to quickly enhance his strength because his energy intake couldn't keep up. After finishing lunch, Chen Fan returned to the corner to rest, and about 2 hours passed. Chen Fan felt that his physical strength had nearly recovered, and he couldn't help but marvel at the strong physical quality and recovery ability of the people in One Piece. Back on Blue Star, his physical fitness had already reached the limits of human capability. Continuing to train would only be counterproductive, but here he felt none of that. Without overthinking, Chen Fan continued his training, which in the afternoon was the same as in the morning. First, he did 2,000 push-ups, followed by about 2 hours of horse stance. But he also added 1,000 punches. He kept practicing until the evening, finally finishing those 1,000 punches. At this point, his hands could barely be lifted anymore. Meanwhile, the guards also brought over dinner. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately walked forward, devouring the food. A faint warmth spread within him, like the sweet dew after rain, restoring Chen Fan's stamina and gradually enhancing his physical qualities. As before, after consuming the second portion, which was 13, he felt a bit bloated. After finishing the food, Chen Fan lay down in the corner to rest until the next day when he got up to continue training. For the following days, Chen Fan's life was extremely dull and monotonous. Every day was nothing but training. Time flowed like white sand, and this routine lasted for nearly a year. At this point, the many pirates on the 6th level of Impel Down looked at Chen Fan with no one underestimating him. They clearly saw that anyone who shared a cell with Chen Fan would be killed without hesitation. Moreover, They also noticed that Chen Fan's strength had improved significantly compared to a year ago. This was naturally intentional on Chen Fan's part, as he planned to escape from prison in the future and did not want anyone living with him, which could cause unnecessary trouble later on. 9998 push-ups, 9,999 push-ups, 10,000 push-ups. Only after reaching 10,000 did Chen Fan feel his arms tremble and that he could no longer continue. This was the result of his training over the past year. His push-up count had increased from a mere 1,000 to 10,000. One could say his strength had multiplied several times. If Chen Fan were to face Barrick now, he wouldn't even need a sneak attack. He could kill Barrick in a direct confrontation. Of course, this was under the premise that Barrick was restricted by chains. If Barrick unleashed his full strength, Chen Fan would still not be his opponent. However, despite the training progress, Chen Fan was still somewhat dissatisfied. He suddenly thought, what would be the best way to build a foundation in the pirate world? Naturally, it would be the Navy's 6 styles. Not only could it quickly help Navy soldiers enhance their strength in the early stages, but more importantly, 2 of the styles could assist in later comprehending hockey, armament hockey and observation hockey. One could say that if Chen Fan hadn't entered the 6th level of Impel Down, joining the Navy might have been the best choice. After all, it would allow for stable development in the early stages, and the Navy's training resources were the best. But now, being on the 6th level of Impel Down, how could he practice the Navy's 6 styles? Chen Fan fell into deep thought and suddenly realized that the 6th level of Impel Down might not only hold pirates, but could also contain traitorous Navy officers. He immediately turned to the others and asked, does anyone know if there are any traitorous Navy officers locked up on this level? Interesting, you little guy. After a year of just training every day, you still take the initiative to ask questions. Yeah, you actually spoke up and asked something. What are you thinking? I advise you to give it up. Isn't it better to just lie down obediently? What's the use of cultivating in this 6th level of Impel Down? Besides, you have sea-stone handcuffs on, which will reduce your strength to below 110. Right, little guy? I didn't expect you to be quite ruthless. You've probably killed at least 6 or 7 people in a year, so you do have the qualifications to be on the same level as us. When Chen Fan asked his question, no one took him seriously. Most of them were trying to make him see reality, telling him that with sea-stone cuffs on, he could never escape. In response, Chen Fan just sneered and ignored them. After all, he was not a devil fruit user. The 2 circular handcuffs were not connected, but were separately placed on his arms, so they had no real effect on him. As for traitorous Navy officers, I actually know one. The guy next to Hayden Glue is a Navy major. I remember I fought with him before I came in. Chen Fan originally thought he wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information. However, the middle-aged man sitting diagonally across from him spoke up. Chen Fan also looked in the direction he was looking. It seems so. I remember you were a rear admiral in the Navy, but it seems you were a rebel. Just like us, captured and brought here. Hayden looked mockingly at a middle-aged man with a square face sitting behind him. In response, Budek was full of anger, but helpless. Besides being a master of physical techniques, he was also a devil fruit user. Not only was he shackled by iron chains, but he was also handcuffed with sea prism stone. In contrast, Hayden was only bound by chains. The 2 had fought before, but each time Budek was at a disadvantage. Is there something wrong? Budek asked Chen Fan with an unpleasant expression. Although he was a rebellious rear admiral, he had no good feelings towards these pirates, only disgust. I would like to ask you to teach me the Navy's 6 styles. Chen Fan said seriously. Upon hearing this, the pirates in the cell began to speak loudly. Kid, what are you thinking? What's so good about training the Navy's 6 styles? Exactly. That Navy 6 styles are completely useless. I remember a Navy guy who just stood there with an iron block and let me chop at him. It was truly ridiculous. Right, kid? Even if you want to train, find a good technique to practice. Why bother with the Navy stuff? It's of no use at all. The pirates all wore disdainful expressions when mentioning the Navy's 6 styles. After all, there were big pirates outside and naturally looked down on what the Navy used for foundational training. Of course, the main reason was that they were pirates and opposed the Navy. So how could they praise the Navy's techniques? What do you guys know? You think you're so strong. Can you beat Vice Admiral Karp? Although Budek was a Navy traitor, he couldn't allow these pirates to insult the Navy's 6 styles. Mentioning Iron Fist Karp's name made everyone in the prison quiet down for a few seconds. After all, they all knew that none of them could handle Iron Fist Karp. However, after a few seconds, another pirate spoke up. Oh, you a Navy traitor, still mentioning the name of a Navy hero. How interesting. If one didn't know, they would think you were still a Navy major. Listening to the mocking of the sharp-featured pirate in the opposite cell, Budek glared at him in anger. You. What about me? Can you come over and hit me or what? You're not any better than us. Navy traitor. Aren't you just like us? Stuck in here and unable to get out? Majeri continued to mock. Faced with such ridicule, Budek clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he was helpless. Because he clearly knew they were right, he was indeed a Navy traitor. Please teach me the Navy's 6 styles. Chen Fan was too lazy to care about what they were arguing about. He only wanted to increase his strength. Why should I teach you? I don't want to teach. Budek straightforwardly refused. Yes, what Budek did well was to make this little guy suffer. Exactly. Let's see if this little guy dares to be arrogant anymore. Why would anyone teach you? They just don't want to teach you. Those pirates immediately switched to mocking, but there was nothing they could do. They were too bored. What do I need to do for you to teach me the Navy's 6 styles? Just say it, and I can do it. I will definitely agree to you. Chen Fan naturally did not want to give up easily and continued to ask. Hearing this, Budek fell into deep thought. However, a few seconds later, he shook his head and looked at Chen Fan. How dare you say that? Even if I really have something I want to accomplish, you're locked up here just like me, and there's no way you can get it done. Besides, they are right. Cultivating in the 6th layer of the advancement level is useless. You absolutely have no chance of escaping. Who can say for sure? Besides, I just enjoy cultivating. The days ahead are going to be quite boring anyway. You might as well tell me the methods and principles of the Navy's 6 forms. Maybe if I get a chance to get out, I can help you with that. Chen Fan looked at Budek with a serious expression, filled with visions and hopes for the future. Seeing Chen Fan's demeanor reminded Budek of his past, but he quickly recalled the bad memories. Budek had been loyal to the Navy his entire life, having killed no fewer than 800 pirates. The reason he became a traitor was because of one person, a Navy vice admiral, who violated his wife in front of him and also killed his daughter. After managing to escape, Budek sought revenge, but instead fell into a trap and was captured by the Navy. Moreover, Budek had no evidence to prove his claims and no one to speak on his behalf. In the end, he was imprisoned in Impel Down for attempting to assassinate the vice admiral. Thinking about this filled Budek with rage. His only goal in living now was to kill that vice admiral to avenge his wife and daughter. Even if I say it, you can't do it. After several seconds, Budek looked at Chen Fan. Seeing the glimmer of hope in Budek's eyes, Chen Fan continued. What if? If you say it as long as I have a chance. I will definitely help you. Living means having some hope. Budek fell into deep thought, as if he understood something. After a few more seconds, he said, all right. As long as you can help me kill Vice Admiral Henry Davy in the future, I will teach you the 6 powers of the Navy. Okay, I promise you. As long as I can get out, I will definitely help you kill this person. Chen Fan quickly agreed when he heard Budek finally make a request. All right, although I know the possibility is slim. However, you are right. Staying here is boring, and there might be hope. Budek thought for a moment and then agreed. The 6 techniques of the Navy refer to the spear, iron block, shave, moonwalk, storm kick, and paper drawing. I recommend that you start learning with the moonwalk. Budek said to Chen Fan. Okay. Chen Fan felt relieved that Budek was not a stubborn old man. The training method for the moon step involves continuously tapping the air with your feet. When you can tap the air 8 times in 1 second, you will have initially succeeded in mastering the moon step. Budek, like a renowned teacher, patiently explained the training methods and techniques for the moon step to Chen Fan. After all, he had previously taught students at a training camp when he was a rear admiral, so he was naturally familiar with these techniques. Chen Fan was also listening very seriously, as he was extremely eager to become stronger. The pirates in the surrounding cells had mock looks on their faces. These 2 guys were really crazy. One was actually starting to teach, and the other was genuinely beginning to practice. Yes, Budek was also a bit too bored. Wasn't he? He couldn't really think that the little guy had a chance to escape. Could he? The guy next to Hayden was also an idiot. Indeed, these Navy officers were even more foolish than us pirates. I mean, what is the point of training? They can't escape anyway, and that Budek is an idiot too. He can't really think that kid has a chance to take revenge, right? The pirates continued to mock them. However, Budek and Chen Fan paid no attention to it. After more than 10 minutes, once Chen Fan understood the principle of the moonwalk, he began to try it in his cell. In the following days, in addition to his basic physical training, Chen Fan added moonwalk training, making his days even more fulfilling. Every time he finished training and felt extremely exhausted, he would eat some food to replenish his energy. Now, when faced with these high-protein foods, he could eat 2 portions before feeling a slight sense of fullness. Step. In the cramped space of the cell, Chen Fan kept trying to figure out how to step in a thin air. At first, he could only step out 3 steps in 1 second, and no matter what he did, he couldn't increase that. Budek watched this scene without saying anything. After all, this was already considered a relatively excellent level at the beginning. Those Navy cadets could only manage 2 steps at most initially. Time slowly passed. Days went by one after another. During this period, Chen Fan trained tirelessly, while Budek patiently taught him, correcting his mistakes step by step. As time went on, Budek couldn't help but marvel at the intensity of Chen Fan's training and the speed of his progress. In his heart, he had already labeled Chen Fan as a prodigy and even felt a sense of regret for him. With his talent and effort, if he weren't an Impel Down, he would surely achieve great things in the New World. In the first few days of Chen Fan's training, those pirates constantly mocked him, but they found that Chen Fan didn't care at all and ignored them. After 2 or 3 days, they felt it was pointless and stopped mocking him. However, they still thought in their hearts that Chen Fan was wasting his time. He would have to stay an Impel Down for his entire life. So what was the use of training so hard? 15 days later, bang bang, the sound of stepping into thin air echoed. Chen Fan stepped out 8 times in midair. Looking at Chen Fan, who had succeeded in his training in just 15 days, Budek was filled with astonishment. He had never encountered anyone who could master the moon step so quickly. He couldn't help but think of those 3 monsters in the Navy, Sakazuki and the others. He remembered that Sakazuki, the fastest of the 3, took 20 days to successfully master the moon step. Chen Fan was actually 5 days faster than that monster Sakazaki. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan showed an excited expression on his face. After 15 days of intense training, he had finally mastered one of the Navy's 6 styles. Fortunately, he was able to supplement his food, allowing his body to generate heat, alleviate fatigue, and recover from injuries. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve this so quickly. Looking at Budek's surprised expression, Chen Fan knew that his training speed must have been quite fast. After several seconds of astonishment, Budek came to his senses, thought for a moment, and said, "Kid Chen Fan, since your talent is so high, I will teach you the remaining 5 styles all at once." Then, Budek began to explain to Chen Fan the training methods and techniques for the remaining 5 styles. 1. Shave, instant acceleration dash, extremely fast speed. 2. Gale leg, like a sword, delivering attacks similar to sword energy. 3. Iron block, dispersing the body's energy to cover the body's surface, making it as hard as iron. 4. Finger gun, concentrating the body's energy on the fingertips, allowing them to penetrate even steel like bullets. 5. Paper drawing, mobilizing the body, controlling it as effortlessly as drawing on paper. After Chen Fan finished listening to Budek's story, he had a general understanding of the situation. In fact, the cultivation principles of the Navy 6 techniques were not very difficult. The most important part was having the physical fitness to perform these movements, which was the hardest part. Just as Chen Fan was about to continue his training, the door to the 6th level opened again, and a faint light shone in, bringing everyone the long-awaited brightness. A heavily injured and seemingly extremely weak muscular man was brought in by 4 guards. Moreover, he was brought directly to the cell where Chen Fan was located. As soon as he entered, the 4 guards used chains made of special material and special handcuffs to restrain him. After that, the 4 guards left directly. Chen Fan took a glance at the hulking man, who was even taller than Barrick, whom he had killed. He stood over 5 meters tall, with his head nearly touching the ceiling of the cell. The key point was that the handcuffs on his wrists were not made of Hylus stone. This indicated that this hulking man was not a capable user. "Kid, what are you staring at? Looking for death?" The hulking man noticed Chen Fan watching him and glared at him fiercely. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's originally calm expression turned slightly menacing. He had no intention of letting this guy live. The pirates in the other cells were watching with great interest. Over the past year, they had come to understand that this seemingly harmless kid was actually a fierce figure. Anyone who entered this cell would definitely be killed by him. Moreover, he acted very quickly, ruthlessly, accurately, and decisively, usually attacking when newly imprisoned prisoners were still injured and at their weakest. At this moment, the pirates were eagerly anticipating Chen Fan's move to kill the hulking man who had just arrived. Although Mond had been defeated and captured by a Navy rear admiral, he had a fearsome reputation outside, and it was natural for him to feel disdain toward a kid who looked so small. At this moment, Chen Fan's height was actually not considered short. At just 14 years old, he was already 7 meters tall. However, in this world, he was indeed a little short, mainly because his appearance looked too youthful. "Kid, I'm a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million outside. If you stare at me one more time, I'll poke your eyes out," Mengda said with a fierce look at Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, and in the next second, his body instantly disappeared from the spot, his fist like a cannonball, crashing towards Mengda's face. With a look of surprise, Mengda did not expect this kid to dare to make a move. However, as a pirate with a bounty of 300 million, his reflexes were naturally amazing. He immediately extended his right arm to block, stepping back with his massive body, forcefully stopping the punch. Mengda felt a sharp pain in his right arm, and the surprise on his face deepened. He did not expect this little guy not only to hit hard, but also to possess considerable strength. With a cold expression, Chen Fan showed no hesitation, his fists raining down on Mengda constantly. Bound by chains and still nursing injuries, Mengda could only passively defend. He didn't even dare to use his strength. After all, if he exerted himself, the spikes in the handcuffs would completely pierce his wrists and ankles. After the storm of punches, Chen Fan suddenly delivered a heavy whip kick towards Mengda's head. With his hands and feet bound, Mengda had no time to defend and could only watch helplessly as the powerful whip kick came crashing toward his head. Bang! Mengda felt dizzy, and his entire body crashed heavily against the wall. His face was filled with anger as he looked at Chen Fan with murderous intent. "Kid, you're looking for death." Mengda's fist, containing immense power, was hurled towards Chen Fan. In response, Chen Fan showed no fear on his face, channeling all his strength into his fist, and also delivered a heavy punch. Boom! The two fists collided like giant rocks, causing both Chen Fan and Mengda to stagger back several steps. Seeing that he was evenly matched with a little kid, Mengda's anger intensified. He thought to himself, if it weren't for being bound by handcuffs, he wouldn't even dare to unleash 110 of his strength. Otherwise, how could he be pushed back by this little guy? At this moment, Chen Fan also felt that the guy in front of him was stronger than the few he had encountered before. His face was filled with excitement. This kind of brutal, bloody battle was what he craved. In the next second, Chen Fan's body disappeared from his spot once again. Two figures, one big and one small, collided continuously within the cell, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Fan's right leg lashed out like a whip, striking directly at Mon's body. At the same time, Mon's fist slammed into Chen Fan's abdomen like a massive rock. The two figures fought fiercely like wild beasts, using every means at their disposal, especially Mon, who no longer wore the dismissive expression he had at the beginning, but instead had a face full of seriousness. He knew that in his current state, still bound by chains, if he didn't fight with all his might, he could really die. Mon's fists kept crashing into Chen Fan. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million, he naturally understood many techniques, but he couldn't utilize them now. If he overexerted himself, the spikes of the handcuffs would cut through his wrists and ankles. He had to control his strength while fighting. Additionally, with his injuries not healed, Mon's physical stamina had significantly decreased. Huff, huff. He gasped for breath, and even the speed of his punches slowed down. Chen Fan naturally noticed this point. Although he had also consumed some stamina, it was much better compared to Mon. His fists, like a raging storm, continuously pounded towards Mon, giving him no chance to catch his breath. However, with the observation hockey, Mon was still able to dodge, even while being restrained. Fortunately, he was bound by special handcuffs and did not dare to use armament hockey in battle. Otherwise, Chen Fan would have had no way to match him evenly. As time passed, after more than 10 minutes, Mon's injuries began to worsen, coupled with the strain of controlling his power. The continuous use of observation hockey caused his physical stamina to decline sharply. From being able to counterattack and defend at the start, he had now turned into a state where he could only keep defending, and sometimes he couldn't even block Chen Fan's attacks in time. His head was bleeding profusely, and his body was covered in wounds. Chen Fan was like a bloodthirsty demon, showing no intention of stopping. His powerful fists relentlessly struck Mon's head. With a face full of unwillingness, Mon wanted to defend himself, but with his current injuries and stamina, he was utterly powerless to do so. Boom! Chen Fan's punch, like a giant rock, contained immense power and struck fiercely at Mon's face. With a loud bang, Mon's massive body fell heavily to the ground. Feeling his consciousness fading, his stamina completely depleted, and intense pain coursing through him, Mon realized he had truly been defeated by this little guy. He knew he might die here. I refuse to accept this. If we were outside, with your strength, you wouldn't last 3 moves against me. Mon struggled desperately, his face filled with unwillingness as he glared at Chen Fan. He wanted to stand up and continue fighting, but his severe injuries and the excruciating pain made it impossible for him to rise. So what? In the end, the victor is still me. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked up at Mon, who was severely injured and lying on the ground, showing no hesitation. He delivered a punch directly to Mon's throat. Crack! With that sound, Mon's fingers fell limp, his gaze fixed on Chen Fan, but he had completely lost his breath, turning into a corpse. After dealing with this opponent, Huff huff. Chen Fan also sat down, slightly panting. The pirates who had been watching the battle couldn't help but express their feelings upon hearing that the final victor was still Chen Fan. This little guy's strength was increasing, having actually killed that burly man. Indeed, he was ruthless, showing no intention of holding back. Those who were locked up with him in the same cell were truly unfortunate. However, it was a pity that if this little guy were outside, he might have made quite a name for himself in the new world. Don't you think this little guy seems to be unaffected by the sea prison stone handcuffs? How could that be possible? This little guy, being locked up with sea prison stone handcuffs, was definitely a devil fruit user, and maybe after long periods of training, he could use part of his strength. After observing Chen Fan in so many battles, some people felt puzzled. They thought Chen Fan seemed to be unaffected by the sea prison stone handcuffs. However, someone immediately stood up to refute, as they were all pirates from the New World and had seen a lot. They naturally knew that some devil fruit users, even when restrained by sea prison stone handcuffs, could still lift heavy boulders and exert some strength. At this moment, Budek looked at Chen Fan, who had just dealt with his enemy, and felt a deep sense of regret for both him and himself. He thought that with Chen Fan's talent and effort, along with such decisiveness in killing, if he were outside, he would undoubtedly become a strong person and could definitely take revenge for himself. Unfortunately, this was the 6th level of Impel Down, a place said to have never had anyone escape. Even a general-level powerhouse might not be able to escape once locked up here, let alone Chen Fan. Having rested for less than a few seconds, Chen Fan walked to the front of the cell and started eating. In an instant, a warm current spread from within him, slowly alleviating his fatigue, healing his injuries, and even slightly enhancing his physique. After finishing half a portion of food, Chen Fan felt full. After all, he had just had lunch. Then, Chen Fan walked towards Mon's corpse and skillfully began to dismember it, tossing the massive body piece by piece into the sewage outlet. After doing all this, Chen Fan cleaned up and then started his afternoon training, as if he hadn't just gone through a fierce battle at all. The pirates who heard the familiar sound of fists being swung were all astonished. Is this little guy a monster? Why do I feel like he is just fine? Indeed, is his recovery ability that terrifying? He just went through a fierce battle, and it hasn't even been half an hour, and he has started to train again. Truly a prodigy. Now I know why this guy is locked up with us on the 6th level. The pirates were all marveling at Chen Fan's monstrous talent and terrifying recovery ability, knowing that those who could be locked in the 6th level had bounties of at least 200 million. Each one was incredibly powerful, and they were all in awe of Chen Fan's talent, making it clear that he was indeed a prodigy. Not paying attention to the discussions around him, Chen Fan continued his training, sweat dripping continuously onto the ground, fatigue washing over him. Yet, the expression on Chen Fan's face was one of excitement. He loved the feeling of gradually becoming stronger. If he wasn't afraid of his body collapsing, he would want to train 24 hours a day. It was until around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening that Chen Fan finally stopped practicing. In this 6th level of Impel Down, there was no real concept of time. Chen Fan could only judge noon and evening by the schedule of the guards who delivered meals. Fortunately, the guards had a relatively fixed schedule for meal delivery. In the following days, Chen Fan did basic physical training in the mornings and Navy SIG styles training in the afternoons. Time flowed like white sand. Day after day, month after month. A year passed. At this time, Chen Fan was not only more robust compared to last year, but his height had also surged by several centimeters. He had successfully trained in all the Navy SIG styles, and his proficiency was not low. Your Navy SIG styles are now not inferior to mine. I have nothing more to teach you. I hope what you promised me before is true. Budek, over the course of the year, had repeatedly marveled at Chen Fan's talent, which ignited hope within him. If he had previously just wanted to give himself a glimmer of hope and find something to pass the time, now he truly believed that the young man before him might really have the opportunity to create a miracle and break the myth that no one has ever escaped from Impel Down. Don't worry, I keep my word. I will make it happen. Thank you for your diligent teaching over the past 2 years. If I have a chance to go out, I will definitely help you kill that guy. Although Chen Fan doesn't have much emotion, he still has his own principles. Feeling the powerful strength within him over the past year, Chen Fan has made remarkable progress in his power through practicing the 6 styles of the Navy and continuous physical training. He asked Budek, and he is now equivalent to the strength of an ordinary Navy colonel. This is quite terrifying, as even the 3 major monsters of the Navy did not have such strength at Chen Fan's age. Although my strength has improved rapidly, it is still not enough to escape. Relying solely on the strength of a Navy colonel is far from sufficient. At the very least, I need to have the strength equivalent to that of a Navy vice admiral. Chen Fan fell into deep thought as he was planning how to enhance his strength. Soon, he came up with a detailed plan. What kind of power is the strongest for a master of physical techniques? Naturally, it is Haki. Now that he has completed the training of the 6 powers of a Navy and has a high level of proficiency, it would be very difficult to advance further. But he could try to extend it to the 7th technique. With his current physical condition, he should be able to achieve it. Of course, the key is still to learn armament Haki and observation Haki. It is essential to know that one cannot survive in the new world without Haki. Thedawn, can you teach me the 2-color Haki again? Chen Fan felt fortunate to be on the 6th level, where all the inmates were strong. When he mentioned starting to learn Haki, Thedawn wasn't surprised. After all, with his current physical condition, he had already reached the threshold for practicing Haki. Of course you can. Just remember, if you get the chance to escape, you must help me take revenge. Thedawn hoped Chen Fan's strength would grow stronger, increasing his chances of escaping. Then, Thedawn prepared to explain the cultivation methods of Haki to Chen Fan. Just then, the door to the 6th level opened again. 3 familiar figures entered Chen Fan's line of sight, but these 3 definitely didn't recognize him. At the front was a man wearing a white hat and dressed in a prison uniform, with a white coat draped over his shoulders and a very wide chin. However, he was covered in injuries, with his hands shackled by special handcuffs, looking like a prisoner. This person was Shiryu of the Rain. The 2 people behind him, the one on the left wore a black coat, had a somewhat ferocious appearance, and sported 2 black horns on his head. The one on the right wore what looked like an Egyptian pharaoh's headdress, his belly bulging like a demon, and his face resembling a ghoul. The one on the left was Magellan, and the one on the right was Hannibal. At this moment, they seemed to be escorting Shiryu of the Rain as he walked in. Shiryu, you should stay inside for a while and calm down. Do you know how many guards died because of you this time? Magellan said angrily to Shiryu. So what? When I get out in a few days, I'm definitely going to beat you up, Shiryu replied, showing no remorse and even threatening Magellan. Magellan looked helpless in response. Hannibal put this guy inside. Why should I listen to you? You're just the deputy warden, not the warden. And when the warden steps down, this position will definitely be mine. You might as well try to please me now. I might take care of you later. Hannibal showed no intention of following Magellan's orders and even looked disdainful. Faced with these 2, Magellan was filled with anger but couldn't explode. He was cursing inwardly, wondering how he got so unlucky to be working with these 2. One fought indiscriminately, almost as if on purpose, and if it weren't for his great strength, he would have been stuck in the 6th level of Impel Down forever. The other constantly clamored to become the warden and boasted that he would definitely be the future warden. This left Magellan with a splitting headache, and he had to personally lock Shiryu in a cell. Afterward, Magellan wanted to leave these 2 behind as quickly as possible, especially since his stomach was reacting again. Hannibal also didn't want to stay in the 6th level of Impel Down and followed closely behind Magellan as they exited. Watching the 2 leave, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. From their argument, he learned that the current warden was not Magellan. Magellan was merely the deputy warden at this time. However, this made sense given that the timeline was still before characters like Sakazuki had even been born, and they hadn't yet become the 3 admirals of the Navy. It was normal for Magellan not to be the warden at this time, especially since they looked to be only in their early 20s, likely not having reached their peak strength. So, who was the current warden? Chen Fan couldn't come up with an answer either. After all, the original work didn't mention who the warden was before Magellan. However, Chen Fan could be certain of one thing. It must have been a powerful individual on par with or close to an admiral. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to become the warden of the Impel Down. Oh, isn't that the infamous chief warden of Impel Down? How come he ended up locked up too? Yeah, what happened to the famous sword you had? It's gone? How embarrassing. It's truly an honor for us that the chief warden of Impel Down is locked up just like us. Those pirates, upon seeing Reign of Hope being locked up, immediately began to mock him. In response, Reign of Hope sneered, "You bastards, just wait until I get out. You'll be sorry." The big pirates, however, were not worried at all. After all, in this endless solitude and loneliness, they had already lost all hope and did not fear death. This is the horror of the 6th level, the endless hell. Chen Fan did not pay much attention to their bickering. He was more concerned about the method of Haki training. Thedawn, please continue with the Haki training method you hadn't started explaining yet. Chen Fan said slowly. Thedawn also showed no intention of hiding anything and began to explain. Most people know that Haki is divided into 3 types: Kinbunshika Haki, Busashoku Haki, and the final one, Haoshiku Haki. Busashoku Haki and Kinbunshika Haki are both latent powers within the human body. What we need to do is guide them out. Strictly speaking, This power exists in everyone's body, but one must reach a certain physical condition to be able to draw it out. Of course, drawing it out is just the first step. The second step is to use the haki you've drawn out for yourself. As for Haushika haki, it belongs to a kind of kingly aura. Even in the New World, it is extremely rare and can be said to be innate. Moreover, even if you have the potential to awaken Haushika haki, it doesn't necessarily mean you can use it. Most possessors of Haushika haki only comprehend it after experiencing immense stimulation or being pushed to the brink of life and death. Those with Haushika haki can exert powerful pressure that ordinary people cannot withstand, causing them to faint or even die. Of course, Haushika haki is far more than that. I've also heard of a more advanced application, though I don't know the specifics. Upon hearing about Haushika haki, Chen Fan wondered if he had the potential of king. Meanwhile, Budek continued to explain the principles and training methods of haki to Chen Fan. Among the 3 types of haki, the one that can most directly enhance our strength is Busashoka haki. Busashoka haki can directly cover the surface of our body, greatly enhancing the defense of the covered parts and also increasing the power of our attacks. Additionally, Busashoka haki can be used against users of Logia-type devil fruits, whose elemental transformation can be said to immunize them against most physical attacks. If you don't have Busashoka haki or some special means, no matter how strong your power is, you cannot harm a Logia-type user. As he spoke, Budek carefully mobilized the power within his body, and it seemed as though a black substance was wrapped around his right fist, emanating a powerful force. This is Busashoka haki. After maintaining it for just a few seconds, Budek began to breathe heavily. After all, he had to be cautious while mobilizing his power. Most importantly, as a devil fruit user, he was weakened by being handcuffed with sea stone. What I just demonstrated to you was the first stage of Busashoka haki. As far as I know, there are a total of 5 stages of Busashoka haki. I have only just mastered the first stage. The initial application of Busashoka haki, which is the first stage, is called invisible and colorless. The second stage is tangible and colorful. The third stage is tangible and material. As for the fourth stage, it is when Busashoka haki is completely attached to the hand, possessing penetrating power. The fifth stage, even more terrifying, is called haki patterns. As far as I know, Vice Admiral Garp has cultivated Busashoka haki to the 5th stage. When Budek mentioned Vice Admiral Garp, admiration appeared on his face. After all, most in the Navy greatly respect Vice Admiral Garp. Coming back to himself, Budek continued to explain Kinbunchika haki to Chen Fan. Like Busashoka haki, Kinbunchika haki is also divided into 5 stages. The first stage is self-awareness, where one avoids attacks based on intuition. The guy you fought earlier was at this stage. The second stage is self-recognition, where the body instinctively avoids attacks without relying on intuition. If that guy had reached this stage, you wouldn't have been able to hit him so easily. The third stage is self-perception, where you can sense the enemy's attacks with your Kinbunchika haki. The fourth stage is precognition, where you can foresee the enemy's attacks in advance and respond accordingly. As for the 5th stage, it is called future sight. This stage is extremely terrifying. You can foresee future events, and if applied in battle, it is truly fearsome. Of course, I've also heard that the 5th stage of Kinbunchika haki may not necessarily be about predicting the future. It has other functions as well. But what was it called again? Budek thought for a moment, but couldn't recall. Hearing the voices of all things, Roger possessed this ability. The previously quiet Hayden suddenly spoke. Of course, he only said this one sentence and did not continue speaking. As for how he knew Roger had this ability, it was because he had fought Roger before when he was outside. Strictly speaking, it was a TA fight, but a one-sided crushing defeat. As for the other pirates in the cells, they did not mock Chen Fan and the others this time, because when they mocked earlier, Chen Fan and the others ignored them, finding it boring, so they didn't bother to continue mocking. What about the training methods for the 2 types of haki? Chen Fan naturally knew that Roger possessed the ability to listen to the voices of all things. As for encountering the future, there would be others with this ability later on. Seeing Chen Fan's somewhat anxious expression, Budek began to explain the training methods for haki of the 2 colors. Within the Navy, the training method for armament haki involves continuously taking hits to enhance the body's defenses, waiting for a certain opportunity to guide out the armament haki. As for the training method for observation haki, it involves emptying the mind, extending one's spirit to feel nature, and using intuition to dodge attacks. Of course, based on our previous experiences, we have come up with a method to train both types of haki simultaneously. That is to close your eyes and take hits. This way, you You can not only increase your physical defense, but also rely on your intuition to evade attacks. Close your eyes and take hits. Chen Fan felt that this was indeed a good method. No wonder most of the Navy at the New World Naval Headquarters would master armament hockey and observation hockey. In the days to come, I will continuously throw stones at you. During this time, you can only close your eyes and rely on your instincts to dodge my attacks. Bucka said seriously to Chen Fan. The other pirates did not voice any objections to this training method, although they were reluctant to admit it. They had to acknowledge that the Navy's approach was quite effective. At this moment, Yu Shiliu, who was imprisoned in the cell, also noticed Chen Fan. He did not expect someone to be training in the 6th level of Impel Down, but he did not pay much attention to it. After all, what kind of strong person could someone be who didn't even know armament hockey or observation hockey? In this layer of the prison, pirates who could not use hockey could be considered at the very bottom. They were not worth his attention. In the days that followed, Chen Fan trains every day with the help of Budek, and his body is constantly covered in scars as he closes his eyes and relies on instinct to dodge the attacks of rocks. Although the principle sounds simple, it is quite difficult in practice. However, as long as Chen Fan eats some food, his external injuries will continuously heal. Watching all of this every day, Budek can't help but feel that Chen Fan's recovery ability is like that of a monster. Each day, Chen Fan compresses his time to the extreme, doing basic training in the morning, practicing the Navy's 6 styles in the afternoon, and contemplating the extension of profound meanings. In the evening and at night, he cultivates the 2-color hockey, often resting and sleeping only close to dawn. Despite this high-intensity training, Chen Fan wakes up the next day full of energy. The pirates watching the scene can't help but exclaim, "A monster, truly a terrifying monster." However, only Chen Fan knows in his heart that his powerful recovery ability mainly relies on the ability of the heat flow. Without this ability, his training speed would be at least halved. Although he progresses every day, Chen Fan discovers a problem. The 3 portions of food are no longer sufficient to support his usual training consumption. At this moment, Budek, through the faint light, sees that Chen Fan has already eaten all 3 portions of food. In the 6th level of Impel Down, the light is extremely dim, and the pirates inside can only see the cell across from them, no matter how carefully they look. It is easy to imagine how small this light is. If Budek hadn't been leaning against the iron bars to help Chen Fan train, he wouldn't have noticed it. After thinking for a moment, he throws the remaining portion of food in front of Chen Fan's cell. Hayden Liu, who is lying in the corner, glances over at the sound and goes back to sleep, too lazy to say anything more, seeing the food Budek brought him and the guidance he has received over the past days. Even Chen Fan's icy heart has undergone some changes. He seriously asks Budek, "Major Budek, if I have the chance to take you out, would you be willing to become a pirate?" "I'm asking this seriously." Upon hearing this question, Budek falls into contemplation, recalling his lifelong beliefs. "I'm sorry. Although I have resentment towards the Navy, it's only towards that beast. My father is a Navy major, and I grew up in the Navy headquarters. I will not become a pirate." Hearing Budek's answer, Chen Fan doesn't say much more. Everyone has their own ambitions. He begins to eat the food, feeling a slight heat flow within him that helps restore his physical strength. Then, with Budek's assistance, he starts training hockey. Day after day, month after month. A year later, at this point, Chen Fan's fists are already covered with a layer of black substance. Clearly, his armament hockey has reached the 1st level, and now, when facing the rocks thrown quickly by Budek, he can also close his eyes and rely on instinct to dodge, indicating that his observation hockey has also reached the 1st level. He has comprehended the life return from the Navy's 6 styles and has extended it into a profound move. However, despite this, Chen Fan's expression shows no excitement. He feels that after merely reaching the 1st level, his training speed has slowed down significantly. At this rate, he doesn't know when he will reach the 2nd level, relying solely on the 1st level of armament hockey and observation hockey. He won't be able to break out of Impel Down. "Major Budek, I feel that my training speed has slowed down. It seems that no matter how much I train, my understanding of the 2-color hockey only improves a little bit." Chen Fan had no experience in this area, so he could only ask Budek directly. "Your talent is already extremely terrifying. You learned the dual color domineering in just 1 year. Even among the people I've met, you can rank in the top 3. However, everyone encounters bottlenecks. The reason you feel that your training in dual color domineering is slow is not due to your own reasons. Everyone experiences this. Generally, the best training method in such situations is to engage in battles, in life and death combat. Unfortunately, in this place, you can't engage in any battles." Budek said with a hint of regret, thinking more than once how great it would be if Chen Fan were not an Impel Down. So that's how it is. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and realized that his second step plan needed to be advanced. He had always wanted to head to the 5th level. After all, the environment on the 6th level offered too little space for him to cultivate. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, there was a place on the 5th level that was a mezzanine. Even the warden of the advancing city didn't know about that place. Then, Chen Fan made a gesture to Budek. Over the past year, there were some things they didn't want other prisoners to know, so they created some gestures that only the two of them understood, as visibility in this place was extremely low. Even though the two were currently standing in front of the iron bars, they could only barely see each other's blurry figures. Chen Fan gestured, meaning that he wanted Budek to take action and kill Hayden. He wanted to leave the 6th level for the 5th level, and strictly speaking, the only one who could notice his departure was Hayden, who was in the opposite cell. After all, only from his cell could he barely see Chen Fan's figure. Do you have confidence? Budek thought for a moment and made a gesture. Whether it was possible or not, they had to give it a try. It was better than staying here all the time. Chen Fan gestured as well. Soon, Budek's face showed hesitation, and it took several seconds before he gestured again. All right, next I will find a way to kill Hayden Glue. Major General Budek, you need to be careful yourself. To be honest, Chen Fan was a bit worried, as Hayden Glue's hard power was still slightly stronger than Budek's. However, Chen Fan could only place his hopes on Budek now. Night. The endless hell was quiet enough to hear the sound of the evening wind blowing. At this moment, Budek looked at Hayden Glue in the corner, his eyes filled with killing intent. Without any hesitation, he picked up a stone and directly attacked Hayden Glue. Hayden Glue, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, sensed danger and immediately opened his eyes. Unfortunately, the sharpened stone had already appeared in front of him. Accompanied by a painful howl, Hayden Glue couldn't evade this attack, and his right eye was directly gouged out, blood flowing continuously. He couldn't understand why Budek was acting crazy and why he was ambushing him. However, he no longer wanted to think about that. He only wanted to kill Budek. You're asking for death. Hayden Glue gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and threw a punch at Budek. Seeing this situation, Budek did not hesitate and forced a punch in return, then immediately hugged Hayden Glue tight. The two began to grapple on the ground. Budek knew clearly that he was restrained by chains and couldn't reach some corners of the cell. Previously, he had let Hayden Glue create distance, which led to his defeat. This time, Budek held on to Hayden Glue tightly, not giving him a chance to break free. The sound of their fight attracted the attention of other pirates in the cells. Who the hell is fighting at this hour? It seems to be the cell of that naval defector. Really? What's wrong with that guy? Does he want to live alone in a cell like that little guy? Who knows? Whatever, even if we can't see, listening to a good show isn't bad. The other pirates were puzzled as to why Budek was fighting Hayden Glue, but most had a mindset of just wanting to watch the show. Only Chen Fan, by the iron bars, was closely watching everything, hoping deeply that Budek could win, as that would allow him to proceed with his second step. Inside the cell, Budek was madly attacking Hayden Glue, using the sharp stone in his hand and the advantage of a surprise attack. For a time, Hayden Glue was covered in wounds, feeling the blood flowing and intense pain. The main issue was Budek, who seemed to be going insane. Hayden Glue felt fear and dread. He had never encountered such a reckless opponent. Hayden Glue's fists kept pounding towards Budek, but unfortunately, Budek didn't T-dodge at all, adopting a strategy of exchanging injuries and risking his life. Budek, I've never offended you. Please spare me. I won't hold you accountable for blinding my eye. I promise tonight's events will be treated as if they never happened. The blood flowing from his body and the intense pain made Hayden Glue feel weak. He knew that if this continued, he would die, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Budek seemed not to hear him at all, his eyes bloodshot, continuously stabbing the sharp stone into Hayden Glue. Time passed second by second, and 10 minutes later, the floor of the cell was covered in blood. Hayden Glue, with countless wounds all over his body, lay lifeless on the ground. Seeing this scene, Budek let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't in much better shape, covered in injuries himself. It could be said that if it weren't for the surprise attack and Budek's decisive action to grapple with Hayden Glue, the outcome might have been different. Huff, huff. Budek collapsed on the ground, gazing at the ceiling of the cell, a smile appearing on his lips. Upon hearing that a victor had been determined, the pirates in the cells sighed internally, wondering what had gotten into Budek to fight so desperately to kill Hayden Glue. Watching this scene, Chen Fan clenched his fists, silently vowing that once he got out, he would definitely kill that rear admiral to avenge Budek. 2 days later, Budek's injuries had recovered a bit, and Chen Fan was ready to begin the next phase of his plan. Suddenly, Chen Fan shouted frantically, I want to get out. I'm still young. I don't want to be trapped here for a lifetime. Chen Fan's frantic shouting immediately attracted the attention of other pirates in the cells. Strange. What is this kid shouting about? I feel like he can't stand the loneliness anymore and has gone crazy. Right? No way. Isn't this kid training every day? How could he suddenly go mad? Why not? Over the years, you've seen how many have stayed here? Those who couldn't take it anymore went insane. This kid probably wants to get out so badly that he collapsed from seeing no hope. While the many pirates were speculating, they heard it. The sound of thumping, thump, thump, thump. Chen Fan was intentionally pretending to hit the wall, creating a huge noise. Chen Fan, are you out of your mind? Are you actually hitting the wall? Are you trying to commit suicide? Budek, who had long known about Chen Fan's plan, immediately cooperated. Upon hearing that Chen Fan was actually hitting the wall to commit suicide, the pirates were even more astonished. No way. This little guy really can't hold it together and is actually committing suicide. I told you, training in the 6th level of Impel Down is useless. This little guy's been training every day, and now he can't help but break down and commit suicide, right? Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen someone commit suicide. Kid, hit it louder, haven't you eaten? Upon hearing that Chen Fan was committing suicide, the pirates had no intention of showing any sympathy. Instead, they continued to incite Chen Fan to hit louder. Are you crazy? Stop it. You still need to help me get revenge. Budek was pretending to advise him. It wasn't until 5 minutes had passed that the sound of Chen Fan hitting the wall finally stopped. Why is there no sound? Did that little guy die? Budek, who could barely see the situation in the cell, asked, is that little guy dead? Yeah, Budek, you better check. The pirates immediately asked Budek, dead? Why? Didn't you say you would escape to help me get revenge? How dare you commit suicide? Why? Budek pretended to roar in anger, continuously cursing Chen Fan. This Navy Rear Admiral isn't going crazy too, right? Otherwise, you should commit suicide as well. I said before, what's the use of training every day? There's no hope of escaping. This Navy Rear Admiral really has delusions, thinking that little guy can run away. Exactly. Now, there's no hope, right? The pirates kept mocking, and no one doubted Budek's words. The unwilling roar lasted nearly a minute before Budek finally stopped. At this moment in the cell, the pretending to be dead Chen Fan lay quietly. It wasn't until the evening that he quietly stood up. As for observation hockey, Chen Fan was not afraid of that. Because he had learned earlier that there was an unwritten rule in the 6th level of prison. No one was allowed to use observation hockey without reason. After all, even though they were in prison, everyone had their own space, and no one wanted to be constantly spied on. Chen Fan stepped forward and looked at the lock hole of the iron bars. As a killer, he had just learned the skill of key duplication. This lock hole was quite simple. Chen Fan had studied it earlier. He also made a key using bone, and, coincidentally, he created a key for his seafloor stone handcuffs as well. Without thinking much, Chen Fan prepared to unlock the iron bars of the prison while the others were not paying attention. At the same time, he exchanged a glance with Budek, who had been waiting. Budek immediately understood. How the hell did you die like this? He cursed loudly while pretending to be upset and banging on the iron bars. You bastard. What the hell are you doing? If you're feeling down, just go die. Don't disturb my sleep. Yeah, that little guy you taught is already dead. You might as well die too. The pirates were instantly attracted by Budek's constant banging on the bars and started cursing. Meanwhile, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Chen Fan directly opened the iron bars and then closed them. He quickly made his way to the iron door in this virtually lightless infinite hell. With Budek's loud shouting drawing attention, no one noticed that Chen Fan had already arrived at the iron door. Looking at the iron door, Chen Fan carefully observed the lock hole, and before long, he fashioned a key from the bone and unlocked the iron door. In fact, before Budek made his move, Chen Fan had already made a key to unlock the handcuffs and chains that were restraining him, but the visibility was too low. Chen Fan couldn't see the shape of the keyhole in Budek's hand at all. After opening the door, he found a very dark passage. Chen Fan had observed it before opening, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to open the door directly. At the end of this passage was the exit to the 6th floor. There were only 2 ways to leave the 6th floor. The first was through the elevator, and the second was through the stairs. After some thought, Chen Fan decided to take the elevator down. If he chose the stairs, he would definitely pass through some rooms to reach the 5th floor. Rather than gamble on whether those rooms had anyone in them, it was better to go directly down the elevator. After all, the floor below was the ice hell. Chen Fan thought of this, and without hesitation, directly went to the entrance of the elevator, looking up at the black opening that seemed to have no end. The 6th floor was at the bottom of the sea, which meant that the 5th floor was above the 6th floor. Chen Fan no longer hesitated and jumped up directly. Using the moon step to climb upwards in midair, he ascended 5 to 6 meters, and at the 5th level, he forcefully kicked the wall and burst through the hole of the 5th level. Feeling the boundless cold and the temperature below -10 degrees, Chen Fan thought to himself, "Is this the 5th level of Advanced City?" Upon arriving at the 5th level, Chen Fan first used the key he had prepared long ago to unlock the handcuffs that had confined him for 3 years. Then, looking at the vast expanse of white ice and snow, a smile appeared on his face. In this place, he could cultivate freely and fight to his heart's content. Without thinking too much, Chen Fan hid the handcuffs well and prepared to search for the 5 level. From his memory, the 5 level should be near the drainage outlet. As he looked at the white expanse, Chen Fan had no idea where the drainage outlet was. He could only search slowly. Just a few steps in, he discovered a nearly 10-meter-long ice tiger appearing before him. This gigantic creature, akin to a house, was baring its teeth at Chen Fan. Feeling a bit hungry, Chen Fan smiled, with a black substance covering his fists. Shave! His body vanished like a ghost at an incredibly fast speed and charged toward the ice tiger. The ice tiger, seeing that this human dared to attack it, didn't hesitate and pounced at Chen Fan. The fist covered in black substance collided with a massive tiger claw in an instant. It looked like a small stone hitting a large rock. However, the outcome was entirely different. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the enormous ice tiger was sent flying by Chen Fan's punch. Feeling its right claw broken by a single blow, the giant ice tiger looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of fear. It wanted to escape. Unfortunately, how could Chen Fan let this guy get away? Shave! He once again used the Navy's 6 forms, shave. Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed. Navy's 6-style spear technique. Chen Fan's right hand formed a claw, containing powerful strength, and directly reached out to grab the giant tiger. The enormous head was filled with fear, and the gigantic ice tiger could not evade at all. As blood flowed out, Chen Fan's fingers pierced through the giant tiger's head. He then began to eat raw meat. There was no way to start a fire in this environment. In one go, Chen Fan consumed a full 20 pounds of meat, indicating just how large his appetite was now. After easily dealing with the giant tiger, Chen Fan did not stay in place, but continued to search for the drainage outlet. 3 days later, sunlight streamed into the 5th layer. However, for this icy hell with temperatures below -10 degrees, it had little effect. Having just hunted another animal, Chen Fan smiled at this moment. After 3 days, he finally found the drainage outlet. During this time, he encountered several pirates, all of whom were killed by Chen Fan without exception, as he did not want to bring other pirates along to Layer 5. Moreover, although the pirates in the 5th layer were not as strong as those in the 6th layer, there were still some strong figures at the rear admiral level. Given Chen Fan's current strength, which was at the level of a colonel, he was no match for those at the rear admiral level. Chen Fan looked at the drainage outlet covered in ice, thinking to himself who would have imagined that there was a space beneath it. Without hesitation, Chen Fan struck down with a punch. As the ice shattered, he fell directly into a space that was about several thousand square meters and nearly dozens of meters high. Most importantly, there were also some chairs made of ice, stored pieces of meat, and other similar items. Then, when Chen Fan looked ahead, his expression changed slightly. He discovered a huge middle-aged man who, when standing, was almost as tall as a 5-story building. It was clearly a giant. Chen Fan also remembered that this place seemed to be built by a certain giant race. The person in front of him should be the one who built this 5-layer structure. Who are you? And how did you get here? Mori looked quite simple-minded. In response, Chen Fan took a step closer to him. Sorry, I accidentally fell in here. Did you build this place? It's amazing. Yeah, I built this place, but this area is my private domain. Mori had a simple-minded expression as he pondered, seemingly considering whether to let Chen Fan stay here. Deep down, he didn't want to otherwise. This place wouldn't have always had just him alone. But he didn't notice that Chen Fan was now less than 5 meters away from him. Naval 6-style, shave. Chen Fan's gaze turned fierce, and his body instantly vanished from the spot. Armed finger gun, his fingers transformed into claws, covered in black gas. As soon as Chen Fan made his move, it was a lethal strike, with his right hand reaching directly for Molly's head. You! Molly quickly raised his massive arm to block in front of him. Rip! A deep scratch appeared on Molly's enormous arm, down to the bone, with blood continuously flowing out. Looking particularly frightening. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Even though Molly was simple-minded, he understood that Chen Fan was trying to kill him. That gigantic fist, accompanied by the sound of airflow, charged forward. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan showed no hesitation. Armed gale kick. Black substance covered his right foot, and like a blade, his right foot suddenly shot out. Bang! The collision of fist and foot generated a powerful airflow, causing both Chen Fan and Molly to stumble back several steps. Observing this scene, Chen Fan thought to himself, no wonder they are from the giant race. Even without armed hockey, their strength is so formidable. You bastard! I'm going to kill you. Molly was completely engulfed in rage, and he slammed his fist down onto the ground. Chen Fan noticed that the original soil was changing, becoming twisted and winding. It even began to cover towards Chen Fan, and upon seeing this scene, Chen Fan immediately realized that this was the ability of a devil fruit. He also remembered who this person in front of him was. No wonder he looked so familiar. It was Mori, one of the future leaders of the Revolutionary Army and the user of the push-push fruit. As he watched the soil about to engulf him, Chen Fan did not hesitate and unleashed his gale foot once more, delivering several powerful slashes that directly destroyed the wall of soil that was over 10 meters high. Afterwards, Chen Fan looked at the giant Mori in front of him, thinking that this guy was tougher to deal with than he had imagined. But so what? Since he had offended him, he would offend him to the end. In the next moment, Chen Fan's body vanished from the spot again. His hands clawed like a fierce tiger as he charged towards Mori. Merge the earth walls, Mori shouted in his somewhat sharp voice, and then, as his fist struck the ground, countless soil particles transformed into massive spheres and rushed towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan had no intention of dodging. Bang bang. The moment the soil spheres collided with Chen Fan's claws, they were instantly destroyed. However, this also blocked Chen Fan's attack. The next second, Mori's massive fist, containing terrifying power, came crashing towards Chen Fan. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately blocked with his arms, covered in black material. A powerful impact surged through him, causing Chen Fan to step back several paces. But in the next moment, he charged forward again. The two engaged in close combat, with every punch and kick from Chen Fan enveloped in the first level of armament hockey. However, even so, he could only fight evenly with Mori, as the giant race was inherently powerful. Feeling the exhaustion within him and the slight injuries he had sustained from Mori, Chen Fan knew he couldn't keep going head-to-head like this. He then activated Soru, aiming to win with speed. After a fierce battle, it proved effective. Chen Fan no longer chose to clash directly, continuously dodging Mori's frenzied attacks and the encroaching earth walls. 10 minutes later, sweat was pouring down Mori's forehead. Huff huff. Mori gasped heavily, his eyes filled with bloodlust as he looked at Chen Fan. You bastard, if you have the ability, stop and face me head-on. Mori shouted angrily again in his sharp voice. Chen Fan paid no attention to this. In his eyes, as long as he could win, that was enough. The fists, like a storm, kept pounding relentlessly. No matter how tough and resilient Mori was, under this continuous assault, his body was filled with scars and looked seriously injured. However, Chen Fan was not in a much better condition either. He had to dodge both the attacks and the assault from the earthen walls. Chen Fan's stamina was also being greatly consumed. The two were once again engaged in a fierce battle, blood spurting everywhere, and the ground around them was being destroyed. Time passed second by second, and the wounds on Mori's body grew heavier, just like Chen Fan's. The significant consumption of stamina made him feel that he was also nearing his limit. Fortunately, over the past few years, the heat generated from the food he consumed had continuously nourished his body, enhancing his physical fitness and endurance. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on. Chen Fan looked at the blood-soaked Mori with a fierce gaze. He sensed that the time had come. It was time to determine the victor. Armed martial art, collapsed fist. Chen Fan's right fist bulged with veins, concentrating all his strength into a single point, covered by a black object. This punch was like a cannonball, carrying unparalleled power as it slammed toward Mori. This move was the essence of the Navy's 6 styles that Chen Fan had comprehended, channeling all his strength into one point and launching a punch. You bastard, you finally dare to face me head-on. Feeling the might of this punch, Mori showed no fear. He didn't believe he would lose in strength. Earth-shattering fist. At this moment, the soil beneath Mori concentrated upward. It then completely enveloped Mori's massive fist, which he thrust forward violently. Boom! The two fists collided like dragons, creating a tremendous noise, annihilating everything around them, with countless stones flying and dust rising. Mori's enormous fist, wrapped in soil, was continuously shattered by Chen Fan's punch until it met his fist. The terrifying force made Mori feel a powerful shockwave, his skin twitching. This immense power directly impacted his internal organs and bones. Before long, Mori felt his bones shattering and his organs breaking. One can only imagine how strong Chen Fan's punch was. Impossible! How can your power be stronger than mine? Mori could hardly believe it, and then he painfully collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan did not show mercy. This place only needed him to know. He then went to the drainage outlet, covering it with ice and snow just like Mori had done before. Unless someone, like Chen Fan, carefully searched for the outlet. Basically no one would discover it. After doing all this, Chen Fan looked at the stored food and began to enjoy it. With so much food and meat, Chen Fan no longer had to worry about food for a while, all thanks to that big guy. During the following time, just like on the 6th floor, Chen Fan began to train. He carried a massive stone several meters high on his back and started doing push-ups. One after another, he continued, sweat pouring down as Chen Fan savored the feeling of slowly enhancing his strength at all times. Feeling incredibly excited, he did 99.99, then 10.000. He trained until noon before stopping, having a simple meal afterward. The slight heat flow spread within him, constantly nourishing his organs and restoring his physical strength. In this unknown space, Chen Fan trained alone, sweating profusely. It wasn't until 6 months later that he chose to pause his training, feeling a significant improvement in his strength. He prepared to go find an opponent. At this moment, he glanced at the black object in his hand. His hockey was just one step away from the 2nd level. The observation hockey was the same, also only one step away from the 2nd level. If he continued training as before, it was uncertain how long it would take to break through. Thus, Chen Fan decided to go find some opponents. He left the 5th floor, looking at the vast whiteness. Like a hunter, he searched for his prey in this 5th floor. Previously, Chen Fan did not dare to do this because his strength was only at the level of a base colonel. But now, he was close to the strength of a rear admiral. In this 5th level ice hell, there were very few pirates with rear admiral strength. This was why Chen Fan chose to emerge as a hunter. As days passed, time flowed, the sun and moon rotated, and the cold seeped to the bone. At this moment, Chen Fan had a corpse at his feet. This was the 10th pirate he had killed. However, Chen Fan was not satisfied because he had yet to encounter a pirate with the strength of a rear admiral, someone who could genuinely threaten his life. His armament hockey and observation hockey had also been unable to break through to the 2nd level. Shaking his head, Chen Fan sat down to rest. He did not choose to kill indiscriminately on the 5th level. Although the Navy did not care about the lives of pirates in prison, a significant reduction in the number of pirates on a certain level would still raise suspicions. Moreover, killing those weak pirates did not bring any enhancement to Chen Fan's power. After resting for a while, Chen Fan was preparing to leave and search for prey again tomorrow. Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man with a buzz cut appeared. The two locked eyes, and Chen Fan surprisingly sensed a hint of danger from him. At the same time, Agil also noticed the corpse beside Chen Fan. He glanced at Chen Fan warily and prepared to leave. Having finally encountered an opponent who could bring him a life-threatening challenge, Chen Fan, who was struggling to break through his bottleneck, could not possibly let him go. Soru. In the next second, Chen Fan vanished like a ghost from his spot. Armament. Pointed claw. His fingers curled into claws, covered in black mist, and rushed towards Agil at an incredible speed. Seeing this scene, Agil did not expect this guy to act so decisively. However, being already on guard, he naturally would not be caught off guard. Armament. Straight punch. Agil's wrist, as thick as a basketball, bulged with veins, and his fist covered in armament hockey, slammed toward Chen Fan. Boom! In an instant, their fists and claws collided like giant boulders, sending countless shards of ice flying and causing cracks to appear on the icy surface. Chen Fan stepped back 5 or 6 steps, while Agil only retreated 3 steps. It was clear that Agil was slightly stronger than Chen Fan. Come again. In response, Chen Fan showed no fear at all, but rather a face full of excitement. He charged forward once more, his fist containing immense power as he attacked Agil. Seeing Chen Fan's relentless aggression, Agil's face was filled with anger. After all, he was a pirate, not some kind-hearted saint, and he couldn't tolerate such provocation. You want to die? I'll help you. Agil's fist was also enveloped in black gas, and he quickly disappeared from his original spot, charging straight ahead. Bang bang. In an instant, the two collided, fists meeting flesh, bloody battles, like beasts, using every means possible. The fight continued, and their speed was so fast that an ordinary person could only see 2 afterimages colliding. The tremendous power left scars on Chen Fan's body, blood continuously spilling onto the ground. However, Chen Fan was instead full of excitement, because Agul on the opposite side also bore injuries. As they fought relentlessly, Agul looked at Chen Fan, who seemed to be in a frenzy, and although he was slightly stronger, he couldn't help but curse his luck inwardly. He had just come out to look for food. How did he end up encountering such a madman? Bang bang. Chen Fan didn't care how Agul thought. His fist covered with armed color hockey, constantly pounding away. Even a mudman has some fire, and Agul was not showing any weakness, his fist pitch black, striking out relentlessly. Time passed second by second, blood staining the ground. The two continued to engage in close combat, both pure martial arts experts. Although Agul was slightly stronger, it was not enough to crush, and for a moment, it was impossible to determine a winner. "You madman, I'm going to kill you," Agul shouted angrily. "That's best. I'm here today, wanting either you to kill me or me to kill you." As soon as the words fell, Chen Fan's right foot, pitch black and resembling a towering pillar, whipped towards Agul's waist with terrifying power. Agul, furious, directly blocked with both arms. A powerful force came, and Mori couldn't help but feel a wave of pain. However, he still managed to block the blow. Then, Agul suddenly reached for Chen Fan's right foot. With no time to dodge, Chen Fan could only watch as his right foot was grabbed. In the next second, he was seized by Agul's grip on his right foot. Thrown into the air, and after a dizzying spin, he was tossed out. Bang! A deep pit was created on the ice surface as Chen Fan stood up, wiping the blood that oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Come again. Shave." Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot and attacked Agul again. Seeing this situation, Agul also covered his fists with armament hockey and charged forward. Boom! The two collided once more, engaging in a bloody battle where fists, feet, and heads became their weapons. They clearly understood that in this fight, whoever could hold on until the end would survive. There was only one outcome for the loser: death. Time passed second by second. Huff huff. Chen Fan and Agul were both panting heavily, their bodies covered in wounds. In the next moment, they clashed fists again, both stumbling backward. "Kid, let me send you to your death." Agul glared at Chen Fan with blood-red eyes. "I'll send that message back to you." Chen Fan's expression was extremely ferocious. Armed overlord fist. Agul's internal energy and blood resonated. His chest was pounding, and his right arm swelled up as if the veins were about to burst. His right fist was infused with armed color hockey, pitch black and containing terrifying power, launching an attack. Ahmed secret technique, destruction fist. Chen Fan's expression showed no signs of panic. His entire body's strength concentrated at a single point. His vital energy condensing as if there were a red furnace burning within him. His right fist was covered in a black substance, containing all his power, and he struck out with a punch. Boom! In an instant, the two fists collided like two dragon-like creatures, destroying everything around them. Countless shards of ice flew up, and cracks began to spread across the ice surface. Waves of energy radiated outward. Agul's immense power seemed to suppress Chen Fan, forcing him to continuously retreat. "You're going to lose. It seems the ultimate victor will be me," Agul sneered at Chen Fan, feeling the overwhelming power and tremendous impact. Chen Fan couldn't help but spit out blood from the corner of his mouth. "Am I really going to lose like this? Am I going to die here? No, I haven't become the strongest in this world yet. I haven't reached the peak. How could I possibly fall here?" In the next moment, Chen Fan's gaze became incredibly resolute, and the black substance on his fist began to solidify. At this moment, Chen Fan's armament hockey reached the second stage, and his power surged. In an instant, he suppressed Agul. Feeling this immense power, Agul's face was filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? Your armament hockey actually broke through the second layer." Before he could finish speaking, Agul heard a crack, and his fist broke. His face twitched as his entire body was shaken by the powerful impact, bones shattering. Then, under Agul's incredulous gaze, his body fell heavily, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Chen Fan before dying. Haha. After defeating his opponent, Chen Fan collapsed directly to the ground, panting heavily. He could clearly feel that this battle was extremely dangerous. If it hadn't been for his sudden breakthrough, he could have easily died. However, it was this battle between life and death that successfully allowed Chen Fan's armament hockey to break through to the second layer. Enduring the intense pain throughout his body, Chen Fan quickly left the spot. In his current physical condition, encountering other pirates would surely lead to his death. After a while, Chen Fan returned to level 5. Upon returning, he began to devour food voraciously, feeling a slight warm current generating within his body, flowing into his organs like the refreshing dew after rain. It continuously healed Chen Fan's injuries. After consuming a full 30 gene of meat, Chen Fan stuffed himself until he was full, and only then did his internal injuries recover a bit, with the external wounds starting to scab over. One can imagine how severe Chen Fan's injuries were this time. However, the successful breakthrough of his armament haki to the second layer proved that all of this was worth it. The next day, the sun was blazing in the sky. Chen Fan felt that his injuries had mostly healed, so he continued his training as usual. He loaded a stone on his back and began doing push-ups. After completing 20,000 push-ups, he ate some food to replenish his energy. Then he started squatting in a horse stance, just like the push-ups, with a huge stone on his back. Only this way could Chen Fan feel the soreness and fatigue. This indicated that Chen Fan's strength and physical fitness had increased exponentially compared to 3 years ago. Until the evening, Chen Fan continued training his armament haki and observation haki. These monotonous and dull days went on, day after day, month after month. Time flowed like white sand. 2 years later, Chen Fan had just finished his push-ups, threw off the huge stone on his back, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His bones crackled, and the sounds of tigers and leopards echoed. Chen Fan casually waved his fists, creating waves of. His strength had grown geometrically compared to 2 years ago, and both his observation haki and armament haki had reached the peak of the second level, just one step away from breaking into the third level. Moreover, he had also developed the second move of the Navy's 6 powers. At that moment, he stood beside a corpse, that of a pirate from the 5th level. This pirate had a bounty of over 100 million and possessed the strength of a rear admiral. Yet, he was still killed by Chen Fan. It was evident that Chen Fan's current strength was already close to that of a rear admiral. Originally, with just the strength close to a rear admiral, Chen Fan had little confidence in breaking out of prison. However, he had recently heard from other pirates in the 5th level prison that the warden of Impel Down had resigned a month ago, and Magellan had taken over as the warden. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fan decided to escape. Magellan's current strength had not yet reached its peak, and he was definitely not at the level of an admiral. The same went for Shiryu of the Rain, who also had not reached his peak strength. It could be said that Impel Down was at its weakest point in terms of combat power. If Chen Fan did not seize this opportunity to escape, it would be very difficult to find another chance. After all, Impel Down was known for the myth that no prisoner could escape. This was mainly because the warden of Impel Down was generally equivalent to a strong admiral. Plus, there were 2 or 3 other strong officers at the rear admiral level under him. Most importantly, Impel Down was very close to the Navy headquarters. If someone tried to escape, the Navy headquarters could provide support in less than an hour. Therefore, if one wanted to escape through sheer strength, at least admiral-level combat power was needed, and the chances of failure were very high. After all, the warden of Impel Down was not to be underestimated. After some simple contemplation, Chen Fan felt that now, with the old and new warden transition in Impel Down, was his best opportunity. Without hesitation, Chen Fan prepared to escape. With his current strength, he had already reached the 5th level, where he could not find any opponents that posed a life-threatening challenge to him. Moreover, he had hit a bottleneck in his strength. Whether it was his physical fitness or haki, it was impossible to break through in a short period of time. If he continued to drag this out, he didn't know how long it would take before he could implement his escape plan. The main concern was that in a few years, both Magellan and Shiryu would grow stronger. By that time, escaping would be even more difficult. Deciding to take action, Chen Fan had already prepared a plan in his mind. He didn't hesitate and sat on the 5 level to adjust himself to the best condition. After half an hour, Chen Fan felt that both his physical fitness and strength had reached their optimal state. Then he directly left the 5 level and arrived on the ice surface. Chen Fan did not choose to stay on the 5th floor, but directly headed to the stairs leading to the 5th floor. He did not hesitate and immediately arrived at the door of the 5th floor, which was made of sea tower stone. Even with Chen Fan's strength, he couldn't possibly destroy it. Moreover, there was a visual den mushi on it. It could be said that as soon as a pirate attempted to break this door, the Navy would know about it in no time. Looking at the door in front of him, Chen Fan indeed couldn't smash it, but he could pick locks. Long before, he had quietly observed the keyhole, and without wasting any time, he directly used his homemade key to unlock the iron door. As the iron door opened, Chen Fan entered the room. The 2 guards who were originally sitting cross-legged were a bit surprised to see a pirate daring to barge in openly. Just as they were about to sound the alarm, Chen Fan immediately used Soru, disappearing from their sight at an incredible speed. In their terrified expressions, Chen Fan struck each of them on the head with a punch accompanied by a spray of blood. The two guards turned into corpses. Subsequently, Chen Fan grabbed the large set of keys from the table, which were filled with numbers corresponding to each cell on the 6th floor, even including the handcuffs and chains of each pirate. After obtaining the keys, Chen Fan did not choose to go down, but directly proceeded to the 6th floor via the stairs. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, an alarm sounded throughout the prison. Chen Fan knew that the Navy had discovered something was wrong in the room through the visual den mushy. He immediately quickened his pace, and as he pushed open the door, a beam of light entered the 6th floor. Many pirates were drawn to this light because they also heard the alarm. When they saw that it was the long-dead Chen Fan who opened the door, they were somewhat surprised. Am I seeing things? Is that guy really Chen Fan? That's right. I remember how he looked when he first entered the prison. Although he has changed a lot now, I still recognize him. Wasn't that guy supposed to be dead? How'd he end up here? And he even opened the door to the 6th floor. Many pirates had puzzled expressions. Chen Fan, how did you end up here? Was that alarm caused by you? Are you really trying to escape from prison? Good kid, I didn't expect you to really attempt a prison break. Hurry up and let me out too. I'll escape with you. Yes, let me out. I'm a big-time pirate worth 400 million. If you let me out, I'll be your crew. Exactly, kid, let me out, and I'll follow you from now on. Those pirates looked at the large set of keys in Chen Fan's hand, all thinking that he would let them out, even going so far as to flatter him. However, Chen Fan did not pay them any attention. He had his own plan. He immediately came to the front of Budek, then threw the keys to him. General Budek, here are the keys. Unlock them and come out with me. Are you ready to escape? Budek unlocked the cuffs with the keys, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. There was no absolute certainty, but it was worth a try. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he directly took Budek towards the door. The pirates, seeing Chen Fan about to leave, immediately shouted, "Kid, where are you going? Let me out too. I can help you escape." "Yeah, don't run away, little guy. You can't get out by yourself. Unlock my shackles and let me out. I can assist you. Let me out with you. I'm willing to give you all my wealth. Please don't go. Let me out. I want to get out." The pirates looked at Chen Fan, who had already reached the door, and immediately panicked. They saw hope and wanted to get out. They didn't want to be trapped here for life. Some said they wanted to become Chen Fan's crew, and some even started begging him. However, Chen Fan didn't care about this at all. He had a bigger plan for these pirates. He wanted them to help him escape. Chen Fan, hurry up. Budek urged Chen Fan to leave quickly after opening the big door. No rush, trust me. Just wait a few more seconds. Chen Fan stood in place, having already heard the sound of the elevator stopping and the chaotic footsteps on the stairs. Butka looked anxious, but he could only choose to trust Chen Fan. After counting to 3 silently, Chen Fan accurately threw the keys in his hand into their corresponding cells. The pirates were incredibly excited to see the keys thrown over. Most of them didn't bother to thank Chen Fan and immediately began to unlock the handcuffs that bound them, preparing to escape. "Let's go, take a gamble." Chen Fan said a word and directly walked towards the stairs. The already anxious Budek immediately followed him. Chen Fan naturally needed to release these pirates. He had to create chaos in order to have a chance to escape amidst the turmoil. As for why he deliberately waited a moment before releasing them, it was because he wanted to ensure that he would be the fastest to run away. The key point was that the strongest person in this prison, theoretically, was Magellan. As the warden, he would definitely come to handle such a situation at the first moment. There were only 2 ways to get up, the stairs and the elevator. That was why Chen Fan said it was a gamble. He chose to gamble on the stairs, hoping not to encounter Magellan. With the speed of Chen Fan and the others, they quickly reached the stairs. Meanwhile, the great pirates in the 6th level of infinite hell had all broken free from their restraints. When Chen Fan and Hayden reached the 4th floor, they encountered the prison guards rushing towards them. Looking at these guards, Chen Fan smiled. Because he had bet right, Magellan was not here, and even Yujishio was not here. This place was completely filled with minions. Major General Budek, kill them and charge out together. Chen Fan said to Budek. Then, the 2 of them teamed up and charged directly towards the group of jailers. On the other side, Magellan and Yujishio, leading a group of jailers, had already arrived at the 6th level. The first thing they saw upon arriving at the 6th level was the pirates who had just broken free from their restraints and escaped. "Oh, isn't this our new warden and the chief jailer? Are you here to welcome us as we escape? Don't waste time talking to them. Kill them and escape." The pirates looked at Magellan and Yujishio with expressions of bloodlust. Seeing all the released pirates, Magellan's face was filled with anger. He encountered such a major incident as soon as he arrived. He looked around, wanting to find the culprit behind this incident, Chen Fan. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find him and immediately realized that Chen Fan must have run down the stairs. Yuji Shiliu, you go to the stairs and make sure to intercept that Wang Ji's son. Leave this to me. Magellan said seriously to Yuji Shiliu beside him. Yuji Shiliu, who had always disliked Magellan, did not refute him this time. He understood what this incident represented. With so many pirates, are you sure you can handle it? Don't die here. Yuji Shiliu did not choose to chase immediately because the pirates on the 6th level were not easy to deal with, and he felt that Magellan might not be able to hold out. Trust me, we absolutely cannot let that culprit escape. I command you in the name of the warden. Magellan said seriously again. Damn it, I'll reluctantly listen to you this time. Yuji Shiliu knew in his heart that they could not let that guy leave Impel Down. Did you hear that? This new warden claims he can stop all of us. Isn't that too arrogant? We are, after all, well-known pirates in the New World. Let's all attack and kill this newly appointed warden. Dozens of pirates charged at Magellan, most of them covered in haki. It was evident that none of these pirates were weak. On the other side, Magellan's face was serious, and his venom exploded, covering the entire prison. Everyone, let's recapture these pirates. If we can't capture them, then kill them. In an instant, dozens of pirates engaged in battle with the jailers led by Magellan. At the same time, as the alarm was just sounded, the Navy headquarters also received the news. A figure covered in magma left the Navy headquarters and soared toward Impel Down. However, that figure was bandaged, clearly still injured. Originally, Sengoku wanted to send Rear Admiral Borisellino, as he was the fastest among the 3 Logia users. Unfortunately, both he and Kazan had just gone out on a mission and couldn't return in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the injured Akainu. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Budek had cut through these jailers. After all, ordinary soldiers were no match for the two of them. Both of them were at the peak level of Rear Admiral in the headquarters. It should be noted that although Budek had been locked in the 6th level, he knew that Chen Fan was planning to escape. Therefore, he did not give up like others and trained daily to supplement his energy. Coupled with his prime age, he could say that apart from being a little rusty in combat, he was not far from his peak condition. They faced no obstacles along the way and directly opened the door to the 1st level, rushing out. Breathing in the long-lost air and looking at the bright sun, both Chen Fan and Budek felt an immense sense of relief. But they didn't dare to waste time and immediately prepared to hijack a small warship to leave Impel Down. They both knew that only by completely leaving Impel Down would they be safe. Just as they were about to board the small warship, a figure wearing a white hat and holding a famous sword blocked their way. It was the arriving Yuji Shiliu. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan's eyes were filled with fierce determination as he clenched his fists, and Budek beside him was the same. They knew that this Yuji Shiliu was the roadblock to their escape. Well then, die here. Yuji Shiliu had no intention of taking the two back. He only wanted to kill them here. Let's go together. Chen Fan shouted. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from their original positions. One to the left and one to the right, attacking towards Yuji Shiliu. Their fists were covered in armed color haki with terrifying power, capable of shaking gold and splitting stones without a doubt. However, there was no fear on Yuji Shiliu's face. Instead, he was full of excitement. Holding Thunderstorm, which was also covered in armed color haki, he charged forward. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that Yuji Shiliu's armed color haki had also reached the 2nd level. Clang! 2 black fists collided with Thunderstorm, creating a burst of intense sparks. Not bad power. I hope you can give me some excitement. Yuji Shiliu had a face full of arrogance as he wielded his famous sword, which contained terrifying power. Chen Fan and the other two did not dare to be careless, mobilizing all their strength to attack. The constant collisions and fierce fighting were brutal, with punches landing hard. Against 2 opponents, Yuji Shiliu surprisingly did not fall behind at all, even feeling a slight sense of suppression. Budek's face looked a bit grim. His understanding of armament haki was the shallowest, only at the 1st level. He knew that if this dragged on, the longer it took, the more dangerous it would become for them. Without hesitation, Budek's body suddenly expanded, growing from over 2 meters tall to 5 or 6 meters. Brown fur started to grow on him. He transformed into a giant bear, which was the ability of his fruit, the animal-type bear fruit. The massive bear paw directly swiped towards Yuji Shiliu. The immense power momentarily caught Yuji Shiliu off guard, causing him to stumble backward. He was far from his peak condition now. Yuji Shiliu's current strength was only slightly stronger than that of Chen Fan and the others. With the use of his fruit ability, Budek's strength surged, allowing him to suppress Yuji Shiliu all by himself. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was also giving his all, black material covering his arms as he threw punch after punch at Yuji Shiliu. Faced with the full-on assault from both of them, Yu found himself at a disadvantage. The intense fighting continued with punches landing, and the entire Impel Down port was filled with the sounds of their clashes. As time passed, 10 minutes later, Yu was covered in wounds. Huff, huff. He panted heavily, completely suppressed by the attacks of the two. Although Chen Fan and the other one also had some sword wounds on them, their condition was much better than Yu. Yet, even in this situation, Chen Fan and the other's expressions showed no excitement. They were acutely aware that they were too close to the Navy headquarters, and 10 minutes had already passed. If this continued, by the time the Navy reinforcements arrived, they wouldn't be able to hold on. They needed to strike together to take him down. Chen Fan glanced at Budek beside him. Budek shared the same sentiment. You two, a pirate and a Navy defector, should stop boasting and think you can deal with me. Yu, having been beaten to this extent, was naturally filled with anger. Heavenly Abyss Sword. In the next moment, the aura of a swordsman erupted from Yu, and a terrifying intense sword into the sky. He tightly gripped the famous sword Thunderstorm and swung it forward. A white sword energy, several meters long, carrying immense power, sliced toward Chen Fan and Budek. Without a moment's hesitation, Budek and Chen Fan unleashed their strongest moves. The Navy's 6 style's ultimate move, Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chen Fan's entire body turned red, his organs pulsating violently. The veins on his right arm bulged. His fist tightly clenched, pitch black and ominous. Terrifying power concentrated at a single point, his whole body emanating a boiling aura. A punch infused with immense strength, accompanied by a howling sound, struck toward the white sword energy. Iron arm palm. At the same time, Budek summoned all his vitality, channeling it into his arm. His massive bare paw, covered in black material, disappeared from its original spot in an instant, slamming toward the white sword energy. Boom! In that moment, the two terrifying attacks collided with the white sword energy. In an instant, debris flew, dust rose, and everything around was obliterated. The white sword energy forcibly pushed Budek back. But before Yu could rejoice, Chen Fan's pitch-black fist shattered the white sword energy. With a face full of surprise and no time to evade, Yu could only cross his famous sword in front of his chest. Clang! Chen Fan's powerful punch struck Rain's renowned sword with full force. The tremendous impact sent Rain flying backward. Bang! The ground was smashed into a deep pit, and Rain lay on the ground, his face twisted in pain. The sword slipping from his hand. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he tried to get up, but found his internal organs churning. Chen Fan's punch had rendered him unable to fight for a short time. With a fierce expression, Chen Fan charged forward, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Seeing Chen Fan rushing towards him, filled with rage, Rain tried to stand up and resist, but with the slightest movement, puff, blood spurted from his mouth. And he couldn't get up at all, collapsing unconscious. At that moment, Rain was like a lamb to the slaughter. Just as Chen Fan was about to reach Rain and kill him, Budek shouted from behind, "Quick, get away! Be careful!" At that moment, Chen Fan, using his observation hockey, sensed the danger and quickly retreated. A blazing fireball of molten lava came crashing down where Chen Fan had just been. Boom! A deep pit appeared in the ground, still smoldering with flames. If Chen Fan hadn't dodged in time, he would have taken a direct hit from that attack, which would have been devastating. Chen Fan and Budek both looked up at the sky. After seeing the incoming person, their expressions turned extremely serious. Sakasaki. Chen Fan and the other person said this name in unison. You are the mastermind behind this jailbreak, right? Surrender obediently, and I can make your suffering a little less. At this moment, Sakazuki, with his entire body turned into magma, looked coldly at Chen Fan. "Huh, you say you want to capture me. I'll just stand here and let you do it." Although Chen Fan knew about Sakazuki's strength, it was clear that Sakazuki was not in his peak condition now and still had some fighting ability left. If it were the Sakazuki from his prime, Chen Fan would have really considered surrendering. Moreover, the main thing Chen Fan noticed was the bandage wrapped around Sakazuki's abdomen, indicating that he had been injured and had not yet recovered. Since he didn't want to surrender obediently, Chen Fan decided to severely injure them and capture them. No one could provoke the Navy's authority. As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, his whole body was covered in magma, and his fists were pitch black as he directly attacked Chen Fan and Budek. Knowing Sakazuki's power, both Chen Fan and Budek did not hesitate. Their fists, imbued with armament hockey, erupted with immense strength as they charged forward. Boom! The three fists collided like giant boulders, and a fierce wind arose, with debris flying everywhere. Sakazuki, facing two opponents, forcibly suppressed Chen Fan and Budek, pushing them back several meters while he remained standing still. The rolling magma covering his body gave off a powerful sense of oppression, causing Chen Fan and Budek to feel a bit of pressure. But they had no choice. Chen Fan was well aware that for them, failure now could very likely mean death. Shave. The two simultaneously used shave, their bodies instantly disappearing from their spots and attacking Sakazuki at incredible speed. It was truly a death wish. Sakazuki's expression was filled with indifference, as the scorching magma seemed ready to devour everything. In an instant, the three collided, magma splattering everywhere, fist striking flesh. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Even with their combined efforts, Chen Fan and Budek could only struggle under Sakazuki's dominance. Time passed second by second, with the boiling magma covering everything around them. Each of Sakazuki's punches inflicted injuries on Chen Fan and Budek, while they had only managed to inflict minor wounds on Sakazuki so far. Such injuries were trivial to him. Huff huff. Breathing heavily, the prolonged high-intensity battle had severely drained Chen Fan and Budek's stamina. At this moment, facing the two's assault, Sakazuki appeared completely at ease, knowing that both Chen Fan and Budek were primarily skilled in physical combat. Yet even so in close combat, Chen Fan and Budek still could not gain the upper hand and were even being suppressed. It was worth noting that Sakazuki was still in an injured state, only able to exert 70% of his strength. One could imagine how powerful Sakazuki's combat skills were. This was also why he would later be referred to as a monster. His logia fruit, immense offensive power, formidable physical skills, and strong hockey. Faced with such a monster, Chen Fan and Budek had no chance of winning. It seemed to be a deadlock. Sakazuki's presence loomed over them like a mountain, firmly blocking any hope of escape. Chen Fan was constantly thinking about how to escape, but he couldn't come up with a good plan. Moreover, could Sakazuki give him some time to think? A pitch-black fist, covered in scorching magma, was hurled forward. Faced with this powerful punch, Chen Fan's right arm bulged with veins, and he unleashed a punch covered in armament hockey as well. Bang! The two black fists collided like dragons, sending surrounding debris flying. In that moment of impact, feeling the immense force, Chen Fan felt a sharp pain in his right hand and was forced to retreat. At the same time, Budek's right foot was as dark as ink, and that foot, resembling a towering pillar, came crashing down towards Sakazuki. With a cold expression, Sakazuki simply used his left arm, infused with armament hockey, to block the kick, absorbing the blow. Then, with his right fist enveloped in boiling magma, he unleashed a punch filled with terrifying power. Seeing this, the animalized Budek quickly tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The overwhelming force sent Budek crashing several meters away, hitting the ground and creating a small crater, instantly kicking up dust. Sakazuki, I will kill you. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan felt a surge of anger. Blood fury. His entire body surged with vitality, his organs pounding wildly, and his aura continuously rising. This was the strongest move he had developed over the past 6 years, and his ultimate trump card. In no time, Chen Fan radiated a bloodthirsty aura, and his power surged by 5 times. Armament burst punch. Chen Fan's right hand was covered with armed color hockey, blood energy swirling around him, and all his strength concentrated at a single point. This powerful punch was hurled towards Sakazuki at an extremely fast speed. Hellhound. Sakazuki's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of panic. Scorching magma covered his right fist, erupting into a giant magma hound that rushed towards Chen Fan to engulf him. Boom! In an instant, the two terrifying attacks collided like dragon serpents, destroying everything around them, with debris flying and shockwaves radiating outward. Under the intense collision, Chen Fan was forced back a full 5 meters. On the other side, Sakazuki also took a step back. This was the first time in the battle that Sakazuki had been pushed back head-on. Interesting, you pirate. However, being a pirate is your greatest mistake. This place will be your grave. Sakazuki was somewhat surprised by the sudden increase in Chen Fan's strength, but he still wore a proud expression. Is that so? I actually think my journey is still long, so this grave is better suited for you. Chen Fan's expression was cold as he vanished from his original position, his body bursting with blood energy. This was a technique that squeezed out his vital energy, and naturally, it couldn't be sustained for too long. Therefore, Chen Fan needed to finish the fight quickly. His fists were pitch black as he attacked Sakazuki. Seeing this, Sakazuki was also enveloped in scorching magma, especially his fists, which were emitting steam. His body disappeared from the spot, leaving a small crater in the ground as he charged forward. Bang bang. In an instant, the two collided, engaging in a fierce battle, with fists hitting flesh and drops of blood falling to the ground. At the beginning of the fight, Chen Fan was still at a disadvantage. and his expression showed some unwillingness. Even though he had unleashed his trump card, he was still being suppressed by Sakaski. There was no way around it at this moment. Although Sakaski had not yet reached the level of a general, he definitely possessed the strength of an elite vice admiral, if not stronger. Chen Fan, having unleashed his trump card, only temporarily possessed the strength of a vice admiral. It could be said that if Sakaski were uninjured, this battle wouldn't even need to take place. As time passed, Chen Fan grew increasingly anxious because he knew that the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be for him. Yet he had no way out, as he simply could not defeat Sakaski and was merely struggling for survival under his power. It could be said that when Chen Fan's blood rage faded away, it would be the moment of his defeat. This sudden boost in power is quite interesting, but it seems like it won't last long. Do you have any other trump cards? Otherwise, this will be over soon, Sakaski said slowly, fully in control of the situation. Don't worry, I'll let you see what I can do. Chen Fan's expression was full of reluctance. After planning for so long, he was unwilling to be captured again. Moreover, if he was caught after escaping from prison, it could very well lead to his immediate death. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan prepared to fight to the death. Armed with the ultimate technique, the Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chen Fan's aura expanded to its limit, his blood boiling, and the veins on his right fist bulging. Pitch black. All the strength in his body concentrated at one point. That black fist shot toward Sakazuki at an incredibly fast speed. A dying struggle. Dog bite, Red Lotus. In response, Sakazuki's expression remained arrogant, with hot magma coalescing on his right hand, his fist as dark as ink. Then, that magma-formed arm was thrust forward. The scalding magma shot out, transforming in mid-air into a giant dog that engulfed everything in its path. Boom! The scorching magma giant dog collided with the black fist in an instant, sending countless fragments flying and dust rising, destroying everything around them. Ripples spread out in circles. The terrifying force made Chen Fan feel a sense of powerlessness. After just a few seconds of stalemate, his entire body was sent flying by the magma giant dog. Bang! A large pit appeared on the ground as Chen Fan fell heavily, his body charred black and filled with numerous gruesome wounds. It was evident that after this strike, Chen Fan was severely injured, and with Sakazuki's personality, he naturally wouldn't let Chen Fan off. "You could go die now, Val Pirate." Accompanying the voice was Sakazuki's figure, his fist wrapped in boiling magma, heading directly towards Chen Fan. Trembling, Chen Fan stood up, wanting to throw a punch to block this strike. But he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness due to his severe injuries and tremendous exhaustion. There was no way Chen Fan could stop Sakazuki's punch. In a critical moment, when Sakazuki was less than 5 meters away from Chen Fan, a massive figure appeared in front of him. Bare wave palm. It was Budek, who had just regained consciousness after fainting. His enormous bare paw was pitch black, containing terrifying power. He forcefully blocked the scalding magma punch. "Run, or we'll both die here. One of us must get out." Budek shouted to Chen Fan behind him. After a brief pause, Chen Fan realized that the two of them together could not possibly defeat Sakazuki. If they didn't leave now, neither would escape. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately activated Soru and ran towards the sea. "Do you think you can escape?" Naturally, Sakazuki would not allow Chen Fan to flee. He gathered hot magma in his right fist and swung it out, the terrifying force pushing Budek back several meters. But just as he was about to chase after Chen Fan, Budek immediately followed up his bare paw, pitch black, striking towards Sakazuki's back. Seeing this, Sakazuki had no choice but to turn around and unleashed a punch imbued with hot magma, once again pushing Budek back. "As long as I'm here, you won't catch him." Budek's eyes were filled with determination, though blood was already spilling from the corner of his mouth. It was evident how severe his injuries were. "A naval traitor dares to stop me? What a death wish." Sakazuki, blocked, felt some anger rise. The scalding magma erupted in an instant, raising the surrounding temperature and covering the ground with magma. His body vanished from the spot, and his right fist swung forward, sending the scorching magma giant dog crashing towards Budek. Facing this terrifying strike, Budek's huge bare paws, covered in hockey, bulged with veins, and he suddenly struck forward. The next second, when a massive bare paw made contact with a magma giant dog, it was completely engulfed. The searing magma consumed Budek, creating a large pit in the ground. At the same time, Chen Fan jumped into the sea. He dared not take a boat, knowing that even if he did, Sakazuki would catch up. Only by jumping into the sea did he have a chance to escape, as Sakazuki, being a devil fruit user, feared seawater. Seeing Chen Fan jump into the sea, Sakazuki immediately pursued, but just as he was about to elementalize and disappear from the spot, a charred hand grabbed him. As long as I'm here, you won't chase that little guy. Run. Your life from now on is free. Budek, barely holding on, grasped Sakazuki's right foot tightly and shouted to Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan, swimming while turning to look at Budek, who was on the brink of death, felt a surge of emotions, his face filled with reluctance and anger. You fool, looking for death. How could you, once a navy, collude with pirates? Sakazuki's eyes were filled with coldness as his fist, containing boiling magma, struck directly at Budek's body. No, Chen Fan shouted in anger, but he was powerless to act. He could only watch helplessly as Sakazuki's fist pierced through Budek's chest. As life faded away, Budek, with a gaping hole in his chest, looked at Chen Fan, who had swum nearly 100 meters away from the shore, and slowly said, "Run." Then, he closed his eyes, his hands fell limply, and he was completely silent. Budek, seeing this scene, Chen Fan roared with rage, his eyes filled with anger as he clenched his fists. He vowed in his heart that he would kill Sakazuki to avenge Budek. The teachings over the past few years, combined with Budek risking his life to help Chen Fan escape, had touched even the coldest part of Chen Fan's heart. In fact, he had come to regard Budek as his mentor. Fueled by intense fury, Chen Fan dove underwater, fully aware that only by escaping could he have the chance to avenge Budek. At the port, Sakazuki watched as Chen Fan swam hundreds of meters away and then submerged, disappearing from sight. He felt some anger, unable to believe that despite taking action himself, this pirate had managed to escape. However, giving up was not Sakazuki's style. He instantly transformed his body into elemental form and ascended into the air above the sea. Great eruption, scalding magma, erupted to its peak, the intense heat gathering continuously in his hands. Sakazuki raised his arms high. Countless molten rocks were launched, erupting like a volcano, bombarding the sea surface below. Boom! The sound of explosions erupted instantly as the sea water exploded. The previously calm surface was blasted by numerous fireballs. Whirlpools formed, and at that moment Chen Fan, who was lurking below, felt the temperature rise above him. He immediately swam faster towards the front. Seeing that his attack had not forced Chen Fan out, Sakazuki's expression darkened. If he were the admiral he would become in the future, he could easily blow up the entire nearby sea. Unfortunately, he did not have that power now, and as a devil fruit user, he couldn't enter the water. Above, Sakazuki used observation haki to try to locate Chen Fan's exact position. Although his observation haki had reached the 3rd level, he still couldn't search a large area effectively and found nothing after a brief search. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the 6th level of Impel Down, which was known as the Endless Hell, the ground was littered with corpses and unconscious pirates and guards. Most of the infamous pirates in the 6th level were dead, and a small number had fainted. Similarly, Magellan, who had unleashed power beyond his limits, was now slumped on the ground, covered in blood, with the surrounding poison already dissipated. He had no strength left to maintain his devil fruit abilities. It was clear how serious his injuries were. Nearly 200 guards had been reduced to fewer than 10. Though they had won this battle, it could only be described as a narrow victory, achieved at a great cost. Fortunately, there were no truly formidable pirates at this time, such as the Golden Lion. Additionally, most of them had been too lazy to train, and some were simply too old. The vast majority of the pirates had greatly diminished in strength, barely half of what they were when they were first captured. Of course, part of the reason was that Magellan's fruit ability allowed him to exert 120 of his combat power in such a confined space. Otherwise, this battle might not have been a narrow victory, but a mutual destruction. At this moment, Chen Fan was filled with rage underwater, desperately wanting to kill Sakazuki. But he knew that with his current strength, it was absolutely insufficient. He continued to dive deeper. Although he felt his hands and feet growing fatigued and his stamina nearing its limit, he dared not surface. He had to reach his limit before coming up. Otherwise, if Sakazuki found him, all would be lost. After swimming for nearly 10 minutes, Chen Fan felt he could no longer hold his breath and had to slowly swim to the surface. He glanced around and found no sign of Sakazuki. Only then did he take a slight breath, looking up at the blue sky, fully aware that he had not yet escaped the danger. He needed to find a small island to hide. He was still in great danger, and the Navy would undoubtedly send warships to search everywhere. Moreover, Sakazuki would definitely not let this go easily. When Chen Fan thought of Sakazaki, his face was filled with rage. For the first time, he wanted to kill someone. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would kill Sakasaki to avenge Budek. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. Chen Fan arrived on an island in the Sabati archipelago. At this moment, both his injuries and stamina were reaching the limits of his body. It could be said that if things continued like this, even if he wasn't caught by the Navy, he would die. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately stormed into a house. Inside, there was a strong man with a scar on his face. "Who the hell are you? How dare you break into my house? Do you know who I am? I'm for the giant tiger pirates." The strong man glared at Chen Fan with a fierce expression, holding a large knife. Without wasting words, Chen Fan's body instantly vanished from spot. Under the strong man's shock and fear, blood spurted out, and his head instantly turned into a pile of mush. Afterwards, Chen Fan began searching for food in his house, and soon he found a large amount of food. Feeling dizzy, he immediately disregarded everything and began to eat voraciously. Accompanied by a slight warmth, it spread through his body, first entering his bloodstream, then flooding into his organs. Like the sweet dew after rain, it continuously repaired Chen Fan's body. His body, which was on the verge of collapse, barely stabilized at that moment. Meanwhile, the Navy's warships were continuously searching for Chen Fan's whereabouts on the sea. In the office of Admiral Steelbone Kong, he had just learned that a little guy had actually escaped from level 6 of Impel Down. His already standing hair was now completely on end. Steelbone Kong looked angrily at Zephyr, Sengoku, Carp, and others who were in the office. How could a little guy escape from level 6? This is a disgrace to our Navy. Seize the last opportunity. Carp, you stay. The rest of you must catch that Wang Ji's son. Looking at the furious Steelbone Kong, everyone appeared very serious, except for Carp, who was still smiling and eating donuts. This little guy is quite interesting. However, his father is also quite strong. He held out for an hour under me before losing. Inside Impel Down, the atmosphere was incredibly somber. At this moment, both Magellan and Rain's Hope were wrapped in bandages. One can imagine how severe their injuries were. At this moment, neither of them spoke, and neither did the jailers under them, because they all understood that the myth that no one could escape from Impel Down had been shattered on this day. It was broken by someone under 20 years old, a pirate who shattered the myth of Impel Down. A month later, a young man appeared on a small island in the East Blue. This person was none other than Chen Fan. On the second day of his recovery, he immediately left the Sabati archipelago. After searching for Chen Fan for 2 days without success, the Navy headquarters also realized that Chen Fan had likely left the area. They had to accept a reality. The myth of Impel Down had been broken by a kid under 20. The Navy headquarters had also announced a bounty on Chen Fan 10 days prior. The key was that they learned Chen Fan's name from the pirate who survived on that 6th level. As the only pirate in decades to break the myth, the Navy offered a bounty of 800 million berries. This was a terrifying number, considering that Chen Fan's current strength hadn't even reached that of a rear admiral in the headquarters. Once this bounty was issued within 10 days, the news of the myth of Impel Down being broken spread across the entire sea. Pirates from the New World were extremely surprised. What? I can't believe it. Someone actually broke the myth of Impel Down. This is terrifying. This guy looks like he is not even 20 years old and managed to escape from Impel Down. I think that so-called myth that can never be broken is just something the Navy hyped up. Otherwise, how could a kid without any facial hair succeed in escaping? These Navy guys are just a bunch of useless fools. The pirates in the New World, aside from being surprised that Chen Fan broke the myth of Impel Down, also felt that the Navy was too incompetent to have allowed a kid under 20 to successfully escape from Impel Down. At the same time, in the latter half of the New World, Roger, who had just become the Pirate King, smiled when he saw this news. Haha, what an interesting little guy. He actually managed to escape from Impel Down. With such youth, I really look forward to what the future world will be like. However, I might not be able to see it. Pirate King Roger gazed ahead, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the shore of Gaia Island, Chen Fan had been here for 2 days, gazing at the vast sea. Some villagers looked at this scene with curiosity, wondering who this guy was, where he came from, and why he had been standing on the shore for 2 days. This attracted a lot of people's attention. However, Chen Fan didn't care about the crowd. He was waiting for a wave, the kind that would rise sky high. He came here for one purpose, to obtain the Rumble fruit, known as the strongest attacking Logia fruit. Chen Fan had to get his hands on it. As long as he acquired the terrifying power of thunder, he would be able to quickly catch up to Akainu. After he got out, he only had 2 targets. First, to kill Navy Rear Admiral Henry David. Second, to kill Akainu. Chen Fan was confident he would soon possess the strength of a rear admiral. However, regarding Akainu, with his monstrous talent, while Chen Fan would progress. He would surely progress as well. Therefore, Chen Fan needed to obtain the rumble fruit to rapidly enhance his strength. The gentle breeze blew across the sea, creating ripples. Chen Fan closed his eyes and patiently waited. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as he noticed the entire sea surface had become incredibly turbulent. In the next second, the water surged high into the sky, and the entire sea looked like a waterfall hanging upside down. Some of the villagers watching showed expressions of shock, but most were accustomed to it. Clearly, as villagers who had lived on this island for decades, they had seen this upside-down waterfall more than once. Though it seemed miraculous, weren't there many wonders in the world of One Piece? Looking at the water flow that resembled a giant pillar supporting the heavens, Chen Fan showed no hesitation. He would use this water flow to shoot straight up, directly reaching the Sky Island. Then, Chen Fan used Moonwalk, heading toward the water flow. The villagers behind him were full of astonishment. Did I see that right? Did this young man just fly up? You didn't see wrong. He really did fly up. Is he a legendary devil fruit user? Look, it seems he wants to dive straight into the water flow. No way. Isn't that looking for death? I saw a huge wooden ship get swept away by this water flow. In just a few seconds, it was shattered into pieces, and the people inside turned into chunks of flesh, not a single one surviving. Under the shocked and confused expressions of the villagers, Chen Fan had already rushed into the massive column of water. As soon as he entered, he felt a tearing sensation in his body. He hadn't expected the force of this soaring river to be so strong, so he immediately activated his iron block to enhance his body's defense. Only then did he feel a little better, and soon he was propelled upwards by the rushing river. The villagers behind him shook their heads, their expressions filled with regret. They couldn't understand why this young man, who clearly had a bright future ahead, would willingly throw himself into this water column to seek death. In their view, Chen Fan had already been submerged by the river, which resembled an inverted waterfall, and they could no longer see his figure. Inside the rushing river, Chen Fan continuously felt as if his body was being cut by knives. Fortunately, his physical quality was strong. An ordinary person relying solely on their body to ascend to the Sky Island through the rushing river would likely be torn apart the moment they entered. In less than a moment, the torrent brought Chen Fan directly to the surface of the sea. He looked up at the White Sea. If you remember correctly, the Sky Island should be above the White Sea. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately swam upstream. 2 minutes later, he emerged from the surface of the sea. Looking at the vast expanse of white, Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Standing up, he gazed around, seeing no buildings, only a sea of white. His expression instantly turned a bit grim because his destination was Baika Island, but he had no idea of its exact direction. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to walk straight ahead. As long as he encountered the people of the empty island, he could ask them for specific directions. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately activated his moon step. He preferred to expend a little more physical strength to advance on this empty island rather than run on the white clouds. This sea-like expanse of white clouds had some areas that were empty and invisible. If an ordinary person accidentally stepped on them, they would fall through. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, Chen Fan took a break every half hour, then continued to use the moon step to fly in midair. At this moment, he stopped because he noticed that what lay ahead was no longer the vast expanse of white ocean, but a gigantic, strange hexagram-shaped building. As he moved faster through the air, he found the building increasingly familiar. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that this was the gate of heaven above the White Sea. Entering this gate meant entering the Sky Island. Without hesitation, Chen Fan sprinted towards the gate of heaven at an incredibly fast speed. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw a tunnel with a radius of a few meters, but over hundreds of meters long. Without stopping, Chen Fan continued to run forward. And after running nearly 1,000 meters, he saw a large door ahead. Just as he was about to rush up and open the door, the several-meter-high door opened on its own, revealing an old woman who was just a little over a meter tall, resembling a dwarf. With purple hair and a wrinkled face that looked quite ugly, she appeared in front of Chen Fan. Sky Islander. Chen Fan slowly uttered these 3 words as he saw the old woman. Aside from her appearance, which was no different from those on the sea, the most striking feature was the pair of white wings on her back. At that moment, the Amazon held the camera in her hand and glanced at Chen Fan. Then, taking advantage of Chen Fan's moment of surprise, she aimed the camera at him and began to take a flurry of pictures. After taking about a dozen shots, the old woman looked at Chen Fan and slowly said, "Qinghai person, welcome to our Sky Island. I am the overseer of Sky Island, Amazon." To enter our sky island, you must pay 1.5 billion extra. The Amazon's voice was somewhat hoarse. Chen Fan vaguely remembers that entering the sky island seems to require a fee, and 15 billion X-dolls sounds like a terrifying number. However, when converted to berries, it's only about 100,000 or so. Is that right? But can I ask you a question? Which way should we go to reach Baika Island? Chen Fan curled his lips into a cold smile. Even if he had money, he still wouldn't pay. Chen Fan turned his gaze to the Amazon behind him and the pair of wings behind her. If you go all the way to the right, you will see Angel Island, and further back from Angel Island is Baika Island. Shanghai person, do you have any money or not? If not, I can't let you in. The Amazon looked at Chen Fan with some trepidation. After getting the answer he wanted, of course I have it, but you won't live to take it. The moment the words fell, Chen Fan's body instantly disappeared from the spot, his fist covered with armament hockey, and he slammed towards the Amazon. Seeing the scene, fear appeared on the Amazon's face. She prepared to counterattack, but it was too late. Accompanied by a spray of blood, Chen Fan directly punched the Amazon's head into a pulp. Looking at the corpse, Chen Fan first searched her body and found a money pouch containing currency he had never seen before, with large denominations, the smallest being 100,000. This should be X-doll. Then, Chen Fan prepared to leave, but after walking just a few steps, he stopped. Chen Fan looked towards the pair of white wings of Amazon. In fact, the biggest difference between the people of Qingdao and the people of the Sky Island is the white wings behind them. Although Chen Fan was not afraid of the four great priests and Gonfuer, he also did not want to seek trouble. Before finding the thunder fruit, he wanted to avoid any trouble as much as possible. After a while, he tore off a pair of wings from the back of the Amazon and stuffed them into his clothes. If one did not look closely, Chen Fan now looked no different from a Sky Islander. After doing all this, Chen Fan was about to use Moonstep when he spotted something good. In front of him, a seahorse that resembled a shrimp appeared. Chen Fan immediately recognized it. This should be the special express shrimp unique to the Sky Island. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan directly jumped onto the express shrimp, grabbing its two antennae as if holding onto reins. He rode it towards the east. The express shrimp lived up to its name, moving at incredible speed. Even compared to Chen Fan's Moonstep, it was not at all slow. As time passed, Chen Fan gradually saw a void appear in front of him, shining with white light. Without thinking much, he immediately drove the express shrimp towards that direction at full speed. Boom! The moment he exited the void, Chen Fan realized he was suspended in mid-air, and then he suddenly plummeted down. Chen Fan quickly grabbed the whiskers of the express shrimp tightly, preventing himself from being thrown off. Bang! He landed heavily on the cloud of the island. After stabilizing his posture, Chen Fan looked ahead. Not far in front of him was a beach, and beyond that was a cluster of buildings. It was clear that this was Angel Island. Without wasting any time, Chen Fan immediately jumped off the express shrimp and dashed toward Angel Island. He didn't want to waste time. After all, Angel Island was not his destination. His destination was Baika Island. In fact, Chen Fan didn't even know where the thunder fruit was specifically located. In his previous life, he had only seen some information about it on a certain forum. Chen Fan speculated that the thunder fruit might be located in the temple on Baika Island. Therefore, Chen Fan decided to go directly to the temple. If it wasn't there, he would resort to the second method, which was to find Inaru and follow him in the shadows until Inaru found the thunder fruit, and then make his move to seize it. However, this method was too slow, as Inaru was only a little over 10 years old at the moment. Chen Fan is also unclear about when Inaru obtained the thunder fruit. However, for now, he can only take it one step at a time. Chen Fan walked into Angel Island while thinking. Inside, there were various buildings and nobody on the streets noticed him. After all, at this moment, Chen Fan had a pair of wings on his back. He was contemplating whether to use moonwalk or transportation to get to Baika Island. After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to use transportation. After all, before obtaining the thunder fruit, Chen Fan wanted to keep a low profile. He then arrived at a shop where vehicles resembling motorcycles were parked. This was one of the unique products of Sky Island, the Weiba. The shop owner was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. "Boss, how much is this vehicle?" Chen Fan pointed to the nearest car and asked. 700 million extra. The boss replied, "All right, take it." Chen Fan quickly took out 700 million extra from a bag. After all, this was money he had just stolen, and he wouldn't need it below. He didn't care. Seeing Chen Fan so readily take out the money, the boss was a bit surprised. However, he didn't say much. After all, having a customer who doesn't haggle is not a bad thing. After exchanging money for goods, Chen Fan drove away in his powerful vehicle. He sped along, feeling the rush of wind, and it felt just like riding a motorcycle. Before long, He had left Angel Island and was heading straight for Bike Island, with waves splashing around him. However, there was one downside. Every half hour, Chen Fan had to stop, because the exhaust shell was out of gas. He had to pause to refuel. It wasn't until the next morning, as dawn broke, that he continued on his way. Chen Fan just spotted a small island. As he looked over, he saw a white coastline with towering trees standing above it, the entire island deeply immersed in that white expanse of ocean. Without a doubt, this must be Biker Island. 2222. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately tightened his grip on the handle in front of him. It was as if he could already see the thunder fruit beckoning to him. After reaching the coast, Chen Fan discarded Wei Zhan by the roadside and ignored him, then directly walked into the small island. Upon entering the street, Chen Fan initially intended to casually ask someone about the location of the temple. Just as he was walking, he noticed a crowd gathered in one place, with some people speaking very excitedly, seemingly cursing loudly. Out of curiosity, Chen Fan activated his observation haki to take a look. When he clearly saw what was surrounded by the crowd, Chen Fan's expression changed. Inside was a child who looked to be around 10 years old. Why did Chen Fan feel familiar? Because this was none other than Enel during his childhood. At this moment, Enel was surrounded by a crowd, and in front of him was a baker holding a loaf of bread. "You bastard! How dare you come to my bakery and steal my bread?" The baker shouted, pointing directly at Enel. "I didn't steal it. Someone threw it to me. I just happened to be passing by." Enel's expression was filled with fear. "Huh? Who would believe that?" The baker looked at him in disbelief. "That's right, disgusting Sky Islander. If it were up to me, I'd just kick him off the island." "I think so too. Without wings, a lowly Sky Islander has no right to live on our Bike Island. Disgusting. Only a Sky Islander would do such petty theft." None of the onlookers, apart from the baker, believed Enel. After all, in their eyes, Enel was just a Sky Islander, different from them. I really didn't." Enel looked aggrieved. "You still dare to say you didn't? Are you saying I wronged you?" The burly baker showed no sympathy for Enel and directly reached out his right hand, slapping him across the face. Smack! It should be noted that the baker's thick arms were almost as big as Enel's head. This slap knocked Enel dizzy, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he painfully half fell to the ground. Watching this scene, Chen Fan had no intention of helping. In his eyes, as long as Enel was not in life-threatening danger, it was none of his business. As for the onlookers, they showed no sympathy either, instead smirking. "Akulu, your slap was still too light. You didn't even knock this little guy out." "Exactly. This vile Sky Islander dared to steal this time. Next time he will dare to kill. Your slap was still too light. If I were you, I would definitely beat him to a pulp." These onlookers had no pity for Enel at all and were instead mocking him, even thinking the baker's slap was too light. "I don't want to be put in jail because of Sky Islander. Kid, I'll let you go this time. Next time, if you dare to steal bread again, I will definitely beat you half to death." Akulu threatened Enel with a grim face, then laughed and left. The onlookers felt there was nothing more to see and gradually dispersed. Until they left, Enel kept his head down, not saying a word. He didn't dare to speak. Even though he didn't steal, these guys thought he did just because he had no wings. Enel clenched his fists, his eyes extremely dark, and he silently roared inside. If he had the chance to rise up, he would make these people pay, and he would make the entire Sky Island pay. Chen Fan, watching the scene from behind, understood why Enel would become so brutal in the future, enslaving the people of Sky Island. Anyone treated like this in childhood would likely react the same way. However, at this moment, Chen Fan was not concerned about what Enel was thinking. After watching the spectacle, Chen Fan prepared to head in the direction of the temple. He casually found someone to ask, a middle-aged man selling food, who looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. Normally, people from Baika Island should know where the temple is located. "You came from Angel Island, right?" The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan. "Yes." Chen Fan replied. "Why are you asking about the direction of the temple? That's a forbidden place. We can't go there." The uncle looked at Chen Fan with some doubt. "What do you mean? Just curious, that's all. How much do these things cost?" Chen Fan pointed to a few items of food. Is it these?" The total is 10,000 extol. Upon hearing that Chen Fan wanted to buy something, the middle-aged man immediately became enthusiastic. "All right, then please help me wrap them all up." Chen Fan said slowly, "All right then." The middle-aged man immediately packed up the food. Seeing Chen Fan pay so readily, he continued, "Well, the temple is at the end of this street. Just keep going to the left. However, it's a forbidden area. You can only look from a distance. You can't get close." After a moment's thought, the middle-aged man still told Chen Fan the location of the temple. After all, he had bought things from him. Moreover, the location of the temple wasn't a secret on Baika Island. "Thank you." Chen Fan smiled slightly and then took the food away with him. As he made his way to the temple, someone had already arrived before him. Enel. On the street, Chen Fan did not use moonwalk or sword to hurry along, but walked normally. Before obtaining the thunder fruit, he did not want to draw attention to himself. The fast-running Enel arrived outside the temple and hid in a patch of grass, his gaze fixed on the inside of the temple. He seemed to know something, but the guards patrolling around the temple with long spears made it impossible for him to get close. It is worth mentioning that even the people from Angel Island could not approach the temple, let alone him, a wingless person from Qingdao. It could be said that as soon as Enel got close to the temple, he would definitely be caught by the guards, and there was even a possibility of being killed on the spot. He stared intently at the inside of the temple, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At this moment, Chen Fan also arrived outside the temple. He saw a large temple, similar in size to ancient Egyptian architecture. The walls of the temple were adorned with murals that Chen Fan could not understand. Surrounding it were guards patrolling. When Chen Fan walked over, it immediately caught the attention of the guards. "Who are you? You can't get close here. Leave quickly," one of the guards approached and warned. This was still due to the fact that Chen Fan had a pair of wings behind him. If he were a person from Qinghai, they might have acted directly. Chen Fan did not respond, nor did he leave. He stood still without any movement. Seeing this scene, the several guards gathered together. "I warn you again. This is a forbidden area of the temple. If you don't leave now, I will kill you on the spot." The first guard warned again. This time, Chen Fan moved, but only his fist moved as he swung his right arm at an incredibly fast speed. His fist struck directly towards the guard's head. The speed was so fast that the guard couldn't react at all. He could only widen his pupils, and then, accompanied by a spray of blood, the guard completely lost his breath and fell to the ground. The other guards watching this scene immediately understood why Chen Fan was here. "Let's all attack and kill him," one of the guards shouted, and then a dozen guards charged at Chen Fan. But how could these low-level soldiers, at most with school-level strength, be a match for Chen Fan? Shave. Chen Fan's body instantly vanished from the spot, his fingers turning into claws, and with each attack, a life was taken. The guards merely let out a scream before being killed by Chen Fan, having no chance to fight back at all. In just 2 minutes, Chen Fan had killed all the dozen guards protecting the temple. Looking at the bodies scattered on the ground and his blood-stained hands, Chen Fan showed no concern and headed straight towards the temple. Enel, who had been hiding in the bushes, was astonished, his mouth forming a Na shape as he watched Chen Fan, who resembled a devil, filled with fear in his eyes. However, there was more worry as he realized this person was heading directly into the temple. He thought to himself, "Is this guy also here for that thing?" Seeing Chen Fan completely enter the temple, Enel also emerged from the bushes and stealthily followed him inside. Inside the temple, Chen Fan looked at the several-meter-high golden statue standing at the front, which had 3 heads and 6 arms, completely unrecognizable. His pupils slightly dilated as his gaze fixated on the right hand of the golden statue, which held a spiral-shaped sky-blue fruit. This was exactly the thunder fruit he had been longing for. Looking at the thunder fruit, Chen Fan could no longer conceal his joy and was just about to rush forward to take it. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed within the temple. "You, sir, have trespassed into a forbidden area and killed the guards of the temple. This is a great disrespect to the gods." Boom! As the aged voice finished, Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and suddenly a terrifying shockwave was released, deafening. Immediately, a white shockwave shot straight towards Chen Fan, and without hesitation, he rolled backward. Chen Fan easily dodged the attack. Boom! In an instant, a several-meter-high hole was blasted into the wall of the temple, with bricks falling to the ground, indicating the tremendous power of the strike. At the same time, Chen Fan turned around, his eyes fiercely glaring to the right. Before him stood an old woman dressed in a white robe, with a pair of white wings on her back. Her expression was filled with anger, and she was not afraid of Chen Fan's cold gaze. Instead, she warned, "Intruder, leave at once. This fruit represents evil and curses. Leave quickly, or I will punish you on behalf of the gods." As she spoke, the old woman held up a shock shell, aimed directly at Chen Fan. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, a smile as devilish as hell. "You think you can stop me? What curses? What gods? It's truly laughable." The moment he finished speaking, Chen Fan immediately activated his shaving technique, his body disappearing from the spot, his fists covered in armed color hockey, attacking the old woman at an incredibly fast speed. Seeing the situation, the temple guardian picked up the shock shell. In an instant, shockwaves were unleashed, destroying everything around. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the temple was left with numerous breaches. However, even so, she couldn't target the Chen Fan, who possessed observation haki. Easily dodging the series of attacks, in just a few seconds, Chen Fan was already in front of the old woman. Witnessing this, the temple guardian attempted to use shockwaves again, but as she did, Chen Fan delivered a powerful punch. Blood spurted, and a scream rang out. The guardian's right hand was directly broken, and the shock shell fell to the ground along with her hand. In her expression of fear and surprise, Chen Fan's right hand grabbed the temple guardian's neck and lifted her up. Give up. The thing may bring power, but it is also an ominous object. The old woman, before dying, still wanted to persuade Chen Fan to give up. How ridiculous, possessing such immense power, yet not seeking to control it. This power will ultimately belong to me. What curses? I only believe that power is the only truth. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh, then exerted force with his right hand. Crack! The neck of the temple guardian was directly snapped by Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Inaru had stealthily approached the rumble fruit, his face filled with excitement as he thought he would finally possess power. At that time, he would make everyone in Sky Island pay the price. He would become the king of this Sky Island. Just as he was about to reach for the rumble fruit in the next moment, Chen Fan immediately picked up a dingiki shell from the ground and threw it towards Inaru's direction. Originally, Inaru, who was grinning maniacally, suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head as the shell embedded itself into the back of his skull. A few seconds later, blood poured out, and Inaru lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Even in death, his eyes were still fixated on the rumble fruit. He felt immense regret inside. He was so close, just one step away from obtaining that rumble fruit and gaining powerful strength. At this moment, Chen Fan slowly walked towards the rumble fruit. He had already noticed Inaru when he entered the temple. He just wanted to deal with the temple guardian first. How dare you try to steal from me? Chen Fan glanced at Inalu's corpse and then picked up the thunder fruit, which was entirely sky blue. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately took a bite. In an instant, a very unpleasant taste fermented in his mouth. After swallowing, he felt as if his intestines were twisting inside him. The taste was worse than feces. No wonder even Luffy couldn't eat the devil fruit. Forcing himself to endure the nausea, Chen Fan took a while to recover. He carefully sensed his body from within, and after a few seconds, Chen Fan's body is covered with strands of blue lightning, and it seems that he can use it at will. Chen Fan extended his right hand and simply pointed forward. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, burst forth and directly pierced through the wall. Seeing this power, Chen Fan thought to himself that it was indeed the thunder fruit. He then began to attempt to elementalize his body. Just a few seconds later, his entire body transformed into strands of lightning, floating in mid-air. Although Chen Fan could only use some basic applications of the thunder fruit for now, he believed that with continuous development, he would surely make this nature-type fruit, which possessed the strongest offensive power, shine brightly over the sea. In the next moment, Chen Fan had no intention of staying. He instantly disappeared from his spot, his elementalized body moving with incredible speed, feeling the power coursing through him. The thunder fruit not only granted Chen Fan the strength of lightning, but also significantly enhanced his physical abilities. Having obtained the fruit, Chen Fan was ready to begin his next plan, to dominate Sky Island. It is important to note that whether creating a pirate crew or establishing a power, strong strength is essential, but funds are also indispensable. This is why Chen Fan rushed to Sky Island as soon as he escaped. The first reason, of course, was the nature-type devil fruit, the thunder fruit. The second reason was the vast amount of gold on Sky Island. It could be said that once Chen Fan possessed the gold from Sky Island, he would likely no longer have to worry about money in the future. Standing proudly in the sky, Chen Fan was enveloped in devastating lightning, with strands of blue lightning flickering around him. The atmosphere roared continuously, and the entire sky seemed to change color. At this moment, Chen Fan resembled a thunder god wielding divine punishment. In the next second, his body instantly vanished from a spot and headed towards the center of Baika Island. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Fan arrived above a magnificent palace. Gazing down at the resplendent structure below, Chen Fan's expression was filled with indifference. At the same time, the soldiers patrolling outside the palace also noticed Chen Fan. Am I seeing things? Is there someone flying? Yeah. Why is there thunder around that person? Who is that? No matter who it is, everyone be careful. Having someone like that appear above the palace is not a good thing. Most of the guards were astonished to see someone flying, infused with thunder. However, The head guard at the front had a serious expression and reminded everyone to be cautious. Who are you? What are you doing here? The muscular head guard stepped forward and looked up at Chen Fan, asking. Still indifferent, Chen Fan slightly raised his hand, and a thick bolt of lightning responded to the head guard. Boom! The blue lightning descended with incredible speed, like divine punishment, engulfing the head guard. His face filled with fear, the head guard tried to dodge, but couldn't escape at all. In the next moment, the bolt of lightning, as thick as a basketball, completely submerged him. Bang! The ground was smashed into a small pit, and the head guard lay on the ground, charred and lifeless. In that instant, the guards all realized this was an enemy. Shoot all arrows. Quickly shoot. The deputy head guard quickly stepped forward and commanded his men. In an instant, the soldiers reacted and raised their arrows, which were the cloud arrows unique to the floating island. They then aimed upward, pulled their bows into a half circle, and shot. Whoosh! In an instant, thousands of cloud arrows shot towards Chen Fan like a waterfall at an incredible speed. Thunder punishment. Facing the overwhelming attack, Chen Fan remained calm and raised his right hand. In an instant, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Terrifying bolts of lightning surged downward, transforming into long lightning spears in midair, containing unimaginable power and covering the cloud arrows. Boom! An explosion sounded, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning spears completely swallowed the cloud arrows. Watching Chen Fan effortlessly neutralize their attack, the guards below were filled with astonishment and fear. Is he even human? How can he unleash such terrifying attacks? How is it possible for someone to master the power of thunder? This is too frightening. How can we possibly be a match for someone like this? Is he a god? Otherwise, how could he control the power of thunder? The guard below were in a state of panic, and for a moment, they even forgot to continue shooting arrows. Shut up. Anyone who disturbs the morale will be killed. Everyone continue shooting. The deputy head guard shouted loudly. Although he felt fear and terror inside, he knew he absolutely could not show it at this moment. With the deputy head guard shout, everyone reacted, drawing their bows back and shooting more cloud arrows. This time, Chen Fan didn't dodge at all. His entire body was enveloped in blue lightning, allowing the cloud arrows to shoot towards him, only to pass through his body completely. There was no way to inflict any harm on the elemental Chen Fan. At this moment, he floated in mid-air, his whole body shining with destructive lightning, resembling a thunder god. Watching this scene, the guards completely broke down. They had never seen such an opponent. Why did their arrows not cause him any harm? This is impossible. Seeing everyone's expressions, Chen Fan, who had just obtained the thunder fruit and was done playing, couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. Ultimate thunder punishment. He raised both hands, and in an instant, dark clouds appeared in the sky, flickering with blue, accompanied by a downward wave of his hands. Thick bolts of lightning rained down, roaring towards the thousands of guards below. Seeing this destructive attack, this scene as shocking as a heavenly punishment, the guards no longer dared to think of resistance. They immediately dropped their helmets and armor to flee. Unfortunately, their speed could not match that of the lightning. Help! Help! I don't want to die yet. Who will save me? Is this a devil? Is this a devil come to destroy our country? The cries for help rang out below. The thousands of guards had no power to resist under the destructive force of the lightning. Each turned into charred corpses, and some even turned to ash. Dissipating into the air, the deputy head guard knelt directly on the ground, his spear dropping from his hands, staring blankly at Chen Fan above. Didn't he know who the person above was? Is he a deity? Is he a demon? Is he here to destroy their country? In his despair, a bolt of lightning struck his head. Boom! A small pit appeared in the ground, and his body vanished into thin air. After doing all this, Chen Fan acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't care about the lives of mere ants. In the next moment, Chen Fan's body directly dissipated in place, transforming into strands of lightning, swiftly heading into the interior of the palace. Inside the palace, the king's army rushed out, trying to block Chen Fan's advance. Unfortunately, Chen Fan moved through the crowd as if it were an empty space, the strands of lightning easily reaping the lives of the king's soldiers. The tens of thousands of king's soldiers couldn't even manage to stop Chen Fan. Within the palace, the destructive power of the lightning had long caught the king's attention. A middle-aged man wearing a crown stepped out of the palace, but when he saw the strands of destructive lightning, his eyes were filled with a hint of fear. What are those? What should we do next? King William George III looked at the ministers beneath him. They had also witnessed the miracle just now. For a moment, no one spoke. No one knew what to do. You useless fools. Can't you think of anything at a critical moment? What use do I have for you? King William George III shouted angrily at his ministers. "Your Majesty, I think you should leave the palace first. That guy's too terrifying. He's practically a demon. If he comes here, we won't have any chance to stop him." A nobleman stepped forward and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, let's leave here first. Otherwise, if that guy comes, it will be too late," another nobleman urged. "Your Majesty, hurry and leave. Let's think of a strategy later." The other noble ministers also stood up, urging King William George III to leave first and think of a strategy later. Listening to these words, King William George III's face turned ashen. He never expected that as a king, he would be forced to flee the palace by a single person. Moreover, none of the people under him could come up with a solution. "Ellen, do you have any ideas? Or do you have the confidence to deal with him?" William George III turned his last hope towards a heavily armored officer at the front. He was the strongest general in the king's army. Without any hesitation, Ellen directly said, "Your Majesty, I have no confidence in facing him. If a fight breaks out, I might not last 3 moves. So, the best course of action now is for you to temporarily leave the palace." Hearing even his strongest officer say this, William George III was instantly filled with despair. He understood that the only option left was to escape. "Everyone, escort me out of the palace." Just after William George III weakly announced this command, a thunderous figure appeared before them. As they felt the terrifying power and looked at this figure, they couldn't help but feel fear. Chen Fan simply stood there, not saying a word or making a single movement. Yet, the thunder that enveloped him, embodying destruction, made everyone feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even William George III involuntarily took a few steps back. "Who are you? Why are you slaughtering my army?" William George III asked Chen Fan, suppressing his fear. "There is no reason. It's the law of the jungle. It should be this way. From now on, this island belongs to me." Chen Fan's tone was extremely cold. The moment he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, pointing his finger forward. A blue thunderbolt, as thick as an arm, surged with terrifying power and shot towards King William George III at an incredible speed. Ellen, who had been standing by, saw this scene. Although he felt fear, he did not hesitate to protect the king. Holding his long spear, he stood in front of King William George III, the ebony spear tip directly facing the destructive thunder. Boom! The terrifying force forced Ellen to stagger backward continuously. Accompanied by Ellen's roar, he swung his long spear and managed to disperse the thunderbolt. Watching the scene, an interesting expression appeared on Chen Fan's face. "Indeed, he could block my attack, but this is where it ends. Those who stand in my way will die." In the next moment, the thunder flickered and Chen Fan's figure disappeared from the spot, moving at an astonishing speed. At this moment, everyone in the palace could only see a fleeting shadow, including Ellen, who could not make it out clearly. 2 seconds later, fear appeared on Ellen's face as he was about to swing his long spear to attack. Chen Fan's fist, imbued with thunder, had already appeared directly on the forehead. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, brain matter exploded, and Ellen instantly became a headless corpse, collapsing to the ground. This scene made the already fearful crowd retreat in dread, with no one daring to step forward to stop Chen Fan. "Who exactly are you? As long as you spare me, I am willing to give you everything, including this country." William George III was terrified, his body trembling involuntarily as he looked at Chen Fan, who was flashing with lightning ahead, feeling that this person seemed like a devil from hell. "Killing you means everything is mine." Chen Fan had no intention of letting him off. He extended his right hand and gently pushed it forward, unleashing a destructive bolt of lightning that shot out and directly struck the chest of William George III. Under his expression of fear and terror, bang, William George III's body fell heavily to the ground, completely silent. Then, Chen Fan turned around to look at the ministers and nobles. "I give you a choice. Submit to me or die." Chen Fan smiled at the crowd. However, this smile seemed to the noble ministers like the smile of the Grim Reaper, bringing with it a severe sense of oppression, to the point that they lacked the courage to even say no. "Kneel." In an instant, the princes and ministers all knelt down in unison. "We are willing to call you king. We are willing to call you king." They lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear, and no one dared to look directly at Chen Fan. Having easily taken control of an island, Chen Fan did not feel satisfied. His goal was to dominate the entire Sky Island, not just a single island. Why start with Baika Island? Naturally, it was because Baika Island was the closest to him. The next day, as dawn broke, Chen Fan casually selected a noble yesterday to represent him in all matters related to the island. He aims to leverage the resources of the to develop his own power, rather than simply becoming the king of the. Chen Fan's primary goal now is to enhance his strength. Therefore, He cannot allow trivial matters to disturb him. Looking at the sunlight pouring down from the sky, Chen Fan did not hesitate, transforming into a streak of lightning and instantly disappearing from his original spot. He now needs to prepare to deal with the 4 divine officials and Ganfuer before he possessed the natural lightning fruit. These guys might have caused some trouble for Chen Fan. However, now, on this island without hockey, the natural type is essentially invincible. Otherwise, Enel from before wouldn't have been called a god. After leaving Baika Island, Chen Fan transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring through the sky. He moved at an incredibly fast speed towards the direction of the Island of Gods. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Fan crossed tens of thousands of meters and arrived above the Island of Gods. This speed is even faster than that of airplanes in the previous world. So one can imagine how fast he is now. Standing proudly in midair, a massive island appeared before Chen Fan, where towering ancient trees grew, giving a feeling of a primeval forest. Most importantly, this island is filled with soil, unlike the other islands where the surface is made up of island clouds. This is the Apaya Island, known as the Island of Gods. No longer admiring the view, in the blink of an eye, lightning flickered, and just a few seconds later, his lightning form appeared on this island. As the lightning dissipated, Chen Fan walked on the soil of the Island of Gods. Boom! The thunderous sound instantly attracted the attention of the guards within the Island of Gods. However, Chen Fan did not leave. Instead, he slowly walked forward. Soon, over 100 guards armed with long spears surrounded Chen Fan. These are the divine guards of the Island of Gods, said to be able to take on 10 enemies each. However, for Chen Fan, they're no different from ordinary guards. You, a Qinghai person, dare to trespass on the Island of Gods. Truly audacious. The leader of the guards, dressed in silver armor, glared fiercely at Chen Fan. Shut up. Chen Fan slightly raised his right hand, pointing forward as a streak of blue lightning, carrying terrifying power, shot towards the captain of the guards at an incredible speed. In an instant, there was no time to react, and under the terrified expression of the captain, his head was directly pierced through. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. The remaining 100 guards, witnessing this scene, were filled with fear. You could go die. Chen Fan smiled slightly, and blue lightning appeared on his hands. Before the guards could react, he pushed his hands forward. In an instant, the blue lightning transformed into bolts of lightning arrows, shooting straight towards the divine guards. I'll help. Those guards had never seen someone who could control lightning. Their eyes were filled with fear and horror, and they didn't dare to resist. They thought to themselves, is this still a human? Is this not a god? They all frantically ran backwards. But how could their speed outrun the lightning? Accompanied by screams, the hundreds of divine guards were easily taken down by Chen Fan, turning into charred corpses. This is the terrifying power of the thunder fruit, which possesses the strongest destructive capability. This is also why natural fruit users are considered nearly invincible in the first half of the sea. Their elementalized bodies and terrifying natural power can immunize them against most physical attacks. After easily dealing with these divine guards, Chen Fan, surrounded by lightning, directly left the spot and soared into the air, heading towards the center of Divine Island. With incredible speed, Chen Fan moved like lightning. Before long, he arrived at the deepest part of the island, where a massive palace stood, surrounded by divine guards. Boom! A sky-blue beam of light descended from the heavens, attracting all the guards. When they saw who was inside, they were momentarily stunned, because they saw Chen Fan surrounded by strands of blue lightning. Ganvier, come out and meet me. Chen Fan's powerful voice echoed throughout the palace. In an instant, Ganfuer, who was inside the palace, was filled with confusion, wondering who dared to call him like this in his own place. Who are you? A middle-aged man suddenly flew out from the palace, looking in Chen Fan's direction. Upon seeing Ganfuer come out, Chen Fan lost interest in these minor characters and didn't want to waste time. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, his figure instantly vanished from sight, while the divine guards who were frozen in place only felt a bolt of thunder pass by. In less than a minute, Chen Fan arrived at the palace, appearing in front of Ganfuer, with 4 divine officials standing behind him. Who are you? Ganfuer asked Chen Fan, sensing a tremendous threat from the destructive thunder. Submit or die. Chen Fan's whole body radiated with thunder, giving an immense sense of oppression. What qualifications do you have to make me submit? Although Ganfuer felt a deadly threat from Chen Fan, as a god on the Sky Island, how could he easily submit? Then face death. Chen Fan's expression was cold. In the next moment, lightning enveloped his body, and he disappeared from his spot, a lightning spear appearing in his hand as he thrust it directly at Ganfuer. Ganfuer, possessing observation haki, barely sensed Chen Fan's attack and swung his great sword forward. Clang! The sharp great sword collided with the lightning spear, like two giant boulders crashing together in an instant. The terrifying force caused Ganfuer to stagger back several steps, even feeling numbness in his right hand. Before he could steady himself, he made the most foolish choice of his life. A voice appeared, accompanied by a fist infused with terrifying lightning. There was no time to defend. In a state of panic, Ganfuer wondered who this guy was. How could he possess the power of natural disasters? Why was his speed so fast? Even he couldn't see clearly. Boom! Accompanied by flickering lightning, Ganfuer's entire head was shattered by Chen Fan. Bang! He then fell heavily outside the great hall, the connection between his body and head still oozing blood. The four divine officials behind him watched this scene, their faces filled with fear and astonishment, knowing full well Ganfuer's strength. Even if the four of them joined forces, they could not match Ganfuer. This was why Ganfuer was called a god above the Sky Island. Yet, such a powerful person was killed by this suddenly appearing mysterious figure after barely enduring 2 moves. Could they not be shocked? Could they not be afraid? Submit or die. Chen Fan looked at the 4 people with a smile. However, in the eyes of the 4 great gods, this smile resembled that of a demon, representing death. We are willing to submit to you. We only ask that you spare our lives, my lord. The 4 great gods, realizing the situation, quickly knelt down, as most of them were fearful of death. Good, very good. You 4 are much more sensible than this guy. I'm not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. Chen Fan looked at the 4 people with a big smile. If the 4 gods had not just seen Ganfuer and the divine guardian who died outside, they would have truly believed it. From now on, you will be the king of this empty island. You just need to obey my orders, and the rest will be under your management. Chen Fan pointed to the one at the front of the 4 great priests, a man with hair resembling antennae, dressed in purple. Gadaz was filled with surprise, thinking to himself, have I been promoted? However, he didn't dare to show a smile, maintaining a respectful demeanor. After all, he had no idea what kind of personality this person, who suddenly appeared and killed Ganfuer, had. Do you understand? Chen Fan looked at Gadaz, seeing that cold gaze. Gadaz felt a sense of fear and quickly replied, understood, God. That's good. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. He couldn't afford to waste time on the Sky Island. His goal was the New World. He didn't want to end up like Enel in the future, stuck on the Sky Island, like a frog at the bottom of a well. As for promoting loyal subordinates to be kings, Chen Fan naturally had no loyal subordinates, nor did he need any. His strength was the strongest guarantee. 15 days later, under the blazing sun, Chen Fan was sitting in the palace of the Island of Gods. During these 15 days, he not only completely ruled over the entire Sky Island and acquired a large amount of gold, but he also received good news from Gadaz. Gadaz had obtained the blueprints for the Arc Maxim. Looking at the blueprints before him, Chen Fan couldn't help but show an excited expression. This wasn't just a ship, it was a spaceship, with an unparalleled weapon system, its exterior made of gold, and the ability to fly as long as it continuously released thunder and lightning. This was an arc tailor-made for Chen Fan. Gadaz, your most important task now is to lead the people of the Sky Island and help me build this ark as quickly as possible. Chen Fan commanded Gadaz below. Understood, Lord God. Gadaz had experienced smooth sailing over the past 15 days. He initially thought that this newly appointed deity would be quite difficult to get along with. However, he found that this deity was focused solely on training every day, and most matters were decided by himself. The most significant change was that the 3 high-ranking priests, who previously held equal status with him, were now following his orders. This made Gadaz feel very comfortable and pleased. The next day, at dawn, in an open area, Chen Fan was surrounded by the radiance of destructive lightning, having spent the past few days training the abilities of the Thunder Fruit. As he continued to develop his skills, his mastery of lightning was becoming stronger. However, achieving a qualitative change was not so easy. After all, Chen Fan had only had the Thunder Fruit for 16 days. His ability to wield such powerful lightning was largely due to his own strong physique. Just as Chen Fan was about to continue his training, a figure appeared. Interrupting him, it was Gadaz. Have you made any progress? How long will it take to build that ark? Chen Fan asked Gadaz coldly. Gadaz felt a bit scared, not knowing why he felt an immense sense of pressure facing Chen Fan, which made him involuntarily feel fear. Report, my Lord God King. I have asked several masters on the Sky Island who build ships. It will take at least 2 years to complete the construction of this ark, Gadaz said slowly. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He had originally thought about leaving the Sky Island piloting this arc. However, 2 years was too long. Chen Fan naturally could not stay on the Sky Island for that long. His 6 years in the City of Advancement had made it clear to him that merely cultivating would not make one strong. Only through battles and struggles between life and death could one become stronger more quickly. All right, I understand. I will be leaving the Sky Island for a while. From a few months to a few years at most. During this time, you will have full control over the Sky Island. Remember, your primary task is to focus on building the Ark. Do you understand? Chen Fan looked at Gadaz. I understand, Lord God. Although Gadaz was puzzled that Chen Fan was leaving just like that, he didn't dare to ask too many questions. As for Chen Fan, he wasn't worried about Gadaz betraying him, unless Gadaz's strength surpassed his own, and on the Sky Island, there were indeed methods to cultivate observation hockey, which was that heart method. However, there were no methods to cultivate armament hockey. This is also why Enel, despite not being strong in martial arts, could become the god of this Sky Island. Afterwards, Chen Fan planned to stop his cultivation and prepare to leave the Sky Island, accompanied by flashes of thunder. His entire body instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only Gadaz in the empty space. An hour later, sunlight poured down on the earth. Chen Fan returned to the White Sea, and with the thunder fruit, he hesitated not. His entire body flickered with lightning as he directly plummeted from midair, piercing through the White Sea. The rapid impact made Chen Fan feel as if his body was being torn apart, but as he transformed into bolts of lightning, that sense of tearing vanished. He effortlessly traversed the several kilometers of the White Sea and arrived above the Blue Sea, looking down at the azure ocean and the endless sky in the distance. Chen Fan clenched his fist tightly, with lightning flashing around him. He must become the king of this world and hold supreme power. This world is one of the survival of the fittest, where only the strong can live. And only in this way can one control their own life. With a flicker of lightning, Chen Fan instantly disappeared from his original spot, and a blue light appeared in the sky, continuously streaking across the horizon. A day later, Chen Fan found himself on a pirate ship heading to the West Sea. Even though Chen Fan possessed a natural-type fruit that allowed him to fly in this vast ocean, if he didn't know the specific direction, he would be like a headless fly, lost without a sense of direction. Therefore, Chen Fan appeared on this pirate ship, whose captain was just a guy with a bounty of 70 million, a user of the Nyo fruit. After learning he was heading to the West Sea, Chen Fan proactively followed them. Chen Fan was looking for a navigator in the West Sea. After casually demonstrating his strength, he successfully boarded the ship and even became the captain of the combat team, though in reality, he was the only one. The entire pirate crew, including Chen Fan, now numbered only 15 people, as the captain had previously suffered an attack from the Navy, leaving him with only 2 survivors. The remaining crew members, including Chen Fan, were all newly recruited, which is why Chen Fan could become the captain so quickly. At that moment on the mast, Chen Fan was training with iron weights on his back, while the crew members looked on in astonishment. After a day, they clearly understood that their combat team captain was definitely a training fanatic. Throughout the day, apart from seeing Chen Fan eat, the rest of the time he was training, continuously practicing as if he knew no fatigue. At this moment, Edra, who was eating, watched his newly appointed combat team captain train so hard and couldn't help but think that he had truly found a good helper for himself. However, before he could feel happy for long, a lean man with green hair beside him, looking nervous, said, "Captain, look, a warship has appeared ahead of us." Hearing this, Edra quickly turned his anxious gaze towards it. The warship was enormous and looked very luxurious. Clearly, this warship was not something an ordinary officer could possess. "Captain, what should we do now? That warship seems to be coming in our direction," the navigator asked Edra anxiously. The pirates were also filled with panic. They knew very well that such a large warship was definitely beyond their capability to handle. Among everyone, only Chen Fan stopped training and calmly gazed at the warship. Quickly changed direction and retreat at full speed, Edra hurriedly commanded. Soon, their small ship, flying the giant cow flag, turned to retreat. Unfortunately, that enormous warship was too fast. By the time they changed direction, the warship was already less than 100 meters behind them. Chen Fan looked over and saw on the deck a lecherous man, not very tall, wearing a navy cloak and dressed entirely in yellow, with a cigar in his mouth. Chen Fan recognized him at once. Wasn't this the future Navy Vice Admiral Chafan? It seemed that he was quite lucky to encounter such a good opponent the first time he met the Navy. Chen Fan smiled slightly, while the pirates on the same ship as him wore expressions of panic, wishing they could escape in place of their ship. But no matter how anxious they were, This ordinary pirate ship was nowhere near as fast as that warship. What to do? Captain, it seems we can't escape. The navigator.Enduring, with green hair, asked Edra beside him, looking worried. At that moment, Edra also realized that their pirate ship was simply not as fast as the warship. When he looked at the Navy on the deck and the officer at the front, Edra's expression became somewhat anxious. He did not recognize this officer at all. After all, this was not the New World, just the West Sea, where many pirate messages were unknown to them. Otherwise, they would not have failed to recognize Chen Fan, who was not deliberately disguising himself. Although Edra did not know who this officer was, he was very clear that someone capable of commanding such a large warship must be strong. Coupled with the fact that he had just been defeated by a division's rear admiral and had to flee, Edra was already psychologically scarred. Pirates ahead, surrender at once. We are the subordinates of Rear Admiral Brown Porpoise from the Navy headquarters. If you don't want to be killed by us, surrender obediently. On the deck of the Navy warship, an aide standing next to Brown Porpoise spoke into a large megaphone to Edra and the others. Upon hearing it was the Navy's Rear Admiral, the expressions of the dozen or so pirates from the giant bull pirate group instantly turned panic-stricken. Edra was the same. He recalled that he had barely managed to escape from a division's Rear Admiral before. Now this guy was a Rear Admiral from the headquarters. How could he possibly win? Hesitation appeared on Edra's face as he contemplated whether to surrender. He felt that if he surrendered now, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, what the guy said might not be true. What if he was just bluffing? But such a large warship didn't seem like a bluff to him. Captain, what should we do? Yeah, Captain, what should we do? Surrender? While Edra hesitated, the other pirates on the pirate ship anxiously asked. At that moment, only Chen Fan stood there with a calm expression, seemingly unconcerned. Edra noticed Chen Fan's calm demeanor and thought he might have a good plan, so he immediately asked, Chen Fan, do you have any good ideas? Of course, just kill them all, Chen Fan said with a smile. Hearing this, Edra and the others were filled with surprise, and some even thought Chen Fan had gone crazy. Chen Fan, don't joke around. How could we possibly defeat him? Edra wondered if the newly recruited captain of the combat team was really a madman. On the naval warship, a major general said, why don't we just take action? The burly lieutenant suggested to the brown pig beside him. The brown pig, who was originally yawning, suddenly became interested upon seeing a figure. Interesting, this guy actually appeared here. Looks like my luck is good. After saying that, the brown pig immediately used the moonwalk technique and quickly arrived on the pirate ship. The Navy soldiers on the warship quietly watched, thinking that their major general would personally take care of these pirates. As for the pirates on the ship, upon seeing the arrival of the major general, they panicked instantly. They all felt an immense pressure, especially Edra, who felt the pressure even more intensely. He now clearly understood that the Navy was not lying to him. This guy was indeed likely a major general. Captain, let's surrender, the navigator.Thedawn quickly suggested. Navy Major General, we are willing to surrender. We didn't mean to become pirates. Please spare us. Edra showed no pride as a pirate and directly knelt down. The other pirates, seeing their leader kneel, also did not hesitate and knelt down in unison. However, the brown pig paid them no mind and instead looked at Chen Fan with his hands in his pockets, holding a cigar, breaking the myth of Impel Down. Blood Tiger Chen Fan, I didn't expect my luck to be this good to run into you here. That's quite an unpleasant title. I also think I'm lucky to encounter a Navy Major General right after setting out to sea. Chen Fan looked calmly at the brown pig, seemingly confident in his stance. The pirates on the ship seemed still confused about what was happening, all wearing blank expressions and wondering what these two were talking about. Especially Adela, who watched the brown pig directly converse with Chen Fan, thinking about whether his newly recruited combat team leader had some special identity. On the warship, the expressions of the Navy personnel changed. As Navy members who had come from the naval headquarters, they naturally knew the name Chen Fan. Did I hear that right? That guy is the Blood Tiger Chen Fan with an 800 million bounty. That's right, I've seen that bounty notice. That's what he looks like. But he seems younger than in the notice. What a terrifying guy. So young yet capable of such sensational deeds. No matter how terrifying. Once he meets our Vice Admiral Brown Pig, he has done for. Capturing this Blood Tiger Chen Fan would definitely be a great achievement. Oh, saying it like that. We're quite lucky. Just going on a mission and we encounter such a big fish. The Navy personnel first marveled at Chen Fan's identity and then felt they were quite fortunate. After all, they all knew that prior to this, Chen Fan could be said to be the pirate with the most inflated 800 million bounty. After all, his strength was still below that of a rear admiral in the naval headquarters. However, as the only one who broke the myth of Impel Down, he was the only one with such a high bounty. Unfortunately, they did not know that in just this month, Chen Fan's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. As for the pirates on the ship, they also heard the conversation among the Navy. They were unclear about the significance of breaking the myth of escaping from Impel Down. What they did know was what an 800 million bounty represented. They turned their gazes toward Chen Fan, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Especially Adela, who stood frozen in place, never expecting to have recruited an 800 million bounty pirate as a crew member. Next, you might have to hear this unpleasant title for a long time. I will tighten the grip on you and send you back to Impel Down. The brown pig revealed a lewd smile, drew his twin guns, covered with hockey bullets, and shot directly at Chen Fan. Is that so? Chen Fan smirked coldly, his fists pitch black and crackling with thunder, a terrifying power brewing within. He thrust his fists forward. Boom! He effortlessly shattered 2 bullets. Seeing this, the brown pig was somewhat surprised, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Without hesitation, he fired off a dozen bullets in quick succession. The dense barrage of bullets, carrying terrifying might, shot straight at Chen Fan. In the next second, Chen Fan's whole body shimmered with thunder, and with a grasp of his hands, the powerful bullets were easily bound by blue lightning in midair and tossed aside. Rumble. Waves erupted across the entire surface of the water. Then, Chen Fan's figure vanished from the spot, appearing in midair, surrounded by endless blue lightning. Witnessing this scene, the brown pig confirmed his suspicions. Could it be the legendary thunder fruit? The brown pig also performed moonwalk to ascend into the air, staring intently at Chen Fan, his lewd face now serious. He knew that when Chen Fan escaped from prison, his strength was roughly at the peak of a major in the headquarters. Now, having obtained the thunder fruit, he had definitely broken through to the strength of a lieutenant general. In this battle, he had to go all out, otherwise, it was very likely he would be the one to die. The numerous pirates on the ship were completely stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Am I seeing this wrong? Our combat squad captain is this powerful? He's actually surrounded by thunder. Is this the terrifying aspect of an 800 million bounty pirate? My goodness. I actually recruited such a guy as my crew. These pirates who had never been to the New World had no idea what the thunder fruit represented, nor did they understand the terror of Logia-type fruits. They only knew that Chen Fan was impressive, while the captain was completely shocked. On the Navy warship, the sailors were instantly dumbfounded upon hearing about the thunder fruit. After all, its reputation was too great. It was known as the fruit with the strongest offensive power among the Logia types, but had disappeared over 100 years ago. They had originally been very confident, thinking their commander could definitely defeat Chen Fan. Now, that confidence was gone. They were aware of the terrifying aspects of Logia fruits. In midair, the title Blood Tiger sounded too unpleasant. I think Thunder God is a good title. Thunder Spear. Chen Fan revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, his whole body transforming into thunder, instantly disappearing from his original spot. His 5 fingers turned into claws, and his right hand, containing terrifying thunder, shot towards a brown pig at an incredibly fast speed. All right, after I catch you, I can help you change your title. Sandstorm Bullet. The brown pig still had a lewd expression on his face, and the bullets from his dual guns were fired forward. 2 bullets made of quicksand gathered in midair, transforming into a massive quicksand ball, heading towards Chen Fan. Boom! The destructive thunder collided with the quicksand giant ball in an instant, and the terrifying power of the thunder easily pierced through the quicksand ball. However, at the same time, the brown pig also created some distance, continuously firing bullets covered with third-stage armed color hockey towards Chen Fan. Faced with this dense barrage of bullets, like a torrential storm, Chen Fan transformed into thunder, accompanied by dazzling blue lightning, effortlessly dodging all the attacks. Is this all the ability a Navy headquarters vice admiral has? You might as well surrender. And is there really someone who says you look very lewd? Chen Fan looked at the brown pig with a mocking expression, his body covered in thunder. Shut up. You will die here. The brown pig was a bit angry. He hated others commenting on his appearance. Water flow bullet. The twin gun shot forward, and 2 sky blue bullets were fired, converging in the air to form a river that seemed to swallow everything, heading towards Chen Fan. Thunder punishment. With a calm expression, Chen Fan gathered blue thunder in his hands, and after reaching a peak, he swung forward. In an instant, a thunder net covered the several-meter-wide river. Accompanied by the flickering of thunder, the vast river turned into drops of water, falling into the sea and causing splashes. Then, Chen Fan's body disappeared like a ghost, charging directly at the brown pig. The speed was too fast for the brown pig to evade. and he could only rush forward with his armed hockey covering his entire body. In an instant, the two engaged in close combat, a bloody battle with punches landing heavily, destructive thunder, and pitch-black fists. The speed of both was so fast that the onlookers could only see two afterimages attacking. Although the brown pig's armed hockey was slightly stronger than Chen Fan's, the terrifying destructive power of the thunder, combined with Chen Fan's powerful martial arts, meant that the brown pig was completely at a disadvantage the moment they clashed. Blood continuously spilled onto the ground, and wounds began to appear on the brown pig's body, the horrifying thunder leaving hidden injuries that constantly numbed his body. In contrast, Chen Fan only had minor injuries. The comparison made the difference clear. The Navy below saw their officers' moves easily dealt with by Chen Fan, and as the close combat fell into disadvantage, they couldn't help but start to worry. What should we do now? It seems like Admiral Brown Pig is at a disadvantage. Should we help? Yeah, I feel like if this goes on, Admiral Brown Pig will lose. Let's find a way to help. How can we help? They are all mid-level admirals in the headquarters. None of US can intervene. If we forcefully go to help, we might become a burden and drag down the admiral. The adjutant immediately called back the Navy soldiers who wanted to help. He knew very well that aside from Admiral Brown Pig, the strongest on this warship was only his own colonel-level strength. However, even he was not qualified to help, and others would only drag him down. Compared to the worried expressions on the warship, Edra and the others on the pirate ship were full of excitement, thinking that Chen Fan had really managed to suppress that Navy admiral. That meant they wouldn't have to be captured by the Navy. At this moment, the battle in mid-air continued, with thunder flashing everywhere. The brown pig, who had been suppressed, also knew that his martial arts were no match for Chen Fan. Originally, he wasn't skilled in martial arts. If he didn't create distance, he would undoubtedly lose. The brown pig thought he must find a way to create distance. But Chen Fan would not give him time to think. The terrifying thunder fist, containing dreadful power and accompanied by sonic boom, struck directly at his face. His pupils dilated, and the brown pig quickly armed his arms. Bang. He forcefully blocked the punch. However, under this punch, the brown pig felt his arms tremble, as if the bones inside were about to break. Before he could regain his senses, the next moment, Chen Fan's dark, thunder-infused right foot came crashing down like a towering pillar towards his head. Not daring to hesitate, the brown pig quickly stepped back to dodge this powerful kick, then pulled the trigger with his right hand. A bullet containing white smoke was fired, and in an instant, the smoke spread. Taking this opportunity, the brown pig did not waste time and instantly retreated. Just as he had retreated 10 meters, Chen Fan charged out of the smoke, his whole body shimmering with thunder, holding a spear made of thunder in his right hand. At an extremely fast speed, he attacked the brown pig directly. With a serious expression, the brown pig quickly pulled the triggers of his twin guns, continuously firing bullets covered in armed hockey. The dense bullets, containing powerful force, made Chen Fan have to stop his advance, and he spun the thunder spear in his hand, effortlessly sweeping away the pebble-sized bullets like a whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, bullets fell into the sea, creating splashes. Seeing that Chen Fan was blocked by him, the brown pig breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally created distance. What a monster, but I will still capture you, the brown pig said with a lewd expression. Then a tremendous force gathered at the gun muzzles of his twin guns. Water Dragon Bullet. In an instant, 2 water flow bullets were fired, which then converged into a powerful water dragon several meters long, carrying immense power and charged towards Chen Fan. Weaklings really love to joke. 80 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Chen Fan remained calm, his body radiating destructive thunder as he raised his hands, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered above the sky. Then, from those clouds, a thunder dragon, carrying terrifying power, descended from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the water dragon clashed with the thunder dragon, and the sound of an explosion echoed, as 2 terrifying forces seemed to want to destroy everything, sending ripples scattering in all directions, with the sea water below continuously shooting up, forming water columns. The soldiers on the Navy warship and the pirates on the pirate ship felt a gust of wind. In midair, the thunder dragon and the water dragon were still clashing, accompanied by the violent blue thunder enveloping Chen Fan. The thunder dragon actually grew larger again, completely destroying the water dragon. Under the shocked expression of the brown pig, the thunder dragon charged towards him at an extremely fast speed, leaving him no chance to evade. The next moment, the thunder dragon completely engulfed the brown pig, causing an explosion in the sky, with thunder flashing around. As the thunder dissipated, the brown pig's body was char black, and he fell unconscious like a giant rock. Upon seeing this scene, the Navy on the warship panicked, and the adjutant immediately used moonwalk to rush up and catch the brown pig. As for the pirates below, they were all excited, feeling as if they were dreaming. They never expected that Chen Fan had really defeated the Navy admiral, and they truly wouldn't be captured. Perhaps they could even annihilate this Navy warship. The Navy adjutants looked at Chen Fan, who was only slightly exhausted, with a hint of fear in their eyes. They looked up at the thunderous Chen Fan, knowing clearly that he was only injured and exhausted, and they were no match for him in this state. Of course, Chen Fan would not let them off. He had already made enemies with the Navy, and now that he had encountered a Navy admiral, how could he possibly let him go? With lightning flashing all over his body, he was ready to charge down the warship to finish them off. Suddenly, Chen Fan stopped in midair and turned his gaze to the right. A tall man dressed in a white vest and a dark blue shirt appeared above the sea, riding a bicycle, and the surface of the water he passed over kept freezing into ice. Upon seeing the newcomer, the sailors' eyes were filled with hope, no longer the despair they had before. Chen Fan's expression was somewhat serious, as he thought to himself that his luck seemed to be a bit bad. Oh, it seems I've encountered a big fish. Just as Kazan, who had just completed his mission and was heading back, first looked at the severely injured brown dolphin on the warship. He then turned his gaze to Chen Fan in midair. He, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, surprisingly showed a hint of astonishment. As the target that had angered Admiral Kong, Kazan was well aware of Chen Fan's strength when he escaped from prison. But now, merely a month later, he had severely injured a vice admiral of the Navy. It seemed this guy had made tremendous progress in just a month. My luck seems a bit bad, but I also want to test how strong Vice Admiral Kazan, known as one of the 3 great monsters of the Navy, really is. After saying this, Chen Fan looked down at Kazan. He certainly wasn't arrogant enough to think that his current strength could compare to the 3 great monsters of the Navy. However, since the one coming was Kazan, there was no need to retreat too quickly, especially since he wasn't Borisolino. The speed of lightning couldn't be matched by ice. Oh, you want to give it a try? Kazan also looked up, his whole body erupting with chilling ice, but he didn't rush to make a move. Let's give it a try. After all, it would be a shame not to. Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as the destructive thunder erupted from his entire body. 80 million volts of lightning surged forth. With his hands raised, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and in an instant, a deafening roar echoed as a massive lightning dragon descended from the heavens, charging straight towards Kazan. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Kazan's expression changed once again, thinking to himself, no wonder the thunder fruit is known as the strongest attack fruit of the Logia type. However, encountering Chen Fan here, he definitely had to try and see if he could capture him. Ice ball. Kazan's arm was covered in frost, and then he released 5 ice pillars from his palm, forming a gigantic ice ball that shot upwards. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying lightning dragon collided with the massive ice ball, and the 2 powerful forces generated a violent explosion, sending shockwaves radiating outward, causing water columns to erupt on the surface of the sea. Subsequently, the 2 mighty forces of nature dissipated into the air, with shards of ice scattering across the sea, forming patches of ice. Huff, huff. In midair, Chen Fan was panting heavily. Using the lightning dragon twice in succession had significantly drained his stamina. He looked at Kazan, who had blocked his strongest attack, along with his solidified 3rd stage hockey. Chen Fan knew clearly that he was not yet a match for Kazan. If he insisted on continuing the fight, it would be a death wish. He looked forward to their next encounter. Chen Fan smiled as the lightning flickered, preparing to leave. Below, Kazan saw this scene and could not let Chen Fan leave so easily. A cold, icy aura enveloped his body as he instantly elementalized to chase after him. However, Chen Fan had already guessed that Kazan would not let him go so easily. Subsequently, the destructive lightning gathered in his right hand, forming a lightning spear. Before leaving, here's a gift for you. With a smile on his face, Chen Fan looked at Kazan, rushing towards him. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, a thunder spear shot down at high speed towards the heavily injured and unconscious brown pig. The adjutant beside him, seeing this scene, felt tense and sensed the immense power. He was unsure if he could block it. However, he did not hesitate and raised his long knife to shield brown pig, trying to stop the thunder spear. Kazan, witnessing this, did not hesitate either and quickly changed direction, positioning himself in front of brown pig at the fastest speed. At the moment the thunder spear attacked, he raised both hands forward, forming a several-meter-tall ice shield. Clang! The thunder spear continuously struck against the ice shield, attempting to penetrate it. But after a short while, The thunder spear lost its momentum and dissipated into the air. When Kuzan lowered the ice shield and looked up at the sky, Chen Fan's figure was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, aside from the Navy, only the shivering pirates remained on the sea. They looked at the furious Navy, their bodies trembling involuntarily. With faces full of despair, Edra and the others thought they had found hope, only to face despair once again. They needed to capture all of them and take Major Brown Pig down for treatment. Although Kazan had always been good-natured, seeing Chen Fan escape right under his nose made him a bit angry. He immediately ordered the Navy soldiers to capture those pirates. Witnessing the terrifying power Kazan had just displayed, the pirates did not dare to resist and obediently surrendered, being taken away. Watching the pirates being imprisoned one by one and Major Brown Pig being taken down for medical treatment, Kazan no longer intervened. He stepped aside, picked up a transponder snail, and dialed the Admiral's office. At the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, Steelbone Kong was handling documents when he heard the transponder snail ring. He answered it and heard Kuzan's voice on the other end, asking if there was something wrong. "Report, Admiral. I have something to report. I encountered that blood tiger, Chen Fan. Before I arrived, he had severely injured Major Brown Pig and exchanged a blow with me before leaving. By the way, it seems he swallowed the natural-type thunder fruit, which made it impossible for me to catch up with him." Kazan reported the situation in a lazy tone. Upon hearing the report, Steelbone Kong's expression changed instantly, and he spoke with a hint of excitement. "You mean, that guy who escaped from Impel Down not only defeated Brown Pig, but also ate the thunder fruit?" "Yes," Kazan affirmed. After hearing Kuzan's confirmation, Steelbone Kong, the Admiral of the Navy, slammed his hand on the table in excitement. The era was already chaotic with Roger becoming the Pirate King, and formidable figures like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Red Count were hard to deal with. Now another little guy had emerged. Not only did he escape from Impel Down, bringing shame to the Navy, but he also obtained the natural-type thunder fruit. If left to develop unchecked, he would become a terrifying enemy. After hanging up the phone, Steelbone Kong was filled with worry. He contemplated issuing the highest-level demon-slaying order against Chen Fan. However, such a high-level order would require dispatching an admiral specifically to hunt down Chen Fan. Only after killing Chen Fan would that admiral be able to execute other tasks. But now, with the new world still in turmoil, the Navy had no surplus admiral-level combat power to send out. After thinking for a long time, Steelbone Kong decided to raise Chen Fan's bounty to 1 billion and use the second level of the demon-slaying order. Under this level of order, as long as Chen Fan's whereabouts were discovered, unless a nearby Navy Vice Admiral was engaged in battle or involved with the Celestial Dragons. If they were merely on a mission and had not yet begun combat, they would abandon their current task and pursue Chen Fan with full force. It is clear how much Steelbone Kong wanted to nip Chen Fan in the bud. However, later on, Steelbone Kong would regret not using the highest-level demon-slaying order. 3 days later, under the blazing sun, sunlight fell on an island in the West Sea. Chen Fan looked at his bounty, which had risen to 1 billion. Moreover, his title had changed to God of Thunder. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking that the Navy headquarters was quite perceptive to change his title. Originally, the Navy headquarters didn't want to change it, but to make it clearer that Chen Fan was the owner of the Thunder Fruit, they ultimately decided to change his title to God of Thunder. Walking on this medium-sized island called Simo Bay Island, Chen Fan crossed the street and headed directly towards the Navy branch. His first purpose for coming here was to find someone, the prosecutor Lafitte, who was currently stationed here. After all, if he wanted to sail the seas, a navigator was indispensable. Otherwise, he would be like a headless fly, bumping around in the vast ocean. Of course, as the first crew member Chen Fan wanted to recruit, he naturally had to possess strong skills or power. At this time, Nami had not yet been born. According to Chen Fan's understanding, at this stage, the only navigator he was familiar with from the future Blackbeard pirates was Lafitte. Soon, Chen Fan crossed the street and arrived at the Navy branch, looking at the Grand Navy headquarters covering over 10,000 square meters. Without hesitation, Chen Fan prepared to walk in, but was stopped by 2 Navy soldiers. "Who are you?" "This is the Navy branch. No idlers are allowed. Leave immediately." Not wanting to waste words, Chen Fan's body shimmered with thunder as he pointed to the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and under the astonished expressions of the 2 Navy soldiers, 2 thick and terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking the 2 soldiers. Boom! In an instant, the ground was blasted into 2 small craters, and the 2 Navy soldiers were turned to ashes. After doing all this, Chen Fan calmly walked through the gates of the Navy branch. The huge noise had also attracted the attention of the soldiers inside the 36th Navy Division. However, Chen Fan paid no mind to it. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by over 100 Navy soldiers who were armed with long guns, shooting bullets at Chen Fan. However, these bullets were neither coated with hockey nor made of sea prism stone. So how could they harm Chen Fan? Chen Fan's body shimmered with lightning. His elementalized body allowed the bullets to pass right through him. Bang, bang. All the bullets fell to the ground. The Navy soldiers were momentarily stunned by this scene. They even thought this guy was a monster, able to ignore bullet attacks and control lightning. God of Thunder, Chen Fan. How did you end up here? Vice Admiral Agura looked at Chen Fan with a serious expression. The others did not recognize Chen Fan, but as a vice admiral in the Navy branch, he had seen Chen Fan's bounty poster, and coupled with the destructive lightning, he recognized him at a glance. However, he felt no excitement about being able to achieve merit. Agura had just learned that even Vice Admiral Brown Pig at the headquarters had been defeated by Chen Fan. If it hadn't been for Vice Admiral Kazan arriving in time, he could have died at this guy's hands. His own strength was comparable to that of a rear admiral in the headquarters. Facing this guy was undoubtedly a guaranteed loss. Looking at the muscular man with a buzz cut speaking to him, Chen Fan paid him no mind and instead turned his gaze to the man beside him wearing a black hat and holding a cane. Lafitte, right? I'm here to invite you to join my pirate ship. Chen Fan got straight to the point and stated his purpose. Interesting. Why should I go with you? Lafitte smiled, not expecting the thunder god Chen Fan to invite him to become his crew member. Because I have my eyes on you. I can help you dominate the world. Chen Fan looked at Lafitte with a confident expression and said, it's really interesting. No wonder you're called the thunder god, Chen Fan. You think just 2 sentences can make me betray the Navy and follow you? Lafitte did not directly refuse, but found it amusing. Meanwhile, Agula had already instructed his subordinates to secretly call the Navy headquarters for assistance from his office. Buzz buzz. In the Navy Marshal's office, Steelbone Kong had just finished a task when he heard the phone ring and immediately picked it up. Marshal Steelbone Kong. This is Major from the West Sea Navy's 36th Division. The Thunder God Chen Fan has appeared in our division and is requesting assistance. After hearing this, Steelbone Kong's expression turned somewhat angry, thinking that he had just sent someone out to capture Chen Fan, and this guy had directly appeared in his Navy division. He told the Vice Admiral stationed there to find a way to stall Chen Fan, and he would immediately dispatch personnel for support. Understood, Marshal. After receiving this order, the Major immediately ran out to report to Agula. At the same time, after hanging up the phone, Steelbone Kong began searching for the Navy Vice Admiral who was currently on a mission in the West Sea. Even Steelbone Kong felt a bit anxious at this moment because he knew very well that if a fight broke out, the Vice Admiral in the division would definitely not last 10 minutes under Chen Fan. To defeat Chen Fan, at least the combat power of an elite Vice Admiral from the headquarters was needed. However, such powerful forces were really hard to find in the West Sea. After looking for a long time, Steelbone Kong couldn't find a suitable candidate who was currently on a mission in the West Sea. After thinking for a while, he could only dispatch the fastest Borisolino to the West Sea. He immediately called and instructed Borisolino to temporarily abandon his mission and head towards the 36th Division in the West Sea as fast as possible. Even if he couldn't capture Chen Fan alive, he couldn't let him destroy the Navy division. On the other end of the phone, Borisolino said with a lewd expression, "The Thunder God, Chen Fan? That's really terrifying." After receiving the order, he transformed into a flash of light and disappeared from the spot, cutting through the sky. At the Navy division, Agula, who had received the order, had a somewhat grim expression. Wasn't Marshal Steelbone Kong's order asking for his life? To stall Chen Fan, he had to be able to stall him himself. At this moment, Lafitte and Chen Fan were still chatting, and it seemed that Chen Fan completely looked down on the Navy in this division. I am the prosecutor of the Navy division. Why should I follow you? Lafitte looked at Chen Fan, and although he was very interested in what Chen Fan was saying, which also aligned with his ambitions, he thought that just a few words wouldn't be enough to make him leave. If it were an emperor, it might be different, but Chen Fan wasn't there yet. That's simple. I'll just destroy this Navy division, then it'll be fine. I really hate when others repeatedly refuse me. If you refuse me again, I'll kill you. Chen Fan was also about to lose his patience, and he was even thinking about taking action directly. Upon hearing this, Lafitte didn't care about Chen Fan's statement about killing him if he disagreed. He was more interested in the latter part of the sentence. A very intrigued expression appeared on his face. Interesting, good. As long as you destroy this naval branch, I'll go with you. Lafitte, what are you talking about? You're a naval prosecutor. How can you say such things? Agura directly questioned Lafitte. The naval soldiers also looked at Lafitte with confusion. Everyone has their own dreams. I find being a naval prosecutor quite boring. Lafitte responded carelessly with a smile. On the opposite side, Chen Fan, hearing Lafitte's agreement, also smiled. After all, he never intended to let these people from the naval branch go. He was a pirate and enemies with the Navy. The thunder of destruction erupted around him, blue lightning swirling around his body, and he coldly glanced at Agura. The chat is over. It's time for me to take action. In the next second, terrifying thunder covered Chen Fan's fist, and his body vanished like a ghost, with his thunderous fist rapidly striking toward Agura. Although Agura knew he wasn't a match, he couldn't just stand there and wait for death. Armament hockey, pointed gun. In an instant, Agura's right hand was covered with the second stage of armament hockey. His fingers clawed, and he charged forward. Bang! As their fists and claws collided, the immense power of the destructive thunder forced Agura to stagger back several meters before he barely managed to stop himself. With no intention of holding back, Chen Fan charged forward again. The naval soldiers saw this and immediately pulled their triggers, firing hundreds of bullets towards Chen Fan. Just some annoying bugs. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan halted, terrifying thunder enveloping his hands. The power of the thunder forcibly wrapped around the hundreds of bullets, and then he exerted force. The hundreds of bullets returned along the same path, shooting back at the naval soldiers at extreme speed. Filled with terror, some naval soldiers couldn't dodge in time. Under the rain of bullets, blood flowed, and dozens of naval soldiers fell to the ground as corpses. Everyone, don't act. He is not someone you can deal with. Agura, witnessing this scene, was full of anger, his fists clenched, veins bulging, and he charged straight at Chen Fan. Interesting. Are you angry? Chen Fan revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, lightning flashing all over his body as he charged forward. Bang bang. In an instant, the two figures collided continuously, fists striking flesh, bloody battles, drops of blood falling to the ground. At the moment they clashed, Agura fell into an absolute disadvantage. No matter how angry he was, he could not close the enormous gap. He only had one thought in his mind: to hold on, to buy as much time as possible for Chen Fan. He believed that reinforcement from the Navy headquarters would arrive soon. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was not willing to waste time with him. His pitch-black fist, covered in lightning, was rapidly smashing towards Agura's head. With a terrified expression, Agura realized it was too fast to dodge. He quickly covered his arms with hockey to block in front of himself. The powerful force hit him, causing his body to continually retreat, and he even felt as if his arms might break. At the same time, Chen Fan would not give him a moment's respite and charged at him once again. Seeing the situation, Agura could only grit his teeth and forcefully respond. Fists colliding against fists. In that moment, hands, feet, and any part of their bodies became weapons in their attacks. The two were like beasts in a fierce battle, but it was a one-sided crushing. If Agura was a wolf, then Chen Fan was a fierce tiger. The disparity was simply too great. As time passed, Agura's injuries increased, and after a long period of full exertion, his stamina was depleted to the extreme. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Chen Fan would beat him to death. Your courage is commendable, but sadly, this world is one of survival of the fittest. Chen Fan kicked out with a leg infused with thunder and said, I'm a Navy, and you're just a pirate. Don't be so arrogant. Agula also kicked out with a leg covered in armament hockey. In the collision, Agula surprisingly managed to block Chen Fan's kick, but there was no joy on his face. He realized that Chen Fan's thunder had a paralyzing effect every time they engaged in close combat. As long as Chen Fan's attacks hit him, his body would be left with residual thunder. These tiny strands of thunder made Agula feel as if he were being paralyzed. Originally, his physical skills and attack power were weaker than Chen Fan's, and now feeling paralyzed, his reflexes and speed had also decreased. It seemed like a certain death situation, with no possibility of turning the tide. The Navy soldiers behind him looked anxious. They saw that Agula was already covered in over a dozen wounds, and his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Chen Fan, but they were helpless. The rest of them were not strong enough to be of any help and could even become a burden. The only one capable of assisting, Lafitte, was watching from the side and had no intention of intervening. This battle should come to an end. You have been a good opponent, holding on for so long under my hand. Chen Fan once again repelled Agula with a punch, then floated in midair. 80 million volts, Thunder Dragon. As Chen Fan's body was illuminated by lightning, he raised his hands upwards. Instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A terrifying thunder dragon, several meters long, emerged, carrying the power to destroy everything, and surged towards Agula below. Don't underestimate me. I'm a Navy officer. Agula's eyes were filled with determination, showing no fear of death. Armament extreme fist. In an instant, Aguilar's right arm bulged with veins, his blood boiling, as powerful energy concentrated in his right fist, covered with armament hockey. Facing the thunder dragon charging towards him, he swung his right fist forward, soaring upwards. Boom! The destructive thunder dragon collided with the pitch-black fist in an instant, and Aguilar felt an overwhelming force that was almost unbearable. But out of respect for the Navy and to protect his naval division, he did not want to fail so easily. However, no matter how hard he tried, under the immense disparity in power, he was still unable to prevail. It seems I can only hold on to this point. Aguilar's eyes were filled with despair, just as he was about to give up and be engulfed by the thunder dragon. Come on, Colonel. We believe you can do it. Hang in there, Colonel. You must hold on. The cheers from his soldiers below echoed. Turning around to listen to these voices, Aguilar felt he should not give up so easily. In that moment, he didn't even know where the strength came from, but he directly surpassed his limits. Accompanied by a roar, Aguilar's blood surged again, his power reaching its peak. And that black fist looked as if it could shatter the thunder dragon. Is this the power of friendship and responsibility? How ridiculous. Then let me break it with my own hands. Chen Fan saw this scene and let out a cold laugh, as the destructive thunder once again shone brightly. The thunder dragon that was supposed to disappear kept flickering, becoming even more terrifying. Under this absolute power, Aguirre felt a deep sense of despair. He could no longer hold on. Having already reached his limit, his body was on the verge of collapse. In an instant, Aguirre was engulfed by the thunder dragon and turned to ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. Boom! The thunder dragon crashed down on the Navy headquarters, creating a pit several meters deep, and dust rose instantly, with debris flying everywhere. The Navy soldiers below, witnessing their vice admiral being turned to dust by Chen Fan, were filled with rage, their eyes blood-red as they stared at him. Kill! Let's avenge the vice admiral together. Kill! Let's kill this pirate together. Brothers, charge! The Navy soldiers erupted with powerful morale, hundreds of them charging straight at Chen Fan. That determination, that fearless spirit moved everyone. Chen Fan looked at all of this with a cold expression. If you seek death, I will fulfill your wish. Endless thunder punishment. In an instant, Chen Fan's entire body shone with destructive thunder as he raised his hands. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and bolts of blue lightning, as large as arms, descended from above. They directly engulfed the rushing Navy soldiers. The expression of fear and the threat of death shattered their fervor. Accompanied by the crashing thunder, cries of echoed incessantly as the charging Navy soldiers were continuously reduced to ashes. With their strength, no one could withstand this terrifying thunder, and blood flowed endlessly. The Navy soldiers hiding in the back could not escape the fate of being destroyed by the thunder either. The entire naval base had completely turned into a hell on earth, while Chen Fan floated in midair, surrounded by thunder, like a god of thunder wielding life and death. He casually observed all of this, never showing any mercy to his enemies. The thunder punishment lasted for 2 to 3 minutes before it ended, as at that moment, there was not a single Navy soldier left alive, including those in the back. The already mad Lafitte looked up at Chen Fan, who appeared devilish, and felt a flicker of fear. Let's go. Chen Fan had no intention of stopping, but instead turned his gaze towards Lafitte, who was proudly hovering in midair, playfully toying with a small ball of lightning in his hand. However, his tone left no room for refusal. Lafitte knew this very well. If he refused, he would undoubtedly face death. Nevertheless, Lafitte did not wish to refuse. A smile appeared on his lips. As you command, my captain. He removed his hat and bowed, behaving like a gentleman. Then, Chen Fan descended from the sky, and terrifying bolts of lightning rained down upon the earth. After a second, the surrounding lightning dissipated, and he casually walked towards the naval branch. Lafitte obediently followed behind him. With their speed, they quickly reached the coast, where a pirate ship several meters long was docked. It looked neither particularly luxurious nor particularly large. This was the pirate ship that Chen Fan had just seized. The original flag had been torn down and replaced with a lightning flag. Captain, how many members does our pirate crew have now? Lafitte quickly adapted to his new identity and asked, Just the two of us, you and me. Chen Fan replied calmly. Hearing that it was just the two of them, Lafitte instantly felt a bit speechless, wondering if he had boarded a pirate ship. However, it seemed he had no other choice. Then, Lafitte took the lead and stepped onto the ship, voluntarily taking on the role of helmsman. Fortunately, this ship was not one of those large vessels. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to operate it alone. Captain, do you know where first stop is? Lafayette turned and asked Chen Fan, who was currently doing push-ups on the deck. He thought to himself, is my captain a cultivation fanatic? He just finished a fight and hasn't even rested before starting to train. Upon hearing the question, Chen Fan stopped exercising, stood up, and contemplated whether to head straight to the New World. After all, the navigator had already been found, and he no longer needed to rush around looking for a ship. Moreover, there were many strong individuals in the New World, making it easier for him to find powerful crew members. Chen Fan's pirate crew aims to take the elite route, recruiting crew members who either have exceptional strength or extraordinary talent. Just as Chen Fan was pondering where their first stop should be, a news bird floated overhead. In the next moment, lightning flashed, and Chen Fan's body instantly vanished from spot. When he returned, he already had a newspaper in his hand. Chen Fan originally planned to check how much his bounty had increased after the last incident. However, as soon as he opened the newspaper, he was drawn in by the headline. The largest headline on the newspaper read, Pirate King Roger captured by the Navy, to be executed in 1 month at Lowtown in the East Blue. Chen Fan calculated the time, and indeed this year marks the anniversary of Pirate King Roger's surrender. Seeing this, Chen Fan decided where to go first. He certainly couldn't miss such a significant event as Pirate King Roger's execution. The first stop is the East Sea. Chen Fan looked towards the distant sea and said, "All right, Captain." Lafayette also noticed the news content, and his expression instantly changed to one of surprise. He did not expect that the Pirate King Roger would be captured by the Navy. It is worth noting that only a small number of people, like Chen Fan, knew that the Pirate King Roger had surrendered. As the sea breeze blew and the sunlight shone down, the waves kept rolling, and the Thunder God ship sailed towards the East Sea. On the other side, at the Navy division, just a few minutes after Chen Fan and the others left, Borisellino finally arrived at the division. Although he was a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, the distance was too great, and with the newera and the others failing to hold out for even 15 minutes, Borisellino could not make it in time. Upon arriving and seeing the tragic state of the Navy division, Borisellino, who usually wore a lewd expression, now looked extremely serious. He looked at the charred bodies below and the blood-soaked ground. It was a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Borisellino realized that Chen Fan had killed everyone in the Navy division. This was truly terrifying. This thunder god Chen Fan was incredibly cruel. Borisellino's fists clenched involuntarily. Filled with anger, descending from the air, he looked at the blood that had not even dried yet. It was clear that Chen Fan and the others had just left. Without hesitation, Borisellino's body shone with light, and he instantly disappeared from his spot, cutting through the sky towards the shore. However, by the time he reached the shore, there was no sign of Chen Fan's pirate ship, only the vast ocean. Borisellino understood that he had come too late. It would be nearly impossible to find a person in this endless sea on his own. He then took out a small transponder snail from his pocket and dialed the phone in the marshal's office to report the situation at the division. At that moment, in the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong was extremely anxious, his brows furrowed. He had called the division, but no one answered. It should be noted that his phone call was of the highest priority. The fact that no one answered at the division was not good news. Gulu Gulu. At that moment, the transponder snail rang, and Steelbone Kong hurriedly picked it up. Report, Marshal Kong, the mission has failed. By the time I arrived, Chen Fan and the others had already escaped. Before Borisellino could finish, Steelbone Kong quickly asked, "What is the situation at the division?" The entire 36th Division was annihilated by Chen Fan. None of the Navy soldiers, including Vice Admiral Agura, survived. When Borisellino reported this, his expression was serious. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's eyes turned blood red, filled with anger. Since becoming marshal, it had been rare for anything to anger him this much. Damn Chen Fan. Steelbone Kong. The entire Navy headquarters could hear it, and the Navy officers outside were all wondering what was wrong with the marshal. After hanging up the phone, Steelbone Kong immediately called in the guards. Now, raise the bounty on Chen Fan to 1 billion. Also, any available vice admirals near the West Sea. Search for Chen Fan with all you might. Remember, the moment you find Chen Fan, immediately request support. No one below the rank of 2-star admiral is to engage Chen Fan. At this moment, Steelbone Kong was extremely furious. If it weren't for the fact that most of the admirals had been dispatched to escort Pirate King Roger to Lowtown in the East Sea, he would have wanted to send an admiral to hunt down Chen Fan directly. It was easy to imagine how furious Steelbone Kong was, and he knew very well that if Chen Fan grew stronger, it would lead to unimaginable consequences. 10 days later, time flowed like white sand. As dawn broke, sunlight spilled across the surface of the sea. Chen Fan and the other person are currently on a small island in the South China Sea. After sailing for so long, they naturally need to replenish their supplies on the island. During these 10 days, Lafitte also understood why their captain Chen Fan was so young yet possessed such strong abilities. He practiced for as long as 14 hours a day, something that ordinary people simply cannot achieve. Even if they could, their bodies might not be able to withstand it. Let's go, Chen Fan said to Lafitte behind him. Then the two of them walked together on the streets of the small island, one in front and the other behind. After Lafitte took out some gold and bought a large amount of supplies, the two of them prepared to leave directly and return to the ship. After all, Chen Fan believed that there was nothing of value to waste time on in this small island. However, just as he was passing by a tavern, he saw a familiar small figure walk in, though he couldn't quite recognize it. Wait a minute, Chen Fan coldly called out to Lafitte. Lafitte did not ask any questions. He knew very well that his captain had stopped for a reason. Then, Chen Fan walked into the tavern, and Lafitte followed him in. Upon entering, they found many people inside, most of whom had fierce and intimidating looks, with some sporting distinct tattoo markings. It was clear that this was not an ordinary bar. Chen Fan was indifferent to this. After entering the tavern, he sat at a table and said, "Get 2 glasses of rum." The people in the tavern did not pay any attention to Chen Fan and his companion's arrival. Chen Fan also directed his gaze toward the little girl with green hair sitting alone at a table in the corner. "Captain, did you come into this tavern for that little girl?" Lafayette asked Chen Fan. Chen Fan had already confirmed that he had not mistaken the person. This was indeed Monet, the future user of the snow fruit. However, she only looked about 12 years old at the moment. After confirming this, Chen Fan thought about trying to see if Monet had consumed the snow fruit yet. If she had already eaten it, he would be interested in recruiting her as a crew member. After all, this was a natural type fruit, but Monet's development later was quite poor, and her physical skills were lacking. Otherwise, her future strength should not be inferior to that of a vice admiral. At this moment, Lafayette had no idea what Chen Fan was thinking. He was somewhat surprised by Chen Fan's affirmative response. Lafayette did not expect his captain to enter a tavern for a little girl. Could he be a Lilicon? Although they had only been in contact for a little over 10 days, Lafayette had formed a fixed impression of Chen Fan from the very first day. Cold, dedicated to enhancing his strength, thinking calmly in the face of challenges, and showing no mercy to enemies. It was hard for Lafayette to understand that such a person would like little girls. Obviously, Chen Fan did not know that Lafayette had misunderstood him and headed straight to Monet's table. At that moment, seeing Chen Fan walk over, Lafayette thought his assumptions were true, but he would not stop Chen Fan's decision. Approaching Monet's table, Chen Fan sat down directly. "Hey, who are you? Do we know each other?" Monet, clearly having had a bit to drink, had a slight flush on her cheeks. "I don't know you," Chen Fan replied coldly. "Can you please leave? I'm not in a good mood." Monet was obviously not feeling very happy at the moment. "No, I need to confirm something." Chen Fan directly refused. Looking at this guy sitting inexplicably opposite him and not leaving even after being told to, Monet, who was already in a bad mood, suddenly felt a bit angry. "If you don't leave now, I'll throw you out." Monet glanced at Chen Fan. Their argument caught the attention of others in the tavern, who turned to look at Chen Fan. When they saw Chen Fan sitting directly opposite Monet, they whispered to each other, "Did you see that? That guy seems new. He's going to be in trouble." Sigh. "I can't believe someone still dares to provoke that little witch in this tavern. He's just asking for trouble." Yeah. The last person who bothered that little witch was turned into an ice block and died. The bandits and others in the tavern shook their heads, feeling sorry for Chen Fan, thinking he would be sent flying by the little witch in the next moment. Only Lafayette's pale face showed some curiosity. He was wondering what his captain was doing. Hearing the threat, Chen Fan wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled slightly. "You can give it a try." Seeing the scene, Monet couldn't hold back any longer. She launched an icy punch toward Chen Fan. In the face of this attack, Chen Fan remained calm. With a black substance covering his right hand, reaching out forward, the others in the tavern, except for Lafayette, were smiling, anticipating Chen Fan's embarrassment, because they had seen with their own eyes that neither gunshots nor punches could harm Monet or even touch her. In the next moment, just as Monet's icy fist made contact with Chen Fan's right hand, Chen Fan directly grabbed Monet's right hand. Seeing his fist being caught, Monet was filled with surprise. As a child just over 10 years old, he had no idea what hockey was. The others were also astonished by this scene. It was the first time they had seen Monet's fist being caught. Only Lafitte maintained a calm expression, and upon seeing the ice covering Monet, he had already guessed what his captain was about to do. "Come with me and be my crew." Chen Fan confirmed that Monet had already consumed the snow fruit and immediately tried to recruit her. Why should I? Monet was a bit surprised, wondering why this person in front of her could capture her. However, she didn't want to yield like this. Her left fist was also covered in ice as she struck towards Chen Fan. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she extended her left hand, which was as dark as before, and effortlessly caught Monet's fist once again. Death or come with me. Chen Fan's expression turned cold, his eyes icy like cold ice. He tightened his grip on Monet's fists. With a cry of agony, Monet felt intense pain. At this moment, even if she were foolish, she understood that the person in front of her was not someone she could handle. Looking into the eyes of this man, the murderous intent he displayed was definitely not fake. Monet was certain that if she refused, what awaited her was death. As a little girl, she was certainly afraid of death. Big brother, can you let go first? I promise you. Feeling as if her hands were about to be crushed, Monet hurriedly begged for mercy. That's more like it. Chen Fan then smiled and slowly released his hands. Come with me. After that, Chen Fan stood up and said to Monet, but his eyes were filled with threats, as if warning Monet not to think about escaping. Resigned, Monet didn't dare to think about running away at this moment, and obediently followed Chen Fan and Raffet out of the tavern. The bandits nearby, watching with astonished faces, looked at Chen Fan as if they were being crushed by a mountain, not daring to breathe. It wasn't until the three of them had left the tavern that the people inside finally breathed heavily. Phew, it was terrifying. The guy's gaze was so cold. Just looking at him made my legs weak. Yes, the sense of oppression was too strong. I felt like I was being watched by the Grim Reaper. Unable to move at all, those bandits all felt a sense of having survived a disaster. Meanwhile, the three who had walked to the shore. Monet asked Chen Fan beside her, Big brother, where are we going? And what do you do? Pirate. After Chen Fan briefly said 2 words, he brought Monet onto the ship. At this moment, Monet also knew that going on the ship with this person likely meant becoming a pirate and leaving this small island. However, Monet didn't have much attachment to this small island. After all, his family had long passed away and was not on this island. Only a missing sister made him a bit nostalgic. If it weren't for his good luck in eating a devil fruit, who knows if he could have survived in this world until now. Starting today, you will do some simple physical training in the morning and training for your fruit abilities in the afternoon. Remember, on my pirate ship, there is no room for waste. Chen Fan looked seriously at Monet. Got it. After what just happened, Monet didn't dare to refute Chen Fan. As the sea breeze blew, seagulls flew overhead, and the Thunder God continued its course toward the East China Sea. 10 days later, under the blazing sun, the hot rays illuminated the surface of the sea. At this moment, Chen Fan had just finished his physical training and was eating to replenish his energy. Weak streams of heat continuously radiated within his organs, constantly repairing his body's fatigue and slowly enhancing his physical fitness. It can be said that such high-intensity training would cause anyone without Chen Fan's special abilities to collapse, even if they had an iron body. Over the past 10 days, Monet's thoughts had become identical to Lafitte's. Her captain was indeed a training fanatic, practicing for more than 14 hours a day. She felt incredibly exhausted after being forced to train for 8 hours daily by Chen Fan, as if her body was about to fall apart. It was hard to imagine how one could sustain over 14 hours of such training. At this moment, Monet, aside from admiring Chen Fan, no longer felt the urge to escape as she did when she first boarded the ship. She realized that under Chen Fan's devilish training, her strength was indeed progressing, and she was also gaining a lot of knowledge. She understood that the fruit she had consumed was a natural type fruit, which was why others couldn't hit her. Because of her elementalization, she could immunize herself against most physical attacks. Chen Fan's method to deal with her was to use armament hockey. At this moment, over 1,000 meters away from the Thunder God, a massive naval warship was sailing. Their appearance here was not a coincidence. After Chen Fan completely wiped out the entire naval division, the task of capturing him was raised to the highest level, just below the special level. Moreover, Chen Fan was targeted not because he possessed the strength of a general or above, but due to his immense potential, which led many rear admirals and brigadier generals to unite in search of his whereabouts, aiming to capture him. Brigadier General, look, the people on that pirate ship seem to be Thunder God Chen Fan, said a colonel holding a telescope to a nearby brigadier general wearing a helmet engraved with a 2-headed dragon pattern and draped in a naval cloak. Hearing the name Thunder God Chen Fan, Ghost Spider quickly took the telescope, looked towards the Thunder God ship, and confirmed that the person was indeed Chen Fan. Excitedly, he said to the two beside him, Fire Mountain Mole, you guys look quickly, it seems our luck is good. We've really encountered Thunder God Chen Fan. Fire Mountain, a burly man with a beard, quickly grabbed a telescope from one of his subordinates and looked towards the front. On the other side, Doberman, who had curved whiskers and flowing brown hair, also picked up a telescope to look over. Let us move, capture him, we're sure to earn significant military merit. Ghost Spider urged the two. Fire Mountain displayed a look full of battle intent, eager to go and capture Chen Fan. Only Doberman remained relatively calm, suggesting to the two, should we request support first? Call over the officers above the rank of brigadier general nearby for a better chance. What are you talking about, Doberman? That Chen Fan only has the strength of a rear admiral. Although we are only brigadier generals, our strengths have reached the level of rear admirals. 3 against 1. What do we have to fear? Fire Mountain laughed heartily at Doberman. Exactly. And if others come over, the military merit will just be split among more people. Ghost Spider also chimed in. Hearing the two speak this way, Doberman chose not to argue further. They quickly advanced towards the pirate ship. Subsequently, Ghost Spider gave the command. The naval soldiers immediately began to operate the naval warship, heading towards the pirate ship at high speed. Meanwhile, Lafitte, who was at the helm, noticed a naval warship rapidly approaching them. Captain, there's a naval warship coming towards us, Lafitte said to Chen Fan behind him, putting down the food in his hands. Chen Fan looked ahead and saw 3 officers standing on the deck. Although they looked somewhat different now compared to later, the difference was not too significant, and Chen Fan recognized them at once. Interesting, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Fire Mountain, huh? They seem quite eager. It looks like they're here to capture me. Chen Fan looked ahead with a calm expression. Are we leaving? Rafid then asked Chen Fan. No, it's just the right time to stretch our muscles. Chen Fan's eyes revealed a fighting spirit. He had long been stuck between the ranks of elite vice admiral and vice admiral. He knew he needed to break through either of his dual-color domineering skills to the 3rd level or further develop the Thunder Fruit to reach the level of elite vice admiral. Training on his own would be too slow. He needed external pressure to push himself further. As for Doberman and the other two, at their peak, they should have been at the level of elite vice admirals. But even Borisolino and his companions were currently only at the strength of elite vice admirals. The 3 of them now had at most the strength of the headquarters vice admirals, and Chen Fan believed that facing 3 of them would give him enough pressure. As for Monet, she had never seen such a large warship. She knew it was the Navy, tasked with capturing pirates, and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, when she looked at Chen Fan's calm demeanor, she felt much more at ease. At this moment, the Navy warship was only a few hundred meters away, and Doberman and the others realized that Chen Fan and his group had definitely spotted them. However, when they saw that Chen Fan and his group did not choose to flee, but instead stayed in place, seemingly waiting for them, Doberman reminded the other two to be cautious. He had naturally never seen the Navy's Lafitte and did not know that Lafitte had allied with Chen Fan. After all, at that time, apart from Lafitte, everyone else in the Navy had died. Don't panic. It's just 2 extra people. One looks so weak, pale as a corpse. And there's a little girl. How much danger could there be? Don't worry. The 3 of us will attack together. Unless Chen Fan reaches the strength of an elite vice admiral, he definitely won't be able to defeat us, Huashishin said boldly. As time passed, and the sea breeze blew. A minute later, the massive Navy warship had approached to less than 100 meters from Chen Fan and his group. Thunder God, Chen Fan, I've heard you're quite ruthless and calm, but why do I feel you don't live up to the legend? You actually see the 3 of us and still stay put. Are you too confident in yourself? Huashishin mocked Chen Fan, feeling that Sakazuki and the brown pig must want him to fail, nicely exaggerating Chen Fan's strength. 3 people, perfect. They would be just the stepping stones he needed. Chen Fan did not respond to Fire Burning Mountain, but instead looked at the elder with a proud expression. How arrogant. You dare to say you want to use us 3 as stepping stones? You should think about how to survive today. A trace of anger appeared on Fire Burning Mountain's face. He had never been looked down upon like this. We'll see about that. Just wait a moment. You two just need to protect yourselves. I'll handle the 3 of them by myself. Chen Fan's body shimmered with lightning, and in an instant, he disappeared from his original spot, standing proudly in midair. Hearing Chen Fan tell his teammates not to help, the usually calm Doberman was also a bit angry. No one likes to be underestimated. However, none of the 3 were fools. They knew that any one of them alone would have no chance against Chen Fan. Only by joining forces could they hope to capture him. Let's go all out together, don't hold back, and capture him as quickly as possible, Doberman said to the other 2. Then, he drew his katana with his left hand and executed the moon step to ascend into the air. On the other side, the Ghost Spider did not hesitate. Using Life Return, He conjured 6 black arms, each holding a katana, and executed the moon step to position himself to Thedawn's left. The Fire Mountain did the same, drawing his katana with his right hand and executing the moon step to stand to Thedawn's right. Seeing the 3 of them act together, and with the ghost spider using life return right from the start, it was clear that they were all going to give it their all. Chen Fan saw this scene and felt no fear at all. Instead, his face was filled with excitement and a strong fighting spirit. Only such battles could push him to his limits. Armed Thunder Fist. Accompanied by flickering thunder, Chen Fan's body instantly vanished from its original spot, charging straight toward the central figure, Thedawn, as if his terrifying thunderous fist aimed to destroy everything. Upon seeing this, Thedawn maintained a calm expression. His katana enveloped in the second stage of armament hockey, swiftly slashing toward Chen Fan. Bang! In an instant, the terrifying thunder fist collided with the katana infused with armament hockey. At that moment, Thedawn immediately felt a powerful force that pushed his body backward. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain also charged at Chen Fan with their katana, both covered in the second stage of armament hockey, attacking at high speed. Faced with the rapid assault from the two, Chen Fan showed no signs of panic. The destructive power of thunder erupted once more, and he forced Thedawn back in an instant. Then, the power of thunder gathered in his hands, transforming into 2 blue thunder spears. The terrifying thunder blocked the weapons of the 2 attackers. The next second, accompanied by flashes of lightning, Chen Fan's body disappeared from the original spot and appeared behind Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider. The sharp thunder spears aimed to stab down at their backs. Utilizing his observation hockey, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider reacted immediately, easily blocking the attack with their weapons infused with armament hockey. At the same time, Thedawn's attack, carrying immense power, came from behind. Shave. Using the Navy's 6 styles to become intangible, Chen Fan vanished once again, evading Thedawn's attack, which struck the air instead. For a moment, the battle was extremely intense, with Chen Fan temporarily holding his own against 3 opponents. However, such high-intensity bursts of power, combined with the constant need to push his observation hockey to the limit, were a huge drain on his stamina. The 3 of them noticed this and continuously attacked Chen Fan, giving him no chance to breathe. In midair, a sky-blue figure constantly clashed with the 3 others, engaging in fierce combat, each punch landing with force, blood splattering on the ground, and destructive thunder filling the air. Below, on the Thunder God, Monet looked worriedly at this scene and asked Lafitte beside her, "Do you think Big Brother can defeat these 3? Not necessarily, but although it looks evenly matched now, in reality, the captain is already at a disadvantage. Such high-intensity consumption. Even our captain can't hold out for long," Lafitte replied, his expression unusually serious. Most of the Navy soldiers on the naval ship couldn't tell who had the upper hand. Only a few officers realized and were looking forward to Thedawn and the other 2 defeating Chen Fan so they could gain military merit and get promoted. In midair, Ghost Spider, wielding his katana, looked arrogantly at Chen Fan, saying, "I admit your strength is formidable. None of us can match you one-on-one, and even 2 of us might not be able to defeat you. But 3 against 1? You are overconfident in your abilities. How long do you think you can sustain such high-intensity bursts? Just obediently let us take you back." The Ghost Spider on the right also mocked him. What a lot of nonsense. Chen Fan's expression was indifferent as his thunderous fists continuously struck forward. Facing the rapid attacks of the 3, he kept defending, blood spilling onto the ground. However, his thunderous fists also landed on the 3, turning it into a battle of endurance. At this rate, it seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, Chen Fan would be defeated. Nevertheless, even so, Chen Fan remained filled with strong confidence, the destructive thunder erupting endlessly, breaking through limits time and time again. As time passed second by second, the injuries on the 4 grew heavier, with blood continuously spilling onto the surface of the sea. Hoo-hoo! Chen Fan was panting heavily, cold sweat continuously dripping down his forehead. It was easy to imagine how much energy he had expended. However, Thedawn would not give him any chance to catch his breath. The 3 of them launched another furious assault against Chen Fan. "You're seeking death." With a cold glare, terrifying lightning erupted from Chen Fan's body as his fists continuously clashed with the long blades. The sound of clashing echoed, and the 4 of them stood in a tense standoff once again. However, Chen Fan had transitioned from a back-and-forth fight at the beginning to being completely suppressed now, forced to defend continuously, with no extra strength to counterattack. Seeing this scene, he unleashed all his power, not to be underestimated, the Thunder God Chen Fan. Thedawn shouted to the other 2, and their auras surged once again. Although their stamina had also been depleted, it was still far better than Chen Fan's. Fighting 1 against 3, under intense consumption, Chen Fan had completely fallen into a disadvantage. Slowly, small wounds began to appear on his body. Below, Monet watched this scene with immense worry. What to do? Lafitte, the captain, seems to be losing. There was no choice. They could only choose to trust the captain. Lafitte knew very well that if the two of them intervened, the navy above them would also take action, and at that point, they would still be at a disadvantage. The battle continued, sweat pouring down as Chen Fan continuously swung his fists to counter the attacks. The shining lightning on his body was diminishing. However, facing the three-person assault, Chen Fan's eyes still held determination, and the black substance on his fist seemed to be on the verge of fully materializing. In the intense melee at that moment, every part of Chen Fan's body, fists, hands, feet, became a weapon he could use to attack. Thedawn and the others seemed unaware of the severity of the situation. They kept attacking, trying to take down Chen Fan as quickly as possible. Under such intense offense, their stamina was also being consumed continuously. They also discovered a serious issue in close combat. As long as Chen Fan's destructive lightning made contact with them, it would leave traces of lightning on their bodies. Over time, this would make their bodies feel a slight numbness. However, they did not pay too much attention to it, as they were currently in the dominant position. The sharp long blades continued to attack. At this moment, the black substance on Chen Fan's fists seemed to be on the verge of complete materialization. Fire Mountain, holding his knife in his left hand, covered with the second stage of armed color hockey, rapidly attacked Chen Fan. In an instant, Chen Fan was forced to retreat, while Thedawn and the other two attacked from both sides once again. At that moment, accompanied by a roar, the armed color hockey on Chen Fan's fists fully materialized, successfully breaking through to the 3rd level, and his power surged in an instant. Under the coverage of the destructive lightning power, Chen Fan forcibly pushed back Fire Mountain. Then, with both hands drawn back, his thunderous fist shot towards Thedawn and the other two like cannonballs. Clang! In an instant, the thunderous fists collided with the black long blades. Surrounding water splashed up, and the powerful force sent Thedawn and the other two flying backward. Seeing the fully materialized armed color hockey, Thedawn and the others clearly understood that Chen Fan's armed color hockey had broken through, which elevated his combat power to another level. They also knew what this represented. The outcome of the upcoming battle was uncertain. After the breakthrough, Chen Fan smiled, his fighting spirits soaring as he actively attacked the 3 of them. Looking at the pitch-black fists covered with lightning, Thedawn and the others did not hesitate and charged forward. The 4 figures collided once again, but this time it was evenly matched. Facing the siege of the 3, Chen Fan, in addition to defense, was able to repel his enemies more quickly due to his enhanced strength. He could defend against the attacks of the other 2 with greater speed, allowing him to not fall behind and even continuously find opportunities to counterattack. The expressions of Thedawn and the other 2 were very grim as they felt the significant boost in Chen Fan's power. They did not expect this guy to be so terrifying, suddenly breaking through during the battle. On the pirate ship below, Monet was initially hesitant to watch. However, upon seeing Chen Fan re-engage with Thedawn and the others, and not losing ground at all, he immediately asked Lafitte beside him, "Lafitte, why has Big Brother's strength suddenly increased? He can now fight evenly with those 3 guys." The captain's armed color hockey had broken through to the 3rd level, making the outcome of this battle uncertain. Lafitte's gaze was fixed on the battle above. He knew from the beginning that Chen Fan, facing 3 Marine officers, did not choose to retreat, which definitely meant he had a plan. If the expressions on their faces were filled with excitement, the Marines on the warship had expressions worse than if they had eaten something terrible. After all, they never expected such a turn of events. In midair, the battle among the 4 continued, with intense fighting and explosive sounds echoing, lightning flashing. Thedawn and the other 2 clearly realized that if they continued to fight like this, they would not be able to defeat Chen Fan, whose armed hockey had broken through to the 3rd level, relying solely on close combat. "We can't waste any more time with him," Thedawn said to the other 2. Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider immediately understood Thedawn's meaning. Then, Thedawn charged forward, his long sword infused with tremendous power. Chen Fan faced the attack without fear, launching a punch forward, enveloped in the power of thunder. Clang! In an instant of collision, Thedawn was knocked flying. On the other side, Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, one on the left and one on the right, wielding long knives, swiftly charged towards Chen Fan. With a calm expression, Chen Fan's fist contained terrifying power as he struck forward. The three of them collided, and all were pushed back several dozen meters. Chen Fan, it's time to end this. Let us go together. Arm Gold's first slash. Deo Bowman's body was surging with blood energy, his right hand tightly gripping the long knife, which was pitch black. As he swung the long knife, a golden sword energy was born, slashing directly towards Chen Fan. Arm Spider Silk Extreme slash. Arm Fiery slash. At the same time, both Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain erupted with blood energy, their hearts pounding, life returning to them, as powerful forces were contained in their pitch-black long knives, swinging forward. In an instant, a several-meter-long black sword energy, a several-meter-long red sword energy, and that several-meter-long golden sword energy, all carrying terrifying power, charged towards Chen Fan. Do you really think you could defeat me? 120 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Watching these three powerful attacks, Chen Fan's expression remained indifferent as he raised his hands. In an instant, the sky darkened with thick clouds. Terrifying thunder rumbled, and a blue giant dragon several meters long was born, destroying everything in its path as it rapidly descended from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon collided with the three sword energies, creating an explosive sound, annihilating everything around, with shock waves spreading out. The powerful aftermath directly sent Chen Fan and Deo Bowman flying, while the seawater erupted continuously and the massive warships began to shake. Not to mention the Thor, which nearly capsized. The four of them flew back several hundred meters before stabilizing themselves. Then, they looked at each other, hesitating for a moment before Chen Fan, with lightning flashing around him, was the first to disappear into the air above the Thor. At the same time, Deo Bowman and the other two exchanged glances and also returned to the warship. Let us go, leave this place. Chen Fan returned to the Thunder God and immediately ordered La Fight to set sail. Upon hearing this command, La Fight did not hesitate and immediately started the Thunder God, heading out into the distance. The Navy personnel on the warship saw that Chen Fan and the others were about to leave. Major General, should we pursue them? They are leaving. Several officers quickly asked. No need, let them go, Doberman said, standing still without moving, while the other two remained silent. 2 minutes later, the Thunder God, moving at full speed, had already traveled several thousand meters away. Chen Fan couldn't hold it any longer and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Having already pushed himself to the limit in battle, the shockwave generated from the recent clash had caused his internal organs to churn. Earlier, in front of Deo Bowman and the others, he had been forcing himself to endure the discomfort. However, Chen Fan guessed that the injuries the three of them sustained were not any lighter than his own. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him go. Of course, even knowing that they were injured, Chen Fan wouldn't choose to fight to the death. His goal had already been achieved. Through this battle, his arm color hockey had successfully broken through to the 3rd level. If the fight continued, even if Chen Fan could kill all three of them, there was still a ship full of Navy soldiers and officers. If it came to that, there was a high probability he would end up perishing alongside them. Big brother, are you okay? You're not hurt, right? Seeing Chen Fan as pale face and blood spewing out, Monet quickly asked with concern. Captain, are you all right? Should we speed up and leave to avoid being caught by the Navy? Lafitte also inquired. It's nothing, don't worry. Those three guys are more injured than I am. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he directly took out a large pile of food from the cabin and started eating. A stream of warm energy radiated within Chen Fan's body, flooding into his internal organs, continuously repairing his injuries like the sweet dew after rain. Once he felt stabilized, Chen Fan picked up a bandage and wrapped it around his wounds, closing his eyes to rest. On the naval warship, after seeing Chen Fan's ship sail away, puff, Doberman could no longer hold back, and a mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly spat out, causing him to half kneel on the ground. Beside him, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider were in even worse condition, their bodies completely reaching their limits, as if they were about to collapse, and they started bleeding all over. Seeing this situation, the Navy doctors did not dare to hesitate and immediately took the three of them down for treatment. At this moment, Doberman deeply regretted not holding on to wait for other officer support. He knew very well that Chen Fan was also severely injured in the end. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so quickly. If they had just one more Vice Admiral level fighter, they could definitely have captured Chen Fan. But unfortunately, there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. 2 hours later, Doberman, struggling with his severely injured body, sat up. He used a telephone bug to report the failure of their mission to capture Chen Fan. In the marshal's office, when Steelbone Kong learned that Chen Fan's strength had progressed so quickly, being able to fight evenly with 3 vice admiral level fighters. It represented that his strength might have reached the elite vice admiral level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. That little brat, his strength has improved so rapidly. No, after executing Roger, I must strengthen his capture level. Steelbone Kong thought to himself, he absolutely cannot let Chen Fan grow stronger. The seas are already chaotic enough. However, at this moment, he had no way to deal with Chen Fan because the Navy's top priority was the public execution of Pirate King Roger in just over 10 days. Subsequently, Steelbone Kong ordered to raise Chen Fan's bounty by another 100 million. And 1 billion bounty was already a terrifying number for a boy under 20 years old. As night fell, the sea breeze blew fiercely. Chen Fan had woken up at this point. After 2 rounds of hot flow baptism, his injuries had almost healed. Looking at the fully materialized armament hockey on his fist, Chen Fan thought to himself that his strength was now almost equal to that of the elite vice admirals in the headquarters. Then, he compared his strength with that of Sakazuki. Shaking his head, he realized there was still a certain gap. Chen Fan thought that in order to catch up with Sakazuki, he needed to reach the 3rd stage of observation hockey, and he also needed to further develop the capabilities of the sound thunder fruit. Although Chen Fan has already spent more than 4 hours a day developing the abilities of the thunder fruit, combined with his strong physical fitness, his progress is rapid. However, the time he has had to acquire the thunder fruit is still too short, only a few months. Achieving such a level of development in that short time is already extremely difficult. It's fine that his observation hockey has broken through to the 3rd level. Chen Fan feels that has come along quickly. However, further developing the thunder fruit within 1 or 2 months is unlikely. Thinking of this, Chen Fan temporarily set aside his hatred for Sakazuki. Then, he thought of another person, the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Henry David, who had asked him to kill before he died. The reason Chen Fan hadn't gone to find this guy before was that most Vice Admirals in the Navy Headquarters possessed the strength of elite Vice Admirals. If he had sought revenge right away, it would have been tantamount to seeking death. Now, Chen Fan planned to kill Henry David after the Pirate King Roger was executed. During this time, Chen Fan aimed to break through to the 3rd level of observation hockey. After that, he stopped thinking too much. The wounds on his body had already scabbed and fallen off. He directly began some simple training on the deck. Not far away, Lafitte and Monet looked on with surprised expressions. Big brother, is he a monster? He sustained such serious injuries at noon, and now, just 8 hours later, he seems almost fully healed and is starting to train. Monet's little mouth dropped open in awe. Interesting, a captain like this is worth following, Lafitte said, a smile appearing on his pale face. Time passed day by day. 18 days later, in East Blue, in Rogue Town, there was 1 day left until the execution of the Pirate King Roger. Chen Fan and the others were walking on the streets of Rogue Town, all 3 wearing large hats that covered half their faces. At this moment, Rogue Town was overcrowded, filled with a large group of pirates and a host of Navy soldiers and officers maintaining order. Tomorrow was the day of the execution of the Pirate King, Roger, and naturally, countless notorious pirates wanted to come and witness the downfall of a legendary figure. However, the pirates who usually acted arrogantly on the seas were not causing any trouble in Rogue Town at this time. This was because the Navy had begun to showcase their formidable strength a few days prior. Navy Hero Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, the 3 monster Vice Admirals of the Navy, were all present, along with a large number of Rear Admirals and Brigadier Generals. It could be said that more than half of the Navy headquarters combat power was concentrated here. With such figures around, the pirates dared not act recklessly. After all, the kings among the pirates, such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Red Count, were not present. Most of those here were either their crew members or other pirates. Given their current strength, they simply could not fight against powerhouses like Garp. Of course, they were not afraid that the Navy headquarters would come to arrest them. After all, the most important thing for the Navy headquarters right now was the public execution of Roger. They needed to prevent other members of Roger's crew from coming to rescue him, leaving them little energy to capture other pirates, which is also why Chen Fan dared to appear here. It could be said that as long as they didn't provoke the Navy headquarters would not actively seek to capture pirates at this time. Big brother, you said the Pirate King Roger is so strong. Why was he captured by the Navy? Monet had also heard many stories about Pirate King Roger. Who knows? Maybe he surrendered. Chen Fan jokingly said this. Monet and Lafitte naturally took it as a joke. They definitely didn't believe that Pirate King Roger would turn himself in. Seeing their expressions, Chen Fan knew they didn't believe him, but he didn't say anything further. He couldn't exactly say that he knew Roger was severely injured and wouldn't live much longer. That was why he was preparing to start the great age of pirates with his own death. As he walked down the street, Chen Fan saw many famous pirates of the future, including Marco the Phoenix from the Whitebeard Pirates, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and even the future world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. However, Chen Fan didn't approach them. He didn't want to cause any trouble before the execution of the Pirate King. He also didn't want to try to save Pirate King Roger. After all, he didn't have that kind of strength. Right now, Garp and Sengoku were in their prime, with the strength of elite vice admirals. If he dared to cause a disturbance, it would be looking for death. The three casually found a tavern to sit down in, and, at that moment, a man wearing a wine-red hat, a white shirt underneath, and a red coat walked in, the most notable feature being the tall, famous sword on his back. This man was Dracula Mihawk, and he had just entered the tavern. Chen Fan looked at the roughly same-size Mihawk, the Hawk Eyes, and thought to himself that if he could recruit the future world's #1 swordsman to his ship, that would be great. With this in mind, Chen Fan decided to give it a try. Although the chances of success were slim, what if it worked out? You two stay here and wait for me. Chen Fan greeted and then walked towards Hawkeye Mihawk. Hello, my name is Chen Fan. After sitting down, Chen Fan said hello. Upon hearing this name, Hawkeye Mihawk looked up. He had heard of this name, Thunder God Chen Fan, a name that almost all pirates in the New World should know. Thunder God Chen Fan. What do you want with me? Hawkeye Mihawk's sharp, eagle-like eyes stared directly at Chen Fan. I want to recruit you. Join my ship, and if you agree, you'll be the vice captain. Chen Fan expressed his invitation. I just want to become the world's greatest swordsman, and I don't want to board your ship. Hawkeye Mihawk straightforwardly refused. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was not discouraged. He knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to recruit Hawkeye Mihawk onto his ship. Just make a request or set a condition, as long as you agree to come aboard. Although Chen Fan still wanted to directly defeat Hawkeye Mihawk, this place was not suitable for a big fight. If you can defeat me with swordsmanship, I will become your crew member, said Hawkeye Mihawk coldly. Hearing this, Chen Fan knew that he couldn't achieve that. Not to mention whether Hawkeye Mihawk's swordsmanship had reached the level of a great swordsman. He himself didn't know how to use a sword. Just as Chen Fan was thinking about how to recruit Hawkeye Mihawk, a voice filled with anger rang out. Thunder God, Chen Fan. Chen Fan heard someone calling his name and turned his gaze toward the source. There, he spotted a short and sleazy-looking figure. Standing beside this unseemly character was a tall, stunning woman with long legs and delicate facial features. Behind the two of them followed several Navy soldiers. It was none other than Brown Pig and Tokacake on patrol. So it's you, he thought. So it's you, you creepy little dwarf. Chen Fan looked at the Brown Pig with a mocking expression. Hearing this sarcasm, especially in front of the goddess, how could the Brown Pig possibly hold back? Chen Fan, you actually dare to appear here. It's really seeking death. Do you believe I can capture you right now? The Brown Porpoise looked at Chen Fan with a fierce gaze. Oh really? Do you dare to make a move now? Moreover, you, a mere defeated opponent, have no right to say you want to take me back? Ah, little dwarf. Chen Fan reclined comfortably in his chair, looking arrogantly at Brown Pig. Unable to hold back any longer upon hearing this, Brown Pig immediately drew his twin guns, ready to take action. At that moment, Guillaume placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't act. Remember the Fleet Admiral's orders. Our priority now is the execution of Pirate King Roger. We must avoid causing unnecessary trouble." Hearing this from his goddess, Brown Pig had no choice but to suppress his rage. He glared fiercely at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with malice. If looks could kill, Chen Fan would have died several times over. Hawkeye's Mihawk, believe me, one day you'll join my crew. No one I set my sights on can escape. Let us go. Chen Fan smiled at Hawkeye Mihawk and then called over Lafitte, who was sitting at the nearby table. Little guy, I look forward to seeing you again next time. Before leaving, Chen Fan couldn't help but mock Brown Pig. Upon hearing this, Brown Pig's inner anger erupted like a volcano. He clenched his fists, wishing he could fight Chen Fan. But for now, he could only hold back his urge to strike. Watching Chen Fan's departing figure, Shine was also very curious. What kind of man is he? It's impressive that he was able to escape from the legendary Impel Down, and his strength has increased so rapidly. The main thing is that he is too young, according to the information. This Chen Fan is only 17 years old and has already accomplished such earth-shattering feats, possessing extremely strong talent. It's hard to imagine what kind of pirate he will become if he continues to grow. Perhaps there will be another king of the seas. After leaving the tavern with Monet, Chen Fan immediately left the street. After all, he dared to provocatively challenge Brown Whale because he knew that Brown Whale couldn't defeat him. Even with Guillaume joining in, They couldn't take him down in a short time. Moreover, it would cause too much chaos, which is the ultimate reason why Brown Whale and his companion didn't dare to act. If it were Carp who came, he would have already punched Chen Fan if he dared to be so arrogant. After all, with Chen Fan's current strength, he might not even last a few moves against Carp in his prime. Big brother, who was that person you just recruited? Is he strong? Monet curiously asked. Quite strong, perhaps now possessing the strength of a great swordsman. Chen Fan smiled and said to himself, this guy is not just strong. He will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. The greatest swordsman, what is that? Lafitte, do you know? Monet, who came from the West Sea, had just begun to understand what dominance meant and naturally didn't know what a Grand Sword Master was. A Grand Sword Master can be understood as a realm, roughly equivalent to the highest level of swordsmanship above the sea. It is said that there is a realm beyond the Grand Sword Master, but that is merely a legend. Lafitte explained this to Monet. No wonder the big brother wanted to recruit him. Monet thought that seemingly cold young man was actually so strong. During the journey, they stopped chatting and Chen Fan and the others found a place to stay, waiting for the big event the next day. Although they were staying in an inn, Chen Fan continued his basic physical training. He did push-ups continuously, but the more he did, the more troubled he felt. No matter how many push-ups he did now, his body didn't feel too fatigued, which was not good news. It indicated that regular push-ups were no longer enough to improve his physical fitness further. He needed to increase the difficulty. Previously, Chen Fan did push-ups while carrying a huge stone and other basic training. However, this weight was now just barely sufficient for him. Once his physical fitness improved further, it wouldn't be enough. He couldn't keep training by carrying a mountain on his back, after all. Stopping his training, Chen Fan pondered how to increase the intensity. After thinking for a while, he suddenly recalled that the Navy seemed to have something called gravity wristbands that could adjust gravity with a maximum weight of several tons. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to go to a branch and snatch a gravity wristband back. Chen Fan thought to himself. Soon after, he disappeared from the inn, transforming into a bolt of lightning and heading towards the horizon. In the sky, Chen Fan was surrounded by destructive lightning. Since he couldn't conduct high-intensity physical training in the inn, he decided to focus on developing his devil fruit abilities. Waves of blue lightning continuously circled around him. He wanted to combine his previous blood rage with the fruit's abilities to develop a mode that could enhance his strength. However, this was clearly not that simple. As the evening breeze blew, a night passed, and it was only in the early morning with the first rays of sunlight that Chen Fan stopped developing his fruit abilities and returned to the inn. A night without sleep wouldn't have a significant impact on him at this moment. After a quick rinse, he headed downstairs to eat, where Monet and Lafitte had also come down. On the table, there were a total of over a dozen dishes. This wasn't tea because Chen Fan was extravagant, but because he could genuinely eat that much in just over 10 minutes. All the dishes had disappeared under Chen Fan's rapid eating. Fortunately, Lafitte and Monet didn't have large appetites, or they would have to order more. A warm current spread through Chen Fan's body, flowing from his blood into his internal organs, slightly enhancing his physical quality. Although it was just a little bit over time, it could accumulate into something terrifying. It could be said that after a few years, or even a decade, Chen Fan's physical quality might rival that of Kaido, the beast. After eating, Chen Fan and the others left the inn and headed towards the square in Road Town. At 11 a.m. today, it was the time for the Pirate King's execution. By the time the three of them arrived, the square in Road Town was already packed with a sea of people, most of whom were pirates. Some notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion were present. It could be said that such a scene might not be seen again in the future. Despite the large number of pirates, none of them dared to riot. In the center of the square stood a high platform several meters tall, where two figures were seated. One had a crew cut, wore a black suit, and was munching on a donut. The other wore frog-eyed glasses, had a long beard, and had a seagull perched on his hat. They were none other than the Marine hero Garp and Marine Admiral Sengoku. With their strength, just standing there was enough to deter the pirates below from acting recklessly. The only ones capable of contending with them were the kings of the seas, such as Marco the Phoenix, Mihawk the Eagle Eye, and Shanks the Red-Haired, who were still too inexperienced in their eyes. Next to the two of them stood 3 Marine Vice Admirals. Although they seemed slightly inexperienced compared to Garp and Sengoku, no one dared to underestimate them. The title of the 3 marine monsters was earned through their strength. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, the 3 nature-type monsters of the Marines, were nightmares for most pirates in the New World. There were even rumors that once their strength advanced further, the Marines would usher in an era of 3 admirals. However, today his focus was not on any of them, but on the pirate king Joel.D. Roger. Under the scorching sun, the crowd waited for an hour. But no one felt impatient. They were only anxious. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the high platform, including Chen Fan. Bang bang. The sound of sea stone chains striking the ground echoed as a figure was escorted out by two Marine vice admirals. Despite being silent and clearly shackled, this man still exuded a powerful aura, giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. Akainu and the others simultaneously turned their gazes toward this man. As Pirate King Roger turned his head to meet their eyes, a deep gaze exchanged between them. Although it was just a glance, Kizaru and the others felt as if they were facing a mountain. At this moment, they were still too inexperienced in front of Pirate King Roger. Then, Pirate King Roger's gaze turned downward, reflecting on a grand era that he regretted he would not have the chance to witness. The two seated figures. Sengoku wore a serious expression, while Garp hung his head in thought, unable to understand why Roger chose to surrender. As old rivals for over a decade, Garp and Roger had become both enemies and friends. When Roger was brought to the execution platform, two executioners stood beside him. Even knowing that he was about to die, Pirate King Roger still wore a calm expression, showing no fear. His composed attitude in the face of death was admirable. At that moment, Sengoku stood up from his seat and began recounting the notorious life of Pirate King Roger. Pirate King Roger, notorious and evil, he spoke for over 10 minutes. However, most of the audience consisted of pirates who were unlikely to seriously listen to a speech promoting the Marines. Most pirates appeared bored and impatient, stifling yawns, but dared not act out. After all, the strength of Sengoku and Garp was evident, along with a multitude of vice admirals and warships. It could be said that even if the Yonko came, they wouldn't stand a chance. Now we are ready to begin the execution, Sengoku announced immediately after finishing his speech. At the same time, Garp also stood up, prepared to prevent Roger's crewmates from attempting to rescue him. Although he didn't want Roger to die this way, as a Marine, he had a soldier's duty. The pirates below were eagerly watching the high platform, anticipating a good show. However, it was clear that they would be disappointed, as Roger's crew did not appear. Instead, at that moment, a man with a purple buzz cut and an average appearance shouted loudly from the crowd, "Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide the treasure you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? Did you obtain that legendary treasure, One Piece?" Pirate King Roger lifted his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, countless broadcasting snail cameras were aimed at him, as the execution of Pirate King Roger was being broadcast worldwide by the Marines. "Want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I put all my treasures there," Pirate King Roger exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his voice ringing out loudly and resonating. Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately panicked. "Move quickly. Kill him." The two executioners swiftly swung their blades, and with the flow of blood, the era of the legendary Pirate King Roger came to a complete end. He had opened an era with his life. At this moment, the pirates below went wild. The Marines who were maintaining order couldn't stop them at all. They all rushed to seek the treasure left behind by the Pirate King. Among them, some felt deep sorrow at Roger's death. Only a teenager, Shanks the red-haired, was crying while holding his straw hat, as the crew members from Roger's ship desperately held him back, fearing he would act impulsively. The entire area erupted into chaos. If it was like this with so many Marines present, what would it be like in other parts of the world? At that moment, on an island, the shopkeeper who was originally selling goods threw everything aside, abandoning the store and preparing to set sail. Some people even resorted to street robbery just to buy a boat and go out to sea. Even more extreme, some abandoned their wives and children, solely focused on setting out to find treasure. The entire sea became chaotic in an instant. As for the pirates of the New World, they were even more ambitious, all thinking about competing for the treasure of the Pirate King. Across the four seas, the naval branches that were originally in various locations were attacked by pirates. In the office of the Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, who was busy and overwhelmed, never expected that just as he was about to be promoted, he would encounter such a situation. Most naval branches were unable to withstand the attacks of so many pirates and could only seek help from the headquarters. The entire world was plunged into chaos in an instant. Thus, the age of exploration began. Lobetown. Chen Fan looked at the chaotic scene before him, but had no intention of getting involved. Instead, he turned to Lafitte and the other man, saying, "Let's go." With that, the three of them left amidst the disorderly crowd. As they departed, many other pirates followed suit. Hero Garp and Sengoku the Buddha were present here. While most pirates were initially excited, they weren't foolish enough to court death by causing trouble in such a place. A few minutes later, Chen Fan and his two companions returned to the Thunder God. Captain, where do we go next? Lafitte asked Chen Fan. A new era has begun. The world is destined for chaos, and the powers at sea are about to be reshuffled. We set sail for the new world. Our next step is to become one of its emperors. Chen Fan smiled slightly as he looked out at the vast ocean. I am willing to follow the captain. Hearing his captain's words, Raffet also took off his hat and said in a gentlemanly manner, "You just want to turn this ocean upside down." That was his goal. I'm also willing to follow Big Brother. The young Monet, who was still quite small, did not yet understand what the new era represented. She only knew that she didn't want to escape anymore. Staying on the ship was quite nice. Much more exciting than the life she had lived before. As the sea breeze gently blew by, seagulls floated down from the sky, and the Thunder God sailed swiftly across the surface of the East China Sea. An hour later, with the sun blazing, Chen Fan was on the deck, continuously exercising while carrying a giant stone over 3 meters high on his back. Sweat poured down from his forehead, but he continued to do push-ups. 99.98, 99.99, 10.000. It was only when he felt a severe ache in his arms that he stopped training. He stood up, took a break, and after a while, he directly picked up food and began to eat. Within a few minutes, he finished 5 plates of food. As the warmth flowed into his body, the green energy continuously repaired his bodily injuries and alleviated his fatigue. Just after finishing eating, Chen Fan felt the swelling pain in his arms disappear. Raffet and Monet had already become accustomed to this scene. Under Chen Fan's subtle influence, the two of them also began to increase the intensity and duration of their training. In particular, Monet had now learned the first move of the Navy's 6 dials, and her physical abilities had significantly improved, almost doubling her strength compared to before. Just as Chen Fan was about to continue training, he suddenly stopped, because above the Thunder God, a giant bird of blue flame floated by. Chen Fan recognized him at a glance. "You all wait for me here. I'll go over for a moment." After a brief instruction, lightning flickered, and Chen Fan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. A streak of lightning crossed the sky. Lafitte watched this scene, thinking that the captain must be chasing that sky-blue giant bird. But why would the captain chase the immortal bird Marco? Lafitte, what do you think Big Brother is going to do? Monet asked. Not sure, we just need to wait here. Lafitte shook his head. Meanwhile, in midair, the immortal bird Marco also noticed someone following him. He then stopped flapping his wings, floating in midair, and turned to look at the figure of lightning. Once he saw who it was, he said, "Thunder God Chen Fan, what do you want by following me? I want to spar with you, immortal bird Marco." Chen Fan certainly did not intend to challenge the immortal bird Marco for a fight. He knew that even if he killed Marco, he would not betray Whitebeard. As for the pursuit for a spar, Chen Fan was simply looking for an intense battle to break through to the 3rd stage of observation hockey, or to speed up the breakthrough process. Interesting, Thunder God Chen Fan, you actually want to spar with me. Are you that confident? The blue flames on the immortal bird Marco burned brightly. Chen Fan looked at Marco, who was in his 20s at the moment, and slowly said, "Are you, the Whitebeard Pirates Marco, willing to accept my challenge?" Hearing this, Marco, representing the Whitebeard Pirates, had no choice but to accept the challenge. "All right, I'm Marco the Phoenix, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Accept your challenge." In the next moment, blue flames erupted around him, and Marco the Phoenix immediately entered his hybrid form. With flames spreading from his wings, he was engulfed in a continuous blaze of blue fire. He had naturally heard of Chen Fan's exploits, so he couldn't underestimate this guy, who was a few years younger than himself. Thunder flashed as Chen Fan stared directly at Marco, his expression showing no sign of contempt. He understood that although Marco the Phoenix had not yet reached his peak, he was definitely not inferior to an ordinary vice admiral and might even reach the level of an elite vice admiral. This was also why Chen Fan had come alone. If he couldn't win, with the terrifying speed of thunder, Marco the Phoenix wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Thunder Fist. Chen Fan did not hesitate. His entire body shining with destructive thunder gathered on his fist, his figure disappearing like a wraith at an incredible speed. The powerful force contained in his fist aimed directly at Marco. Blue flame. Looking at the powerful thunder, Marco showed no fear on his face. Blue flames also gathered on his fist, and with a sonic boom, he struck forward. Boom! The two fists collided like dragon serpents. Undying flames and destructive thunder. Two powerful forces clashed together. In an instant, the two figures transformed into streaks of light, continuously colliding. A fierce battle, bloody combat, every punch landing with force. Neither side had any intention of holding back from start. Chen Fan's right leg, infused with thunder in the 3rd stage of armament hockey, struck down like a towering pillar towards Marco. With no sign of fear, Marco ignited blue flames on his arms and blocked them in front of him, forcibly stopping the kick. Then, with a sudden force, he pushed Chen Fan back. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly rolled in the air to regain his balance. At the same time, Marco's right hand transformed into a claw, with endless flames gathering on it, fiercely reaching out to grab Chen Fan. With a cold expression, destructive thunder enveloped his fist, and Chen Fan also unleashed a powerful punch directly. In an instant, blood sprayed out. On Chen Fan's chest, there was a claw mark a few centimeters deep, still smoldering with blue flames. Opposite him, Marco was also knocked back by a punch from Chen Fan, staggering backward for dozens of meters before finally stopping. There was a charred spot on his body as well. Thunder God, Chen Fan. No wonder the Navy calls you a monster. Your talent and strength are indeed terrifying. Marco looked at Chen Fan with a somewhat serious expression. Is that so? Then you better step up your game, or I might just end up killing you. Chen Fan's mouth curled into a cold smile. This equally matched opponent ignited a strong fighting spirit within him. Kill me? What a joke. I'm a captain of the White Beard Pirates. Marco's eyes turned icy as endless blue flames erupted in an instant, leaving a streak of light in the sky as they shot directly towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan instantly vanished from his original position. Terrifying thunder erupted, continuously flashing across the sky. Bang, bang. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. With endless flames and destructive thunder, and the sky was filled with the sounds of explosions, droplets of blood falling onto the sea, creating splashes. Meanwhile, over 1,000 meters away, Lafitte noticed the commotion and directed his gaze towards the direction of Chen Fan and Marco's battle. However, Lafitte had no intention of approaching. He knew very well that Chen Fan and called him and Monet over, indicating he had his own plans. As time passed, half an hour later, after a series of collisions between the fiery figures and the thunderous figures, both were sent flying backward. Huff, huff. At this moment, Chen Fan was panting heavily, covered in blood, with numerous wounds on his body, yet the blue thunder still crackled around him. Meanwhile, the immortal bird Marco was not in a better state. Wounds began to appear on his body, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he gasped for breath. It should be noted that he was known as the immortal bird. Most injuries would instantly heal under his ability. Yet now, he bore several grotesque and terrifying wounds that couldn't be healed immediately, indicating that he was indeed suffering significantly. I admit you are strong, but to defeat me, you are still not enough. Blue Flame Giant Bird. In an instant, the blue flames on Marco's body expanded, as if to burn everything. Raising his hands, a giant blue flame bird, over 10 meters tall, was born. Caw! With a sharp cry, the blue flame giant bird, carrying the power to incinerate everything, rushed towards Chen Fan at an incredible speed. Weakness begets weakness, strength begets strength. I will be the one to win this battle. 120 million volts, Thunder Dragon. In a moment, the destructive thunder erupted from Chen Fan's entire body, and as he raised his hands, dark clouds gathered. Zzz. A blue giant dragon descended from the sky, extending its claws as if to destroy everything in this world. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous giant dragon collided with the flame giant bird. A deafening explosion rang out. Everything around was destroyed. The sky changed color, and shockwaves spread out. Chen Fan and Marco were both knocked back by the powerful shockwave. After several seconds, the earth-shattering explosion finally came to an end. Chen Fan and Marco, who had been sent flying hundreds of meters away, stabilized their positions. At this moment, both of them were covered in injuries, with streams of blood continuously flowing. They exchanged glances as the blazing flames and terrifying thunder clashed in the sky. After fighting for so long, they both understood that their strengths were evenly matched. If they continued to fight, it was uncertain who would survive. Clearly, neither of them had the intention to fight to the death, but neither wanted to back down first. Thus, Chen Fan and Marco stood proudly in the air, locked in a stalemate, with no plans to attack each other. After about a minute, Marco broke the silence, saying, "Next time we meet, you will definitely become my defeated foe," before leaving first. He had a task assigned by his father in Donghai, and couldn't afford to waste time battling Chen Fan like this. Is that so? I hope next time we meet, you won't be too far behind, Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, and he chose not to pursue. He was well aware that his chances of killing Marco were less than 60. The main reason for this battle was to test his own strength and to accelerate his breakthrough to the third level of observation hockey. At this point, Chen Fan had already felt the barrier of the third level of observation hockey, and he believed that with a few more days of training, he could break through. Then, accompanied by flashes of lightning in the sky, Chen Fan disappeared from his spot, heading towards the Thunder God's ship. 2 minutes later, devastating thunder descended upon the Thunder God's ship. Looking at the streaks of blue lightning, the expressions of Rafit and the other person were not one of fear, as they knew their captain had returned. As the thunder dissipated, Chen Fan appeared before them, covered in blood. Seeing this scene, Monai was somewhat surprised, as he did not know that Chen Fan had just been in a fight. "Big brother, what happened to you? How did you get so badly hurt after stepping out?" Monai hurriedly asked with concern. "It's nothing much. Just got a bit restless and had a fight with someone," Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan simply replied with a sentence, then sat down on his own and started eating. Instantly, a warm flow of energy spread within him, constantly healing his wounds, and the external injuries began to scab over in a short time. Watching this scene, Monet thought to herself if she was too useless. Why couldn't she help in every battle? She clenched her small fists, determined to train hard so that she could be useful next time. After staying on the ship for a few months, Monet unknowingly developed a sense of belonging, even becoming somewhat reliant on Chen Fan. Meanwhile, on the other side, the immortal phoenix Marco, soaring in the sky, had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He recalled the devastating thunder and couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. The reason he retreated first was not only because of the mission given by his father, but also because he realized he had fallen at a disadvantage in the recent battle. Although it seemed evenly matched, Marco knew his body was already experiencing a slight numbness from the effect of that thunder. Although it didn't seem serious at first, during a life-and-death moment, that slight numbness could have critical consequences. Thunder God Chen Fan, this guy's strength is truly terrifying. It seems he needs to be more careful in the future. The immortal phoenix Marco's face was filled with apprehension, and then his body transformed into a blue streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. 2 months later, a pirate ship flying the Thunder flag appeared in the New World. At this moment, Chen Fan was still training on the deck, just like before. After 2 months, his observation haki had successfully reached the 3rd level. His strength had truly reached the level of a rear admiral among the elite of the headquarters. Beside him, Monet had also intensified her training, increasing her daily training hours from 8 to 10, along with Chen Fan's guidance. She had already mastered half of the Navy's 6 styles. As for Lafitte, he was the same. Whenever he had time, he would train. They all understood that if they didn't quickly enhance their strength, they would only hold Chen Fan back. So what is our first step? Captain. The main reason Lafitte followed Chen Fan was to stir up chaos in this world. They planned to kill a rear admiral and give the Navy a surprise. First, they needed to find a small island and go to the underground black market to gather information on Rear Admiral Henry David. When Chen Fan said this, his expression became very indifferent. Understood, Captain. Lafitte did not question why it was this lieutenant general, as it was not important to him. Subsequently, the Thunder God sailed forward at full speed. Just as Chen Fan was about to continue training on the deck, he suddenly stopped. He saw a man sitting in a chair in front of him and the others, with a wooden raft beneath him. The raft only had a piece of canvas on it. It was hard to imagine who would dare to navigate like this on the open sea. Chen Fan saw the man wearing a wine-red hat and carrying a famous sword on his back, with a smile on his lips. It seemed that he truly had a connection with his Hawkeye Mihawk, as they unexpectedly met here. Chen Fan smiled, and then, accompanied by a flash of lightning, his body instantly vanished from the spot. In the next second, lightning struck, and Chen Fan appeared directly on the wooden raft of Hawkeye Mihawk. Lafitte and Monet, who were originally on the Thunder God ship, also saw Hawkeye Mihawk. "Big brother, what is he going to do?" Monet asked Lafitte as she watched Chen Fan leave. It was clear that they wanted to recruit this swordsman on the ship. Lafitte slowly said, "Is there something you need?" Hawkeye Mihawk naturally recognized Chen Fan. "Become my crew member." Chen Fan recruited once again. "Defeat me with your sword, or give me a reason to convince me." Although Hawkeye Mihawk doesn't mind joining a pirate crew, he is used to going solo. "I will reach the ultimate destination and join my pirate crew, where you will encounter many powerful swordsmen. By then, you will be able to battle them until you become the world's #1 swordsman." Chen Fan thought for a moment, and indeed, he had no conditions that could impress Hawkeye Mihawk. So he could only say one, which wasn't really a condition. "Why should I trust you? Or rather, your condition isn't much of a condition." Mihawk's sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, stared directly at Chen Fan. "Indeed, it wasn't much of a condition, but I know that perhaps someone has reached a realm beyond that of a great swordsman. If you're willing to agree to join my pirate crew, I will tell you." Chen Fan knew in his heart that people like Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, did not hold much temptation for him. He was born for the sword, and his goal was absolutely to pursue the supreme realm. Upon hearing about the realm above the great swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression finally changed slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he spoke. If you can tell me who possesses swordsmanship above that of the great swordsman, I can join your pirate crew. However, I have one more condition. You must defeat me. I will not accept someone weaker than me as captain. As he spoke, Hawkeye Mihawk fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. That was natural, and regarding the person above the great swordsman, it was... Chen Fan agreed and casually informed Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, about the swordmaster among the five elders. Of course, Chen Fan wasn't sure if that person had truly reached the realm above a great swordsman. However, he was certain that the old man's swordsmanship was definitely not low, so it wasn't entirely a lie to Mihawk. Upon hearing this name and its identity, Mihawk did not express much doubt, but instead fell into deep thought. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to challenge one of the five elders right now. He knew that he had just reached the realm of a great swordsman and still had a way to go to reach the next level. Come on, let's have a match. As I said before, if you win, I'll let you board my ship. With that, Mihawk drew the legendary supreme great knife. One of the 12 works, the Black Blade Knight. Looking at the mysterious, pitch-black famous sword, Chen Fan slowly said, "Is this one of the supreme great knives?" After saying that, Chen Fan's whole body shone with destructive thunder. In an instant, two powerful auras clashed over the sea. One was the terrifying thunder, and the other was the soaring sword intent. On the Thor, Monet and Lafitte naturally heard the conversation between the two. Lafitte, do you think Big Brother can beat this Eagle Eye Mihawk? Monet asked Lafitte, not having heard that name before. This Eagle Eye Mihawk is very strong, hailed as the one most likely to become the world's #1 great swordsman. However, our captain is known as a genius among geniuses, Lafitte replied with a smile, which was also one of the reasons he chose to follow Chen Fan. Meanwhile, in mid-air, the battle between Chen Fan and Mihawk had already begun. At this moment, Mihawk was using a footwork technique that bore similarities to the Navy's 6th Division's moonwalk. Thunder Fist. Thunder flickered, and Chen Fan's body instantly vanished from spot, surrounded by strands of blue lightning. The destructive Thunder Fist shot towards Mihawk at an incredible speed, carrying immense, terrifying power. With an indifferent expression, Mihawk tightly gripped the Black Blade, imbued with the 3rd stage of armament hockey. He suddenly swung the sword forward, and in an instant, a green sword aura several meters long destroyed everything in its path as it slashed towards Chen Fan. Clang! In an instant, the Thunder Fist collided with the green sword aura like a dragon, and the two powerful forces caused the surrounding seawater to erupt. Within a few seconds of stalemate, Chen Fan's terrifying Thunder Fist directly shattered the green sword aura. However, at the same time, Mihawk also closed in with the Black Blade Knight. In a split second, the two collided, and the sounds of the Thunder Fist clashing with the supreme great knife echoed continuously, causing the surrounding sea area to erupt. At this moment, both of them were fighting with all their might, holding nothing back, engaging in bloody combat, with every punch landing hard. Swords, hands, feet, everything about their bodies could become their weapons, and as drops of blood fell to the ground, their speed of combat increased. Below, Monet could only see a green figure and a blue figure continuously colliding in midair. Lafitte could only see the afterimages of their clashes. As time passed, 15 minutes later, Chen Fan's right leg, resembling a giant pillar, was pitch black and suddenly whipped towards Mihawk's head. With a cold expression, Mihawk raised his black sword, covered in dark as ink hockey, to block the kick, successfully stopping it. Then, Chen Fan launched a powerful punch imbued with terrifying thunder towards Mihawk's chest. In response, Mihawk showed no signs of fear. He didn't even think of dodging. His left fist was also covered in pitch black hockey as he threw a punch back. In an instant, their fists collided against each other's chests. The immense force caused both of them to stagger backward. Your strength is truly terrifying. No wonder you're called the future world's greatest swordsman. Chen Fan felt the powerful strength of Hawkeye Mihawk and increasingly wanted to recruit him as a crew member. After all, having a future world's #1 swordsman on his crew would definitely help with his plans. Thunder God Chen Fan a prodigy. This evaluation is by no means an exaggeration for you. Hawkeye Mihawk was somewhat surprised by Chen Fan's formidable strength. It was rare for him to encounter someone of a similar age who could actually exchange blows with him. However, in the end, the one who would win this battle would be me. So just obediently become my combat squad captain. 150 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Chen Fan's mouth revealed a confident smile, and then the destructive thunder flashed, accompanied by him raising his hands. The sky above suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Bolts of lightning roared within them. A huge blue thunder dragon extended its claws, exuding an incomparably terrifying power that could destroy everything, charging straight towards Hawk-Eye-Mihawk below. You are too overconfident. Sky Rift Sword. Hawk-Eye-Mihawk gripped the black blade Yoru tightly, which was covered with fully materialized haki. The sword intent soared into the sky, as if breaking through the clouds, transforming into a powerful energy that surrounded the black blade Yoru. Accompanied by this, Hawk-Eye-Mihawk swung his supreme great blade, unleashing a 10-meter-long dark green sword aura that seemed to aim to destroy everything. Boom! In an instant, the extreme dark green sword aura collided with the terrifying thunder dragon like a mountain, creating a violent explosion that would obliterate everything around. The colors of heaven and earth changing, and columns of water erupting from the sea. After a few seconds of stalemate, the green sword aura actually severed the thunder dragon. Although its power had diminished, it still rushed towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. With a look of surprise, Chen Fan did not expect Hawk-Eye-Mihawk to be this strong. Unable to evade, Chen Fan could only cover his arms in pitch black and block in front of him. The next second, the weakened green sword aura struck Chen Fan directly. A sharp, tearing pain instantly surged through him, blood spurted out, and Chen Fan fell like a kite with a broken string. Watching this scene, Lafitte and Monet were somewhat surprised. It was the first time they had seen their captain in such a predicament against a peer. What should we do? Hurry and save Big Brother. He's a devil fruit user and can't fall into the sea. Monet was extremely anxious, but she had not yet learned the moonwalk. Seeing this, Lafitte hurriedly wanted to rush over to save him. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks because he saw that blue thunder was once again enveloping Chen Fan, and it seemed even stronger than before. Just as Chen Fan was about to jump into the sea, his body suddenly halted, and the destructive thunder expanded in an instant. Zizizi. The strands of thunder swirling around seemed to transform into little thunder snakes. Truly powerful. No wonder he could become the world's greatest swordsman, but I will not lose. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold, and thunder erupted, filling the surrounding sea area for hundreds of meters, then continuously converging towards him. Seeing this scene, Hawk-Eye-Mihawk's expression showed a hint of surprise. He did not expect Chen Fan to be so tenacious, actually enduring his sword strike. Moreover, his strength was still rising, as if he had some hidden trump card. However, Hawk-Eye-Mihawk would not allow Chen Fan to unleash his trump card just like that. Accompanied by the swing of his black sword, Yoru, a green sword energy shot towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. With an indifferent expression, he said, "Shatter." A thunder spear appeared in Chen Fan's right hand, containing immense power, and he threw it forward. Bang bang. In an instant, the thunder spear collided with the green sword energy, and the sound of the explosion rang out, causing a wave of smoke as the two attacks disappeared into the void. At the same time, the thunder that enveloped Chen Fan's entire body had also reached its peak. A towering figure of thunder, over 10 meters high, manifested around him, with terrifying lightning flashing continuously, resembling a thunder god. The battle had truly begun. Chen Fan smiled, although there were 2 gruesome sword wounds on his arms. However, it was evident that they did not significantly affect his combat state. Lafitte and Monet looked at the enormous figure of the thunder god, their expressions filled with astonishment. They wondered when their captain had unknowingly developed this move. Just the massive body and the surrounding thunder looked incredibly powerful. In midair, on the other hand, Mihawk, the eagle eye, remained silent, but his expression was serious, gripping his black sword. Yoru, come and fight. In an instant, Chen Fan's body vanished from its original spot, and as he clenched his fist and swung forward, the manifested thunderous figure did the same, also clenching its fist and carrying terrifying power. Hurtling towards Mihawk at an incredible speed. Faced with a powerful punch, Mihawk, with a cold expression, wielded Yoru, which was as dark as ink and wrapped in powerful sword intent, and swung it heavily forward. Clang! In an instant, the massive thunderous fist collided with the supreme great sword, causing intense clashes that created ripples of air, with thunder scattering and sword energy rampaging. With this strike, Mihawk's entire body was sent flying backward. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan let out a bang, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. His body disappeared from the spot once again, rushing forward at incredible speed. The massive body of the thunder god launched relentless attacks like a torrential storm. For a moment, Hawkeye Mihawk could only continuously swing his black sword, night, retreating as he fought. In midair, the sky blue body and the dark green body collided with each other. Blue lightning raged uncontrollably, and boundless sword energy destroyed everything around them. Boom! As time passed second by second, the fierce battle and bloody struggle continued, with blood flowing incessantly. Relying on his powerful thunderous strength, Chen Fan gradually gained the upper hand, with numerous sword wounds on his body. However, Hawkeye Mihawk was injured even more severely. His upper body was charred and covered in blood. "You are strong, but I am stronger." Chen Fan looked confidently at Hawkeye Mihawk, the thunderous fist containing the power of destruction, heavily smashing towards his head. Still with a cold expression, Hawkeye Mihawk did not respond, but his black sword, Yuru, was covered with solidified haki and bursting with sword intent. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the massive, thunderous fist collided with the black sword Yuru like a dragon, destroying everything around, causing the sea waves to erupt into towering water columns. The next second, both of them were sent flying backward, with Chen Fan stopping several dozen meters away. In contrast, Hawkeye Mihawk rolled in the air several times before stabilizing himself nearly 100 meters away. The two faced each other, with destructive thunder filling half the sky, while the powerful sword intent broke through the clouds, filling the other half of the sky. In that moment, two powerful forces were clashing fiercely. "It's time to end this battle. You should obediently become my crew member." 200 million volts, Thunder Dragon. In an instant, Chen Fan's entire body shone with destructive thunder, as if ready to annihilate everything. As he raised his hands, dark clouds gathered hundreds of meters above in the sky, rumbling with continuous thunder. Zizizi, a massive thunder dragon, dozens of meters long, was born, with sharp claws and terrifying thunder surrounding it, looking particularly fearsome. The thunder dragon, carrying the power to destroy everything, surged towards Hawkeye Mihawk. "Let us talk after you win." Looking at the terrifying attack coming his way, Hawkeye Mihawk showed no sign of fear. This was also why he would later become the world's greatest swordsman. Heavenly Abyss Sword. In an instant, Hawkeye Mihawk gripped his supreme blade, Yuru, tightly, and the powerful sword intent soared into the sky, his spirit reaching its peak at this moment. As he swung the black sword Yuru, a green sword energy dozens of meters long burst forth. Rumble. The destructive thunder dragon and the ultimate green sword energy collided in midair, creating a violent explosion, with the sea surface churning and rolling. This scene was similar to before, but this time, the enhanced thunder dragon was not severed by the green sword energy. Instead, it directly used its sharp claws to tear the dozens of meters of green sword energy apart. The next second, the thunder dragon surged towards Hawkeye Mihawk at incredible speed. With no way to dodge, a hint of tension finally appeared on Hawkeye Mihawk's face as he positioned Yuru in front of him, fully aware that he was going to lose this battle, just as the thunder dragon was about to collide with Hawkeye Mihawk. Chen Fan let out a furious roar, and his whole body erupted with thunder to the extreme. As he raised his hands again, the terrifying thunder dragon actually changed direction and soared towards the sky. Then boom, a violent explosion occurred, dissipating between heaven and earth. Whoosh. Chen Fan was also panting heavily, looking like he had exhausted a great deal of energy. This shows that even if he wanted to turn the direction of the thunder dragon, it would come at a significant cost. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye Mihawk clearly realized that he had completely lost. On the Thunder God, Monet was puzzled and asked Lafitte why Big Brother suddenly wanted to turn the Thunder Dragon. "It's simple. Our captain's goal is to recruit Hawkeye Mihawk, not to defeat or injure him. Since we have already won, that's enough," Lafitte replied with a smile. "Oh," Monet said, appearing to understand. In midair, Hawkeye Mihawk looked at Chen Fan seriously and said, "I lost. I said before, if I lose, I will become your crew member. I accept the bet." After saying this, Hawkeye Mihawk directly went to the Thunder God and sat down on the deck to rest, as this battle had also taken a huge toll on him. Seeing this, the usually indifferent Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. Then, accompanied by flashes of lightning, he also returned to the Thunder God. "Monet, go prepare some food," Chen Fan said to Monet beside him. "Okay, Big Brother." Monet immediately ran into the cabin. Meanwhile, Lafitte brought over a medical kit and handed it to Hawkeye Mihawk. Not refusing the goodwill, Hawkeye Mihawk applied some medicine and bandaged his wounds. On the other side, Chen Fan also applied some medicine. However, he didn't bandage all his wounds. He only wrapped up the two gruesome sword wounds on his arm. A few minutes later, Monet brought out a large pile of food, most of which were puffed snacks or semi-finished products that could be cooked. Let's eat together. Chen Fan smiled at Hawk, I'm my Hawk, and said. After all, he had already agreed to be on the same ship, so Hawk, I'm my Hawk did not refuse and began to eat while sitting on the right. At a table, the four of them sat perfectly in one direction and started to enjoy the other food. Chen Fan was still devouring his food like before, the warm currents spreading within him, continuously healing his injuries like the sweet dew after rain. Soon, his wounds had gradually stopped bleeding and even started to scab. Watching this scene, Hawk, I'm my Hawk's expression changed slightly. It was rare for something to alter his face given his personality. How about it? Surprised, aren't you? Our captain's monstrous recovery ability, Lafitte said with a smile. With a simple reply, Hawk, I'm my Hawk, for the first time, witnessed someone's recovery ability being so astonishing. He even wondered if Chen Fan belonged to some special race, like the giants or something similar. After the four finished their meal, accompanied by the whistling sea breeze, the Thunder God ship continued its journey into the seas of the New World. 5 days later, on the 13th island of the Sabidi archipelago, composed of massive red trees, a medium-sized pirate ship docked at its shore, flying the Thunder flag high. Chen Fan and the others directly went to island number 13, which was filled with pirates, civilians, and the Navy, making it a very chaotic island. Chen Fan chose to come here first to gather information about Henry David. He vaguely remembered that on island No. 13 of the Shambadi archipelago, there was a bar known for extorting money, and the owner of this bar had a decent relationship with the underworld king Rayleigh. However, Chen Fan did not wish to encounter Rayleigh this time. After all, given his current strength, he was no match for Rayleigh during his peak. Although they were not enemies, unexpected situations could still arise. Walking down the street, Chen Fan and the others could see some slaves locked in iron cages, and some people being walked like dogs by nobles. This scene vividly displayed the dark side of the world of One Piece. Lafitte and Mihawk watched this scene with calm expressions. They had long gotten used to it and understood that they could not change anything with their own power. Chen Fan watched this scene with a cold expression, fully aware of what this world was like. Therefore, he wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming the strongest in this world could he take control of his own life and the fates of others. Among the four, only Monet looked at this scene with a hint of sadness. However, despite her young age, she understood that such phenomena occurred all over the world. After about 10 minutes, the four of them arrived in front of tavern. The sign above read, Summer, Cheese, Shakedown Bar. We've arrived, let's go in. Chen Fan turned around and said to the three people. No one asked why, because they knew that Chen Fan had one point. He disliked others questioning his orders. As everyone entered, the tavern was filled with tables, most of which were occupied by pirates and bandits. It was clear that this tavern was definitely not ordinary. The tavern owner was a woman with a mushroom haircut and bright, large eyes. Thunder God Chen Fan, Hawk, I'm my Hawk, what are you two doing in my bar? Xiaoqi immediately recognized the two, and her gaze lingered on Chen Fan for a few seconds. She had thought that Chen Fan was as young as the data suggested, but he really looked like he was not even 20 years old, making it hard to imagine that someone so young could have accomplished so many significant events. Looking for someone's whereabouts, Chen Fan got straight to the point, not wanting to waste any time. All right, follow me to the back, Xiaoqi said as she walked toward the rear. Purchasing intelligence information, of course, couldn't take place at the bar counter of the tavern, as that wouldn't provide any privacy. Subsequently, Chen Fan and the others followed Xiaoqi to the back kitchen of the tavern. Whose whereabouts do you want? Xiaoqi asked directly, as she was naturally welcoming to business. The whereabouts of Rear Admiral Henry David from the Navy headquarters, as well as his detailed information. Chen Fan said slowly, You want the whereabouts and information of the Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters? I know, 50 million berries. As a qualified information dealer, Xiaoqi wouldn't ask her clients what they needed the information for. Upon hearing the price, Chen Fan didn't hesitate to take out a large piece of gold and throw it to Xiaoqi. No need to give me the change. Just give me the information. It seems that Thunder God Chen Fan not only possesses immense strength and terrifying talent, but is also quite generous. After receiving the gold, Xiaoqi praised him and then left the sight of the crowd, entering a room to check some documents. She pulled out one of the papers and then put the documents back, returning to the kitchen. Big brother, should we go take a look? So she doesn't run away. Monet looked at Xiaoqi leaving the kitchen, somewhat worried. No need. With his lightning-fast speed, Chen Fan wasn't afraid of Xiaoqi escaping. And besides, Xiaoqi had been running this tavern for so long. She must have some credibility. Just as Chen Fan finished saying no need, Xiaoqi had already walked back in. Henry David was last seen a day ago near the small garden, and now his warship is heading towards the Navy headquarters. You should set off now and intercept them along that route. You should be able to encounter them. By the way, here, S's photo and detailed information. Xiaoqi informed Chen Fan about Henry David's whereabouts. All right. After Chen Fan took the photo and the document, he first glanced at the photo, which showed a middle-aged man with a square face, a sturdy build, and wearing a naval hat. Then, Chen Fan put down the photo and began to read the document. It detailed Vice Admiral Henry David from the Navy headquarters, who possesses the third level of observation hockey. The third level of armament hockey is a master of martial arts and is an animal-type devil fruit user with the ability of the tiger devil fruit. The front of the document introduced Henry David's abilities, while the back covered his life achievements. Let's go. I hope you won't sell me false information, or the consequences will be dire. Chen Fan put away the intelligence and then cast a cold gaze at Xiaoqi. Of course, I wouldn't dare. I've been doing business here for a long time, Xiaoqi replied with a smile. That's good, Chen Fan said, then turned and left. Watching their captain walk towards the tavern, Lafitte and the others followed suit. Hawkeye Mihawk actually joined the Thunder God Chen Fan's pirate crew. Wow, if these two fully grow, this pirate crew is likely to become an emperor crew in the future, Xiaoqi said in amazement as she looked at the backs of the two leaving. 2 days later, under the blazing sun, the Thunder God ship sailed on the sea. For the past few days, Chen Fan and the others have been navigating the route between the Flower Garden and the Navy headquarters. Additionally, since Chen Fan could use the natural fruit to become elemental and soar in the sky to scout around, his efforts paid off as he finally encountered something. Accompanied by flashes of thunder, Chen Fan appeared on the Thunder God ship, heading southeast. Chen Fan said to Lafitte, "Receive, Captain." Lafitte immediately steered the ship, heading southeast, knowing that their captain must have discovered the whereabouts of that naval vice admiral. A few minutes later, the sea breeze was blowing fiercely, and seagulls flew above the Thunder God. Most importantly, a large warship appeared in front of the Thunder God. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers aboard the warship, observing their surroundings, also spotted the Thunder God pirate ship. Upon seeing the thunderbolt on the flag, one of the soldiers immediately recognized it as the Thunder God and hurriedly went up to the deck. At that moment, Henry David was sitting in a chair, enjoying a meal. Seeing his subordinate looking anxious, he immediately scolded, "Soldier, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you not to panic in emergencies?" "Report, Vice Admiral, I have spotted the Thunder God right behind us." Upon hearing the soldier's report, Henry David, who had been educating him not to be overly excited, immediately stood up in excitement. "Get the telescope," Henry David said to his aide beside him. After taking the telescope, he looked towards the rear. When he saw the pirate ship with the Thunderbolt flag, his expression immediately became excited. "Looks like I'm in luck, encountering the Thunder God here." A smile appeared on Henry David's face, filled with confidence. This was not because he believed he could definitely defeat Chen Fan. Normally, he would seek reinforcements first. But today there was more than just him, a vice admiral, on this warship. "Go wake up Vice Admiral Kazan and tell him we have encountered Thunder God Chen Fan." Henry David instructed the sergeant who had just come to report. He was already feeling that military merit was beckoning to him. "Received, Vice Admiral." The soldier immediately walked towards the cabin to wake up the resting Kazan. Watching the soldier go down, Henry David immediately instructed the helmsman, "Change direction. Full speed ahead to chase that pirate ship." On the other side, Chen Fan noticed that Henry David was pursuing him at full speed and found it a bit strange. Did he have such confidence in capturing him without waiting for support from other naval officers? Chen Fan originally planned to make Henry David look like he was about to escape, forcing Henry David to chase after him. However, before Chen Fan could execute this plan, Henry David was already chasing him with all his might. At this moment, Chen Fan could not have imagined that an unexpected situation had arisen beyond his plan. He looked at the fully charging Henry David and, after hesitating for a moment, instructed Lafitte to change direction and move up. No matter what, unless a general appeared on that warship, Chen Fan believed that with his and Mihawk's strength, even if there was an additional vice admiral on that ship, it would not stop him from killing Henry David. As time passed, the naval warship and the pirate ship drew closer, now less than 100 meters apart. On the warship, Kazan, who had been resting in his room, was awakened and looked somewhat angry. Even the usually good-natured Kazan was upset. It was easy to imagine how busy the Navy had been during this time, due to the chaos caused by the onset of the Great Age of Pirates. The number of pirates worldwide had surged dramatically, and correspondingly, the workload for the Navy had increased significantly. Moreover, they currently had no good way to change the situation. "Vice Admiral Kazan, we have spotted the Thunder God Chen Fan." The naval soldier, feeling the anger, quickly said with a slight tremor in his voice. Upon hearing the name Thunder God Chen Fan, the normally laid-back Kazan also stood up. He was well aware of the terrifying talent of this man. If left unchecked, a new ruler could emerge in the new world. He then headed towards the deck. When Kuzan arrived, he saw that the warship was now less than 100 meters away from the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, upon seeing Kuzan's appearance, Chen Fan's expression turned a bit grim. It seemed that my luck was quite poor, but just one Kuzan would not stop me from killing Henry David. Chen Fan felt fortunate that he had managed to recruit Hawkeye Mihawk. Otherwise, facing two Vice Admiral-level opponents alone, he would surely have to flee in disgrace. In no time, the naval warship and the pirate crew were getting closer. When the people on the naval warship saw the person standing behind Chen Fan, especially Henry David, his expression suddenly turned grim. He had been focused on Chen Fan and had not paid attention to his crew. After all, according to previous intelligence, Chen Fan's two crew members had always been inconsequential. But now, Henry David saw that Hawkeye Mihawk had actually appeared on Chen Fan's pirate ship. Although Mihawk had not yet become the world's strongest swordsman, his bounty was still a whopping 1 billion. One can only imagine how strong he was. Admiral Kuzan, do you think we should continue fighting? Henry David asked Kuzan, who was beside him. Although he was more experienced than Kuzan, he understood that the man next to him was a monstrous figure. There were even rumors in the Navy headquarters that the next admiral would feature 3 admirals, one of whom was Kuzan. Fight! Send a message for the surrounding rear admirals and above to come for support. Given the current situation, even if we want to retreat, Chen Fan and his crew won't let us, Kuzan said, looking at the aggressive Chen Fan, his demeanor no longer lazy. Chen Fan and Kuzan stared at each other, the thunder ominously ready to unleash, while the extreme cold seemed almost unable to be contained. Unfortunately, Chen Fan's target this time was not Kuzan. Moreover, he was well aware that if he chose to fight Kuzan, it was uncertain whether he could win. Even if he could win, there was no way he could defeat him within a certain time frame. If the Navy happened to come to support, the situation would instantly reverse. You all stay here and wait for us to start fighting, then change direction and leave. Mihawk, you help me hold off Kuzan for 20 minutes, and I will take down Henry David as quickly as possible. Chen Fan said to Mihawk beside him, believing that with Mihawk's current strength, holding off Kuzan should not be a problem. Okay, Eagle on Mihawk agreed, his sharp gaze looking directly at Kuzan. At the same time, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan floated in midair, surrounded by strands of blue lightning. He stretched out his finger, provocatively looking at Henry and David, saying, "Aren't you Navy guys trying to catch me? Do you clowns really think you can catch me?" Upon hearing the mockery, anger immediately appeared on Henry, David, and the other Navy soldiers' faces, but Kuzan remained calm. Go! However, this did not mean he did not want to act, although he was unclear about Chen Fan's intentions. He knew this was an opportunity to capture or kill him. In an instant, ice ravaged the area, and Kuzan elementalized, disappearing from his spot. At the same time, Henry and David saw Kuzan make his move and immediately used moonwalk to follow. In midair, Kuzan was covered in ice, and 2 ice spears appeared in his hands as he charged towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan remained proudly standing in place, his expression filled with calm. When Kuzan was less than 10 meters away from him, a black figure appeared to block him. The supreme great knife, Black Blade Knight, collided directly with the ice spear. In an instant, ice shattered, and Kuzan was not surprised to see Mihawk intervene. If Mihawk appeared on Chen Fan's ship and did not act under such circumstances, Kuzan would have found it strange. As the two clashed, lightning flickered, and Chen Fan's body also instantly disappeared from his spot, the terrifying thunder covering his fist as he directly attacked Henry and David. Seeing this scene, Henry was somewhat puzzled. Why was this guy coming at him? Shouldn't he be fighting Mihawk? Armed finger gun. However, this terrifying momentum left no room for hesitation. Henry's fingers turned into claws, covered in the 3rd stage of armament hockey, and he clawed at Chen Fan. In an instant, their fists clashed and thunder erupted, the powerful thunder force causing Henry to step back 2 paces. At this moment, Kuzan also guessed what Chen Fan was trying to do. He wanted to kill Henry. Fight me, don't get distracted. The soaring sword intent erupted, covering the pitch-black Black Blade Knight. Eagle-Eye Mihawk wielded the supreme great knife, rapidly swinging his hands, the sharp blade continuously attacking Kuzan. Seeing this situation, Kuzan, who was initially thinking of providing support, could only cover himself in ice, the frozen spear reappearing in his hands to defend against Mihawk's torrential slashes. He knew very well that Mihawk would not let him pass so easily. It seemed he needed to think of a way to quickly deal with this guy. Otherwise, Henry might not be able to withstand Chen Fan's attacks. Without hesitation, the cold ice radiated out, lowering the temperature around them by several degrees. And Kazan's attacks became even more violent. In a moment, the offense and defense switched, directly suppressing Eagle Eye Mihawk. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Fan knew very well that the outcome of this battle depended on who could eliminate their opponent faster. Thunder God mode. In an instant, destructive thunder erupted from Chen Fan's body, and the sky was filled with blue lightning, creating a particularly terrifying scene. Zzzz. The rumbling of thunder echoed continuously, and Henry was momentarily stunned, wondering if he knew this guy. Why did he come over looking like he had a deep grudge, wanting to slice him into 1,000 pieces? The terrifying thunder in mid-air relentlessly wreaked havoc, and finally, the thunder continuously flowed into Chen Fan's body, revealing a thunder god figure over 10 meters tall, a massive body ravaging with blue lightning, looking particularly fearsome. At this moment, the Navy below was somewhat stunned by this scene. They had never seen such a miraculous sight. What the hell is this? Is this still a human? What is this giant thunder god? It looks too terrifying. Will Admiral Henry David be able to face this thunder figure? The Navy felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the thunder god figure. Should we chase after them? The remaining 2 people on the thunder god seemed to be trying to escape. A Navy sergeant pointed to the thunder god, which had turned around and was heading back. Admiral David, should we pursue? Just as Henry was about to charge forward to attack, he was halted by this shout. Don't need to say it? All pirates must be captured. Henry David shouted angrily at the group below. Okay, full speed ahead to chase the thunder god. With a command, the Navy ships turned their paddles and immediately sped towards the thunder god. Let's see who dares. Chen Fan pointed upwards, and a thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck directly in front of the Navy ship. In an instant, an explosion occurred on the sea, sending a water column soaring. The sight made the Navy soldiers look at Chen Fan with anger. Chen Fan, you're seeking death. Henry David's expression was also filled with rage, his terrifying power erupting. If you dare to pursue, I'll kill all of you first. Believe me, if I want to kill you, neither your Admiral Henry David nor Admiral Kazan can stop me. Chen Fan smiled at Henry David, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist. Henry David knew that what Chen Fan said was true, even though he was reluctant to admit it. However, he was very clear that with Chen Fan's terrifying speed and the power of thunder, if he insisted on killing the soldiers on the naval ship, he would not be able to stop him. As the officer of the ship, if all the soldiers on the warship died, he would not be able to escape responsibility, but he also did not want to be manipulated by Chen Fan. Just as Henry David was hesitating, "Stop the pursuit," said Kazan, who was in the middle of the battle. Hearing Kazan say that, Henry David could only say, "Stay put. Stop the pursuit." Received. The soldiers below immediately stopped the ship's advance. In midair, "All right, now I can focus on dealing with you." Chen Fan's thunderous fist was covered with the 3rd stage of armament hockey. The thunder god charged directly at Henry David with incredible speed. Don't look down on people. I was sailing on the sea long before you were born. Half-beast form. Henry David also had his pride. In an instant, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and his entire body expanded, growing to over 3 meters tall, with an increase in strength of over 50%. He transformed into a half-human, half-tiger form. Bang! His body disappeared from the spot, and Henry David's sharp claws, covered in armament hockey, struck forward. Boom! In an instant, their fists and claws collided, creating terrifying thunder, sharp tiger claws, and powerful force that sent ripples through the air. Faced with the massive figure of the thunder god, Henry David surprisingly did not retreat, but stood firm against it. One can imagine how strong the power boost from the Zoan-type devil fruit is. In a flash, the two clashed violently, a bloody brawl with fists meeting flesh, blood continuously splattering on the sea, while thunder raged in the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dracula Mihawk was also engaged in a fierce battle with Kazan. The two were momentarily unable to determine a victor, as Kazan's icy coldness seemed to freeze everything. However, all of Kazan's attacks were easily neutralized by Mihawk's slashes. Although it appeared that Kazan had a slight advantage, he knew in his heart that this battle was a contest of speed, a race to see who could eliminate their opponent first. Kazan waved his right hand, and icicles rained down like a storm towards Mihawk. Unfazed by the overwhelming attack, Mihawk, wielding his supreme sword, the black blade Yuru, sliced through the ice effortlessly, causing shards to rain down on the sea, freezing the water. Seeing his attacks ineffective, Kazan was not surprised and immediately transformed into his elemental form, disappearing from the spot. Then, taking advantage of Mihawk's focus on defending against the icicles, a spear of ice appeared in Kazan's right hand, swiftly stabbing towards Mihawk's back. With the third stage of observation haki, Mihawk instantly reacted, stepping back to the right to evade the ice spear. He then turned around, the sharp black blade Yuru emanating powerful energy and intent, aiming to strike Kazan directly. Realizing Mihawk's observation haki was also formidable, Kazan felt that this opponent was a bit troublesome. Facing the imminent attack, he once again turned into his elemental form to evade the powerful strike. However, the next second, Mihawk pursued him again, launching a relentless series of attacks towards Kazan. Without hesitation, Kazan covered his fist with ice and the third stage of armament haki, choosing to clash head-on. Clang! The sound of ice fists colliding with the supreme sword echoed as countless ice shards shattered and fell onto the sea, forming ice. Tiny sword energies scattered, causing the sea to erupt in waves. The two continued their attacks, each strike deadly, with no reservations whatsoever. On the other side, the Thunder God ship had already sailed over 1,000 meters and came to a halt. Monet turned around, looking at the flickering thunder and ice in the sky. Her expression showed a hint of self-reproach. Monet asked the nearby Lafitte, "Do you think I'm useless?" "I can never help Big Brother." "No, your talent is still strong, and you work hard. As long as you keep training, you'll be able to help soon," Lafitte said with a smile on his pale face. Monet clenched her fists, deciding to train harder in the future, not wanting to always hide far away during battles and be unable to help. In midair, the terrifying Thunder God had completely overpowered the fierce tiger. At this moment, Henry David was covered in blood, unable to comprehend why this little guy was so abnormal. Whether it was his fruit development ability, dual haki, or physical skills, they had all reached the level of the elite vice admirals. The strength he prided himself on couldn't suppress him, making Henry David feel like he was fighting a six-dimensional warrior. Chen Fan looked at Henry David, whose body was covered in scars and bleeding, with a look full of excitement and frenzy. "Do you still remember General Budek?" Chen Fan's tone was filled with indifference, and the fists of the Thunder God were relentlessly pounding. Upon hearing this long-lost name, Henry David immediately remembered, struggling to withstand the Thunder God's violent attacks. "What is your relationship with that traitor?" "He is my master. I came here specifically to kill you today." Chen Fan smiled slightly, and the devastating thunder erupted again. The terrifying thunder fist struck Henry David's chest with incredible speed and force. With a look of horror and no time to defend himself, Henry David was sent flying dozens of meters away, rolling several times in the air before finally stopping. It turned out to be that useless apprentice. No wonder he looked like he wanted to torture me. His wife and daughter really made me feel comfortable. Henry David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and attempted to provoke Chen Fan to fill him with anger, hoping for a chance to counterattack. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Chen Fan's. "If you intended to anger me, congratulations, you succeeded. Today, you will undoubtedly die. No one can stop it." Chen Fan's entire body was bulging with veins, and the body of the Thunder God expanded to a height of 20 meters. He pushed his strength to the limit, with his heart racing. 200 million volts of Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the massive Thunder God raised both hands. At that moment, the sky hundreds of meters above was covered with dark clouds, and blue lightning ravaged within. Then, a 10-meter-long sky-blue lightning dragon emerged, carrying incredibly terrifying power, and surged down towards Henry David. Watching this scene of annihilation, Henry David instantly regretted provoking Chen Fan. However, there was no turning back now. "Damn it, you little brat. You think you can kill me? When I was ruling this sea, you didn't even know what you were doing." Henry David roared, his body swelling, blood and energy erupting. He swung his claws forward, and two slashes formed a fierce tiger figure over 10 meters tall, charging upwards. Armed tiger slash. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying lightning dragon collided with the golden giant tiger, destroying everything around them, and the sound of explosions rang out. The seawater below continued to explode, and waves of air spread out. The two front limbs of the lightning dragon pierced through the body of the golden giant tiger, then charged straight towards Henry David at an incredible speed. "How is this possible? You little brat, how could you defeat me?" Filled with fear, Henry David could not evade and could only cover his arms with armament haki, blocking in front of him. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion erupted, lightning raged, and dust flew. In that smoke, Henry David, covered in wounds, fell like a rock from midair. The officers below rushed up immediately to bring Henry David onto the warship. At this moment, Henry David's breath was extremely weak. Over 20 bones in his body were broken, and his exterior was char black. Even lifting his hand caused him intense pain, and he felt incredibly weak. The naval soldiers watched this scene in astonishment. They never expected Chen Fan to be so strong, defeating their vice admiral in less than 20 minutes. Then, they turned their gaze to Chen Fan, who was also covered in wounds. Despite being injured, the massive thunder god seemed to bring down divine punishment, instilling fear in everyone. On the other side, Kazan also realized that Henry David had been defeated. He glanced at Mihawk, who was also covered in wounds but still had the strength to fight, his expression serious. The power of ice erupted as he punched forward, trying to break free and return to rescue. However, how could Mihawk allow him to return to rescue? The black blade, Yoru, blocked in front of him, and the next second, he swung the black blade again to attack. For a moment, Kazan was entangled once more, forced to fight while retreating. But at this moment, Chen Fan had already disappeared from his original spot. Lightning scattered on the Navy warship. Many naval soldiers looked at this lightning figure, their eyes filled with fear, and no one dared to rush forward. Chen Fan's expression was cold, his piercing eyes looking ahead as he walked step by step towards Henry David. The colonel who had just saved Henry David also wore a fearful expression. However, he gripped his sword tightly, remembering his duty as a Navy officer. This colonel, looking only in his 20s, had a youthful face filled with determination. He held his sword tightly, staring at Chen Fan, who was approaching step by step. "Stop, pirate! I, Harry Flynn, as a Navy colonel, cannot let you harm my superior. We, the Navy, represent justice." With a roar, as if to boost his own confidence, Harry Flynn charged at Chen Fan with his long sword. Justice is truly laughable. Chen Fan didn't care about any youthful spirit or admiration. The destructive thunder directly covered his fist as he punched forward. Accompanied by a spray of blood, Harry Flynn's head was shattered, and his entire body fell to the ground as a headless corpse, with blood still flowing from the connection between the body and the neck. "Those who stand in my way shall die." Chen Fan walked step by step towards Henry David. This time, the naval soldiers were filled with fear, their bodies trembling, and no one dared to step forward to stop him. They were all frightened by Chen Fan's earlier display of power. Most of them feared death. They knew that rushing forward now would mean certain death, as exemplified by the lesson from the young naval colonel just moments ago. At this moment, Henry David, watching Chen Fan approach, shouted frantically, "Come on, you all hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. I'm your vice admiral. If you don't come, are you trying to end up in a military court?" Henry David shouted hoarsely. However, the naval soldiers looked at Chen Fan. Although covered in wounds and appearing physically exhausted, radiated a destructive thunder that enveloped him. The overwhelming sense of pressure made it clear that he was not in a state of being unable to fight. In their hesitation, no one dared to charge forward. Seeing Chen Fan so close, Henry David's eyes were filled with fear and terror. He regretted it deeply, regretted not killing Budek directly back then. He wanted to fight back, but his severe injuries made it impossible for him to even stand. Soon, Chen Fan stood in front of Henry David and said, "You were really lucky to die so easily." Chen Fan smiled at Henry David, but to Henry David, that smile seemed like the grin of a devil. In the next moment, Chen Fan's terrifying thunderous fist slammed directly toward Henry David's head. "No!" Henry David let out a reluctant roar. At the same time, Kazan rushed over, and upon seeing this scene, he quickly gathered an ice spear in his right hand and hurled it forward in an attempt to stop Chen Fan. But with such an attack, how could it possibly stop Chen Fan? Without even turning his head, Chen Fan, with lightning covering his left hand, effortlessly caught the ice spear. Bang! Accompanied by the explosion of brain matter, Henry David's head was crushed by Chen Fan, and he fell silent, dead beyond measure. In his final moments, Henry David felt endless fear and regret. If he were given another chance, he would do everything possible to kill Budek. He never imagined that Budek, who entered Impel Down, could teach a disciple who would come out to take revenge on him. "Master, I avenged you. Don't worry, there's another one coming soon." Chen Fan suddenly crushed the icy spear, his gaze fixed ahead, recalling the figure of magma, his fists involuntarily tightening. In midair, Kazan looked at Henry David, whose head had been shattered, and his expression showed anger. Although he was usually lazy, Chen Fan killing a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters in front of him was something he could not tolerate. Watching the angry Kazan, lightning flashed as Chen Fan floated in the air, playfully saying, "What's wrong? Do you still want to fight? Rear Admiral Kazan, do you have the confidence to take us both on? Even if you do, can you protect them?" As Chen Fan spoke, he concentrated blue destructive thunder in his right hand, looking ready to strike down at any moment. The furious Kazan looked at Chen Fan, whose body was filled with lightning, and then at the nearby Mihawk, who, despite being covered in wounds, still emanated a sword intent that reached the sky. Rationality told him that if he continued to fight 2 against 1, he might not win. Moreover, the main concern was the Navy on the warship. If Chen Fan decided to attack, with Mihawk present, he wouldn't be able to stop him. But if he didn't act, would he just let Chen Fan escape? Even if he couldn't win against 2, as long as he could stall, reinforcements would arrive in a few minutes, and at that time, at least one of them would have to stay behind. Just when Kazan was hesitating, Chen Fan spoke up. "What's wrong, Admiral Kazan? Are you trying to buy time? I want let you have your way." Mihawk hold him off. "Next, I'll show Admiral Kazan a slaughterfest." After saying that, Chen Fan turned around, his cold gaze directed at the Navy on the warship, with the blue thunder giant ball in his hand, ready to be thrown down. The Navy soldiers, witnessing this scene and recalling Chen Fan as terrifying presence from earlier, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Even the strongest among them, a rear admiral, didn't dare to charge forward. He knew very well that he could only block a few attacks, and that would be it. What a disgrace. The usually calm Kazan couldn't help but curse upon seeing this, thinking how these guys were truly embarrassing the Navy. How did Rear Admiral Henry David train his soldiers? Wait, we are retreating now. Kazan had given up. He still couldn't sacrifice the lives of all the soldiers on the warship just to capture Chen Fan and Mihawk. That's right. I hope we have another chance. Until next time, Chen Fan smiled at Kazan, then walked over to Mihawk. Without responding, Kazan's expression was filled with anger, but he could only suppress his fury. He knew he had lost this time, and he lost completely. He couldn't do what Sakazuki did, sacrificing everything, including the lives of his comrades, to capture pirates. Soon, Kazan also transformed into his elemental form and arrived on the warship. As he left, Kazan, the admiral, remembered not to pursue him. Otherwise, who knows what he might do. Chen Fan threatened Kazan and then called the nearby Mihawk to leave. He knew that the Navy's reinforcements were arriving soon. Having already killed Henry Davy, staying any longer was meaningless. As for killing Kazan, Chen Fan was not confident in his current strength. Watching the lightning dissipate in the sky and the black figure, the usually calm Kazan was also clenching his fists, filled with anger. "Admiral Kazan, what shall we do next?" Seeing Chen Fan and Mihawk leave, the thin lieutenant stepped forward to speak. Looking at the only person on the ship who could withstand a few moves from Chen Fan, but who didn't dare to act, Kazan understood this was human nature, who would want to seek death. The main issue was that dying wouldn't serve any purpose. It seemed he hadn't done anything wrong. However, as a Navy officer, Kazan was too lazy to waste words on such people. He walked back to the cabin, leaving a group of Navy soldiers in disarray on the deck, along with Henry Davy's headless corpse. On the other side, Chen Fan and Mihawk had also returned to the Thunder God. Seeing Chen Fan covered in blood, Monet immediately rushed over to hug him. "I'm sorry, big brother. I never seem to be able to help. It's okay. Just work a little harder in the future, and you'll be able to help eventually." Chen Fan rarely offered comfort. And then he said to Lafayette, "The Navy support is on the way. Leave here at full speed." "Receive, Captain." After receiving the order, Lafayette immediately drove the Thunder God at the fastest speed forward. Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk were sitting beside each other to heal their wounds. Hawkeye Mihawk picked up a medical kit and began wrapping bandages and applying medicine on himself. As for Chen Fan, he casually wrapped a bandage around himself. Then, he took a large amount of food out from the cabin and started eating. In an instant, a weak flow of warmth began to circulate within him, continuously nourishing his injuries like the sweet dew after rain. Soon, the wounds on his body began to slowly scab over. The 3 people on the ship watched Chen Fan's monstrous recovery ability, which they had seen more than once, so they were not as surprised as before. However, as Chen Fan looked at Hawkeye Mihawk, who was resting beside him, he thought to himself, although he had the presence of the green warm flow and could repair his injuries by replenishing food, the others on the ship did not have this ability. If they were to suffer serious injuries, simple bandaging and applying medicine might not be enough for recovery. Moreover, if he were to be seriously injured one day and fell unconscious, the others would not know that he could heal through food. In that case, he would also have to rely on his own recovery ability to endure. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt it was necessary to find a ship doctor. 10 minutes later, the sea breeze gently blew, and the sunlight fell on the surface of the sea. Behind Henry David's warship, a larger warship was rapidly approaching. On the deck of that warship stood a tall man with purple hair who was none other than Admiral Zephyr. Although he was now the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, he still held the position of admiral. When he saw the corpse on the warship, along with the gloomy faces of the naval soldiers on the deck in the calm sea, he immediately had a bad premonition. He knew he might be too late. On the deck, Zephyr couldn't wait for the warship to get closer and directly used moonwalk to reach the other warship. What happened? Where is the thunder god Chen Fan? How did Vice Admiral David die? That kid Kazan was also there, right? Didn't they team up to defeat Chen Fan? And where's that kid Kazan now? Zephyr's series of questions scanned everyone with an authoritative gaze. A somewhat frightened officer stepped forward to answer. Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral David was killed by that Chen Fan. As for Vice Admiral Kazan, he was blocked by Hawkeye Myhawk and couldn't save Vice Admiral David. That thunder god, Chen Fan, left 10 minutes ago. Upon hearing that Chen Fan had managed to kill Henry David in such a short time by himself, Zephyr's expression instantly became serious. He calculated that it took him about 30 minutes to arrive after receiving the call from Snail. Since Chen Fan left 10 minutes ago, it meant that this kid had defeated Vice Admiral Henry David in just 20 minutes. Such a speed of strength growth surprised even Zephyr. He had taught Sakazuki and the others. Zephyr originally thought these three kids had monstrous talents, but he didn't expect Chen Fan to be even more terrifying. If Sakazuki and the others were monsters, then Chen Fan was the monster among monsters. A talent like this becoming a pirate was undoubtedly a great threat to their navy. Hearing Zephyr's voice, Kazan, who had been resting in the cabin, also came out. That Chen Fan has really grown to this extent, killing Henry David in 20 minutes. Zephyr asked Kazan, who had just arrived, is that so? Yes, Admiral Zephyr. Although I haven't fought Chen Fan, he indeed killed Vice Admiral David in 20 minutes. Even I might not be his match now, Kazan pondered for a moment and said. Hearing that even Kazan said he might not be able to defeat Chen Fan, Zephyr fell into deep thought. He understood that if Chen Fan continued to grow, the sea would gain another king. As the sun set in the west, it was almost dark. The two warships returned to the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The naval soldiers patrolling the coast could only see Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Kazan coming down from the ship. These soldiers all looked respectful and saluted. However, Zephyr now appeared anxious and hurried towards the direction of the marshal's office, with Kazan following behind. With their speed, they soon arrived at the marshal's office. As Zephyr pushed the door open to enter, he found the office already filled with people. Admiral Sengoku sat behind the desk, while Karp and Sengoku were sitting on a sofa near the wall, one eating a donut and the other eating rice crackers. Vice Admiral Tsuru was also sitting on a nearby sofa, with Sakazuki and Borsellino sitting there as well. These were the backbone of the Navy, gathered here today to discuss how to capture Chen Fan. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku had just finished listening to Kazan's report in the afternoon, and now it was evening. His face had not improved since. He realized that Chen Fan seemed to be on the verge of fully growing up and could no longer be allowed to grow unchecked. The new world was already chaotic, and if another great pirate emerged, it would make the sea even more tumultuous. After hearing the report in the afternoon, Sengoku demoted all the officers on Vice Admiral Henry David's warship. No matter the reason, as a navy, being so cowardly and afraid of death must be punished. Otherwise, what would happen if future naval soldiers acted this way? Subsequently, Sengoku immediately summoned Zephyr and the others to discuss how to capture Chen Fan. If Chen Fan knew that the Navy was making such a big fuss to capture him, he wouldn't know what to think. Now that everyone is here, let's share our thoughts. Should we issue the highest level of wanted order for Chen Fan? Sengoku looked at everyone and said. At this moment, Sakazuki stood up and said, that Chen Fan has terrifying talent. If we let him grow any further, the consequences would be unimaginable. I suggest we issue the highest level of wanted order and have an admiral lead the team to capture him. After hearing this, a female voice spoke up. I do not agree with this opinion. The death of Pirate King Roger has caused the New World to become incredibly chaotic. Whitebeard and Redcount, these two kings of the sea, are watching closely, and Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have also recently shown their ambition by invading territories. At this stage, we must dispatch multiple admiral-level strong individuals to guard the New World. We simply do not have spare admiral-level strong individuals to hunt down Chen Fan. Moreover, if we really send admiral-level strong individuals to hunt down Chen Fan, it might be fine in the short term, but what about the long term? What if Chen Fan keeps hiding? Upon hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's words, Sengoku felt there was some truth to it. However, he also thought that without sending admirals, it would be difficult to capture Chen Fan, and allowing him to grow would also be a huge threat. What do the rest of you think? Sengoku asked the others. I agree with what Tsuru said. At this moment, Karp was eating a donut while speaking, and it was hard to tell if he was really paying attention. Seeing Karp like this, Steelbone Kong almost wanted to kick him out. Little Crane was right. We really couldn't send a Vice Admiral level force to specifically capture Chen Fan, as there were too many uncertainties. I suggest that Borsalino lead a small team of 2 vice admirals from headquarters to capture Chen Fan, while the remaining navy below the rank of admiral stand by for support. Once the team locates Chen Fan, they should request backup, with the 2 vice admirals holding off Hawkeye Mihawk, while Borsalino deals with Chen Fan. The most troublesome aspect of Chen Fan is his lightning speed, and among us, Borsalino is the only one who can keep up with his speed, making him the most suitable choice to hold Chen Fan. Sengoku noticed Steelbone Kong's hesitation and immediately came up with a suitable plan. Upon hearing this plan, Steelbone Kong finally looked less troubled and smiled at Sengoku, thinking that choosing him as a candidate for the future naval marshal was indeed correct. Then, Steelbone Kong immediately addressed everyone, saying, "All right, Sengoku's plan is good. Borsalino is indeed the most suitable person to hold Chen Fan. He will lead the team to capture Chen Fan. Does anyone have any other opinions?" Sakazuki's expression was somewhat grim. He was still hoping that the Navy headquarters could send an admiral to capture Chen Fan. However, his current position was far below that of Carp and Crane, and he had little say in the matter. Therefore, he didn't voice his inner thoughts and just looked a bit sullen. At this moment, Borsalino had an unpleasant expression on his lewd face. He had been counting the time and wondering when he could clock out, but suddenly he was assigned such an important task. "Borsalino, do you have any other opinions?" Steelbone Kong's authoritative gaze turned to Borsalino. Initially wanting to clock out peacefully, Borsalino found himself unable to refuse the marshal's order. "As you command, Marshal." "I have no objections," Borsalino said with a lewd smile. "All right, let's implement Sengoku's plan. Borsalino will lead the team to capture Chen Fan. By the way, raise Chen Fan's bounty to 1 for billion and Mihawk's bounty to 2 billion. That naval trader Lafitte's bounty should be set at 500 million, and the natural type user of the snow fruit at 100 million. Steelbone Kong looked at everyone and finalized the plan, raising the bounty for the 4 individuals on Chen Fan's ship. At this time, Chen Fan, sailing on the Thunder God ship in the sea, was still unaware that the Navy had dispatched a team led by Borsalino and 2 vice admirals from headquarters to hunt him down. He was still, as before, carrying a massive stone on his back, continuously training. However, after only doing a few push-ups, Chen Fan stood up, lifted the 4-meter-high stone over his head, and then threw it heavily towards the horizon. The massive stone flew hundreds of meters away, crashing into the sea with a loud bang, creating waves. At this point, the several-ton stone no longer satisfied Chen Fan's usual training. As for finding a larger stone, he had no interest, mainly because it was too inconvenient. He decided to go and grab a gravity ring. Then he said to Lafitte and the other 3, "You all wait for me at that small island we just passed. I'm going to Judicial Island to get the recording pointer." Chen Fan decided to go to Judicial Island by himself to steal a gravity bracelet. He initially thought about going with everyone from the Thunder God, but after some consideration, he figured it would be more convenient with fewer people for something like stealing. After all, with his speed, not many could catch up. "All right, Captain." Lafitte had never questioned Chen Fan's decisions, and he handed over the recording pointer to Chen Fan. Hawkeye Mihawk replied coldly, and then swung his supreme blade, the black knife Yuru. Monet, somewhat reluctant, asked, "Big brother, what are you going to do at Judicial Island?" "Take me with you. You could train hard, and I'll be back soon." Chen Fan naturally couldn't take Monet with him. If he were to take someone, it would be better to bring Hawkeye Mihawk. Monet is still too young and too weak to be of any help. After obtaining the record pointer, Chen Fan was about to leave when he suddenly thought about it. Judicial Island is too close to the Navy headquarters. What if something unexpected happens? It's safer to have one more person. "Mihawk, you're coming with me on this trip." Chen Fan spoke to Hawkeye Mihawk. "Okay." Without refusing, Hawkeye Mihawk stopped training. Then, Chen Fan's body sparkled with lightning and disappeared from the spot, and Hawkeye Mihawk did the same, soaring into the sky. Monet wanted to say something, but before she could open her mouth, Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk had already left. She could only pout, feeling a bit angry, and turned her anger into strength, then began training in the Marine 6 styles. 5 days later, under the blazing sun, on a medium-sized island, Chen Fan had just obtained the record pointer to Judicial Island from a black market on one of the islands. With the speed of Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk, they couldn't find the direction in 5 days, wandering aimlessly on the sea. This is why the first thing Chen Fan did when he went to sea was to find a navigator. After that, Chen Fan did not set off immediately, but took a moment to rest. After all, he could elementalize and soar in the sky without needing any stamina. However, Hawkeye Mihawk was different. Using his skills to fly in the air consumed stamina, so he couldn't maintain it for long. Nevertheless, Chen Fan did not regret bringing Hawkeye Mihawk along. After all, even though Judicial Island could later be breached by someone as strong as Luffy, he had the protagonist's halo. If something unexpected happened when Chen Fan got there, having an elite Vice Admiral level powerhouse by his side would increase the chances of success. Most importantly, Chen Fan's trip was not only to obtain the gravity handcuffs, but also to loot the treasures inside Judicial Island, such as devil fruits and great swords. After resting, Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk headed towards Judicial Island. The next day, sunlight spilled over the surface of the sea. Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk stood proudly in midair, facing a large island with numerous buildings. This island had a circular center with a small island at both the front and back. This was the Judicial Island, known as Nightless Island. At this moment, on the front island, the guards patrolling on wolf-like police dogs also spotted two figures. But before they could get a clear look, the two figures appeared on the island. Thunder rained down upon the earth as two silhouettes emerged from the blue lightning. When the patrolling guards recognized the newcomers, their expressions immediately changed to shock. Thunder God Chen Fan, Hawkeye Mihawk. Not good. Quickly report to Admiral Spandam that Thunder God Chen Fan is attacking the Judicial Island. The captain of the guard shouted immediately, but before he could notify anyone, Chen Fan's body shone with thunder, and he pointed upwards. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky at an incredible speed. The captain of the guards couldn't withstand it at all, with a face full of terror. He didn't even have time to scream for help before he was engulfed by the lightning, turning into a pile of ashes, including the police dog beneath him. The remaining guards were stunned by this scene, their eyes filled with fear. You cover me here. I'll go in and grab something. Chen Fan turned to the nearby Hawkeye Mihawk and said he did not intend to waste time. In an instant after speaking, a massive ball of thunder appeared in his right hand. Chen Fan threw it forward, and the thunderball, several meters in size, shot directly towards a dozen or so guards in front. Help! Help! Enemy attack! Thunder God Chen Fan is attacking Judicial Island. The guards shouted frantically, fully aware of the terror of Thunder God Chen Fan. They dared not resist and desperately tried to escape, but their speed was no match for the thunder. In just a moment, the thunderball engulfed the dozen guards. Accompanied by screams, those guards, except for the one who was running in the lead, were all charred and fell to the ground, lifeless. Watching this scene, Hawkeye Mihawk said nothing. He had been on the sea long enough to know that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Meanwhile, the sounds of the massive destruction and the guards' cries for help caught the attention of other guards on the island, who immediately sounded the alarm to notify the people on the central island of the enemy's surprise attack. Chen Fan didn't care about this. With a flash of lightning, he appeared in front of the guard who was frantically fleeing. Where's the treasury of Judicial Island? Knowing means you live, not knowing means you die. Chen Fan directly grabbed the guard's clothes, lifting him up, and looked at him with a cold gaze. The guard looked at the thunderous figure before him, filled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Where's the place on Judicial Island that stores berries and treasures? Show me the way and take me there, or you will die. Chen Fan's voice rang out with an icy indifference. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, the guard didn't dare to resist. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he hurriedly said, It's on the middle island, behind the high tower. I'll show you the way, please don't kill me. After hearing this, Chen Fan's body shimmered with lightning and vanished from the spot, causing alarms to blare throughout Judicial Island. On the other side, on the middle island, Spandam, who was resting in the office, heard of the enemy attack and slowly walked out, thinking it was just some small-time pirate. However, when he saw the figure crackling with lightning, a name that had recently gained notoriety flashed through his mind, Thunder God Chen Fan. Spandam immediately realized that the situation was dire and hurriedly ran back to the office to call for help. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong, just finishing up his work, was about to take a break when he heard the urgent phone call ringing on his desk. Without hesitation, he picked it up. Steelbone Kong, this is Spandam. Thunder God Chen Fan is currently attacking Judicial Island, accompanied by Hawkeye Mihawk. Requesting backup, requesting backup. Spandam spoke in a panic. What? Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's face filled with anger. He never expected Chen Fan to be so audacious, repeatedly provoking the Navy's bottom line. You try to hold them off as best as you can. I'll send someone to support you right away. Steelbone Kong set the phone down and picked up another phone next to his desk. In the office, sitting lazily was Borsalino, who heard his phone ring. After yawning, he answered it. Borsalino, you are at Navy headquarters, right? Get to Judicial Island as fast as you can. Thunder God Chen Fan is currently attacking with Hawkeye Mihawk. You need to go first and hold them off. I'll send Kazan along as well. General Zifa just finished his mission, and I'll inform him not to return to headquarters, but to head directly to Judicial Island. You just need to hold them for half an hour. Steelbone Kong said anxiously. Understood. Borsalino didn't expect that he wouldn't even have to seek out Chen Fan. The Thunder God had come looking for him. Accompanied by a flash of light, Borsalino immediately vanished from the spot, a streak of light appearing in the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Fan has already arrived at the central island, and those guards along the way who dared to obstruct him were easily killed by him. Chen Fan was surrounded by raging thunder as he shook his head. No wonder Luffy was able to boldly storm Judicial Island in the future. This Judicial Island, known as the Navy's court, was not any less formidable than Impel Down and the Navy headquarters. At that moment, Spandam looked at the figure brimming with thunder, curling up in his office. Too scared to even try to intervene. He had heard of Chen Fan's notorious reputation. This guy had just killed a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. 3 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived in front of a warehouse, which was secured by a large padlock, with 2 guards standing in front. Not wanting to waste time, Chen Fan pointed his right hand forward, and in an instant, 2 thick bolts of lightning shot toward the 2 guards at an incredible speed. Filled with terror and fear, the 2 guards wanted to flee, but it was already too late. Accompanied by 2 screams, the guards were completely turned to ash. Watching this scene, the guard standing next to Chen Fan was so frightened that he was frozen in place and even wet himself. Right in front is the treasury. You said you would let me go, right? The skinny guard trembled as he asked. Let me teach you a lesson. Don't trust your enemies. After Chen Fan finished speaking, his expression was full of indifference. His right hand contained thunder that struck at an incredibly fast speed, directly hitting the guard. The guard's pupils widened, and before he could finish his sentence, his entire head was shattered by Chen Fan. Subsequently, without hesitation, Chen Fan threw a powerful punch at the treasury door. Boom! With a loud bang, the iron door was blown open by Chen Fan's punch. Then, with thunder flashing, Chen Fan vanished from his spot. Upon entering the treasury, he saw wooden boxes, a 5-tiered shelf, and a weapon rack. Chen Fan first opened those wooden boxes and saw they were filled with berries and gold. He shook his head. It wasn't that Chen Fan wasn't interested, but he couldn't carry so many things. It was too troublesome, especially since they were too close to the Navy headquarters. Chen Fan didn't want to waste too much time, so he skipped over the boxes and went to the 5-tiered shelf. On it were various treasures, devil fruits, and legendary swords. Chen Fan casually glanced around and collected the 7 demon fruits of considerable value. Then, he looked at the treasure swords, which were not very valuable. The best one was just a 21 craft large knife. Without much thought, Chen Fan put away the 372 craft knives and a large knife. Finally, he approached the weapon rack and looked at the firearms and ammunition, which did not interest him much. In the second row, he finally found a box containing gravity wristbands, labeled with weights of 3 tons, 5 tons, 8 tons, 10 tons, and the highest being 20 tons. Chen Fan thought for a moment. Given his current strength, he took away 2 sets of 10 tons and 20 tons, leaving the rest behind. Looking around, there really wasn't anything too valuable, and plus, Chen Fan already had a full bundle. He didn't hesitate and immediately disappeared with the bundle. The thunder raged, and although Chen Fan wanted to destroy this Judicial Island, he knew all too well that staying longer was more dangerous. Let's go. With Chen Fan's speed, he quickly reached the shore. Meanwhile, Spandam, who was in the office trembling in fear, didn't dare to come out and stop them. He couldn't wait for these 2 fierce beings to leave. As for the admiral's order to hold them back, what was more important than his own life? Seeing Chen Fan's fully loaded bundle, Dracula Mihawk realized that he had come to the Judicial Island to loot supplies. Soon after, the 2 prepared to leave, with lightning flashing. And Mihawk also used his technique that allowed him to glide briefly in the air. Just as the 2 reached midair, a beam of light shot toward Chen Fan at an incredible speed. With his powerful observation haki, Chen Fan easily dodged this attack. Subsequently, a radiant figure appeared before the 2. Borsalino. Chen Fan's expression became serious. He didn't expect the Navy support to arrive so quickly. It's truly terrifying, Thunder God Chen Fan. Borsalino had a lewd look on his face. Looking at Borsalino's annoying expression, Chen Fan thought to himself that some people are indeed born lewd. Do you really think you can stop the 2 of us by yourself? Let's go. Chen Fan saw that only Borsalino had come over, so he immediately called Eagle Eye Mihawk to leave together. He didn't want to fight in this place. Soon after, the 2 vanished from their original spot. But just a few hundred meters away, the figure glowing with light reappeared in front of them. Lord Chen Fan, are you really thinking of leaving like this? Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me? Borsalino said with a smile. Chen Fan knew very well that his speed might not be faster than Borsalino's, and with Hawkeye around, if that guy was determined to chase, he wouldn't be able to escape. My Hawk, you put the things on the rocks below, and we'll have some fun with this admiral. Chen Fan's expression was indifferent. He knew in his heart that Borsalino's purpose was to hold them both back, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Without hesitation, Hawkeye My Hawk also understood the current situation, and he immediately went down, placing the bundle on the rock. Let's go together and deal with this guy as quickly as possible. Chen Fan knew the strength of Borsalino very well. He was aware that his chances of defeating him alone were slim. Only by joining forces with Hawkeye's My Hawk could they have a chance to defeat Borsalino in a short period of time. Thunder God mode. Chen Fan's entire body was shining with the destructive thunder, and in an instant, the sky was filled with blue lightning. Then, an endless stream of it gathered around Chen Fan's body. In just a few seconds, Chen Fan manifested into a thunder giant over 10 meters tall, surrounded by blue lightning, looking particularly terrifying. Beside him, Hawkeye My Hawk also drew his supreme great sword, the Black Blade Uru, with powerful sword intent soaring into the sky, seemingly intending to cut through everything in the world. Chen Fan and the other person both knew very well that the longer they stayed in this place, the higher the danger became. It was truly terrifying. These two guys actually chose to go all out from the very beginning. Borsalino's previously lewd expression had also turned somewhat serious. He understood that facing these two, if he didn't take it seriously, he could really end up capsizing in the gutter. Like God mode. In the next second, his entire body shone with radiant particles, illuminating the whole sky with brilliance. A powerful force continuously gathered around him, resembling Chen Fan's Thor mode in some ways. The only difference was that Borsalino was covered in light, while Chen Fan expanded his thunder, transforming into a giant of thunder. Kill! The enormous fist of the thunder giant, containing immense power, rushed toward Borsalino at high speed. Heavenly Cloud Sword, a sword of light, appeared in Borsalino's hands, and he immediately gripped it and swung it forward. In the next second, clang, the thunderous fist and the sword of light collided, creating ripples of air that spread outwards. At the same time, Hawkeye My Hawk's attack also came, with his incredibly sharp black sword, Uru, slicing directly toward Borsalino's head. Without hesitation, Borsalino unleashed a powerful force, forcibly pushing Chen Fan back, and then used the Heavenly Cloud Sword to block the Uru. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing rang out, and the two continued to swing their weapons, engaging in a fierce battle. On the other side, Chen Fan also swung his fist to attack again. In an instant, Borsalino, who was fighting against two opponents, fell into a disadvantage. Although his strength was greater than that of both, he still couldn't manage to take on two at once, especially since his physical skills were his weak point. Borsalino understood that he couldn't keep fighting like this, otherwise he might really lose. Elementalized, Borsalino transformed into light and dodged the attacks from the two, then attempted to escape into the distance to create space. However, in the next second, a massive thunderous fist came crashing toward him. Seeing this terrifying strike, Borsalino's expression turned grave, and he raised the Heavenly Cloud Sword to block in front of him, taking the punch head-on, causing him to fly backward several meters. He had forgotten that one of these two guys was just as fast as he was. It was nearly impossible for him to create distance. At this moment, Borsalino's face looked extremely grim. He had always toyed with others due to his speed advantage, but now that advantage was gone, and he didn't know what to do. However, Chen Fan and Hawkeye My Hawk would not give him time to think. Their intentions were clear, to strike with all their might and heavily injure Borsalino in the shortest time possible, so he couldn't hold them back. Thunder raged, and sword energy pierced through the clouds as Chen Fan and My Hawk's overwhelming attacks came crashing down on Borsalino. In an instant, Borsalino was shining with light, desperately trying to fend off the onslaught from both. Even with his strength, under the relentless assault from the two, he was continuously sustaining injuries, with drops of blood spilling onto the ground. At this moment, Spandam, who was watching the battle through a telescope, was filled with astonishment. He had thought that with Vice Admiral Borsalino's appearance, these two guys would be finished. After all, Borsalino was very likely to become the next admiral. However, now Spandam saw Borsalino being suppressed, with wounds appearing all over his body. He was immediately glad he hadn't gone out to seek death. Meanwhile, the battle in mid-air continued. Thunder covered half of the sky above the hundreds of meters of sea surface, while the other half was filled with dazzling light. Even though physical skills were a weak point for Borsalino, and despite facing two opponents, he still managed to forcibly block their attacks. This is why Borsalino would later be known as one of the three admirals of the Navy. Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk also became increasingly impatient. They discovered that a figure covered in ice had appeared hundreds of meters away. Give it up, Thunder God Chen Fan, Hawkeye Mihawk. You two are definitely going to stay here today. Borsalino had a face that was asking for a beating, although his body was covered in scars. None of them were serious. It could be said that his combat power was still around 90%, which is what makes Borsalino so terrifying. If Hawkeye Mihawk is at the level of an elite rear admiral, and Chen Fan is a bit stronger, then Borsalino is infinitely close to the strength of a vice admiral, which is why he can face two opponents and still not be at a disadvantage for a short time. And yet, he wants us to surrender just like that. Chen Fan disdainfully said, and the terrifying thunder erupted once again. The two of them charged toward Borsalino to attack again, with a destructive thunder spear appearing in his right hand. The sharp and unparalleled supreme great knife, Black Knife Yi, swung out in extremely fast speed. In an instant, Borsalino's expression became serious as he faced the attacks of the two, tightly gripping the Amano Murakumo sword and swinging it forward, trying to block their attacks head-on. Clang! Faced with the terrifying attacks from the two, Borsalino kept retreating. Seizing the opportunity, the giant left fist of the Thunder Giant slammed directly towards Borsalino. With no time to dodge, Borsalino wanted to elementalize and escape, but it was already too late. The third stage of armament hockey covered his right arm. Bang! Borsalino fell heavily downwards, and Chen Fan and Mihawk seized the opportunity to continue their attack. However, a gigantic iceberg, carrying the power to freeze everything, charged towards them. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan and Mihawk could only dodge to the left and right, as the nearly 10-meter-tall iceberg then disappeared into the sky. Boom! Following a loud explosion, it shattered into countless pieces of ice, scattering over the sea and causing patches of seawater to freeze into ice blocks. At this moment, Borsalino also steadied himself. Chen Fan looked at the situation where he and Hawkeye Mihawk had made a full effort, but still failed to seize the opportunity to severely injure Borsalino. Now this matter had become difficult. At this moment, Kazan was covered in ice and had already appeared beside Borsalino. He looked for a chance to escape. If possible, he would take the package along, but if not, he would just let it go. Chen Fan whispered to the nearby Hawkeye Mihawk, "You can't escape." Kazan's expression was filled with indifference. Although he usually appeared somewhat lazy, he had suffered a loss at Chen Fan's hands last time, and anyone would want to redeem themselves. Just as Kazan was about to take action against Chen Fan, a hand reached out to stop him. "You deal with him, Hawkeye Mihawk. I'll handle the Thunder God Chen Fan. You prevent him from escaping." The lecherous face of Borsalino showed some anger, having been beaten down for so long. He naturally had his frustrations. All right, Kazan did not object. He knew very well that he couldn't match Chen Fan's speed. This was also the reason why Sengoku and Steelbone Kong chose Borsalino to capture Chen Fan instead of him in a Kainu. The next moment, light flickered, and Borsalino's body instantly disappeared from the spot, wielding the Amatsukami sword, rushing towards Chen Fan at an incredible speed. With a serious expression, Chen Fan knew this battle was unavoidable. The terrifying thunder erupted, and the massive fist of the Thunder Giant slammed forward. Boom! The two attacks collided instantly, thunder raging and light flashing. In a bloody clash, the two engaged in fierce close combat. At this moment, although Borsalino had sustained some injuries, he was still evenly matched with Chen Fan. On the other side, Kazan was covered in cold ice, with two ice spears appearing in his hands, attacking Hawkeye Mihawk. The supreme Great Blade, Black Blade Knight, continuously clashed with the ice spears, ice shards shattering. But the next moment, they reformed, and both sides were unleashing their full strength without holding back. Although Kazan was slightly stronger than the current Hawkeye Mihawk, determining a winner was far from simple. In the distance, Spandam watched this scene with immense excitement. He had initially thought that if the treasure was lost, as the head of Judicial Island, he would definitely be scolded and even demoted. Now, with Kuzan and Borsalino here, these two guys would definitely not escape. Spandam smiled smugly, completely forgetting how scared he had been just a moment ago, too frightened to even step outside. In midair, the battle among the four continued, with three forces of nature constantly erupting in the sky, causing waves of sonic booms, and the sea below was turbulent. The powerful sword intent of Hawkeye Mihawk seemed to be breaking through the clouds. For a moment, the four engaged in a fierce exchange, unable to determine a winner in such a short time. However, the more it went on, the worse Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk's expressions became. They knew that although it appeared evenly matched now, in a life-and-death battle, their chances of winning were only around 40%. Unfortunately, Chen Fan and the others were unaware that an even greater crisis was approaching them. Admiral Zifa was on his way. Huff huff, breathing heavily. After fighting with all their might until now, Chen Fan's stamina was greatly depleted. Of course, Borsalino beside him was not in much better shape. He was also panting heavily and had multiple wounds on his body. To hold Chen Fan back, Borsalino could only keep engaging in close combat with him. However, hand-to-hand fighting was not Borsalino's strong suit, and coupled with his earlier injuries, the slight advantage he had over Chen Fan was now beginning to slip away. On the other side, after a long battle, and with Hawkeye Mihawk having expended some energy earlier, Kazan ultimately gained the upper hand due to his powerful strength. At this moment, Chen Fan's expression was somewhat grim. This situation seemed a bit tricky. Moreover, he noticed that whether it was Borsalino or Kazan, even though both were fighting with all their might, it didn't seem like they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. It seemed they only wanted to hold him and Mihawk back. Upon closer thought, Chen Fan could easily guess that these two were definitely waiting for reinforcements. So there was no need for them to fight desperately against the two of them. And the reinforcements they were waiting for were very likely to be an admiral. Now, facing Borsalino and Kazan, Chen Fan and the other person's chances of winning are only 40. If another naval admiral appears, it would be certain death. Break out with full force. Run separately. Chen Fan shouted at Hawkeye Mihawk, then decisively picked up his package and ran to the right, already having a strategy in mind. On the other side, Hawkeye Mihawk also sensed something was off. Without hesitation, he ran to the left. Watching the two escape, Borsalino and Kazan exchanged glances and pursued their respective opponents, determined not to let Chen Fan and the others get away so easily this time. As brilliance shone and ice covered the ground, Chen Fan had just started running when he noticed a radiant figure chasing after him. Clearly, his speed was on par with Borsalino's, and neither could shake the other off. In the sky, a golden streak and a blue streak cut through the air, one chasing and one fleeing. Yata no Kagami. Borsalino's entire body shone brightly as he gathered light in his right hand, forming an object resembling a mirror of light. In the next moment, a beam was shot from this light mirror, creating a Z-shaped trajectory that ultimately positioned itself in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan, have you ever been kicked by light? Borsalino said in his typical infuriating tone, as he gathered light on his right leg and then kicked toward Chen Fan at an incredible speed. Oh, have you ever been struck by thunder? Armed Thunder Fist. In response to this rapid strike, Chen Fan's expression remained indifferent as he unleashed a punch covered in destructive thunder. Boom! The terrifying thunder and intense light collided in that instant like a raging dragon, and a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air. Chen Fan and Borsalino flew backward a few meters. However, Chen Fan had no intention of fighting. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, he elementalized and began to flee toward the horizon. But how could Borsalino let him escape so easily? The dazzling light continuously attacked Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan could only fight while retreating, and his speed was very slow. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Navy's reinforcements would catch up. Thunder God Chen Fan, you can't escape this time. You might as well give up and let me capture you, Borsalino said with a smug expression. After all, your strength is terrifying, and I don't want to fight you. As he spoke, he gathered the light in his right foot, which contained immense power, and struck toward Chen Fan's head. Then why don't you just let me go? Chen Fan's body was enveloped in terrifying thunder, which gathered on his right leg and swung forward. Bang! In an instant, the two powerful right feet collided, emitting brilliant light and scattering thunder. This won't do. Your talent and strength are too frightening. If I let you go, I won't be able to explain it to the marshal. Borsalino still wore that annoying expression. Looking at Borsalino like this, Chen Fan felt a bit speechless, thinking to himself how terrifying he was and how ruthless he could be. Not wanting to waste more words with him, Chen Fan shone with thunder and continued to flee into the distance. Watching this scene, Borsalino found it hard to understand. After all, Chen Fan couldn't shake him off. At this speed, our reinforcements would catch up soon. What was his purpose? At this moment, Chen Fan was also very clear that he couldn't shake off Borsalino. However, his goal was never to shake off Borsalino. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this moment, Hawkeye Mihawk had already been caught up by Kazan. Hawkeye Mihawk looked at Kazan, who was blocking his way and covered in ice, knowing that there was nowhere left to run. Moreover, running away was not his style. Holding the supreme blade, the black sword Yuru, Hawkeye Mihawk's sword intense soared to its peak. Sensing this incredibly sharp momentum, Kazan did not dare to underestimate him. The cold ice erupted in an instant, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Ice blade. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air, which transformed into an ice blade. Gripping the ice blade tightly, Kazan elementalized and charged a Hawkeye Mihawk with extreme speed. With a cold expression, Hawkeye Mihawk also gripped the black sword Yoru tightly, which was pitch black and contained immense power, confronting Kazan head-on. Clang! In an instant, the cold ice blade collided with the sharp black sword, producing a sound of clashing metal and creating waves of air. Both were the type to act fiercely without much talk, and in an instant, their figures clashed in midair, with shards of ice falling into the sea, forming small ice blocks. Sword energy scattered over the ocean, creating countless splashes of waves. Both were using all their strength without holding back, as time ticked away. Bloody battles, fierce fighting, every punch landing hard. Drops of blood flowed into the sea. Huff huff. 2 heavy breaths sounded, with a grotesque sword wound on Kazan's chest, while Hawkeye Mihawk was in an even worse state, covered in scars. Some areas of his arms and legs had already been frozen by the ice. Even with his strength, he couldn't thaw it in a short time. Although it appeared that their battle was evenly matched, if it continued, Hawkeye Mihawk's body would gradually be completely frozen by the ice. If this continued, the one likely to win was Kazan. With a serious expression, Hawkeye Mihawk knew this and was contemplating how to respond to the current predicament. However, Kazan would not give him time to think. Whoosh! His body instantly vanished from the spot, and with the ice rampaging, 2 frozen spears appeared in his hands. Kazan, holding the frozen spears, attacked Hawkeye Mihawk at high speed. With no time to hesitate, Hawkeye Mihawk gripped the supreme blade tightly, activating the 3rd stage of his armament hockey, and charged forward. Clang! In a split second, ice splattered everywhere as the two resumed their battle, with explosions ringing out in the sky. Their speed was so fast that if an ordinary person were there, they would only see 2 afterimages constantly colliding. On the other side, Chen Fan was continuously fleeing into the distance, his body already covered in numerous small wounds. There was no choice. Their strengths were closely matched. One fleeing and the other attacking. It was clear who was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Borisolino still couldn't figure out what Chen Fan was thinking. However, he wasn't in a hurry, just relentlessly pursuing Chen Fan, because Zephyr's side was already close to arriving via the life paper. How terrifying, Thunder God Chen Fan. So young, yet so powerful. However, today you're very likely to stay here. Borisolino revealed a lewd smile, extending his hands slightly forward. In an instant, 2 laser beams containing tremendous power shot toward Chen Fan at high speed. With no intention of facing them head-on, Chen Fan elementalized his body and, relying on his strong observation hockey, dodged the 2 attacks. Boom! The next second, the 2 laser beams exploded violently in the sky, creating a cloud of smoke. Looking at Borisolino's face full of mockery and lewdness, Chen Fan's expression turned sour, thinking that this guy was really annoying. If it weren't for the fear of the Navy reinforcements arriving, I would definitely want to have a proper fight with this guy and leave some marks on him. Just as Borisolino was about to continue his attack, Chen Fan suddenly stopped fleeing toward the horizon and charged directly downward. Upon seeing the 79 islands formed by red tree trunks, Borisolino's expression instantly turned ugly. You probably guessed why Chen Fan had been fleeing madly all the way. Chen Fan is likely trying to use the lives of ordinary people to threaten himself. At this moment, Chen Fan has a smile on his face. After running for so long, he finally made it. He directly headed towards the nearest island. Behind him, Borisolino was in hot pursuit, his whole body shining with light, holding the heavenly cloud sword in his right hand, attacking Chen Fan at an incredible speed. With a cold expression, the power of thunder gathered in his fist. Chen Fan turned around and launched his powerful right fist forward. Boom! In an instant, the 2 attacks collided like dragon serpents. The sound of the explosion echoed, and both of them were sent flying back a few meters. Then, without any hesitation, Chen Fan's body flickered with lightning as he rushed down toward the island filled with buildings at the fastest speed. At this moment, on island number 73, there were ordinary people, pirates, merchants, nobles, and others. The explosion had drawn the attention of those walking on the streets. They all looked up and saw a figure surrounded by thunder and another shining with light, one fleeing and the other chasing. Who are those 2? They're flying in the sky, and one of them is covered in thunder. I know that one. It seems to be Marine Vice Admiral Borisolino. As for the one being chased, I don't know who he is. You don't know? That's the recently famous Thunder God, Chen Fan. It is said that he is the only person to have broken the myth of Impel Down. I've heard of him too. He is under 20 years old and already has the strength to defeat a vice admiral. Such talent is terrifying. The people below were discussing the identities of the two. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had arrived within 100 meters of the island. Endless thunder punishment. Blue lightning gathered all over his body, and Chen Fan waved his hands upwards. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and bolts of lightning flickered within. The next second, thick bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, descended from the sky, carrying terrifying power towards the people on the island. The ordinary people, nobles, and pirates on the island were instantly dumbfounded by this scene, and they immediately fled in a panic. On the other side, Palyasolino looked at this scene with an extremely grim expression. He did not expect Chen Fan to actually do this. Without daring to hesitate, he elementalized and appeared several meters above the island. Laser beam. Palyasolino's whole body shone with light as he waved his hands forward. In an instant, beams of light shot out, rushing towards the destructive thunder. Boom! The thunder and light continuously collided, the sound of explosions ringing out, creating ripples in the air, smoke rising, and the world changing color. Countless small bolts of lightning fell, causing the buildings on the streets to collapse into ruins. Some unfortunate people were caught in the aftermath, either trapped under the rubble or struck by the small bolts of lightning. In an instant, cries for help echoed. Help! Someone help me! I don't want to die. Who will save me? I'll give them all my money. The sounds of screams and pleas for help kept rising from below. At this moment, Palyasolino's expression was extremely grim. Even though he could block Chen Fan's attacks, the residual waves from their attacks were not something these ordinary people could withstand. What now? Call the phone bug to Kazan and let him release my hawk. You also need to disappear from my sight and let me go. Or there's another option. Let everyone on this island accompany me to the grave. Chen Fan smiled slightly, with strands of thunder swirling around him. In his right hand, a massive thunderball several meters in size was forming, as if ready to strike at any moment. Borsalino fell into hesitation. He knew that if he couldn't capture Chen Fan this time, it would be even more difficult next time. Moreover, with this guy's terrifying talent, it was likely that his power would only grow stronger with each encounter. For a moment, even Borsalino was at a loss. After pondering for a second, he immediately took out the phone bug from his pocket and dialed. In the marshal's office, upon seeing the red phone bug, he quickly picked it up. Marshal, Chen Fan is currently on the Sabeti archipelago, threatening me with the lives of the ordinary citizens on this island. He demands to let him and Dracul Myhawk go. Otherwise, he will make all the people on the island accompany them in death. Borsalino quickly reported the situation. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's expression instantly darkened. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so ruthless at such a young age, using the citizens of an island to threaten them. What's your decision? If you don't make a decision quickly, the citizens of this island will all die here. Chen Fan said with a smile, knowing clearly that the longer he dragged things out, the more dangerous it became for him. In the office of the marshal, after hesitating for a few seconds, Steelbone Kong felt that sacrificing the lives of ordinary citizens on an island to eliminate Chen Fan was not a bad deal. After all, if Chen Fan grew stronger in the future, the threat he posed to the Navy would be far greater than just one island. Thinking of this, Steelbone Kong issued an order to Borsalino. It didn't matter about the lives of the ordinary citizens on the island. He had to hold Chen Fan back and not let him escape, as Zephyr was already approaching. Upon hearing this, Borsalino's expression turned somewhat grim. He didn't expect Steelbone Kong to make this choice. However, after much hesitation, he chose to obey the order. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Borsalino's body shone with light, and the Amatsu no Murakumo appeared in his right hand. Chen Fan watched this scene with an ugly expression, having guessed the outcome. He didn't expect the Navy to be so ruthless. You world government, what justice? It's truly laughable. I see you're just the dogs of the celestial dragons. Chen Fan mocked slightly. No need to say so much, you will definitely stay here today. Borsalino rarely spoke in a normal tone, which indicated that he had some objections to Steelbone Kong's decision. Well then, let the ordinary people on these islands accompany me to the grave. Accompanied by thunder surrounding his body, Chen Fan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, preparing to take the ordinary people on the islands below with him. Although he knew that his plan was very likely to fail, he still wanted to test whether the Navy was really bluffing him. The moment Chen Fan charged downwards, Borsalino's entire body also radiated brilliance and pursued after him. Just as they were about to reach the ground of the island, both of their expressions changed simultaneously. Chen Fan was excited, while Borisolino's expression was extremely grim. This was because both of them had simultaneously spotted a man in the house, wearing a bubble helmet and white clothing, who was curled up in a corner. Such attire could only be worn by the celestial dragons from One Piece. St. Roswald was originally strutting down the street with 2 guards, but upon encountering the battle between Borisolino and Chen Fan, his 2 guards were instantly reduced to ashes by the shockwave of the fight. This left him momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do as he remained inside the house. Without hesitation, Chen Fan thought to himself that he was lucky, and he immediately dashed towards the celestial dragon at the fastest speed. At this moment, Borisolino was unable to catch up. He had initially planned to create distance to hold Chen Fan back, so he pursued too closely, making it impossible for him to catch up now. Just as Chen Fan was less than 100 meters away from St. Roswald, an overwhelming sense of death threat surged from behind him. Without daring to hesitate, Chen Fan immediately turned around, and a black fist covered in the 4th stage of armament hockey, carrying the power to destroy everything, came rushing towards him at an incredible speed. The attacker was Zephyr, who had just arrived. Seeing Chen Fan about to grab the celestial dragon, he struck with all his strength right away. The terrifying power made Chen Fan feel the sensation of death. His instinct told him he could not take it head-on. He wouldn't be able to block it. It should be noted that Zephyr had not yet lost his arm and was not in his later years of frailty. He still possessed the strength of an admiral. The power of Zephyr's full-strength punch was unimaginable. With a grim expression and tense nerves, Chen Fan wanted to elementalize and escape, but at such a close distance. It seemed a bit too late. Was he really going to die? No. He had not yet become the king of this world. He had not yet reached the peak. He could not just die like this. Faced with the threat of death, a powerful force within Chen Fan seemed to break through a barrier and erupted. A force akin to a mental attack spread outwards, creating a powerful aura. In an instant, the ordinary crowd within 100 meters fainted. At the same time, Zephyr, who was about to unleash his punch, paused for a split second. It was in that brief moment that Chen Fan completely elementalized, lightning flickering, disappearing from his original spot, awakened in the last moment the Conqueror's hockey. Boom! The black fist, containing terrifying power, slammed heavily into the ground. In an instant, the earth shook, countless stones flew, dust rose, and the ground formed a deep pit of over 10 meters. This demonstrated how strong Zephyr's punch was. If Chen Fan had taken this punch head-on, he would not only be gravely injured but might have died. On the other side, at a critical moment, awakening the Conqueror's hockey and avoiding this strike, Chen Fan had already reached the vicinity of St. Roswald, 100 meters away. Under his somewhat fearful expression, Chen Fan directly grabbed his neck and lifted him up, his eyes filled with indifference. However, Chen Fan did not exert much strength. He only wanted to restrain St. Roswald so that he could not escape. Otherwise, if he accidentally killed this guy, he would lose his bargaining chip. Meanwhile, Zephyr and Borisolino, watching the scene, had extremely grim expressions and were somewhat astonished. Especially Zephyr, who did not expect this little guy to awaken the Conqueror's hockey. Caught off guard, he was stunned for a split second. What surprised him the most was that the little guy's Conqueror's hockey, clearly just awakened, was incredibly strong. Otherwise, even if he was completely unprepared, it would be impossible for it to stun him for a split second. Let go of me, you worthless slave, insect. I am a noble descendant of the Creator. If you obediently let go of me, I might spare your life and let you be my slave. St. Roswald struggled desperately to pry Chen Fan's hand away, but with his strength, how could he possibly succeed? You worthless piece of trash. Chen Fan looked coldly at St. Roswald. Just that gaze made Roswald feel fear and dread. You two are a general and a vice admiral, right? Hurry and save me. I'm a celestial dragon. Roswald quickly called for help from Zephyr and Borisolino beside him. Chen Fan let go of the celestial dragon. Zephy's imposing gaze turned to Chen Fan, his powerful aura pressing down. However, it was of no effect on Chen Fan. General Zephyr, what kind of joke are you making? This is my lifeline. How could I possibly let go? I have to say, I'm really lucky to run into such trash. Chen Fan looked at the two with a smile. Let me go, you despicable ant. I am a noble celestial dragon, St. Roswald. He continued to babble incessantly. Chen Fan, feeling a bit annoyed, tightened his grip on Roswald's neck. In an instant, Roswald was unable to speak, his face turning pale, and he struggled desperately with his hands and feet. Seeing this, Zephyr and Borisolino, with grim expressions, quickly shouted for a halt. Wait, what do you want in order to release the celestial dragon? Zephyr, with clenched fists, looked at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with reluctance. He knew that the initiative was likely in Chen Fan's hands now. Zifa and Borisolino were filled with hatred towards this celestial dragon. They were so close to success, only for this guy to appear and turn the situation around. It's simple. Let me go. And also call Kazan right now to release my crew and let Hawkeye, my hawk, go. Then I will spare this celestial dragon. Otherwise, be prepared to collect his corpse. Chen Fan smiled at the two, and his right hand relaxed its grip. Phew! Rosward gasped for breath. The feeling of suffocation just now nearly made him die. Zephyr and Borisolino's expressions were filled with hesitation. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. Oh, do you still need to think about it? You need to hurry, or, I'm afraid, I might accidentally apply more force. Chen Fan smiled as he looked at Borisolino and the other person, then turned to Saint Roseward. It seems those two don't want you to survive, so I'll send you on your way. You two Navy folks are sick, right? I'm a noble celestial dragon. And if anything happens to me, you're all dead. Saint Roseward had learned his lesson and didn't dare to shout at Chen Fan. But he still dared to confront the Navy. Facing such insults, Zephyr and Borisolino's expressions were somewhat grim. However, as the Navy, protecting the celestial dragons was part of their duty, which left them with no options. Borisolino, call Admiral Kong and explain the situation, Zephyr said, forcibly suppressing his anger. With some reluctance, Borisolino had to take out the miniature Den mushy from his pocket and make the call. Hurry up, my patience is limited. Chen Fan smiled at the two. At that moment, Zephyr wished he could rush over and kill Chen Fan directly. But looking at the celestial dragon tightly held in his grasp, he could only hold back. In the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong was anxiously waiting. When he saw the transponder snail ringing, thinking it might be good news, he immediately answered. After connecting, he heard the voice of Borisolino on the other end. Marshal, there's been a bit of an accident. A celestial dragon has appeared here, and Chen Fan has captured him, threatening us. If we don't release him along with my hawk, that celestial dragon will be buried with him. What did you say? The celestial dragon has been captured? Steelbone Kong was momentarily stunned by this news. Yes, Kong Marshal. What should we do now? Borisolino's tone was unusually serious, quite unlike his usual lewd demeanor. Steelbone Kong fell in a deep thought, his fists clenched tightly. He was unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip by Chen Fan. But if the celestial dragon died at Chen Fan's hands, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Gorosei. Caught in hesitation, Steelbone Kong had no choice but to make a decision quickly. On the other side, hurry up. Have you come to a decision? Otherwise, this guy is going to die here. Chen Fan urged the two, then looked fiercely at Roseward Saint. That cold gaze was like a fierce tiger, instantly scaring Roseward Saint, who immediately shouted, What are you Navy thinking? The world government needs to protect us, celestial dragons. What are you useless people hesitating for? Hurry up and agree to save me. Hearing these insults, the expressions of Zifa and the others turned very unpleasant, and Steelbone Kong, far away in the marshal's office, also heard it through the transponder snail. Sigh. With a sigh, Steelbone Kong ultimately made a decision. There was no choice. If the celestial dragon died because we, the Navy, didn't go to save him, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Gorosei. Let Hawkeye, my hawk, and Chen Fan go and save the celestial dragon. When Steelbone Kong issued this order, his face was filled with unwillingness, his fists clenched tightly. Received. Kizaru originally wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he decided against it and simply replied, Received. Did you hear that? Marshal Kong has announced the order. As long as you guarantee the safety of the celestial dragon, we will let you and Hawkeye, my hawk, go. Zifa also clenched his fists, looking as if he wanted to act, but could only force himself to hold back, looking at Chen Fan and saying, This is really interesting. Just now, I threatened you with the civilians of an island, and you didn't hesitate at all. Now, just for a celestial dragon, you choose to let me go. The world government truly lives up to being a symbol of justice. Chen Fan mocked. All right, what can our world government do? It's South not your place as a pirate to speak. Zifa felt a bit ashamed inside. Borisolino beside him felt the same way. Borisolino called Kazan, asking him to let Hawkeye, my hawk, go. Zifa said to Borisolino, You know there's no choice. Borisolino dialed his mini transponder snail again. At this moment, on the other side, the battle between Kazan and Hawkeye, my hawk, was nearing its end. Hawkeye, my hawk, was covered in wounds, blood continuously flowing from his body. Huff, huff, breathing heavily. His hands gripping the black sword Yoru trembled slightly, but his gaze remained sharp. Opposite him, Kazan, although also injured with several deep sword wounds, was in much better condition than Hawkeye, my hawk. At this point in the battle, Kazan had the upper hand, and if it continued like this, It wouldn't be long before Hawkeye Mihawk would be defeated. The two stood facing each other in midair, knowing that they were likely to lose. However, with Hawkeye Mihawk's personality, he would never surrender. He forcibly gripped the black sword Yuru, his sword intent soaring, ready to continue the fight. Kazan was the same. With cold ice covering his entire body, a powerful sense of oppression sweeping over. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the transponder snail in Kazan's arms rang. After a moment of thought, he still picked it up, as it was a black transponder snail. The ringing meant there was an urgent matter. I am capturing Hawkeye Mihawk. What is it? Kazan answered the call, his eyes fixed on Hawkeye Mihawk. Let Hawkeye Mihawk go. Chen Fan has captured the celestial dragon and is threatening us to let them leave. This is an order from the Admiral. Borisolino's lewd voice came from the other end. Hearing this, Kazan was momentarily stunned. Hawkeye Mihawk wouldn't miss this opportunity, holding the black sword Yuru. He was about to attack when suddenly, the transponder snail in his arms rang as well. Realizing that few people knew his transponder snail number, Hawkeye Mihawk also stopped and answered the call. I've captured the celestial dragon and am threatening the Navy to let us go. You should leave directly. Kazan won't dare to pursue you. If he does chase you, call me immediately. Okay. Hearing his captain say this, Hawkeye Mihawk replied and glanced at Kazan, noticing that after he answered the call, he truly had no intention of attacking. Then, Hawkeye Mihawk turned and left. Although he wouldn't admit defeat, it didn't mean he liked to seek death. Kazan watched this scene with some reluctance, but was unable to disobey Admiral Kong's orders. A few minutes later, on the other side, Zifa looked at the arrogant Chen Fan and couldn't help but ask, now, can we? Hawkeye Mihawk has safely left. Can you let the celestial dragon go? Yes. Hurry up and let me go. Before Chen Fan could speak, the tightly held Saint Roseward shouted anxiously. Shut up. One more word, and I'll snap your neck. Chen Fan's fierce gaze was fixed on Roseward Saint. Under that devil-like stare, Roseward Saint immediately shut his mouth. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. He still valued his own life. Letting him go was fine, but you two had to leave. You had to get out of my sight. Otherwise, if I let this celestial dragon go and you chase after him, I won't be able to escape again. Chen Fan smiled at the two of them and said, It's impossible. If both of us leave, we can't guarantee the safety of the celestial dragons. If you kill the celestial dragons then, we won't be able to stop you. Zephyr directly refused. In that case, Borsalino, stay out of my sight. Admiral Zephyr, you stay here. I'll leave the celestial dragons to you, otherwise, we all die together. Chen Fan's expression became stern. He didn't want to waste any more time. He knew that if he wasted too much time, it was very likely that the Navy would form a surrounding circle, and then he really wouldn't be able to escape. All right, Borsalino, you can leave first. Zephyr gritted his teeth and said this. At this moment, he wished he could punch this celestial dragon to pieces. As a dignified admiral, he was being completely led by this little guy, which was a great humiliation for Zephyr. Borsalino, upon hearing the admiral's words, could only obediently leave, his body shining with golden light. The next second, Borsalino instantly disappeared into the horizon. After 5 or 6 minutes, when he could no longer see even a shadow, Chen Fan finally relaxed a little. Is it okay now? Zephyr looked at Chen Fan, worried that if he stayed any longer, he would be unable to resist making a move. Of course. Chen Fan smiled slightly, and then looked at the celestial dragon. At this moment, the celestial dragon, seeing that malicious gaze, began to panic. What are you going to do? Didn't you say you would let me go? Of course I will let you go. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he directly threw the celestial dragon towards the sea. Whoosh! Then, the thunderbolts shone brightly, flying straight into the sky. Zephyr on the opposite side didn't expect Chen Fan to do this. He had originally planned to wait for Chen Fan to return the celestial dragon before unleashing his full power to chase him, to see if he could catch up. This situation was unexpected for Zephyr. He looked at the celestial dragon about to fall into the sea, then at the thunderous figure that was almost disappearing on the horizon. After hesitating for a second, Zephyr chose to save the celestial dragon. Bang! In an instant, Zephyr's blood surged, and his body vanished from the spot. It was clear that if he unleashed his limit in a short time, his speed would be incredibly frightening. Just as the celestial dragon was about to fall into the water, Zephyr appeared above the sea in time, grabbing his clothes with one hand and bringing him to the shore. You useless beings, it took you so long to rescue me. I'm a celestial dragon. What if I got hurt? You all would be finished. After being rescued, Saint Roseward continued to curse loudly. As a Marine admiral, Zephyr looked displeased, but could only pretend he didn't hear it. He placed Roseward on a small island and then made a phone call, instructing someone to come pick him up, and left immediately. Zephyr didn't want to listen to this bastard's incessant complaints any longer. On the other side, Chen Fan also didn't dare to linger, surrounded by thunder and moving at high speed. He glanced back at the burden he was carrying, thinking to himself that fortunately, Borsalino didn't want these things to be damaged or scattered during the battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight while carrying this burden. About 20 minutes later, Chen Fan confirmed that no one from the Navy was pursuing him, and he gradually came to a stop. While on the way, he had already called Dracula Myhawk, asking him to wait on a small island they had previously marked with a log pose. Now, Chen Fan had arrived at this small island, located in the middle of the ocean, only a few thousand square meters in size, covered with dense forests, with half of the island a lush green. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately descended towards the island. As the thunder descended, Dracula Myhawk, who was resting on a rock, noticed the commotion and was about to stand up when he immediately felt the terrifying power of the thunder and sat back down. How is it? Chen Fan looked at the injured Myhawk, thinking that he really needed to find ship's doctor. It's fine, nothing serious. Myhawk replied coldly, although he had many wounds. None were fatal. Hearing Myhawk say there was no serious injury, Chen Fan's body flickered with lightning and disappeared from the spot, heading towards the forest. A few minutes later, he returned with the corpse of an elephant. Then, Chen Fan started a fire and began to roast meat. After a few more minutes, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. All right, let's eat together. Chen Fan looked at Hawkeye Myhawk and said nothing. Naturally, after fighting for so long, Hawkeye Myhawk also felt hungry. They then sat down together to enjoy the food. Chen Fan, who had been starving for a while, started to eat meat in big bites. The moment the food entered his mouth, a small stream of heat spread throughout Chen Fan's body, continuously repairing his injuries and slightly enhancing his physical attributes. Like the refreshing dew after rain. Although it was just a little, over time, it would definitely reach a terrifying level. Half an hour later, Hawkeye Myhawk was full after eating only 5 or 6 pounds. Chen Fan managed to eat more than half of an entire elephant by himself, which shows just how large his appetite is. However, Chen Fan doesn't care about this, as many strong individuals in the pirate world have huge appetites. On the other side, at the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Steelbone Kong's expression was extremely gloomy. He never expected such a great opportunity, where he could capture both the Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye Myhawk, to be ruined by that celestial dragon. Furious, Steelbone Kong wanted to curse, while his counterparts, Zephyr and Borsalino, also looked quite displeased. Even the usually laid-back Borsalino felt it was a pity. After all, he was mainly responsible for this matter, and failing to capture them this time would require even more effort next time. What a hassle, Borsalino thought to himself, wishing he could just clock out for the day. Why is it so difficult? This Chen Fan's talent is too terrifying. If this continues, once he grows up, he will definitely become another major enemy for our Navy. Moreover, this guy is unscrupulous. To survive, he can even threaten us with the lives of civilians. We can't let him grow any further. Now, we must implement the highest level of arrest against Chen Fan. Zephyr, you will lead the team to capture him, and we will raise his bounty to 1 billion. After much hesitation, Steelbone Kong ultimately decided to have an admiral spend time capturing Chen Fan. He didn't want to see what Chen Fan would become in the future. Understood. Zephyr was also well aware of how unscrupulous this little guy, Chen Fan, is, so he must not be allowed to grow. Borsalino, hearing Steelbone Kong's decision, felt somewhat relieved. At least he wouldn't have to take responsibility for this trouble now. 2 days later, under the blazing sun and with the sea breeze blowing, 2 figures were approaching the Thunder God ship soaring in the New World. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Mona, who was training at the moment, already knew that Chen Fan had returned. Big brother, are you hurt? Mona rushed up and hugged Chen Fan. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Fan replied, then shook off Monet and opened the bundle he had brought over this time. He first looked at the 7 devil fruits, and then said to the side, Raffit, choose a devil fruit. There are 2 paramecia-type fruits and 5 zoan-type fruits among them. I suggest you pick this one, the Door fruit. Why does Chen Fan know what these devil fruits are? Of course, he was looking for a devil fruit encyclopedia along the way. When he saw that among them was a paramecia-type devil fruit, it turned out to be the Door fruit, and he was instantly a bit surprised. He thought to himself that his luck was pretty good. This fruit seemed to have originally been eaten by someone in CP9, and in this timeline, that guy should not have eaten it yet, so it was just right for him to obtain it. Chen Fan originally wanted to give this Door fruit to Hawkeye Myhawk. That way, his strength could progress even further. As for the question of whether he would be surpassed, Chen Fan was completely unbothered. One must know that at his current age, he was still in a period of rapid strength growth. Plus, the Thunder Fruit and that slowly enhancing physical quality ability. With over 13 hours of training each day, if he still couldn't surpass others, he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. However, when Hawkeye Mihawk learned about the fruit's effects, he hesitated for a few seconds, but then said that this fruit was not suitable for him and declined Chen Fan's offer. Chen Fan thought about it and agreed. After all, Hawkeye Mihawk was so powerful that he had become the world's #1 swordsman, yet he had not eaten a devil fruit. There were only two possibilities. Either he didn't want to eat a devil fruit, or his standards were very high. Lafitte looked at the devil fruit that Chen Fan recommended, which resembled a dragon fruit, and held it in his hand. Then, Chen Fan introduced the effects of this devil fruit and its development direction. The door fruit? Not bad at all. After hearing Chen Fan's description of the development direction, Lafitte was also tempted. After thinking for a few seconds, he ate the door fruit. The first bite made Lafitte immediately feel a taste as terrible as feces spreading in his mouth, and he almost couldn't hold back from vomiting. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Mon fell to the ground laughing, as she had also eaten a devil fruit and knew just how awful this one tasted. After a while, Lafitte finally regained his composure. He then began to experiment with the abilities of the devil fruit. He extended his right hand and touched the air in front of him, and in an instant, a large door appeared. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. There was nothing he could do. Lafitte had just eaten the devil fruit and could only manage this much. Looking at the suddenly appearing door and recalling Chen Fan's introduction, he couldn't help but anticipate how strong this fruit would be after development. What about me, big brother? Mon looked at Lafitte, who had a devil fruit, wondering if she had a gift. Hearing Mon asking him for something, Chen Fan took out a gravity bracelet from his bag. This is what I brought for you. Chen Fan handed the gravity bracelet to Monet. Big brother, what is this? Monet looked at the round gravity bracelet with curiosity. This is a gravity bracelet. Do you see the button in the middle? Just press it, and you can feel the gravity. The two buttons on the sides are for adjusting the gravity. Of course, you can't use it yet. The lightest setting is 10 tons, and it can be adjusted up to 15 tons. Chen Fan said to him that he forgot to bring a lighter one for Monet. All right. Although Monet heard that he couldn't use it right now, he was still beaming with happiness. After all, there was a gift. Chen Fan looked at the vast ocean and the Thunder God ship sailing upon it. He was quite satisfied with the talent and strength of the 3 crew members he had recruited. Lafitte, as a navigator, already had impressive combat abilities. Although he initially recruited Monet because of her snow fruit, this little girl trained diligently every day and worked hard. In a few years, she might really become a great asset to him. As for Mihawk, there was no need to say much. He was destined to be the world's #1 swordsman in the future, with unquestionable potential, and his current strength had already reached the level of an elite vice admiral. He could be considered Chen Fan's greatest helper at the moment. Captain, where are we headed next? Lafitte asked Chen Fan, who was gazing out at the sea. Hearing this question, Chen Fan fell in a deep thought. This time, the Navy had directly sent Admiral Borisolino and Admiral Zifa to capture him. If he hadn't suddenly comprehended Conqueror's haki or encountered that foolish celestial dragon, he would have been in serious trouble. Moreover, now that he had escaped, the Navy would definitely intensify their efforts to capture him, and they might even dispatch admirals to hunt him down. If he were to cause a huge commotion in the New World with his current strength as an elite vice admiral, the danger would be too high. It would be better to develop for a while and enhance his strength. The Navy hadn't heard from him for a long time, which would definitely lower their intensity in capturing him. First, he needed to find a deserted island to train and boost his strength. Chen Fan said to the 3 of them. The 3 had no objections. They were well aware that they were still too immature, and that with their current momentum, continuing recklessly would be too dangerous. Understood, Captain. Rafik began to steer the Thunder God towards the rear. Meanwhile, Zephyr was constantly searching for Chen Fan's whereabouts in the New World. During this time, he abandoned all other tasks. However, Chen Fan and his Thunder God pirates seemed to have vanished without a trace on the sea, with no news at all. 2 months later, the New World became increasingly chaotic, and Steelbone Kong had no choice but to order Zephyr to terminate the mission to capture Chen Fan and focus on dealing with other major pirates. A year and a half later, in the West Sea, on an unknown small island. On that island, there were endless thunders, and a streak of blue lightning concentrated on a young man with black hair and finely chiseled features sitting in the center of the island. As this young man opened his eyes, they contained the destructive lightning, and the Conqueror's haki radiated outwards. In an instant, all the creatures on the island felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a deep-seated fear. Most of the animals in the forest fainted immediately, while some of the stronger ones knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The destructive lightning flickered in the sky, and the entire island seemed to transform into a world of thunder. It was a terrifying sight. In the midst of countless thunders, Chen Fan slowly stood up, and some of the lightning surrounding him was actually purple. In the next moment, an endless amount of lightning rapidly converged on Chen Fan's body. Boom! Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. In an instant, Chen Fan's entire body seemed to be covered in a cloak of lightning, surrounded by the radiance of destructive thunder. At this moment, Chen Fan floated in the air, feeling as if he could control the lightning completely at will, standing proudly in midair. Above Chen Fan was a large expanse of dark clouds continuously rumbling with thunder, while the island below had turned into a sea of lightning. Chen Fan stood in the center, radiating the destructive thunder, with blue pupils and hair wildly blowing, resembling a thunder god. After a year and a half, Chen Fan had not only mastered the third stage peak of observation hockey and armament hockey, but his understanding of Conqueror's hockey had also deepened. Most importantly, the Thunder God mode had been developed to the second stage. On the coast, Monet and Lafitte, sitting on the Thunder God ship, were stunned to see Chen Fan in the center of the thunder, like a thunder god. Only Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, remained somewhat calm. Big brother, this is too terrifying. I feel that the destructive thunder is completely under your control, Monet couldn't help but exclaim. The captain's strength is growing stronger. I really hope we can stir up the storm on this sea soon, Lafitte said with a smile. He had joined the Thunder God pirates because Chen Fan had told him he wanted to change the world, and this sea would inevitably be rebuilt in chaos. This was also why Lafitte boarded the ship. Beside him, Mihawk, although not showing any surprise on his face, was the most aware of Chen Fan's current strength and his terrifying talent. Over the past year and a half, the two had fought and sparred dozens of times, and without exception, Mihawk had always been slightly inferior to Chen Fan. Now, with this powerful Thunder God mode, Mihawk felt a sense of urgency. He didn't want to be left further behind. Above the center of the island, after testing the second stage of the Thunder God mode, Chen Fan dropped directly from the air. The thunder scattered across the land, and as that godlike figure emerged, the island's thunder slowly dissipated and the kingly aura gradually faded. The animals in the forest that were still awake felt the mountain of oppression on their bodies disappear, and as soon as they could move, they immediately ran toward the edge of the island, not daring to stay for a moment. After returning to the island, Chen Fan stood still, his powerful observation haki spreading out. In an instant, he sensed the flow of all the animal auras on the entire island. It should be noted that although this was a small island, it was still at least several thousand meters. How did Chen Fan achieve the third stage of observation hockey to cover such a long distance? During the past year and a half, most of Chen Fan's time was spent developing the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, in addition to developing the second stage of the Thunder God mode. He also created a mind network. Of course, there is also a remarkable function that Chen Fan thought of a year ago. Could he attempt to refine his body with thunder? With continuous experimentation over 2 months, Chen Fan successfully learned to use thunder to exercise his physique, allowing small amounts of thunder to enter his body and constantly stimulating the activity of his cells. This thunder body refinement, combined with the green heat flow, brought about a tremendous change in Chen Fan's physical fitness. The most direct manifestation is that a year and a half ago, Chen Fan could train with a 10-ton gravity bracelet, but now he directly doubled that, needing a 20-ton gravity bracelet for training. It can be said that if a year and a half ago Chen Fan was slightly weaker than Akainu due to his age, now he is on par, if not surpassing him. It is worth noting that Chen Fan is only 18 years old this year, and his physical fitness and strength are still in a growth phase. With the dual enhancement of thunder body refinement and the green heat flow, it is hard to imagine what level of physical strength Chen Fan will reach in a few years. At that time, he may even have the opportunity to match the physical fitness of Kaido. After retracting the mind network, Chen Fan clenched his fists, feeling the powerful strength of his body. A year and a half ago, he was only at the level of an elite vice admiral, but now he has pushed his dual haki to the peak of the third stage, along with increased physical fitness and the development of the second stage of Thunder God mode. Chen Fan has now reached a quasi-general level of combat power. As the thunder dissipated, Monet and the others also ran over from the ship. Big brother, your strength has increased again. That's amazing, Monet said as she rushed over to hug Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Monet, who was hugging him, feeling a bit helpless. He thought to himself, why does it feel like this little girl is getting more clingy? Captain, where are we going next? Are we going to continue training on this island? Lafitte asked. Beside him, Mihawk also turned around, somewhat eager to seek out a duel with a swordsmanship master, as he felt he had reached a bottleneck. If he continued training, it would take a long time to achieve a significant breakthrough. Chen Fan felt the same at that moment. He wanted to break through the dual-colored hockey to the 4th stage, but if he just kept training, it would take a long time to waste. He needed to experience intense battles and push his limits to accelerate his breakthroughs and further enhance his strength. Hearing this question, Chen Fan looked ahead at the vast blue sea. Over the past year and a half, not only had he reached the quasi-admiral level, but Lafitte had also reached the level of a midshipman in the headquarters. As for Mihawk, he was slightly weaker than Chen Fan, hovering between the quasi-admiral and elite midshipman levels. Even the weakest Monet had learned all 6 Navy techniques and the return of life in this year and a half. It could be said that all of them had improved compared to a year and a half ago. Chen Fan thought about the sea, and it had already been a year and a half since they had heard any news from the Thor pirates. Perhaps some people might even think they had fallen into this ocean. After pondering, Chen Fan turned around and said to everyone, "It's time to leave and head towards the new world. In this chaotic era, the throne must have a place for our Thor pirates." "Great. Finally, we can go out and explore," Monet said with excitement on her face. Lafitte and Mihawk also felt a sense of excitement. Lafitte was eager to stir up trouble on the sea again, while Mihawk looked forward to dueling with swordsmanship experts. Then, as the sea breeze blew, the blue waters flowed, and the Thor ship sailed towards the direction of the new world. The next day, under the blazing sun, Chen Fan, who was training his body with lightning on the deck, suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Through the heart network, he sensed a massive battle wave right in front of him. Soon, he saw more than a dozen warships about 10,000 meters ahead, and most importantly, they were bombarding an island. It seemed they wanted to completely destroy the island and make it disappear from the sea. This scene reminded Chen Fan that it was the Navy's extermination order against O'Hara. Given the current time, boom, boom, with the sound of the largest cannon fire, Mihawk and the others also noticed it, and their gazes turned forward. "Captain, there are more than a dozen warships ahead. Should we change direction and retreat?" Lafitte asked Chen Fan beside him. "Of course we should go over. It's time for this sea to remember the name of our Thor pirates again. Otherwise, if we remain silent for too long, people might forget us." Chen Fan smiled as he looked at the destruction of O'Hara. According to his memory, the 2 vice admirals leading the team this time were Akainu and Kazan. This was also one of the reasons why Chen Fan chose to go back. He wanted to see how strong Akainu was now and whether he had a chance to kill him. The second reason was that Chen Fan was also interested in knowing what the historical records actually documented, so he naturally needed to find an expert. "Receive, Captain." Lafayette, upon receiving the order, steered the pirate ship toward O'Hara at full speed. As they were nearing the island, the fleet of warships also spotted the pirate ship. On the lead Navy warship, some soldiers failed to recognize the pirate ship. "What the hell is that pirate ship? Coming to die? Can't they see our fleet of warships?" They scoffed. "These pirates are not only ruthless, but also not very bright. This is good. After completing the mission, we can also eliminate a pirate ship." Some soldiers chatted casually, convinced that the pirate ship was seeking its own demise. At this moment, some veterans spotted the Thunder flag flying high above the pirate ship, and their pupils changed as they recognized it. "Not good. That's the Thunder God pirates, and Thunder God Chen Fan along with Hawkeye and Mihawk are on that ship," one soldier shouted. This shout attracted the attention of many Navy soldiers who had been chatting moments before, and they recalled the name Thunder God Pirates. Instantly, the expressions of most Navy soldiers changed drastically, losing the earlier smiles. They all understood that Chen Fan's methods were terrifying. He had not only killed a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, but had also directly destroyed a Navy branch. Most importantly, he had shattered the myth that no one could escape from Impel Down. "Major, what should we do now?" Vice Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Kazan are on the island. A Navy soldier anxiously asked the major. "Wait for my notification. Don't act rashly. Thunder God Chen Fan is not someone we can deal with." The burly major with a buzz cut replied, immediately pulling out a miniature transponder snail. He dialed Akainu's transponder snail. At this moment, inside O'Hara, Gulyalu. After using magma to destroy the library's documents, Akainu heard the sound of the transponder snail in his pocket. Without hesitation, Akainu answered the call. "Vice Admiral Akainu, the Thunder God ship has appeared in front of our fleet, less than a few thousand meters away. Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk are on board, requesting support." The anxious voice of the major came through after the connection was made. What? Akainu was shocked to hear that the Thunder God pirates and Chen Fan, who had been missing for more than a year, had suddenly appeared. After a moment of shock, Akainu's expression hardened, and his fists clenched as he thought, Chen Fan, you were hiding away, and I couldn't find you. Now you dare to show yourself seeking death. Then I'll send you on your way. He then instructed the major on the other end of the transponder snail. Major Mayurk, do everything you can to hold Thunder God Chen Fan back. Don't let him escape. I will be there in a few minutes. Also, contact Vice Admiral Kazan. After saying that, Akainu hung up the transponder snail, his body transforming into magma as he flew toward the outside of the island. He didn't care about the cost that Mayurk and the others would have to pay to hold Chen Fan back. In his eyes, as long as he could capture the heinous pirate, a little sacrifice was worth it. At this moment, Mayurk on the warship showed a difficult expression upon hearing Akainu's orders. He knew that although they had more than a dozen warships now, it wouldn't matter much against Thunder God Chen Fan. If Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk really attacked their fleet, they wouldn't last long. To hold Thunder God Chen Fan back, they would have to pay with lives. However, they had no choice but to follow Vice Admiral Akainu's orders, since he was the commander of this operation. Looking at the Thunder God pirates getting closer to their fleet, Mayurk thought he should contact Vice Admiral Kazan first. Otherwise, even Vice Admiral Akainu wouldn't be able to handle a 2-on-1 situation. He then dialed the transponder snail. At this moment, on the coast of O'Hara, two people stood facing each other. One was covered in ice, while the other had a massive physique. They stared at each other without speaking for a moment. At this time, Gulyalu, the transponder snail in Kazan's pocket, rang, and the usually indifferent Kazan felt a bit annoyed upon hearing the sound. Nevertheless, he answered it. Vice Admiral Kazan, the Thunder God pirates have appeared in front of our warships. Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk are on board, and Vice Admiral Akainu is already on his way back. We need support. Mayurk's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this news, Kazan was surprised that the Thunder God pirates had appeared here. He also felt a bit tempted to use this reason to let his friend Thedawn and the little girl who was desperately running away go. After much hesitation, Kazan, bound by his duties as a Navy officer, found it difficult to do that. I have something more important to do, capturing the traitorous Vice Admiral Thedawn. Tell Akainu that I will come to help after I finish things on my end. After saying that, Kazan hung up the phone. On the other side, Thedawn also heard this conversation and forced a bitter smile without saying anything. He understood that everyone had their own thoughts. Kazan, as a Navy officer, would never let him go, even if he was his friend. Meanwhile, Mayurk, who had the call hung up, looked somewhat grim as he gazed at the Thunder God pirates getting closer to the fleet, thinking about how to hold them off. At this moment, on the Thunder God pirates' ship, Chen Fan looked at the dozen or so warships ahead and frowned. He realized through his mind network that neither Sakazuki nor Kazan was on any of these warships. Clearly, they should be on the island at this moment. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan decided to head straight for the coast of the island. He turned around and went to the right, towards the coast of O'Hara Island. Chen Fan said to Lafitte, "Received, Captain." Although Lafitte was somewhat puzzled as to why they suddenly needed to change course towards O'Hara, he did not ask and instead turned the ship around. He knew that Chen Fan hated it when others questioned his decisions. Soon, accompanied by the sound of the propeller churning the seawater, the Thunder God ship changed direction and sped towards the coast of O'Hara. On the other side, the naval soldiers and officers, who were on high alert, were also a bit confused to see the Thunder God suddenly change course. However, Mayurk let out a sigh of relief. At least now Chen Fan was heading towards the island, and they did not have to fight desperately. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, who was already heading at full speed away from the island, heard the voice of the transponder snail ring out again and immediately picked it up. Sakazuki here. The Thunder God has suddenly changed direction towards the coast of O'Hara. On the warship, Mayurk reported the situation immediately. Hearing this, Sakazuki was somewhat puzzled. What did Chen Fan want in O'Hara? Did the scholars there have some connection? After thinking for a few seconds, Sakazuki stopped pondering and hung up the phone. He didn't care what Chen Fan's purpose in going to O'Hara was. He was determined to capture him this time. Rumble. Countless boulders flew through the air, the ground cracked, and flames erupted. At this moment, O'Hara was still being bombarded by cannon fire. If this continued, within 10 minutes, the entire O'Hara would completely disappear beneath the ocean. On the coast of O'Hara, Kazan and Salong had already begun fighting, and the battle was completely one-sided. However, Kazan, recalling their past friendship, had been holding back and not using his full strength. He was still trying to persuade Salong, "If you come back with me now, I can plead for you with Admiral Kong." "Ah, Nona, Kuzan. When you understand the darkness of the world government like I do, you'll think the same way I do." Salong laughed, as he could no longer return to the Navy. His mindset had long since changed. At the same time, the 8-year-old Nico Robin was desperately running towards the ocean, where there was a small wooden boat prepared for her by Salong, covered in ice. Kazan looked at the unrepentant Salong and the fleeing Nico Robin, and his fists tightened, his expression changing. He ultimately decided to stop holding back. As the extreme cold of Kazan spread out, the temperature around them dropped significantly. Seeing Kazan in this state, Salong understood that Kazan was about to go all out, which also meant that he might die soon. However, he had no regrets. He only hoped that Nico Robin could escape and leave a final spark of hope for O'Hara. I'll ask you one last time, Salong. Surrender and come back with me, and I'll personally bring that little girl back. I'll plead for you. Kazan looked directly at Salong, still wanting to give him one last chance as a friend. No need, Kazan. That child is the last hope of O'Hara. I hope you can spare her life. Salong smiled at Kazan, seemingly unafraid of his own fate. Hearing this, Kazan no longer tried to persuade him. In an instant, an ice spear appeared in his right hand. The next second, his body elementalized, and Kazan vanished from his spot, attacking Salong. Salong, covered in wounds, knew he was no match for him. Nevertheless, he had to fight to the death. He needed to buy Nico Robin a chance to escape. With his massive fist covered in the second stage of armament hockey, Salong's pitch-black fist surged forward. Bang! The ice spear collided with the giant fist. In an instant, the tremendous force sent Salong staggering backward. Then, Kazan continued the assault, producing another ice spear in his left hand. The two ice spears, infused with powerful energy, were thrown towards Salong at incredible speed. There was no time to dodge. Salong could only cover his arms with armament hockey to block in front of him. Bang! Bang! The terrifying force caused ice to shatter everywhere. Salong continued to retreat, ice remaining on his arms, and in the moment of their clash, he had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. There was no way around it. Kazan's strength was just a step away from reaching the level of a vice admiral, while Salong was merely an ordinary rear admiral, leaving a tremendous gap between their powers. Additionally, Salong had already been injured, so at the moment of confrontation, he was in no condition to counterattack. Before Salong could stabilize his footing, Kazan's attack came again. His fist, covered in ice, slammed heavily towards Salong's body. There was no way to evade it. Bang! The terrifying icy power sent Salong's massive body staggering backward several steps. After steadying himself, puff, Salong spat out a mouthful of blood, indicating that the previous blow had caused him significant injury. Just as Salong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kazan's attack followed closely. Frozen moment, Kazan unleashed extreme cold from both hands, and the terrifying ice slowly began to freeze Salong's body. Filled with a hint of fear, Salong wanted to resist, but he simply could not break free from the power of the ice. The chilling ice continued to creep up from below, threatening to completely freeze him. At this moment, Nico Robin, who was almost at the shore, witnessed this scene. No, Salong. The young Nico Robin looked at Salong, who had already been frozen halfway, her face filled with helplessness and despair as she shouted desperately. She stood frozen in place, wanting to help. She did not want to see Salong die like this. However, with her strength, she could not help at all. Run. You carry the hope of all of O'Hara. Run. And remember, your mother loves you. Salong shouted desperately. And then his entire massive body was completely frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Watching this scene, tears streamed down Nico Robin's face. Pain and sadness etched on her features. Knowing that Kazan was closing in, Nico Robin understood that she was the hope of all of O'Hara. She could only turn around and run desperately towards the shore. But with her speed, how could she outrun Kazan? At that moment, a pirate ship flying the Thunder flag appeared at the shoreline. Seeing this pirate ship, Kazan suddenly came to a halt. Go bring that little girl on board. Chen Fan said to Monet beside him that he needed someone who understood the historical text. Okay, big brother. Then, Monet directly elementalized and disappeared from the spot, transforming into ice and snow, heading towards Nico Robin. Seeing this scene, Kazan wanted to rush over to stop it, his whole body covered in ice, elementalizing and disappearing from the spot. But halfway there, a leg imbued with thunderous power kicked directly towards his body. Caught off guard, Kazan was kicked several meters away before he could stabilize himself. The figure infused with blue lightning appeared in front of Kazan. Its cold gaze that could devour everything stared straight at him. Kazan, with me here, you can't get through. Chen Fan's expression was calm, but his tone was undeniably assertive. The thunder god, Chen Fan. Kazan looked at Chen Fan with a cold expression, but it was evident from his clenched fists that he was angry. In an instant, a fierce cold ice erupted, lowering the temperature around them, and the coastline began to be covered with strands of ice, as if it were about to turn into a world of ice. Interesting. On the other side, Chen Fan revealed a cold smile, and the destructive power of thunder surged forth in an instant. Ziz. The sound of thunder echoed around them, and the terrifying power of thunder continued to spread. A few seconds later, the entire coastline was divided, one half a world of ice, the other half a sea of thunder, forming a standoff. Kazan and Chen Fan faced each other, and for a moment neither chose to strike first. Meanwhile, Monet had also arrived beside Nico Robin, but after experiencing such a great upheaval, Nico Robin found it hard to believe anyone. At that moment, tears were still welling in her eyes. Her mother's death, the destruction of the entire island, and the person who had always protected her had just been killed. At this moment, Nico Robin was filled with despair and sorrow. Don't worry, we're here to save you. Monet, though unsure why her big brother wanted to save this little girl, was certain he had his reasons, and this little girl looked truly pitiful. Nico Robin looked at Monet with suspicion, clearly not believing her words. I know this is our first meeting, and you don't trust me, but we really are here to save you. If we wanted to kill you, we would have done it already. As she spoke, Monet's hands were covered in ice and snow, and the moment she touched the island, the ground within a meter turned into ice and snow. Seeing the scene, Nico Robin understood that this little girl before her also possessed great power. Even if there were other intentions, she had no strength to resist. I know it's hard for you to accept right now, but don't worry, you'll be able to accept it later. We're all quite nice, Monet said, looking at the still, sorrowful Nico Robin, trying to persuade her. At this moment, although Nico Robin still had doubts, thinking to herself that she didn't know these people, why would they come to help her? However, she understood that she seemed to have no choice. On the other side, in the center of the coastline, the destructive thunder and extreme ice continued to collide. Thunder god Chen Fan, step aside. Kazan's gaze was icy as he looked at Chen Fan. A year and a half ago, you could have said that to me, but now it's different. Let me see how much you've improved in this year and a half. Chen Fan smiled as blue thunder surrounded his body, growing increasingly terrifying and powerful. The once small snakes of lightning now seemed to transform into giant pythons. With a cold expression, Kazan did not respond, but he could no longer contain his urge to act. Just as the two were about to make their move, a terrifying force approached. A massive magma hound, carrying dreadful power, rushed toward Chen Fan at an incredible speed. This scene was strikingly similar to when they advanced through the city, but unfortunately, the current Chen Fan was not the same as before. Sensing this power, Chen Fan showed no intention of dodging. In an instant, the power of thunder enveloped his fist, and he thrust it forward. Boom! The thunderous fist collided with the magma hound in an instant, like two massive boulders crashing together, sending countless fragments flying, magma splattering, and thunder raging. Chen Fan's terrifying thunder fist directly shattered the magma giant dog. Thunder god Chen Fan, you better hide well. I still can't find you. And now you're coming out to seek death. Sakazuki, covered in magma, appeared beside Kazan, his eyes fiercely fixed on Chen Fan. You noisy dog, today I'll turn you into a dead dog. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold as the power of thunder erupted. Whoosh! The next moment, accompanied by flashes of lightning, the terrifying thunder contained in Chen Fan's fist was hurled directly at Sakazuki. Without a hint of fear, Sakazuki was the same. His body was covered in magma, and his fist was further enveloped in armament haki as he charged forward. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous fist collided with the magma fist like a dragon. Bolts of lightning scattered, and streams of magma splashed everywhere. The first clash between the two after 2 years caused both of them to take 7 steps back. Feeling Chen Fan's immense power, Sakazuki was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that after 2 years, Chen Fan could still take his attack head-on. Dead dog, it seems you haven't made much progress in these 2 years. Chen Fan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. You're looking for death. This was the first time Sakazuki was called a dead dog by someone, and his expression was filled with rage as his body was covered in magma. Charging up once again. On the other side, Chen Fan, seeing this situation, showed no fear, with terrifying thunder crackling around him as he charged forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, 2 figures, one red and one blue, collided, rising from the ground to the air, engaging in fierce combat, bloody slaughter, with fists hitting flesh. The terrifying thunder destroyed everything, while the scorching magma burned all things. For a moment, neither of them could gain the upper hand. Below, Kazan had no intention of helping. Instead, he looked towards Nico Robin's direction, his expression filled with hesitation as he contemplated whether to let her go. On one side, was the dying request of a friend, and on the other was his duty as a Marine. Just as he was deep in thought, a figure wielding a black sword appeared before him. It was Dracul Mihawk. "Come on, let's fight." Mihawk drew his black sword, Uru. Since his captain was facing Sakazuki, he naturally had to step into battle Kazan, especially since he had lost to Kazan a year and a half ago and felt somewhat unconvinced. Kazan looked at Mihawk, who was radiating powerful sword intent, not daring to underestimate him. As a chilling ice spread out, 2 frozen spears appeared in his hands, and in an instant, his body vanished from spot. Kazan, holding the 2 frozen spears, attacked Mihawk. With a calm expression, Mihawk wielded his supreme blade, Uru, immediately enveloped in the advanced stage of armament hockey. Bang! His entire body also instantly vanished from the spot. In a split second, Uru clashed with the ice spears, the razor-sharp black blade shattering the frozen spears in an instant. Kazan's expression changed slightly from the beginning of this encounter. He could feel that the person before him had a significant power increase compared to a year and a half ago. However, Kazan's face still showed no signs of panic. Ice ball. Kazan opened his hands, releasing 5 ice pillars from each palm, shooting towards Mihawk at an incredible speed, aiming to turn him into an ice ball. With his powerful observation hockey, Mihawk immediately sensed it. Gripping Uru tightly, he quickly swung the supreme blade, unleashing powerful green sword energy that destroyed and severed the 10 massive ice pillars. Chunks of ice fell to the ground, turning the area into a frozen landscape. Subsequently, Mihawk's body vanished again, wielding Uru, his powerful sword intent radiating as he charged towards Kazan. Seeing this, Kazan unleashed a burst of ice, forming an ice blade in his right hand, charging up as well. In an instant, the two collided again, shards of ice scattering to the ground, and sword energy raining down. Instantly, everything around them was destroyed. The ground either turned into ice blocks or developed cracks. For a moment, only 2 figures could be seen continuously colliding, their strengths seemingly equal, unable to determine a victor in a short time. On the coast, Nico Robin watched the fierce battle among the 4 and was utterly stunned. Of course, her gaze towards Kazan was filled with anger because he was the one who killed Vice Admiral Salong, which made her very curious. At this moment, Nico Robin was quite curious about where these guys had come from. How could they fight evenly with a Marine Vice Admiral? Robin had heard Salong mention that the Marines had 3 great monsters. One was an ice fruit user, one was a magma fruit user, and the other was a light fruit user. Although none of them were admirals now, their strength was not something ordinary vice admirals could compare to. They could be considered as prospective admirals. Just now, Nico Robin had also witnessed Kazan's terrifying strength, and she never expected that these 2 suddenly appeared figures could fight evenly with these 2 monsters. In an instant, Nico Robin felt she had a chance to escape. She silently vowed to herself that she must escape. She carried the hope of the entire O'Hara, and she could not let those who died in O'Hara down. She couldn't disappoint her mother, nor could she let Salong down. Thinking of this, Nico Robin turned her gaze to the side at Monet, knowing that to escape the Marines' clutches, she could only rely on this pirate crew. "Sister, what is your pirate crew called?" Nico Robin asked Monet beside her. Hearing Nico Robin finally speak, Monet felt a bit surprised, thinking that this girl was stronger than she had imagined. "We're the Thunder God Pirates. The one radiating thunder is our captain, Thunder God Chen Fan. The other is our vice captain, Dracul Mihawk." Monet briefly introduced Nico Robin. Thunder God Chen Fan. Upon hearing this name, Nico Robin felt a sense of familiarity, and then her expression turned surprised. She recalled that Salong had mentioned this name to her before. Thunder God Chen Fan was the only one who had broken the myth of Impel Down, a monster who killed a Marine Vice Admiral before turning 20. Thinking about this, Nico Robin instantly devised a plan to rely on Chen Fan to escape the Marines' pursuit. Meanwhile, in midair, thunder rumbled continuously, and magma rained down to the ground. The battle between Chen Fan and Sakazuki was still intense, both of them holding nothing back and attacking with the intent to kill. The longer they fought, the more surprised Sakazuki became. He couldn't understand how Chen Fan had improved so quickly. 2 years ago, even while injured, he could still suppress Chen Fan in their fights. Now, just 2 years later, this guy was on par with him in terms of strength, martial arts, and the development of his devil fruit abilities. In fact, he felt he was somewhat at a disadvantage. This left Sakazuki in disbelief. After all, he had been called a monster since childhood due to his talent. In the past 2 years, aside from carrying out missions, he had been training almost every day, and his power had risen from the level of an elite to that of a quasi-admiral. How could this guy have caught up to him? Dead dog. You don't seem as strong as before. Why are you getting weaker? Chen Fan attacked while mocking. You're asking for death, you guy. Hearing such ridicule, Sakazuki's inner anger erupted like a volcano about to explode. Dog bite, Red Lotus. Sakazuki's fist turned pitch black, covered in scorching magma. And then his right fist shot towards Chen Fan at an incredible speed, transforming in midair into a giant magma dog, exuding a searing heat. With you, this dead dog, you think you can kill me? Thunder Dragon. Chen Fan's expression showed no fear. The destructive thunder was contained within his fist, which he then thrust forward. That terrifying thunder transformed into a blue giant dragon in midair. Boom! In an instant, the sound of an explosion erupted as the scorching magma giant dog collided with the destructive thunder giant dragon, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The sound of the blast resonated, creating ripples that spread out in circles. After their fists met in a tie, the two once again launched their attacks. Chen Fan's right foot, as dark as ink and containing thunder, swung down heavily towards Sakazuki like a giant axe. Filled with rage, Sakazuki's arms were pitch black, molten lava seething on top as he tried to block the blow head-on. Bang! In an instant, the sound of collision echoed, and the immense force sent Sakazuki's body plummeting like shattered stone. Before Sakazuki could stabilize himself, Chen Fan instantly vanished from his spot. You dead dog. This is how it ends for you. The next second, Chen Fan's voice appeared behind Sakazuki, and he saw Chen Fan's right hand clawing towards the back of his head with lightning speed, infused with the power of thunder. With the third stage of observation hockey, Sakazuki managed to react, turning around with his right hand covered in scorching lava, swinging it out to block the attack. Tear, accompanied by the flow of blood. 5 claw marks appeared on Sakazuki's arm, deep enough to see the bone, looking incredibly gruesome. You bastard, you're asking for death. Sakazuki looked at his wounds, filled with fury, as the molten lava erupted to its peak, charging directly at Chen Fan. Oh, is it all you've got? Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as the destructive thunder erupted, surrounding him with blue lightning, as if it were transforming into giant thunderous pythons. In an instant, the two collided in the sky above the coast. One half turned into a sea of thunder, while the other half became a world of magma, creating a scene that looked particularly terrifying. The blue and red figures engaged in fierce clashes, moving so fast that ordinary people could only see two afterimages continuously battling. Near the coastline, the Navy on the warships watched this apocalyptic scene, their expressions filled with awe. They all wondered if their own admiral and Chen Fan were both monsters. Of course, amidst their surprise, they still needed to carry out their tasks. Boom! Shells were continuously fired, and the sound of explosions was relentless. Except for a brief pause in cannon fire when the Thunder God ship arrived, the other warships continued their bombardment, accompanied by a sky filled with cannon fire. O'Hara was just a medium-sized island, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the island disappeared into the ocean. On the coast, Kazan and Mihawk were also in a fierce confrontation. Some parts of Mihawk's body had been frozen by ice, but he quickly dispelled the ice. However, the frostbite inside him could not be resolved immediately. On the other side, Kazan wasn't doing much better, with numerous hideous sword wounds on his body. It could be said that after fighting until now, the two were basically evenly matched, with neither gaining an advantage. Boom! Another collision occurred in the icy world, with sword intent surging, and both retreated. Kazan, covered in ice, looked at Mihawk across from him, his expression turning serious. He didn't expect that in a year and a half, Mihawk's strength had improved so much that he could not take him down immediately, nor could he even suppress him. Meanwhile, Mihawk radiated strong battle intent, tightly gripping his supreme black blade, Yuru, although he was most eager to face the great swordsman. He also wanted to avenge his defeat to Kazan a year and a half ago, so he unleashed his full power without reservation. Bang! A small pit appeared on the ground, and Mihawk vanished from his spot again, powerful sword intent soaring into the sky as he gripped Yuru, which was as dark as ink, and slashed towards Kazan at high speed. Facing this sharp attack, Kazan had no thoughts of retreating. Covered in extreme ice, an ice blade appeared in his right hand as he charged upward. Clang! The sound of clashing echoed repeatedly as the two engaged in intense combat, a bloody struggle. Whether it was armed hockey, observation hockey, fruit abilities, or swordsmanship, both exerted their full strength. They both wanted to defeat each other quickly, so they could provide support sooner. In midair, thunder raged and magma scattered. Huff, huff. Heavy breaths continuously emanated from Sakazuki, as he felt his stamina severely depleting after the high-intensity battle. On the other side, Chen Fan was in a similar situation. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he had also consumed a lot of stamina. However, Chen Fan had sustained slightly fewer injuries so far, which could be said to give him a slight edge. Dead dog, you seem to be struggling too. You haven't made much progress in this year and a half. So useless, you might as well obediently let me kill you. Chen Fan stood proudly in midair, lightning raging all over his body, mocking. With you, do you think you can kill me? I defeated you 2 years ago, and I can do it now. Sakazuki, who had been called a dead dog, finally erupted with rage. Land of magma. In an instant, accompanied by Sakazuki's furious roar, the scorching magma within him reached its peak, and his entire body instantly disappeared, appearing on the ground. Chen Fan saw this scene and immediately followed with a flash of lightning. He saw Sakazuki's hands, containing boiling magma, directly touch the ground. In an instant, the ground, over 100 meters, turned into a vast sea of scorching magma. Watching this, Chen Fan naturally did not want him to easily succeed in unleashing his trump card. His body instantly disappeared from the spot, and with thunder in his fist, he rushed towards Sakazuki at incredible speed. However, Sakazuki suddenly looked up, and with his right hand containing the searing magma, he thrust it forward. Boom! The magma's burning power forced Chen Fan back several meters. Chen Fan waved his hand, shaking off the scorching lava that was clinging to him. He didn't expect Sakazuki's power to suddenly increase so much. As he was forced back, the hot lava continuously gathered around Sakazuki. In an instant, the power emanating from Sakazuki began to rise steadily, seemingly reaching a peak. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan did not hesitate. Dead dog, do you think you're the only one with aces up your sleeve? Thunder God mode, phase 2. In an instant, Chen Fan's body was surrounded by flickering lightning, standing proudly in midair. Rumble. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and strands of blue lightning continuously flashed and roared. Below, bolts of lightning scattered, turning the area within 100 meters into a sea of thunder. In midair, Chen Fan's hair danced wildly, surrounded by strands of blue lightning that coiled like pythons. The most terrifying thing was that some of the lightning manifested in a purple form. Boom! With a thunderous sound, bolts of lightning like dragon serpents descended from the dark clouds, and below on the coastline, strands of lightning surged upwards as well. Chen Fan stood between the two forces of thunder, with endless lightning gathering around him. In an instant, his momentum continuously soared, and the power of thunder flickered beside him. At that moment, he seemed like the thunder god who commanded the heavens and the earth. At this time, Monet and Lafitte watched this scene in astonishment. Having never witnessed such a miracle before, their mouths agape in shock. Wow, Big Brother is too terrifying. He can't really be turning into a god, can he? Monet couldn't help but exclaim. This is the captain I want to follow. Only he can lead me to turn this world upside down, Lafitte said with a smile. Meanwhile, Nico Robin was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her pupils somewhat dazed. At this moment, her desire to board the ship became even more resolute. Only such a powerful individual could help her. On the coast, Sakazuki had gathered all the magma around him, his power reaching its peak. The scalding magma covered his entire body as he looked up at the devastating thunder above, a serious expression appearing on his face. He had not expected Chen Fan's fruit ability to develop to such an extent, further enhancing his strength. In midair, Chen Fan looked down at Sakazuki like a god. Slightly lowering his head, weaklings will ultimately fail. You think you can defeat me? Sakazuki's face was filled with anger. With his talent, he didn't believe he would lose to someone of the same generation. Whoosh! Accompanied by his body turning into an elemental form, Sakazuki shot up into the sky, his fist covered in pitch-black magma, charging straight toward Chen Fan. This punch was at least 30% stronger than before. Faced with this massive punch, Chen Fan's expression remained cold. His entire body shimmered with destructive thunder. The power of thunder contained his fist as he launched it forward. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous fist collided with the magma fist, and an explosion rang out, changing the colors of the heavens and the earth. Two forces of nature fell to the ground, creating deep craters. The next second, the blue figure and the red figure collided in midair, each strike shaking the very earth. The destructive thunder seemed poised to destroy everything, while a scorching magma appeared to incinerate all. Thunder Dragon. Chen Fan's thunderous power transformed into a terrifying thunder dragon, engulfing Sakazuki. Underworld Dog. Sakazuki showed no fear. The burning power of magma gathered in his fist transforming into a giant magma dog that erupted forth. Boom! The two powerful attacks collided, sending waves of air rippling outward, causing explosions in midair, scattering even the clouds. Both fighters were thrown back 100 meters. Dead dog, after 2 years, is this all the improvement you've made? Just stabilizing his stance, Chen Fan smirked mockingly, destructive thunder radiating from him. 500 million volts of endless thunder punishment. In an instant, as Chen Fan raised his hands, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of thunder roared continuously, transforming into thunder dragon serpents that plummeted down toward Sakazuki. Killing you is enough. Great fire spray. Sakazuki's face was twisted with rage as the magma power erupted, gathering in his hands, expanding as power continued to accumulate. Once it reached a peak, countless magma fists shot upward like meteors. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragons and magma fists collided in midair, the explosion sounding like giant boulders crashing together, destroying everything around them, obliterating all, dust rising, the entire scene resembling an apocalypse. At this moment, both the Navy warships that had rushed over and the 3 from Lafitte were fixated on the magnificent explosion in midair. The power of nature colliding was awe-inspiring, leaving them stunned. This intense clash lasted nearly a minute before ending, leaving the coastline a wasteland due to scattered thunder and falling magma. Originally, this area was deliberately left unbombarded by the Navy, but now there was no need for bombardment. On the now-ruined coast, Kazan and Mihawk were still engaged in fierce combat. The residual shockwaves were deadly for ordinary people, but for them, it only caused minor disturbances. In midair, 2 heavy breaths echoed. Clearly, after such a prolonged battle and executing such powerful moves, both Chen Fan and Sakazuki felt fatigue and immense energy depletion. Yet, both remained filled with a strong desire to kill each other. Chen Fan, brimming with thunder, looked cold and fierce. Sakazuki, covered in magma, wore a sinister expression. The two faced each other in midair. This time, there were no words. They instantly elementalized and vanished from their spots. Thunder raged and magma erupted. In the sky, the two figures entwined, continuously clashing and battling. As time passed, drops of blood fell to the ground, and more grotesque wounds appeared on both of them. However, they continued to unleash their full power, showing no signs of stopping. Below, on the Thunder God ship, Monet nervously watched the battle above and asked Lafitte, "Do you think the captain can win against that dead dog?" "Be more confident in the captain. At least from what I see now, he has a slight upper hand," Lafitte replied, his strength allowing him to see more. Although the scene in the sky seemed evenly matched, thunder was gradually eroding the magma, and as time passed, the battle situation could change drastically. At this moment, the Navy warships that had arrived, along with the soldiers and officers, were also watching the battle with tense expressions. Isn't Thunder God Chen Fan and Mihawk too strong? Kazan and Sakazuki can't seem to take them down for the moment. Do you think we will lose? How could we lose? Kazan and Sakazuki are known as Navy monsters. These two look like they're only around 20 years old. How could they possibly defeat Sakazuki and Kazan? That's true. Our Navy represents justice, and we will definitely win. Most Navy soldiers blindly believed that Kazan and Sakazuki would win. Only a few rear admirals began to notice something amiss. They first looked at the battle below. The fight between Mihawk and Kazan was extremely stalemated, and it was hard to tell the outcome until the last moment. However, in midair, Chen Fan was clearly beginning to suppress Sakazuki, although this advantage was too slight to count. But for beings of their caliber, even a slight advantage could very well determine the outcome of the battle. While everyone was discussing, the battle in the sky continued to rage on. The sounds of explosions were ceaseless, and the two figures collided continuously. At this moment, both bore numerous grotesque wounds. Chen Fan's fist, infused with thunder and armed color hockey, slammed toward Sakazuki's face. With a twisted expression, Sakazuki blocked with his arms, which were infused with magma and wrapped in armed color hockey. Bang! Sakazuki forcibly blocked the punch, his body flying backward several meters. Then, Chen Fan's figure instantly disappeared from his spot, closing in. His right leg, like a giant axe infused with threads of thunder, struck towards Sakazuki's waist, stabilizing himself. Sakazuki also gathered magma power in his right leg, swinging it forward violently. Bang bang! Two powerful forces caused a violent explosion, sending waves of air rippling. But this was not the end. They continued to engage in fierce combat, exchanging blows, each strike landing with force. At this moment, the two seemed to transform into wild beasts, using fists, hands, feet, and heads as their means of attack. As time ticked away, blood continued to pour onto the ground. After several minutes, Chen Fan, infused with destructive thunder, and Sakazuki, covered in scorching magma, exchanged a punch. The powerful force caused a violent explosion, and both were thrown back several hundred meters. Whoosh! Chen Fan was panting heavily, his body trembling, with burn wounds all over him, looking particularly terrifying. In the second phase, the Thunder God body was also nearing its limit. Huff huff. On the other side, Sakazuki looked even more disheveled, with heavy breathing and cold sweat continuously streaming down his forehead. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, still infused with thunder, and the power of magma within him was also beginning to fade. Chen Fan, today I must capture you. Sakazuki glared at Chen Fan, filled with anger. With a useless piece of trash like you, dead dog, you should be thinking about how to survive today. In Chen Fan's pupils, there was nothing but coldness. You're looking for death. At this moment, Sakazuki's inner fury erupted like a volcano. Magma Giant C. In an instant, Sakazuki's magma power erupted to its peak. His hands raised forward, gathering the burning magma energy continuously in his palms. It formed a large circle, and then streams of magma several meters long shot out, merging in midair to become a massive sea of magma hundreds of meters wide, rushing towards Chen Fan to engulf him. Feeling this terrifying power, Chen Fan's expression remained utterly unafraid. He only wanted to kill the dead dog before him. 800 million volts, Thunder Kirin. Chen Fan's entire body was enveloped in destructive lightning, continuously flashing. Especially the small amount of purple lightning began to turn violet. With his hands raised, the sky quickly darkened with thick clouds. Ziz! Countless bolts of lightning flickered within, and a giant Thunder Kirin over 100 meters tall roared into existence, emanating an extremely terrifying divine might, as if it were going to destroy everything. Then, this Thunder Kirin charged at the Magma Giant C at an incredible speed. At that moment, everyone's gaze, except for the fiercely battling Hawkeye, Mihawk, and Kazan, was drawn to the sky. Everyone knew that the outcome of this confrontation was about to be decided. Boom! In an instant, the Thunder Kirin collided with the Magma Giant C, and the two incomparably terrifying attacks generated a violent explosion. This was a clash of forces from nature. In a split second, the colors of the heavens and earth changed, and a series of explosions echoed in the air, destroying everything around them, causing all to be annihilated. The explosion created a powerful shockwave, sending waves of air radiating outwards. At this moment, both Chen Fan and Sakazuki, having reached their limits, were caught in the center of the explosion and powerless to resist. They were directly blasted away by the tremendous explosion, and then Chen Fan fell like a hill, while Sakazuki plummeted like a droplet of water. Bang bang! A few seconds later, two deep craters appeared on the ground, with countless debris flying and dust rising. At this moment, both the Navy and the three from the Rough Fit turned their eyes towards the scene, eagerly anticipating who would ultimately emerge victorious. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Chen Fan stood trembling in place. Hoo-hoo! He gasped for breath, his body covered in gruesome and terrifying wounds, with some places deep enough to see bone. Looking particularly frightening, the destructive lightning around him had also completely dissipated, leaving him looking as if he had reached his limit. On the other side, Sakazuki lay in the deep pit, his body covered in scars, his stamina and injuries having reached their peak. He attempted to struggle to his feet, but he found that any movement sent waves of pain through him like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, rendering him completely unable to move. Watching this scene, everyone knew that Chen Fan had narrowly won in the end. Dead dog, it seems the winner is ultimately me. Chen Fan had a crazy smile on his face, gathering all the strength he had left, with destruction's thunder contained in his fist. As he thrust forward, a thunder dragon surged toward Sakazuki, filled with anger and unwillingness. Sakazuki wanted to resist, but the intense pain in his body, as if all his bones had broken, rendered him completely immobile. At that moment, Sakazuki was filled with immense regret, wondering why he hadn't seized the opportunity to kill this guy back then, allowing him to grow to this extent. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to engulf Sakazuki, a cold ice spear shot towards it at an incredible speed, instantly dispersing the Thunder Dragon, and the ice spear vanished into the void. In the next second, a figure surrounded by ice appeared in front of Sakazuki. It was Kazan who intervened, saving Sakazuki. At the last moment, he had shaken off the entanglement with Mihawk. At this moment, Kazan was also covered in wounds, but none were fatal. Meanwhile, Mihawk, with a powerful sword intent, shattered the ice that had frozen him, tightly gripping his black sword Yoru, looking at Kazan with a murderous intent. Seeing Kazan block the attack meant for Sakazuki, Chen Fan's face was filled with regret for not being able to kill Sakazuki. Would Chen Fan continue to fight? Kazan looked at Chen Fan and Mihawk, and behind him stood more than a dozen warships. Beside Chen Fan were Mihawk and Lafitte from the Thunder God. But Nicole Robin couldn't be counted as a combat force. The main issue was that Chen Fan had no strength left. The Thunder Dragon had been his last resort. Cold and indifferent, Chen Fan looked at Sakazuki lying on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes filled with anger, fists clenched, wanting to kill Sakazuki. However, comparing the combat power of both sides, Chen Fan realized it was unrealistic. If the fight continued, Kazan and Mihawk might very well perish together. Lafitte and Monet, one a rear admiral, the other a colonel, would definitely be at a disadvantage against more than a dozen mid-sized warships. If the battle continued, their chances of winning were less than 30%, with the best outcome being mutual destruction. For Chen Fan, who wanted to dominate the world, he didn't want to perish along with Sakazuki. You really are weak, dead dog. You haven't made much progress in 2 years. This time you were just lucky. I'll let you off this time. I hope your luck holds out the next time we meet. Chen Fan looked at Sakazuki with a mocking smile. Hearing such ridicule, Sakazuki's face was filled with anger. He struggled to get up, but the immense injuries in his body caused him to feel unbearable pain once again. Leave. After Chen Fan spoke, his body flickered like lightning and disappeared from the spot. Hawkeye Mihawk also understood that continuing to fight would only lead to mutual destruction. So he sheathed his black sword, Yoru, and headed towards the Thunder God ship. Kazan, covered in ice, merely watched this scene quietly, showing no intention to pursue. He knew that continuing the fight wouldn't benefit the Navy. Moreover, Chen Fan possessed Conqueror's Haki, although that level of Conqueror's Haki had little effect on strong opponents. It was lethal for ordinary soldiers. The Navy personnel on the warship breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected the strength of the Thunder God pirates to be so formidable, nor did they anticipate that Thunder God Chen Fan would defeat Vice Admiral Akainu, which was completely beyond their imagination. Back on the Thunder God ship, they prepared to leave at full speed. Chen Fan instructed Lafitte, as he did not want to stay here. After all, what if the Navy sent reinforcements? This time, although Chen Fan did not kill Sakazuki, he understood Sakazuki's strength. If he could defeat him once, he could defeat him a second time. As the sea breeze blew and the sun shone brightly, the Thunder God was also moving forward at full speed. At this moment, Monet had taken out a large amount of food from the cabin. She knew that every time her big brother was seriously injured, he needed to eat to replenish his energy. Looking at the food, Chen Fan glanced at Monet and then, disregarding his image, began to wolf down the food. As the food entered his body, waves of green warmth spread within him, continuously healing his injuries like sweet dew after rain. Suddenly, Chen Fan's nearly collapsing body stabilized, and his wounds began to scab over bit by bit. However, the internal injuries and the hideous wounds on the surface could not heal in a short time. At least he would need to rest for another 2 or 3 days, which showed just how serious his injuries were this time. On the other side, on the Navy warship, Sakazuki could no longer hold on after Chen Fan left. He felt dizzy and was about to faint. Just before losing consciousness, Sakazuki's expression was filled with unwillingness. He knew very well that he had lost this time. If it weren't for Kuzan's appearance at the end, he might have died at Chen Fan's hands. He couldn't understand why. After 2 years of never slacking off in training and having strong talent, this guy could catch up to him in just 2 years. With a sense of unwillingness, Sakazuki fainted on the stretcher. Kazan, beside him, had a complex expression. He had also fought Chen Fan a year and a half ago. At that time, Chen Fan was weaker than him, but now, after a year and a half, he could actually defeat Sakazuki head-on. Moreover, that Hawkeye Mihawk's progress was also terrifying. In just a year and a half, he could now match him evenly. These two guys were truly monsters. Their appearance on this chaotic sea would undoubtedly create a terrifying vortex. Even the usually calm Kuzan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At night, the evening breeze blew fiercely, and the temperature dropped significantly compared to the day. On the Thunder God sailing on the surface of the sea, Chen Fan was now completely bandaged. Next to him, Hawkeye Mihawk was in a similar situation, although his injuries were lighter. However, his recovery ability was not as strong as Chen Fan's, and with no ship's doctor on board, he could only obediently bandage himself and apply some medicine. Sitting on the deck, Nico Robin watched the two men in front of her, having witnessed their immense strength firsthand. She knew that if she wanted to survive and escape the Navy's pursuit, she couldn't do it alone. She had to rely on others. After hesitating for a few seconds, Nico Robin walked towards Chen Fan with a determined look in her eyes. "Hello, Thunder God Chen Fan. I want to join your pirate crew," her childish voice rang out. At this moment, Chen Fan was a bit surprised to hear this. He had been thinking about how to persuade Nico Robin to come on board, as he was curious about what the historical text said. But before he could say anything, Nico Robin actually took the initiative to say she wanted to join his pirate crew. However, Chen Fan thought for a moment. This little girl would definitely be pursued by the Navy now that she had escaped, and she must want to survive. His pirate crew and his strength could help her live. "Why do you want to join my pirate crew?" Chen Fan asked Nico Robin. "You are very strong. I want to seek asylum, and I also want to translate historical texts to reveal the hidden truths of the world government." When Nico Robin mentioned the world government, her eyes were filled with anger, as it was the world government that destroyed the island where she had lived since childhood and killed everyone there. Hearing Robin's words, Chen Fan pretended to ponder for a moment. He had already planned to let Robin board the ship. No matter how she responded, he would allow her to come aboard. This was just a formal inquiry. "Big brother, she is so pitiful. The entire island was wiped out by the Navy. Let us take her on board," Mona said at that moment. Chen Fan looked at Nico Robin and saw the resentment towards the world government in her eyes. "All right, from now on, you are a member of my Thunder God Pirates." "Thank you, Captain." Nico Robin thought to herself that she finally had a place to belong, and she must uncover the truth of history to expose the ugliness of the world government. Beside her, Monet was excited to hear that Chen Fan had accepted Nico Robin. "Big brother, I'll take Nico Robin to pick a room." Monet smiled as she held Nico Robin's hand, unable to contain her excitement. Usually, she was the only one talking on the ship, while the other three were as mute as a clam, especially Chen Fan and Mihawk, who were always either training or training. Now, with Nico Robin's addition, Monet thought that finally someone could keep her company. On the other side, Kazan and the severely injured Akainu had returned to the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Kazan had received simple treatment for his injuries at the hospital and was heading straight to the Admiral's office. As for Akainu, he was lying next to him, receiving 4 fluids, his body wrapped in bandages, and he had not yet regained consciousness. It was evident how serious his injuries were. In the Admiral's office, Admiral Steelbone Kong sat there with a complex expression behind his desk, flanked by Sengoku and Tsuru, both of whom looked extremely serious. Only Garp was still laughing heartily, sitting on the sofa and eating donuts. Knock, knock. A knock on the door was heard. "Come in." Steelbone Kong had already guessed who had arrived and immediately called for them to enter. Kazan pushed the door open and walked in, his expression grave. "Kazan, is it true that Chen Fan's strength has improved so quickly? He defeated Akainu head-on back in O'Hara, and that Mihawk fought you to a standstill?" Steelbone Kong asked, somewhat incredulously. Although he had already received some information during the transponder snail call, he still found it hard to believe. Just a year and a half had passed, and these two guys had made such significant progress. "Yes, Admiral Kong. Chen Fan's strength has definitely reached the level of a candidate admiral. He fought Akainu for an hour before finally defeating him. As for Mihawk, he has also improved tremendously. A year and a half ago, I was confident I could take him down, but now I'm not sure." Kazan looked at everyone, and from his expression, it was clear he was not exaggerating. After Kazan's affirmative answer, Sengoku and Tsuru's faces became even more serious, especially Steelbone Kong, whose brows were tightly furrowed. "Wow, haha, amazing. These two little guys have improved so fast in just a year and a half. Imagine how much stronger they'll be in a few more years." At this moment, Garp, who had been sitting on the sofa, laughed. Steelbone Kong was speechless at this, thinking that Sengoku would indeed be the next admiral. Garp's carefree personality was not suitable for being an admiral. "From today onward, we will reissue the highest level of wanted notice for Chen Fan, led by Admiral Zifa, to capture him and raise his bounty to 1.5 billion, while Mihawks will be 1.3 billion. Steelbone Kong did not ask for anyone else's opinion this time and decisively implemented the Admiral's wanted notice. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Chen Fan and Mihawk grew together. It was very likely that a dual Emperor crew would emerge on the seas. This was a terrifying prospect, and Steelbone Kong did not want to see it happen. He regretted not issuing a wanted notice at the Admiral level for Chen Fan from the beginning. Now, a year and a half later, it had only allowed him to grow stronger. Thinking of this, Steelbone Kong was determined to capture Chen Fan. Otherwise, if he could endure solitude and hide for another 8 to 10 years, then even an admiral might not be his match. This time, Sengoku and Tsuru did not express any dissent. They were well aware of Chen Fan and Mihawk's great potential. If left to grow, they would undoubtedly become an emperor crew. After giving the orders, Steel Bone Kong turned his gaze to Garp. Upon meeting Steel Bone Kong's gaze, Garp immediately stopped eating donuts, sensing something ominous. The situation at sea is too turbulent right now, and with Zifa going to capture Chen Fan, our manpower in the New World is even more insufficient. Garp, your vacation has been revoked. Once the situation stabilizes, you can take your leave. Steelbone Kong said to Garp. No way. My grandson was just born. We agreed on this vacation, and I have to go back to hold my grandson. Garp, upon hearing his vacation was revoked, could no longer smile and stopped eating donuts. So it's decided. Steelbone Kong understood that Garp's grandson had just been born, but there was no way around it. The New World was chaotic, and the Navy needed sufficient admiral-level strength to maintain order. Hearing Steelbone Kong's unwavering words, Garp realized he wouldn't be able to hold his grandson for some time. Sigh. Even Garp, who was usually carefree, couldn't help but let out a sigh. In the New World, Whitebeard's territory, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Marco was sitting on the deck reading a newspaper, and when he saw the thunderous figure in the center of the paper, his expression was filled with surprise. Have you grown to this extent in a year and a half? You actually defeated Akainu head-on. The newspaper Marco was reading prominently featured the headline, Thunder God Chen Fan defeats Navy monster Akainu. It's important to note that Akainu's reputation as a monster was not self-proclaimed by the Navy, but earned through his own strength. With his powerful magma attacks, terrifying martial arts, and dual color hockey, he was nearly invincible among his peers. Even some older pirates were no match for him. It can be said that Akainu truly deserved the title of monster. But such a monster was defeated by someone younger than himself. It's easy to imagine how he shocked those pirates who knew Akainu's strength would be. My son Marco, what are you looking at so seriously? At that moment, a tall man with a white beard like a full moon, exuding immense aura just by standing there, spoke up. He was the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Nothing much, Dad. Remember I told you about that strong guy with the thunder fruit ability? He disappeared and reappeared after a year and a half, defeating Akainu. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Oh, is that so? This little guy has quite a strong talent and strength, being able to defeat that Navy brat. But my son, you won't lose confidence because of this, right? I remember you told me you would definitely defeat this guy. Whitebeard looked at Marco. Yes, Dad. I will definitely defeat him and not let you down. At this moment, Marco also faced his inner feelings. Realizing he had felt a hint of fear and thought he might not be able to defeat Chen Fan. Gururara, this is my son, Whitebeard said, looking at Marco, who was radiating confidence once again, laughing heartily. 5 days later, at the starting point of the New World, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Sunlight reflecting off the sea, a gentle breeze blowing, and seagulls flying overhead. A pirate ship flying the Thunder flag was sailing on the ocean of the New World. At this moment, on the deck of the pirate ship, Chen Fan and the others had stopped training and started to enjoy their food. Most of the food was frozen, allowing them to eat it easily. There was no choice. None of them knew how to cook. Of course, there were those who wanted to try, like Monet. However, when Monet cooked a large pot of pitch-black mush, the others only took a few bites before experiencing severe diarrhea, and after that, they never let Monet cook again. As for the others, they had no desire to try either. Chen Fan looked at the sea ahead and thought to himself, it seems that besides needing to find a ship doctor, he also has to find a cook. However, he needs to find someone with slightly stronger skills, otherwise, they would hold him back. Chen Fan has always wanted to take the elite route. He would rather have fewer people than recruit a large group of useless individuals. The people he recruits are either incredibly strong with special talents or have great potential. Just as the Thunder God ship continued to sail across the sea, a gigantic pirate ship appeared directly in front of them. On its deck stood a huge figure wearing a clumsy helmet. Captain, it seems there's a pirate ship ahead, said a slender pirate to Bondiwald slowly. Hearing this, Bondiwald looked over and saw that it was just a small pirate crew. What does a tiny pirate ship want with me? Just fire the cannon and destroy it, Bondiwald said, somewhat angrily looking at the nearby pirate. Be careful. This is the Thunder God pirate crew. At that moment, a small, pink, and seemingly frail figure named Benjak, who had been sitting on Bondiwald's shoulder, recognized the pirate ship. Bro, what kind of small pirate crew is the Thunder God pirate crew? I think I've heard that name before. Bondiwald was puzzled, but couldn't recall at the moment. The captain of the Thunder God pirate crew is the only one who escaped from Impel Down. It said he can contend with a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, and his talent is quite terrifying. So be careful, Ben Jack reminded him. What's there to fear from someone who can only contend with a vice admiral? I'm the world destroyer, Bondewald thought to himself, pondering what kind of tough character could have escaped from Impel Down. However, if that was the level of their strength, he felt there was no need to be afraid. He had killed vice admirals before. Full speed ahead, bring the ship closer, Bondewald commanded his crew. Immediately, the massive pirate ship sped towards the Thunder God ship. Ben Jack didn't say much more because he knew his brother's strength. Ordinary vice admirals were no match for him, and killing Thunder God Chen Fan would boost their fame significantly. What Ben Jack didn't know was that defeating a vice admiral was only Chen Fan's strength from a year and a half ago. Meanwhile, on the Thunder God ship, everyone had also noticed a gigantic pirate ship approaching them. Chen Fan looked over and noticed the massive figure on the deck, which seemed somewhat familiar. Isn't that Bondewald, known as the World Destroyer? Captain, should we bypass it or confront it head-on? Lafayette asked Chen Fan beside him. Confront it head-on. It's just right. We have a good opponent, as this will be the first battle of our Thunder God pirate crew in the New World. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Both pirate crews wanted to defeat each other to increase their own fame, as both sides moved toward a common direction. Soon their pirate ships were less than 100 meters apart. Ha ha! This Thunder God pirate crew actually dares to face my World Destroyer without fleeing. Then take this cannonball. Bondewald threw a cannonball forward. 50 times amplified cannon. In an instant, the cannonball size increased by 50 times in midair and shot toward the Thunder God ship at extremely fast speed. Seeing this terrifying scene, Monet and Nico Robin showed a hint of surprise. However, amidst the surprise, Monet was full of confidence, believing that her big brother would definitely be able to easily handle such an attack. Interesting, no wonder he is called the World Destroyer. Chen Fan's expression was filled with indifference, accompanied by flickering lightning, with strands of blue lightning swirling around him. Thunder Dragon. Directly, Chen Fan extended his right fist imbued with thunder and struck forward. In an instant, a blue thunder dragon burst forth, racing toward the massive cannonball at an incredible speed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon collided with the giant cannonball in midair, producing a powerful explosion, dust swirling up and waves of air dispersing outward. The sea below was shaken, causing it to erupt continuously. Ha ha! You little brat, your strength is quite impressive, managing to block my attack. However, everything that stands in my way will be destroyed by me. Bondewald looked at Chen Fan with a smug expression. Fool! Chen Fan scolded coldly, damn it. You dare to insult me. Bondewald couldn't hold back when he heard someone insult him. After putting down his older brother, he immediately used the moonwalk from the Marines' 6 forms, floating in midair and attacking Chen Fan. Bondewald didn't know where he learned the Marines' 6 forms. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan's eyes flashed with lightning, and he instantly vanished from his original position. He didn't want his pirate ship to be destroyed. The next second, Chen Fan, radiating destructive lightning, appeared in midair. This kid is coming well. Bondewald's massive fist was covered in the 3rd stage of armament hockey as he struck towards Chen Fan. With a calm expression, Chen Fan's fist was pitch black, containing the power of destructive lightning, and he also struck forward. Boom! In an instant, the massive fist collided with the lightning fist like a dragon, creating a powerful shockwave that caused ripples. Good guy, you can actually take my punch. Come again. Bondewald's face was full of excitement as he attacked Chen Fan once more. In response, Chen Fan couldn't even be bothered to reply, his expression still calm. Bang bang! In an instant, the sound of flesh colliding echoed in midair, with lightning raging and power multiplying. Bondewald, using his increasing speed, was momentarily evenly matched with Chen Fan. The two engaged in a flurry of blows, each strike powerful enough to shake the earth. Below, the onlookers could only see a massive figure and a lightning figure entangled in battle, indicating their incredible speed. With a 50-fold speed increase, Bondewald enhanced his speed once more, clasping his hands together into a fist resembling a giant axe, and suddenly smashed down towards Chen Fan with terrifying speed, producing a sonic boom as the punch came down. Interesting. Armament hockey. Pointed gun. Chen Fan's body erupted with terrifying thunder, his fingers claw-like, entwined with black matter and the power of thunder, reaching forward to grasp. In an instant, the thunderous claw collided with the gigantic fist hammer, and Chen Fan's right hand, containing 2 powerful forces, directly blocked the massive fist. Despite the significant difference in size, the strength was nearly equal, and Bondewald's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. Then, taking advantage of his surprise, Chen Fan suddenly exerted force with his right hand, unleashing the destructive power of thunder, which forced Wald back several meters. In the next moment, a powerful kingly aura emanated from Chen Fan. In an instant, the colors of the heavens and earth changed, as if the entire space transformed into a watercolor painting, causing Wald, who was about to attack again, to freeze for a moment. The pirates on the ship below felt as if they were gazing at a king, their spirits oppressed as if by a great mountain. Most of the pirates from the Ward Pirates were directly stunned by the Conqueror's haki, leaving only a few stronger pirates able to withstand it. This was the result of Chen Fan's understanding of the Conqueror's haki over the past year and a half. Although he had not comprehended the second stage of the Conqueror's haki, he had learned to emit it in a specific direction, preventing indiscriminate harm. Big brother, you bastard. How dare you hurt my big brother? I'm going to kill you. Wald glared at Chen Fan with anger as he looked at Ben Jack, who had fallen unconscious. 60 times the speed. Then, Wald increased his speed again, attacking Chen Fan. The power of thunder erupted, and terrifying blue lightning surrounded him as Chen Fan charged forward. The two figures, one large and one small, collided again in midair. Bang, bang. The sound of explosive air continuously rang out, clearly indicating that both were intent on killing each other. On the thunder god, Hawkeye Mihawk drew his black sword Yuru, his eagle-like sharp eyes fixed on the remaining dozen pirates on the ship. He had always been a man of few words, whoosh. Hawkeye Mihawk's figure instantly vanished from his spot, his powerful sword intent exploding as he sped toward the massive pirate ship. Everyone attacked together. This guy is a great swordsman. Don't underestimate him. Garum recognized Hawkeye Mihawk and immediately called his brothers to join in. The moment Hawkeye Mihawk landed on the deck, Garum charged forward, swinging his hands to hurl a large number of square blocks at him. Calmly, Hawkeye Mihawk swung his sword Yoru forward, instantly cutting those blocks in half. On the other side, the remaining 10 pirates simultaneously attacked Hawkeye Mihawk. Despite their attacks, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic. As he swung his sword Yoru, a semicircular green sword chi burst forth, slicing directly ahead. The charging pirates were immediately filled with terror, raising their weapons to block the attack. Clang! The sound of sword chi colliding with weapons rang out. 5 of the 10 pirates were heavily struck and sent flying back several dozen meters, and 2 were directly cut in half at the waist. Only 3 barely managed to stay in place. Don't be afraid, let's attack together and kill him. The few survivors exchanged glances and charged toward Hawkeye Mihawk, with Garum leading the charge. On the Thunder God, Nico Robin watched as Hawkeye Mihawk was besieged, worriedly asking, should we go help? No need. How could these guys possibly be a match for Mihawk? This pirate crew is destined to become the stepping stone for our Thunder God pirates, Monet replied to Nico Robin, fully aware that Hawkeye Mihawk and the captain were cut from the same cloth, powerful and calm. In midair, the battle between the large and small figures continued. Chen Fan's fist, containing the power of thunder, rushed toward Wald at an incredible speed. On the other side, Wald's massive fist, equally dark, struck out forcefully. The two fists collided like dragons, and in an instant, a sound of explosive energy erupted, causing both of them to stagger backward several meters. Chen Fan looked at Wald in front of him and thought to himself, no wonder this guy is called the World Destroyer. His fruit ability, physical skills, and dual-color haki are all impressive. However, that's not enough. A cold smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips as endless thunder erupted from his body. Thunder God Mode, Stage 1. In an instant, the sky darkened with dense clouds, and bolts of lightning flickered, covering the sky and continuously converging towards Chen Fan. Wald, who had just stabilized his stance, could clearly feel Chen Fan's aura growing stronger as he watched this scene. Kid, what trick are you trying to pull? Wald was somewhat confused, but he understood that he couldn't let Chen Fan proceed so smoothly. 70 times the speed. Slash! Wald's massive fist transformed into a palm, forming a handblade, and his speed suddenly increased to 70 times. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as Wald's powerful hand blade slashed down towards Chen Fan. At the same time, Chen Fan's entire body shone with destructive thunder, and a giant thunder being emerged with a roar. That terrifying thunderous giant hand directly grasped Wald's handblade. Looking at the thunder giant that was nearly as tall as him, Wald's eyes filled with surprise. However, Chen Fan didn't care what he thought. The fist imbued with terrifying thunder struck directly towards Wald's head. Thanks to his observation haki at Stage 3, Wald barely reacted, raising his arms, which were pitch black, to block in front of his head. Boom! The sound of collision rang out, and the terrifying force sent Wald staggering back several meters. Before he could stabilize himself, Chen Fan's attacks came one after another. Each strike from the thunder giant, composed of blue lightning, carried the power to destroy everything. Bang bang! The sound of collisions continued as the thunder raged, and Wald found himself completely at a disadvantage the moment they engaged. With drops of blood falling to the ground, Wald could only keep retreating and defending under Chen Fan's storm-like attacks, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. It could be said that Chen Fan had completely grasped the situation. Meanwhile, the pirate ship was drenched in blood. The bodies of pirates lay on the ground, all covered in sword wounds. In front of Mihawk, only Guy Ram was left with any combat capability. The other 11 had turned into corpses. Huff huff, breathing heavily. Guy Ram's expression was incredibly complex. He had not expected this person before him to be so strong. In just a few minutes, he had killed all his companions, and now he was left alone, completely unable to match this guy. His eyes filled with retreating intent, Guy Ram contemplated how to escape. Unfortunately, Mihawk would not give him time to think. After fighting until now, he was only slightly dirty. He didn't even have a single wound. It was clear that this battle was a one-sided crushing. Whoosh! Mihawk's figure instantly disappeared from his spot, gripping the supreme great sword, Yuru, in his right hand. It was covered with immense power and shot towards Guy Ram at high speed. Filled with terror, Guy Ram quickly thrust both hands forward, unleashing two massive cubes to try to block Mihawk's advance. Unfortunately, it was futile. With a flash of green sword energy, the two several-meter cubes were easily sliced in half. These two cubes only managed to delay Mihawk for a second. "I'll fight you." Cube fist, Guy Ram shouted, enveloped in armament hockey, his fist transforming into a cube shape, imbued with immense power, and charged towards Mihawk. With a calm expression, Mihawk tightly gripped Yuru, which contained armament hockey and powerful sword intent. Clang! The supreme great sword, entwined with two types of power, collided with the cube fist. In an instant, the cube fist shattered like tofu hitting a rock. Blood gushed out as Guy Ram let out a scream. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at Mihawk. In the next second, accompanied by a flash of white light, blood sprayed out, and Guy Ram's head fell off, leaving a headless corpse lying on the deck, continuously bleeding. In his final moments, Guy Ram's eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Mihawk, illustrating how desperate he felt facing that sword. On the Thunder God's ship, Nico Robin's youthful face displayed astonishment as she watched this scene. She hadn't expected her first mate to be so strong, single-handedly taking down over a dozen pirates from that ship in just a few minutes. Is our first mate really that strong? Nico Robin couldn't help but exclaim. But so what? Our captain is even stronger. My big brother defeated Mihawk to recruit him. Monet instantly retorted upon hearing Nico Robin praise Mihawk's strength. Hearing this, Nico Robin also looked up at the raging thunder. Indeed, that monster like Akainu had been defeated by the person before her. This kind of talent and strength is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Nico Robin felt that her chances of surviving to reveal the truth had increased. Meanwhile, in midair, the battle was still fiercely ongoing. Wald looked down at his crew, most of whom were dead or injured, and those still alive were now unconscious due to Conqueror's hockey. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. "Kid, I'm going to kill you." In an overlimit state, with 100 times the speed, Wald pushed his fruit ability to its extreme, instantly increasing his speed by another 30 times. The sound of sonic booms erupted as Wald's massive fist turned pitch black, and with 100 times the speed, its power was comparable to that of a missile. "You think you can kill me with just that?" Feeling this immense power, Chen Fan's expression remained calm. Destructive thunder continued to flicker around him, and strands of blue lightning coiled around him like giant pythons. The massive thunder giant struck forward with a palm. Boom! In an instant, the fists collided, and the clash of two powerful attacks created ripples of shockwaves that spread out. The power of Wald's ultimate state actually forced Chen Fan back. "Kid, I told you you're not my opponent. Just obediently let me kill you." Wald saw Chen Fan being forced back by himself and revealed that 100 times speed erupted once again, with his massive fists attacking Chen Fan like a raging storm. Thunder raged, and the Thunder Giant was also continuously defending against the attacks. In an instant, Chen Fan found himself at a disadvantage. Wald became braver with each strike, his power fully unleashed to the limit, holding nothing back, Every punch and kick was aimed at killing Chen Fan. Chen Fan could only keep responding, with scars appearing all over his body, and the destructive thunder seemed to be fading away. At this moment, Chen Fan looked completely at a disadvantage, but there was not a trace of panic on his face. Below, Hawkeye Mihawk and the others watched this scene with calm expressions, showing no intention of going to help. They all clearly understood that their captain had not yet used his full strength and was still holding back. In mid-air, the sound of explosions was continuous. Blood splattered on the ground, and bolts of lightning erupted from the sea. "Little brat, you're dead today," Bondi Wald said with a face full of arrogance as he spoke. His massive fists kept pounding, and his whole body charged forward. "Is that so? If this is all the strength you have, then this battle should come to an end." Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as his aura erupted. "Little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you even understand? The one in control here is me." Bondi Wald looked puzzled, but he still maximized his fruit ability, not doubting that every attack could shatter gold and stone. His massive fist once again slammed toward Chen Fan. The pitch-black arms blocked in front, and the immense force sent Chen Fan's towering body, over 10 meters tall, flying backward for hundreds of meters. "Kid, you killed so many of my crew members. I will definitely drink your blood and eat your flesh." Bondi Wald felt a sense of pride, seeing Chen Fan pushed back again. However, when he glanced down at his pirate ship, his expression filled with heartache, as these crew members had been hard to come by and were now dead. Fortunately, his brother was merely knocked out and wasn't hurt. Hearing Bondi Wald's words, Chen Fan showed no concern, instead growing indifferent. For mode, second stage. In an instant, lightning flickered, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and the rumbling of thunder echoed within them. The blue lightning surrounding Chen Fan transformed into a mystical purple. In a moment, the entire sky was filled with endless lightning. A streak of lightning spread like a giant net across the sky above the sea, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Then, in an instant, the destructive lightning converged around Chen Fan, his hair billowing wildly, his pupils seemingly turning purple, and his aura continuously rising. The few people on the Thunder God ship looked on in astonishment. Although it wasn't their first time witnessing this, seeing this miraculous scene once again left them unable to suppress their surprise. In mid-air, Bondi Wald stared at this scene, momentarily dumbfounded. He could clearly feel Chen Fan growing stronger. He finally understood why this kid had always acted so fearless. 100 times speed hand chop. Without hesitation, Bondi Wald transformed his right hand into a palm, and at 100 times speed, his body became a mere afterimage as he quickly slashed toward Chen Fan. Sonic booms trailing behind. With a cold expression, the moment the hand chop was about to strike, Chen Fan merely raised his hand slightly, with terrifying lightning gathering above. Bang! At the moment of collision, Chen Fan astonishingly blocked the massive hand chop. Then, as Bondi Wald looked on in shock, the lightning around Chen Fan became even more violent, and with a sudden force, Bondi Wald was sent flying dozens of meters away. Once he steadied himself and looked back at Chen Fan, he saw that Chen Fan was now entirely enveloped in terrifying lightning, streaks of blue lightning resembling giant thunder serpents. And the most terrifying part was the portion of purple lightning surrounding him, representing the power of destruction. At that moment, Chen Fan truly resembled a god of thunder. "Little brat, do you think that just because you've grown stronger, you can defeat me? I am Bondi Wald, the world destroyer." Although Bondi Wald could sense Chen Fan's increased strength, his dignity as a powerful being left him with no intention of retreating. 100 times speed punch. Bondi Wald's massive fist, pitch black and propelled by incredible speed, unleashed a tremendous force toward Chen Fan. Thunder punch. With a calm expression, Chen Fan gathered the destructive lightning into his right fist, black as ink, and thrust it forward like a dragon. Boom! The massive fist collided with the lightning fist, and the two figures appeared as mismatched as an elephant and an ant. Yet the difference in power was not the same. The terrifying power of thunder actually forced Bondi Wald back. Filled with surprise, Bondi Wald stared at his slightly trembling right hand, his face a mask of disbelief. But before he could steady himself, with lightning flashing, Chen Fan instantly closed the distance and appeared behind him. A blue lightning spear formed in his right hand, stabbing toward him at incredible speed. Unable to dodge, Bondi Wald could only turn around, raising his right arm to block, his enormous arm covered in hockey. Blood gushed forth as Bondi Wald's right arm was pierced, the wound deep enough to see bone and looking particularly horrifying. But it didn't end there. Chen Fan unleashed a storm of attacks, relentlessly bombarding Bondiwald. At this moment, even if Bondiwald exerted all his strength, he could only barely defend himself. Blood continuously flowing from him, adding more and more wounds. The entire battle had completely reversed. Impossible, this can't be, I am the world destroyer. How could this little brat suddenly become so strong? How could he defeat me? Bondiwald's face was filled with disbelief as he unleashed punches at 100 times speed. But it was all in vain. In front of Chen Fan, who was covered in destructive lightning, every attack was effortlessly blocked. Weaklings are ultimately just weaklings. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with coldness, his 5 fingers clawed, containing terrifying thunder, reaching directly for Bondiwald's chest. There was no time to dodge, and a trace of fear filled his eyes as blood flowed. A chunk of flesh was directly torn from Bondiwald's chest by Chen Fan. Oh! The intense pain made Bondiwald scream. I'm going to kill you. In a fit of rage, Bondiwald's fist contained immense power as he charged towards Chen Fan. With a calm expression, Chen Fan gathered the power of thunder in his right fist, which was also wrapped in the power of hockey, and struck forward. Boom! The 2 fists collided like dragons, and an explosion sounded, dispersing the surrounding clouds. Bondiwald's massive body was sent flying back over 100 meters before he stabilized himself. In contrast, Chen Fan stood proudly in midair, surrounded by destructive thunder. I will kill you, kill you. Bondiwald's face was filled with madness. Blood and energy surging throughout his body, with veins bulging on his arms. 100 times, cannon punch. Then, Bondiwald brought his fists together, resembling a cannonball, carrying immense power. Combined with a 100 times speed impact, creating a series of sonic booms as he smashed towards Chen Fan. World Destroyer. You will be our Thunder God pirate crew's first enemy defeated in the New World. With a fierce expression, Chen Fan unleashed endless thunder. 600 million volts, thunder Chilin. He raised both hands, and instantly the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashing continuously. Within the massive clouds, a blue Chilin, several dozen meters tall, emerged, exuding terrifying divine might. It then descended rapidly, charging towards Bondiwald. Boom! In an instant, the thunder Chilin collided with Bondiwald's fists, which seemed to have transformed into cannonballs. A wave of air rippled outward, the heavens and earth changed color, everything around was destroyed, and the waves below roared. Feeling the destructive force, Bondiwald's face turned pale with terror. He realized he couldn't disperse this thunder Chilin at all. Within seconds, the weakened thunder Chilin completely engulfed Bondiwald. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in the sky. Amidst the explosion, a massive figure, covered in wounds, plummeted like a hill. Bang! Just a few meters away from the pirate ship, the severely injured Bondiwald barely regained his senses and stabilized himself. He landed on the pirate ship, but immediately knelt down. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. More than half of his bones were broken, and the wounds on his body still crackled with lightning. Bondiwald looked up at Chen Fan with a face full of unwillingness. He trembled as he stood up, wanting to continue fighting, but his severe injuries left him with little combat power. Survived? Not bad. No wonder he's called the World Destroyer. Chen Fan saw Bondiwald still struggling under his thunder Kirin and couldn't help but praise him. On the pirate ship, someone shouted, "Hurry! You're no match for him, Run." At that moment, a voice rang out. It was the newly awakened Banjak. Bro, how are you? Hurry and run. I'll cover you. Bondiwald was also aware that he might not survive this time, and he wanted his brother to escape. Oh, you want to run? Did you ask me first? Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as lightning flickered around him. A few seconds later, he appeared directly on the pirate ship. Thunder. Under the angry and wary gaze of Bondiwald, Chen Fan said nothing. Thunder gathered in his right hand, and with a pointed finger, a beam of lightning shot directly towards Bondiwald. Wanting to resist, Bondiwald struggled desperately to stand up. But the injuries within him made even the slightest movement feel excruciatingly painful, let alone resisting. Just as he was in despair, a small figure blocked his path. The lightning beam shot straight through Banjak's chest. Run. Before dying, Banjak turned around and used his last bit of strength to say to Bondiwald, "No, brother. I will kill you, kill you." Bondiwald shouted in anger, his heart-wrenching cry filled with rage. He didn't know where the strength came from, but his fist was covered with armed color hockey, and he used the last bit of his strength to launch a powerful strike towards Chen Fan's head. Coming out as a pirate means being prepared to face the price of death. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with indifference, showing no mercy at all. The power of thunder gathered in his right fist, and as he lunged forward, a colossal thunder dragon burst forth, racing toward who was charging in. Boom! Endless thunder raged, and Bondival's final strike didn't even touch Chen Fan. His entire body was engulfed by the thunder dragon, vanishing between heaven and earth. After doing all this, Chen Fan floated in midair as if nothing had happened. In his eyes, this was a life-and-death struggle, with no possibility of holding back. He believed that if he lost this battle, Bondival would definitely not spare him either. Standing proudly in the air, Chen Fan raised his hands, and destructive thunder continuously gathered above him. A giant thunderball was formed, which Chen Fan then hurled downward. The thunderball completely submerged Bondival's pirate ship, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. The unconscious pirates of the Ward pirate crew also vanished into the sea along with a massive ship. After all this, Chen Fan elementalized and returned to his thunder god ship. Now let's set sail. Chen Fan said to Lafitte beside him. Okay, Captain. Lafitte immediately steered the thunder god towards the front. It should be noted that the world destroyer, Bondival, was killed by Chen Fan just like that. However, after doing all this, Chen Fan seemed completely unconcerned. Monet watched all of this, filled with envy and admiration, wondering when she could have power like her big brother. On the other side, Nico Robin was thinking about how correct her previous choice had been. 3 days later, under the blazing sun, sunlight poured down on the sea of the New World. The news of the world destroyer Bondival being defeated by Chen Fan, along with the entire pirate crew being annihilated by the Thunder God pirates, spread throughout the New World. When those pirates who had been in the New World for a long time saw this news, they were all astonished, as they were well aware of the strength of the world destroyer. That guy had even killed 2 or 3 rear admirals from the Navy headquarters, yet unexpectedly, he was killed by a rookie. Originally, those pirates thought that Chen Fan could escape from Impel Down simply because the Navy was too incompetent or due to luck. Now, they understood the terrifying nature of Thunder God Chen Fan, and they all believed that the Thunder God pirates were definitely one of the strongest contenders for the throne of the New World. On the Thunder God, at this moment, Chen Fan had just removed the gravity bracelet and stopped training. His vast observation haki seemed to expand outwards, allowing him to perceive the flow of life forces of creatures within tens of thousands of meters nearby. Most importantly, his observation haki was now able to predict his opponent's movements in advance. He didn't expect that his observation haki would surpass his armament haki and break through to the 4th stage so quickly. Chen Fan felt a bit surprised by his breakthrough in observation haki, but then he thought it was normal. After all, he had been focusing on training his observation haki for 1.5 years to master the heart network. Not thinking too much about it, Chen Fan stopped training and sat down in a chair, as it was already noon and time for lunch. However, today there was an extra person serving the dishes, and that was Mihawk. At that moment, Mihawk, with a cold expression on his face, brought out the meal he had prepared. Soon, the table was filled with over 20 delicious-looking dishes. Seeing Mihawk's demeanor, Chen Fan smiled. The reason Mihawk was cooking today was that Chen Fan had asked him to. Mihawk looked at Chen Fan with confusion, unable to understand how his captain knew he could cook. How did you know I could cook? Mihawk couldn't help but ask Chen Fan, who was busy eating. I don't know, I just guessed, Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan casually responded. Originally, he mentioned cooking to Hawkeye Mihawk, who directly refused. However, when Chen Fan suggested that if he was unwilling to cook, then Monet could cook for them, Mihawk's expression immediately changed, and he agreed to cook. Mihawk, your cooking is really delicious, but I feel like it can't compare to mine. How about I cook the next meal? Monet said while eating, addressing the others. No, absolutely not. Upon hearing that Monet wanted to cook, Chen Fan and the others immediately changed their expressions and said in unison, If you don't want to, then fine, you guys just have no taste. Hearing their rejection, Monet huffed, placed her hands on her hips, puffed up her cheeks, and looked angry. Chen Fan and the others didn't care whether Monet was angry or not. When they heard Monet wasn't tea cooking, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing lunch, everyone went back to doing their own things. Most of them started training, with a training-obsessed captain and the swordsman Dracula Mihawk, who could also be considered a training fanatic. The rest of the crew spent most of their time on the ship training as well. Even the newly joined Nico Robin was no exception. She was currently learning the Marine 6 styles and developing her devil fruit abilities. Chen Fan adjusted the gravity bracelet to the highest level and began his physical training. After a long period of exercise, he not only consumed food to restore his stamina and recover from fatigue, but also used lightning to temper his body, gradually enhancing his physical qualities. This is also why Chen Fan could adapt so quickly to the highest level of the 25-ton gravity bracelet. Accompanied by the gentle sea breeze, time flowed slowly. 2 hours later, a medium-sized island appeared in front of the Thunder God. The island resembled a giant turtle from a distance, covered with woods and buildings, clearly indicating that it was inhabited. Captain, an island has appeared ahead. There should be inhabitants. Our supplies are running low. Should we go down and replenish? Lafayette asked Chen Fan, who was still training. Sure, Chen Fan replied and stopped training, heading to the washroom in the cabin. Hearing Chen Fan's affirmative answer, Lafayette immediately piloted the red-haired ship, moving at a very fast speed towards the island with the rotation of the propeller. Great! Robin, we can go ashore and explore? Monet exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Nico Robin beside her. Nico Robin simply responded. She also wanted to go ashore to explore. Soon, Chen Fan finished washing up and changed into a new outfit, walking out of the cabin. At nearly 9 meters tall, with sharp features and long, shiny black hair, Monet was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Chen Fan sat down that she came back to her senses. At this point, the red-haired ship had also arrived at the island, docking at its shore. Subsequently, Chen Fan and the others disembarked, while Lafayette stayed on board to watch the ship. Before long, they walked past the coastline and entered the town, where people were coming and going, accompanied by their laughter and chatter. This scene was very joyful. Monet looked at this scene with excitement. Although she was still young, only 14 years old, the nature of girls is to enjoy shopping, and Monet immediately dragged Nico Robin around to buy things. Of course, the berries in her hand were given to her by Chen Fan. He didn't mind these small amounts of money at all. After all, the gold they brought down from Skypiea was still enough for a while. And even if it ran out, they could always go back up to get more. Thinking of this, Chen Fan remembered to check the time. The ark should be built soon. It seemed he needed to find a time to return to Skypiea. While the two girls were shopping, Chen Fan and Mihawk also entered a store to buy a large amount of supplies, most of which were semi-prepared foods that could be eaten after a quick cook. Although Mihawk could cook decently, Chen Fan didn't plan to have him work as a full-time chef, as that could hinder his progress and strength. After finishing the shopping, Chen Fan called out to Monet, "Time to go." "Okay, big brother." Monet had already bought a lot of clothes and accessories with Nico Robin. Hearing Chen Fan call her to leave, she felt a bit reluctant. However, she wouldn't disobey her big brother's orders. Just as the four were about to head back, both Chen Fan and Mihawk suddenly stopped in their tracks. They saw two figures ahead. The one on the right had red hair, a straw hat on his head, 3 scars on his face, and flip-flops on his feet. The one on the left had golden curly hair, a headband on his forehead, and most notably, a particularly prominent sausage-shaped mouth. The two were Shanks and Jesus Burgess. "What a coincidence, Mihawk, you're here too." Shanks, having just arrived in a new world from the East Blue, greeted Mihawk excitedly. Mihawk replied calmly, clearly indicating that they knew each other beforehand. "How about joining my pirate crew?" Shanks smiled, tried to recruit Mihawk. "No need, I have a pirate crew now." Mihawk directly refused. Hearing this, Shanks was a bit surprised, knowing that he had tried to recruit Mihawk a year and a half ago and was rejected then. He was curious who could have recruited Mihawk to join their crew. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to recruit my first mate in front of me?" Chen Fan looked at red-haired Shanks with a smile. "I'm really sorry, but you seem very familiar." Red-haired Shanks fell into thought, feeling like he had seen Chen Fan somewhere, but couldn't recall where. "Captain, this is Chen Fan, a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion. We saw him in the newspaper before," Jesus Burgess reminded Shanks, his gaze somewhat wary as he looked at Chen Fan. "Oh, I remember now," red-haired Shanks said, recalling that he indeed had seen him in the newspaper. "Big brother, who are these two?" Monet asked Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. After all, red-haired Shanks had just set sail and hadn't made a name for himself yet. Red-haired Shanks, a crew member of Pirate King Roger, and Jesus Burgess, a powerful sniper. Chen Fan looked at the two and said, hearing that Chen Fan knew him. Red-haired Shanks was a bit surprised. Beside him, Jesus Burgess was even more astonished, thinking to himself, "How does this Chen Fan know me? After all, I haven't been to sea before." "So you're Chen Fan? I've heard of you. You're very strong. I look forward to our encounter in the new world," red-haired Shanks said, looking at Chen Fan with a smile on his lips. "Oh, interesting. Are you trying to challenge me, red-haired Shanks?" Chen Fan smiled and looked at Shanks. "Challenges are usually posed by juniors to seniors. If I remember correctly, I set sail earlier than you, so it should be you challenging me." Red-haired Shanks continued, "Is that so? Then let me test your level." Chen Fan's expression turned cold. For a moment, those nearby felt the tension in the air. "Let's give it a try then." Shanks also put away his smile, showing no sign of backing down. In the next second, upon hearing these words, Chen Fan's gaze became sharp, and a kingly will emanated from him. The entire sky instantly became clear, and the Conqueror's haki, like blue thunder, directly attacked Shanks' spiritual world. Faced with this powerful Conqueror's haki, Shanks showed no fear, and his own kingly aura erupted. In an instant, the two Conquerors' haki clashed, and the world changed color. Zizizi. Thunder roared continuously, and the sky above the island was split in two, one side blood red and the other side thunderous. The two powerful haki forces were at a stalemate. The onlookers on this medium-sized island were stunned by this terrifying scene. None dared to hesitate and fled in a frenzy, wanting to distance themselves from the epicenter of the turmoil. Fortunately, both Chen Fan and Shanks had mastered directional Conqueror's haki. Otherwise, most people within thousands of meters on this island would have been knocked unconscious. The two exchanged glances, and their Conqueror's haki continued to clash. Mihawk's expression was somewhat grim. He still did not want the two to fight. Time passed second by second. The world continued to rumble, and thunder flashed incessantly. After 2 minutes, the two forces representing endless pressure simultaneously dissipated. "You are really strong," Shanks couldn't help but praise. "You're not bad either. I look forward to our encounter in the new world." Chen Fan politely replied, "Let's go." He then called out to the crew behind him to prepare to leave. Neither of the two had any real intention of fighting. They were just testing each other. Given Chen Fan's personality, he had no need to offend a strong enemy without sufficient benefit. And of course, it was mainly because of his regard for Mihawk the Hawkeye. As Chen Fan said they were leaving, Nico Robin and the others followed suit. A minute later, Chen Fan and the others gradually walked away. Poof! Red-haired Shanks spat out a mouthful of blood. "Are you okay, Shanks?" Jesus Burgess asked with concern. "I'm fine. That Chen Fan is really strong." A hint of wariness appeared on red-haired Shanks' face. The clash of Conqueror's haki just now seemed evenly matched, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage. This surprised red-haired Shanks. After all, Chen Fan looked to be about the same age as him, yet he was able to suppress him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this person's talent was. On the other side, Chen Fan and the others returned to the Thunder God. With the Thunder God setting sail, there was a gentle sea breeze and seagulls flying overhead. Chen Fan looked at the boundless new world with Kaido the Beast, Big Mom the Steel Balloon, the world's strongest man Whitebeard, and Red Count among the powerful figures, which truly excited him. Leaning against the side of the ship and feeling the sea breeze, Chen Fan only stopped after several minutes. He then began his daily training. And sometimes even Dracula Mihawk couldn't help but exclaim that his captain was truly a training fanatic. A month later, as dawn broke, the Thunder God was sailing in the new world. Chen Fan was training on the ship, with lightning crackling all over his body. Strands of weak lightning entered his body, stimulating his cells and causing his internal organs to pulse. As this process continued, Chen Fan's physical fitness was slowly increasing at an extremely gradual pace. Although the increase was minimal, over time, it would definitely reach a terrifying level. Half an hour later, the faint lightning around Chen Fan dissipated, and he stopped the lightning body training, preparing to start the most basic physical training. Suddenly, his gaze shifted upward towards the heart network, which had a coverage range of tens of thousands of meters, probing ahead. Chen Fan instantly felt a powerful aura flowing. Moreover, this aura was rapidly approaching the direction of the Thunder God. "Who is it?" Chen Fan was a bit surprised. As the aura grew closer, Hawkeye Mihawk, who was wielding the supreme great knife, also stopped training and looked up. The others, seeing their captain and vice captain looking in the same direction, immediately ceased their training as well. "Big brother, what are you looking at?" Monet asked curiously. "A powerful being is coming towards us." Chen Fan's expression was filled with a hint of seriousness. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. When it was only a few hundred meters away from the Thunder God, Chen Fan and the others could finally see the figure clearly. With somewhat messy golden long hair, a ship's wheel was embedded on his forehead. Most importantly, his legs were made up of two famous swords. Golden Lion Shiki. Chen Fan immediately recognized the person. Upon hearing the name, the expressions of Hawkeye Mihawk and the others changed instantly. It can be said that there are very few people on this sea who haven't heard of the name and deeds of the Golden Lion. Didn't the Golden Lion just escape from prison? "Big brother, why do I feel like he's coming for us?" Monet looked up at the Golden Lion with some concern. At this moment, Chen Fan's expression also rarely showed a hint of seriousness. "Finally found you." The Golden Lion floated in midair, looking at Chen Fan. "What do you want?" Golden Lion? Chen Fan looked at the Golden Lion without fear, feeling a bit puzzled about why the Golden Lion was looking for him. You are Chen Fan, the adopted son of Wang Ji, right? How about submitting to me, joining my pirate crew, and ruling the world together? Your father was once one of my most capable subordinates. The Golden Lion confidently stated his purpose for coming. He believed that someone like Chen Fan, who had just set sail, would definitely not refuse his invitation. Unfortunately, things did not go as he expected. No, my adoptive father is my adoptive father. I do not intend to join your pirate crew. Chen Fan straightforwardly refused. He had never yielded to anyone's ideas. Even if that person was the top powerhouse in the world, it wouldn't matter, let alone now that the Golden Lion had a ship's wheel on his head. His legs were crippled, and how much strength could he have left? Hearing his refusal, the Golden Lion suddenly became angry. Kid, do you know what you're saying? I'm the Golden Lion. You dare to refuse me? Do you want to die? The words and gaze of the Golden Lion were filled with threats. The three below, Lafitte and the others, were somewhat flustered. Although Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, remained calm, his hand was already on the supreme blade, Black Blade Knight. They had grown up hearing the legends of the Golden Lion, and because of this, they knew how terrifying he was. If it were you at your peak, saying these words would be somewhat acceptable, but do you have the strength to kill me now? Chen Fan's body crackled with lightning, his cold gaze fixed ahead, showing no signs of fear. If the Golden Lion were at its peak, Chen Fan would definitely flee without hesitation. But given the Golden Lion's current state, thinking that a few words could make him run away and submit was not enough. Little ghost, very good. You are looking for death. The Golden Lion's expression was filled with rage as he swung the famous sword Sakuraji beneath him forward, unleashing a golden sword chi that charged straight at Chen Fan below. Thunder Dragon. With an indifferent expression, the lightning surrounding Chen Fan became violent, and as he threw a punch forward, a thunderous dragon surged out, containing terrifying power. Boom! In an instant, the Thunder Dragon collided with the golden sword chi, causing a strong explosion, with fierce winds rising and the sea below slightly churning. Interesting, little ghost. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me, the Golden Lion, or die. The Golden Lion stared at Chen Fan, a powerful sense of oppression enveloping him. Old thing, what right do you have to decide my death? Chen Fan's expression was full of confidence, and his gaze was unwavering. Beside him, Hawkeye Mihawk also drew his supreme great sword, the Black Blade Yuru, appearing ready to join the fight. Nico Robin's expression was even more tense. No need. Let me handle this old-timer alone. Chen Fan reached out to block Hawkeye Mihawk. Accompanied by a flash of thunder, he instantly disappeared from his spot, the destructive power of thunder gathering on his right foot, kicking straight towards the Golden Lion. It seems I haven't come out for too long. Many people have forgotten my name. Today, let me show you what a true king is. The powerful aura from the Golden Lion erupted, and his figure also instantly vanished from the spot, his right foot swinging directly towards Chen Fan. Boom! In an instant, the two collided, and, at the same time, two king-like auras radiated outwards. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, and crimson thunder roared incessantly. The world changed color, and waves of air spread out in circles around the two, with the sea below raging violently. Good boy, you even possess Conqueror's Haki. No wonder you are unwilling to submit to me. However, what you face today is ultimately death. The Golden Lion's gaze was extremely fierce. A burst of bloodthirsty energy erupted from his body, and his left fist, covered with the fourth stage of armament Haki, shot towards Chen Fan at incredible speed. Is that so? A new era has begun, and you, a remnant of the old era, should just obediently quiet down. Chen Fan's expression was calm, his fists enveloped in a pitch-black aura, entwined with the destructive power of thunder, and he struck out fiercely. Boom! The two fists collided like giant dragons, unleashing a tremendous force that created ripples in the air, stirring up a fierce wind that blew away the surrounding clouds. After the clash, Chen Fan was sent flying back several dozen meters before coming to a stop, while the Golden Lion only retreated a dozen meters. Clearly, in the initial exchange of power, Chen Fan had temporarily fallen to the disadvantage. Observing the scene before him, Chen Fan's expression grew serious. If it were the Golden Lion from over a decade later, he would definitely be the victor today. However, the current Golden Lion, while not at his peak, had not fallen to the extent he would in a decade. The outcome could only be determined through battle. Thunder God Mode, Stage 1. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Chen Fan dared not delay. In an instant, he raised one hand. Above in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning flickered within, the destructive power of thunder filling the entire sky, creating a terrifying scene. Interesting little brat. Do you still think you can resist under my command? The golden lion looked at Chen Fan with a mocking expression, not in a hurry to attack. Although his strength was far from its peak, he believed dealing with a junior was still within his capabilities. On the other side, Chen Fan remained silent, not responding, as endless thunder gathered around him. In an instant, a lightning giant over 10 meters tall erupted forth, containing an incredibly terrifying power. Whoosh! The lightning flashed, and the giant's massive fist, carrying horrifying strength, rushed toward the golden lion at tremendous speed. Feeling the destructive thunder, the golden lion showed no signs of panic. He swung the renowned blade, dry wood, beneath his left foot, which was pitch black and contained terrifying power, striking forward. In an instant, the renowned blade collided with the giant's massive fist, and the sound of an explosion filled the air as Chen Fan successfully blocked the golden lion's attack. Subsequently, the lightning giant's colossal fist rained down like a torrential storm, relentlessly pounding toward the golden lion. With a calm demeanor, the golden lion wielded his two renowned blades with powerful armed hockey, continuously blocking Chen Fan's attacks. For a time, the two were evenly matched, engaged in a fierce battle, with neither able to suppress the other. Below, Monet and Nico Robin watched with worried expressions, both wondering if Chen Fan could defeat the golden lion. Mihawk, do you think Big Brother can defeat the golden lion? Monet asked anxiously, looking at Mihawk. Unclear, but the current golden lion shouldn't be able to unleash his peak strength. Otherwise, even if we all attack together, we wouldn't last long against him. Hawkeye's Mihawk looked up, his expression serious, gripping his black sword, Yuru. Although he wanted to intervene, since Chen Fan said to leave it to him, it meant he had some confidence. Hearing Mihawk's words, Monet's worry deepened. She wanted to help Chen Fan, but she knew that with her current strength, she would only be a burden. In that moment, Monet yearned even more to grow stronger, desiring to one day be able to assist Chen Fan. Meanwhile, the battle above continued. Thunder raged, and sword energy surged. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Little guy, your strength is indeed impressive. I'll give you another chance. Join my pirate crew, and I will lead you to conquer the world. Otherwise, you will face only death. The golden lion spoke while attacking, his renowned blades beneath his feet continuously unleashing fierce sword energy. Just you, an old-era fellow. Think you can subdue me? Chen Fan's massive body continuously launched his fists forward, releasing bolts of thunderous dragons. Boom! Dust rose, the sound of explosions echoed endlessly, and the clouds in the sky dispersed. Well, it seems the world has long forgotten the terror of my golden lion. Today, if you little brat, refuse to submit, then you shall die. The expression of the golden lion turned cold. Lion's might. In the next moment, a great mountain that he had long prepared floated above the golden lion's head, and a powerful sense of oppression surged forward. Then, that mountain transformed into a gigantic lion's head, roaring towards Chen Fan at incredible speed. Is that so? Then today, I will make you, a relic of the old era, die obediently. Watching this terrifying scene, Chen Fan's expression remained completely unafraid. 500 million volts of thunderous dragons. The destructive thunder erupted, and the aura of the colossal thunder giant became even more terrifying as it punched forward. Endless thunder gathered together, transforming into a ferocious blue thunder dragon that burst forth. Boom! In an instant, the lion's head collided with the thunder dragon, resulting in a violent explosion that changed the color of the heavens and the earth, waves of air rippling outward, and the sea below surged violently, with columns of water erupting. Under the strong shockwave, Chen Fan and the golden lion were both knocked back several dozen meters. Ha ha! Interesting, you managed to block my attack. But this level is still not enough. Seeing Chen Fan withstand his attack, the golden lion decided to no longer hold back his strength. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, and his armed color hockey was extremely close to the fifth stage. An unparalleled sense of oppression surged towards Chen Fan. With a serious expression, Chen Fan did not expect the current golden lion to exert such strong power. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat just like that. Whoosh! Accompanied by a blast of air, the golden lion's body instantly disappeared from its position, moving so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. The next second, the sharp blade on his right foot slashed towards Chen Fan's head at an extremely high speed, containing terrifying power. The sudden increase in speed caught Chen Fan off guard, leaving him no time to evade. He could only gather endless thunder in his hands, covered in armed color hockey, turning around to block. Clang! Accompanied by blood flowing out. The terrifyingly powerful slash directly left a gruesome sword wound on Chen Fan's arm, deep enough to see the bone, looking particularly frightening. But that wasn't the end. The golden lion continued to swing the blade on his foot, launching fierce and powerful attacks towards Chen Fan. Enduring the intense pain, Chen Fan kept swinging his fists imbued with thunder, defending against the attacks. Bang bang! Each punch landed with force, and amidst the continuous sounds of explosions, drops of blood fell to the ground as Chen Fan completely fell into a disadvantage. Under the terrifying and swift attacks of the golden lion, he could only keep defending, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack, with small wounds appearing all over his body. On the Thunder God, watching this scene, Mona's expression showed even more worry. Lafitte and the others also looked grim, as they could clearly see that their captain was at a disadvantage. Even when facing Akainu, Chen Fan had not been at a disadvantage. It was evident that even though the golden lion was not at his peak and his legs were still crippled, his strength was still extremely terrifying. After all, it was not a decade later. Mihawk, hurry up and help Big Brother at this rate. He will be beaten to death by the golden lion. Watching the wounds constantly appearing on Chen Fan, Mona looked anxious but was unable to help, so she could only seek assistance from the nearby Hawk, Mihawk. No, the captain hasn't used his full strength yet. The outcome isn't certain. Hawkeye Mihawk's sharp gaze was fixed above, as he knew very well that Chen Fan had not fully unleashed his power. In midair, Chen Fan, who was being suppressed, was also ignited with true fire. He saw that his right foot was pitch black, containing terrifying thunder like a giant pillar reaching the sky, and he kicked out directly. Meanwhile, the golden lion appeared relaxed, swinging the withered wood on his left foot forward, covered in armed color hockey. Clang! In an instant, their attacks collided, and the powerful force caused a loud rumble, making both of them retreat several meters. Kid, if your strength is just this, then this battle should come to an end. The golden lion did not rush to attack. Instead, he looked down at Chen Fan from superior position. Oh really? You want to see me go all out? Then as you wish. Chen Fan's gaze turned cold and sharp. He had always looked at others this way, but it was the first time he had been so underestimated, even if the person was the golden lion. Thunder God mode, second stage. In the next moment, endless lightning flickered, surrounding Chen Fan with strands of blue thunder, resembling giant thunderous pythons. The most terrifying part was that some of the lightning had transformed into a mystical purple. The entire sky was instantly filled with terrifying lightning. ZZ. The power of thunder continued to roar throughout the land. Watching this scene of destruction, the golden lion did not rush to take action. Instead, he revealed an amused expression, increasingly wanting to recruit Chen Fan. But this kid was ungrateful. After all, even his adoptive father had once been his subordinate. After some thought, the golden lion decided to beat Chen Fan half to death before subduing him. If that didn't work, he would have to kill him. While the golden lion was contemplating, the endless power of thunder had already gathered like a pillar of light, continuously converging towards Chen Fan from above. In an instant, the power of thunder flickered, and Chen Fan seemed to be covered in a cloak of thunder, his aura reaching its peak, with hair wildly dancing and destructive lightning wrapping around him. At that moment, Chen Fan seemed to transform into a thunder god. The golden lion, watching this scene, also showed a hint of appreciation on his face. Not bad, little guy. This method of enhancing strength through the fruit's ability is quite impressive. However, I wonder how it would perform in actual combat. The golden lion's expression still held contempt. After all, in his eyes, Chen Fan was just a junior, and he had the right to feel that way. You'll only know if you try. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with indifference. The moment his voice fell, thunder flashed, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. The fist contained terrifying thunder and the powerful force of armed color hockey, shooting towards the golden lion like a meteor at an incredible speed. Interesting. The golden lion's face still showed disdain, and his body also vanished from the spot in an instant, his feet wielding the withered wood. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided like giant dragons, raising dust and causing an explosion. Chen Fan forcefully received the attack from the golden lion. Watching the scene, the expression on the golden lion's face changed. In the next moment, Chen Fan's right foot lifted high, carrying two terrifying forces like a giant axe, and struck down heavily towards the golden lion. Without hesitation, the golden lion's fist, dark as ink, surged forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, their fists and feet collided, and this time their attacks were once again evenly matched. Subsequently, Chen Fan's fists, like a torrential storm, infused with the destructive power of thunder, continuously rained down on the golden lion. At this moment, the golden lion also retracted a hint of disdain as his sharp feet, like famous blades, swung incessantly. Waves of terrifying thunder raged, and sharp sword chi slashed out. In midair, the sound of explosions echoed endlessly, and the colors of the heavens and earth changed, as the sea below continuously erupted. For a moment, the two had returned to a state of equal footing. Below, Monet and the others, seeing the scene, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Monet, who felt he'd been overly worried before. With his big brother's strength, even the golden lion couldn't easily defeat him. In midair, feeling the terrifying destructive power, along with Chen Fan's storm-like attacks, the golden lion's expression finally showed a hint of seriousness. He realized that this terrifying thunder seemed to be continuously numbing his body, causing his movements to gradually slow down. Chen Fan also closed the gap with himself because of this. What a powerful little brat. I take back what I just said. The golden sword energy on the right foot of the golden lion contained terrifying power and was swung out. Thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's right fist roared forward. A giant thunder dragon bursting forth. Bang bang. In an instant, the thunder dragon collided with the golden sword energy. Rumbling, the atmosphere roared, dust rose, and the two attacks dissipated simultaneously between heaven and earth. Old man, do you think you can evaluate me? A relic of the old era. Can't you just obediently retreat? Chen Fan's gaze was fierce, the destructive power of thunder flickering as he charged directly at the golden lion. How interesting are the young people nowadays this arrogant? The golden lion's expression also turned grim as his body vanished from the spot. The two collided again, fists and famous blades clashing in an endless battle. The terrifying force roaring continuously, the sound of explosions echoing in the air. The surrounding clouds were constantly being scattered. Every punch landed with force. A bloody struggle ensued. And for a moment, whether it was fists, blades, or limbs, they all became weapons in the two men's attacks. At this moment, both of them held nothing back and exerted their full strength. As a powerful figure of the era, the golden lion, though no longer at his peak, was unwilling to lose to a young man. Chen Fan was filled with fighting spirit, wanting everyone to know who the true king of this era was. The people on the Thunder God ship were also watching the battle intently, eager to know the outcome, especially Hawkeye Mihawk, whose right hand had never left the Black Sword Knight. If Chen Fan were to be defeated, he would definitely intervene immediately to save him. Time passed second by second, and drops of blood fell to the ground. Half an hour later, in midair, Chen Fan launched a punch imbued with terrifying power, while the golden lion swung the withered wood of his left foot forward. In an instant, the two fearsome attacks collided like massive boulders, creating a powerful shockwave that sent both men stumbling backward, stabilizing themselves only after retreating several dozen meters. Hoo-hoo! Heavy breaths echoed as the battle wore on. Chen Fan's stamina was nearing its limit, and his body was riddled with gruesome sword wounds. The golden lion was not in much better condition, sweat dripping down his forehead, his body covered in charred wounds, and his expression no longer held any contempt. He never expected that a young man could fight him to such an extent. It should end now, kid. The golden lion was too tired to keep playing. After nearly an hour of fighting, he felt he had to finish this kid off before it became too embarrassing to let it drag on. You want to die? I'll make it happen. Facing the old era king, the gold lion, Chen Fan showed no signs of fear. Ha ha ha, how interesting. It's been a long time since I've heard someone say they want to kill me. Even Roger and Garp wouldn't dare say that. Who do you think you are? I am the gold lion. After his laughter, the gold lion's expression instantly turned sinister, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, his blood surging. His power was once again on the rise, and in the next moment he raised both hands. Lion's might. The sea below instantly churned, with columns of water shooting up into the sky, gathering in midair. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal azure lion hundreds of meters tall, its terrifying might seeming as if it could destroy everything. In the next moment, this massive azure lion charged toward Chen Fan. Seeing the scene, Monet and the others below couldn't help but show worried expressions. Hawkeye Mihawk also drew his black sword, ready to strike at any moment. Old era folks have no place in the new era. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with indifference, his expression showing no fear as he raised his right hand. 800 million volts, Thunder Kirin. In an instant, the destructive thunder erupted, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and blue lightning flickered. From within the dark clouds, a mystical Thunder Kirin emerged, carrying an incredibly terrifying power as it charged downward. In a moment, the hundreds of meters tall Thunder collided with a similarly sized azure lion in midair, its sharp right claw aiming directly at the azure lion. The azure lion, however, also extended its right claw and effortlessly blocked the attack. For a time, the two mystical beasts clashed fiercely, powerful energy wreaking havoc, causing the sky and earth to change color, and the sea below to erupt continuously. Little ghost, your strength is impressive, but it's still not enough. As soon as the words fell, the golden lion's aura surged again, as if it forced itself to exert power, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. Clearly, the helm embedded in its head constrained its strength, preventing it from unleashing its full power. Now, the golden lion was forcibly erupting with strength to defeat Chen Fan, but it was still less than 30% of its peak power. One could imagine the significant impact the helm and its crippled legs had on the golden lion. In an instant, the aura of the azure lion expanded even further, completely suppressing the Thunder Kirin. Upon witnessing this, Chen Fan's body crackled with lightning, and with a roar, he forcibly overloaded his thunder power, causing the Thunder Kirin's aura to rise. Seconds later, two terrifying world-destroying powers collided continuously, creating a crack in the sky and a loud explosion echoed. Two fearsome attacks dissipated simultaneously between heaven and earth, rippling waves spreading out. In an instant, the powerful shockwave forced both of them to stagger backward several hundred meters. After a few seconds, they steadied themselves, but at that moment, both of their auras had become extremely weak, seemingly reaching their limits. Especially Chen Fan, whose body was covered in gruesome wounds, felt immense pain. Little ghost, you are really strong, but this is where it ends. The moment the words fell, the golden lion's body had already appeared behind Chen Fan. The sharp famous sword attacked Chen Fan, although its power was not as great as before. However, the golden lion still had some energy left, while Chen Fan was almost at his limit. Reacting just in time, Chen Fan turned around, his right hand infused with thunder power, and struck forward, blocking the attack. Subsequently, the two transformed into streaks of light, continuously colliding. At that moment, it was a contest of who could hold on the longest, who would be the ultimate victor. Below, Mihawk and the others watched this scene with some concern, as the current situation made it likely that their captain would lose. In midair, the fierce battle continued, with wounds appearing on both of them, blood dripping continuously. Facing the overwhelming attacks of the golden lion, Chen Fan kept counterattacking. Now was a battle of willpower and stamina. Time continued to pass, and after 20 minutes, huff, both were panting heavily, their stamina completely reaching its limits. Little ghost, you're the strongest young person I have ever seen. However, the ultimate victor of this battle will be me. The golden lion rarely praised anyone so highly, indicating that he truly regarded Chen Fan as strong. However, he would show no mercy, looking at Chen Fan, who had completely reached his limit. The golden lion concentrated all his power on the tip of the sword, Sakura 10, which shot toward Chen Fan at an incredibly fast speed, shining with golden light and containing terrifying power. Chen Fan lowered his head at this moment. He felt that his physical ability had completely reached its limit, and he just wanted to fall into a deep sleep to rest like this. But he knew he couldn't. If he did, all he would face is defeat. I don't like losing, and I don't want to lose. Chen Fan suddenly raised his head, his fist containing the last remnants of thunderous power, pitch black, and launched it forward. Clang! In an instant, the sharp, famous sword collided with his fist. The final powers of both sides clashed violently, and in that moment, Chen Fan felt intense pain as the sharp blade seemed to pierce through his fist. If this continued, Chen Fan would be completely defeated by this sword. Meanwhile, down below, Hawkeye Mihawk could no longer contain himself and directly left the Thunder God ship. In midair, Chen Fan looked at the golden lion before him, feeling its overwhelming pressure. Very strong, truly strong. Although not at his peak state, as a king of the old era, his strength was still formidable. Nevertheless, Chen Fan was unwilling to concede defeat and did not want to lose. Accompanied by a roar, Chen Fan's blood surged, his organs pulsating, and the peak of the third stage of armament hockey fully materialized at that moment. Then, that powerful penetrating force was unleashed, and in an instant, the golden lion felt the increase in Chen Fan's strength, somewhat incredulous. Following that, under his astonished expression, crack. The sound of bones breaking resonated as the femur in the golden lion's right leg snapped. It seems that I will ultimately win. Subsequently, Chen Fan's devastating thunderous fist slammed into the golden lion's body, the sound of bones breaking echoing continuously, as if his organs were shattering. The already near-limit golden lion, facing this punch, felt like a mountain. As he plunged into the sea, the golden lion wore an expression of disbelief and unwillingness. He could not believe, he dared not believe, that he had truly lost to a young man. How could this be? I am the legendary golden lion of the sea. With resentment in his heart, the golden lion completely sank into the water, marking the end of a legendary era. As he fell, a massive mountain also plunged down, creating enormous waves as the sea churned violently. Clearly, this was a backup plan the golden lion had prepared for an escape, always wary of Hawkeye Mihawk. But he never expected to be defeated by Chen Fan. In midair, Hawkeye Mihawk, who had come to provide support, was stunned at the sight, not believing that their captain had truly defeated the golden lion. The expressions of Monet and the others below were equally shocked. They never imagined their captain had really defeated the legendary golden lion of the sea. At this moment, Chen Fan had no time to care about what they were thinking. He immediately flickered with lightning and disappeared from the spot, appearing on the deck. At this moment, blood was still flowing from his body, with terrifying sword wounds looking incredibly horrific. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately went to the cabin, took out a large amount of food, and began to eat. As the weak heat flowed into his organs, it continuously repaired his injuries like the sweet dew after the rain. Chen Fan finally felt his nearly broken body stop deteriorating and slowly begin to recover. After a while, he felt his injuries had barely stabilized. Monet then took out a medical kit and gave Chen Fan a simple bandage. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Mihawk also jumped from the sea onto the ship, holding two famous swords in his hands. He couldn't bear to let the famous swords be buried in the ocean. 3 days later, the sun was high in the sky. The news of Chen Fan defeating the Golden Lion was recorded by a carrier pigeon and published by the newspaper, spreading throughout the New World. When the people of the New World learned that Chen Fan had defeated the Golden Lion, most of their expressions were filled with shock. What? Is this for real? This Chen Fan is so strong that he actually defeated the Golden Lion. Yeah, that's a legend of the sea. Although he was captured by the Navy, that was Carp and Sengoku working together. Chen Fan actually defeated him. It's truly unbelievable. It's terrifying. It feels like a new ruler will soon emerge in this sea. Those pirates were discussing and marveling at Chen Fan's strength, all believing that Chen Fan must have a place among the rulers of the New World. On the Moby Dick in the New World, a man radiating immense power just by sitting there held a newspaper in his hand. When he saw the news printed in the center, Shiki thought, "So you have fallen in this sea too?" This kid Chen Fan is indeed a bit terrifying. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was not only surprised that Chen Fan could defeat the Golden Lion, but also felt a sense of regret as he saw old friends passing away, seemingly announcing the disappearance of the old era and the beginning of a new one. At this moment, Marco, who was beside Whitebeard, was also gazing at the thunderous figure on the newspaper, his fists clenched and his expression complex. He couldn't help but wonder, with Chen Fan's rapid improvement, can I really defeat him? Seeing Marco's serious and complicated expression, Whitebeard had a rough idea of what he was thinking. My son, it seems you are doubting whether you could defeat Chen Fan. You don't need to worry about that. I believe you are the best. Bitaviar comfortid Marco. That's right. Brother Marco, we believe in you. You can definitely defeat that guy, Bista said. Exactly, what thunder god Chen Fan? Just a kid. We are the Whitebeard Pirates. Diamond Jozu said with pride. Right, I also believe the captain will definitely be able to defeat that thunder god Chen Fan. Even Blackbeard encouraged Marco. It's hard to imagine Blackbeard would do such a thing in the future. Besides encouraging Marco, his gaze was also fixed on the thunder in the newspaper. The thunder fruit? What a powerful ability, but unfortunately, I have something more suitable. Blackbeard thought about whether he should find a way to steal it. However, he quickly gave up on that idea. First, he couldn't defeat Chen Fan with his current strength. Second, his inner preference was still the dark fruit. On the other side, hearing the encouragement from his family, Marco regained his confidence. With a firm gaze, he looked at everyone and said, "You are right. I am the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. How can I just give up so easily? I apologize for making everyone worry." "Kuha, that's my son." Whitebeard laughed heartily, already starting to take medication. "It's okay, Brother Marco. As long as you have confidence, that's enough. We all believe in you. Yes, you will definitely be able to defeat that thunder god Chen Fan in the future." The captains on the Whitebeard ship were full of confidence in Marco. However, they would soon realize that this was simply impossible. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Steelbone Kong, Zephyr, and Carp were all present. Especially Carp, Huan usually was not eating donuts, but was instead looking at the newspaper. Golden Lion, have you also left us? Carp's heart was filled with emotions at this moment. As for Zephyr and Steelbone Kong, they were staring at the newspaper with serious expressions. They all understood what it meant for Chen Fan to defeat the Golden Lion. Even if the Golden Lion was not at his peak, lacking even the full strength of 13, he was still the legendary Golden Lion of the Sea. If Chen Fan defeats such a character, his prestige will soar to the highest point. With his terrifying talent and strength, it won't be long before there will truly be another king on this sea. Zephyr, you must intensify your pursuit of Chen Fan. Apart from the admirals and Carp, you can mobilize all other resources to assist you. Steelbone Kong said seriously as he looked at Zephyr. Understood, Admiral Kong, Zephyr replied, fully aware that Chen Fan must not be allowed to grow completely. However, he didn't have a good plan at the moment. This was because Chen Fan did not have a fixed territory, and it was unclear what his main goal was. The new world is so vast. Can one rely entirely on luck to encounter him? Even if Chen Fan's whereabouts were discovered, by the time Zephyr arrived, Chen Fan would have long since left. This is also why Zephyr has been unable to catch Chen Fan for so long. Now, apart from sending Admiral-level figures to capture Chen Fan, there were no other options. After all, with Chen Fan's strength and that of Hawkeye Mihawk, sending Vice Admirals, except for Carp, would just be sending people to their deaths. 3 months later, under the blazing sun, sunlight reflected off the sea surface. At this moment, above the Thunder God ship, 2 figures were engaged in battle. The speed of the 2 was so fast that an ordinary person could only see fleeting shadows. The 2 combatants were Chen Fan and Mihawk. Chen Fan's armed haki on his fist was as black as ink and contained terrifying thunder, rushing toward Hawkeye Mihawk at an incredible speed. Without any fear, Hawkeye Mihawk also tightly gripped his supreme blade, the black blade Yuru, which was extremely dark, and a powerful sword intent enveloped it. Then, his figure instantly vanished from the spot and slashed forward. Boom! The sound of the thunderous fist colliding with the sharp blade rang out, and an explosion ensued, sending shockwaves in circles, stirring up a fierce wind, and the sea below erupted into water columns. With one strike, both of them flew backward several meters. After stabilizing their positions, they exchanged glances and decided to cease their actions, having no intention of continuing the fight. They were merely sparring. Moreover, Chen Fan wanted to know how strong Hawkeye Mihawk was at this moment. Observing the powerful strength displayed by Mihawk, Chen Fan thought to himself that it was no wonder Hawkeye Mihawk would become the world's #1 swordsman in the future. His strength had now reached the level of a quasi-admiral, only slightly inferior to Chen Fan's. On the other side, Hawkeye Mihawk, with eyes like an eagle, stared at Chen Fan. He was very aware that Chen Fan had not yet exerted his full strength, and with his current power, he couldn't force the captain to use all his might. Hawkeye Mihawk was also thinking to himself that his captain's talent was indeed monstrous, and such a speed of progress felt somewhat despairing. However, even so, Hawkeye Mihawk never felt that he would be weaker than others. He would never give up on himself, due to his sense of defeat, and coupled with his absolute willpower. This was one of the reasons why he would later become the world's #1 swordsman. The 2 returned to the Thunder God ship and began their respective training. Meanwhile, Lafitte and the others were also training. Especially Monet, at such a young age, her training time had already exceeded 10 hours a day. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't want to train like Chen Fan for over 10 hours daily. It was just that her body couldn't handle it. This made Monet clearly aware of Chen Fan's terrifying talent. An ordinary person undergoing such high-intensity training, even with a strong will, would collapse physically. However, Monet's 10 hours of training a day allowed her to progress very rapidly. Her strength was now almost equivalent to that of an ordinary rear admiral. As for Lafitte, there's no need to mention. After obtaining the door fruit, his strength skyrocketed, and with diligent training, he was now close to the level of elite vice admirals in the headquarters. Even the weakest Nico Robin had now learned the first technique of the Navy's 6 styles. Chen Fan watched the crew members who were training hard, feeling quite satisfied. He thought to himself that the few crew members he had recruited all had certain talents. They just needed time to grow. However, Chen Fan also realized a problem. The number of crew members under his command was still too small compared to other pirate groups. Therefore, he decided to continue searching for powerful crew members in the future. Chen Fan looked towards the island not far ahead, which was the food island of the New World, the destination for their Thor pirates this time. As the name suggests, Food Island is an island full of delicious food. The main attraction is that it is home to a chef who is said to have the best culinary skills in the world. This is also the reason why Chen Fan wanted to come here. Soon, with the rapid sailing of the Thor, they arrived at the coast of this medium-sized island in just a few minutes. As usual, Lafitte stayed behind to watch the ship. Chen Fan and others chose to go to Food Island, thinking that they could go down the island to explore again. Monet's face was full of excitement, while Nico Robin followed behind with a book in hand. As soon as they entered the island, most of the buildings on the streets were food shops. The aroma of various dishes wafted towards them. No wonder this island was called Food Island. Chen Fan did not want to waste time. He walked up to a middle-aged man and said, "I want to ask you, do you know where Bradley is? If you do, this gold is yours." Chen Fan took out a small gold chain and placed it in front of the middle-aged man. Although he could do many brutal things for power, he was not a bloodthirsty person. The main reason was that Chen Mo wanted to avoid trouble. After all, he was here to recruit people, not to massacre the island. Looking at the gold chain, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. I naturally knew he was right in front of me. You all heard about Bradley's culinary skills, didn't you? Well, you're in luck. Someone is here today to challenge Bradley, just in that place over there. I can take you there. All right, Chen Fan replied coldly. Then, the somewhat lewd-looking middle-aged man led Chen Fan and the others forward. Soon, they saw a platform surrounded by a large crowd. On the platform, two chefs stood on either side. The one on the left was burly with a sexy beard, while the one on the right had shoulder-length black hair and squinty eyes. In front of both of them was a table filled with cooking ingredients. At the front of the crowd below, there was a table behind which sat 5 elderly men, clearly the judges. The one on the right was Bradley. What do you think? Isn't he terrifyingly young? In his 20s, he has already defeated many veteran chefs. The middle-aged man said to Chen Fan, "Well, this is your reward." Chen Fan then handed a small gold chain to the middle-aged man. "Thank you, big guy, thank you." The middle-aged man kept his head down, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, his face full of excitement as he looked at the gold chain. At this moment, Chen Fan didn't pay attention to his expression, but instead squeezed into the crowd with a few people. Monet looked around curiously. It was her first time seeing such a scene. Chen Fan was not in a hurry to approach Bradley. He wanted to see Bradley's culinary skills for himself, or rather, he wanted to see if his challenger would be stronger. At this moment, on the high platform, the dishes from the two chefs were nearing completion. On the left, Gold was the first to finish, presenting a carp on the plate. Although it was just an ordinary carp, it radiated a golden light, and the aroma wafted towards them. On the other side, Bradley also finished, and his dish was very simple, a bowl of ordinary ramen. In comparison, the two dishes were vastly different in appearance. After seeing Bradley's dish, Gold felt certain he had won. Starting today, the title of the world's #1 chef belongs to me. He thought confidently as he placed his dish in front of the judges. This dish is called Fish Leaping Over the Dragon Gate. Please enjoy, esteemed judges. Although the 5 judges felt that Bradley's dish was too simple, they did not comment further and began tasting Gold's fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Each judge took a bite, and as the fish melted in their mouths, the flavors exploded. It could be said that Gold's dish was exquisite. The 5 judges showed satisfied expressions, even though the results had not yet been announced. However, Gold looked at the judges' expressions and felt a sense of pride. Convinced he had won, the onlookers also believed that Bradley was likely to lose this time. Was Bradley too confident, only making an ordinary bowl of ramen? Yes, I saw the judges' expressions, and they seemed very pleased with Gold's dish. It seems the title of the #1 chef will indeed change hands. It's really a pity that a rising star like Bradley is about to fall. Most of the onlookers shook their heads, not believing that Bradley could achieve victory. At this moment, Chen Fan looked at the scene and thought differently. He felt that Bradley must have his own reason for doing this. Soon, amidst the discussions, Bradley brought his bowl of ramen forward. The elderly judge, sitting in the first position, directly asked Bradley, "Can I ask why you chose to make a bowl of ramen? I would like to hear your thoughts." The other 4 judges shared the same curiosity as the elderly man. After all, Bradley was known as the world's #1 chef, and his skills were well known. "I want to create delicious dishes with the simplest ingredients," Bradley confidently replied. Hearing this, the judges were momentarily stunned. Then, they eagerly began tasting Bradley's ramen. The moment the ramen entered their mouths, the 5 judges' pupils dilated as they fell into memories. The taste of home, the most traditional flavor, made them feel an endless aftertaste. It took several seconds for the 5 judges to come back to their senses. They exchanged glances, and then the first judge stood up and announced to everyone, "In this competition, Bradley is the winner." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Impossible. He only made the simplest ramen. How could he possibly win? Gold exclaimed in disbelief as he stepped forward and picked up his chopsticks to try the ramen. The moment the ramen entered his mouth, Gold dropped his chopsticks. He realized he had lost. If his culinary skills were merely superficial, then Bradley's skills were on a spiritual level, completely on a different plane. "I lost," Gold said, lowering his head, fully convinced. "Amazing. I said Bradley would definitely win. After all, he is the world's #1 chef. How could he lose easily?" "Exactly. Bradley truly deserves to be the world's top chef. Even a simple bowl of ramen can win." The crowd, who initially thought Bradley might lose, immediately forgot their earlier words upon hearing Gold admit his defeat. At this moment, Bradley did not care about the crowd's opinions. He only wanted to find the sacred land of every chef. LLBLUE. Just as Chen Fan was about to approach Bradley, a gunshot rang out. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the sound. Help! Help! People in the streets were running for their lives. And dozens of pirates appeared on the street. "We are the Bone Pirate Crew. Hand over your treasures." The pirates shouted arrogantly while looting the valuables. Chen Fan quietly watched this scene, with no intention of intervening. Because this is reality, most pirates come to the islands to burn, kill, and plunder, committing all sorts of atrocities. Of course, the Navy is not good either. They're the lackeys of the celestial dragons. One could say that this world is incredibly dark, and for ordinary people to live happily in this world is a luxury. On any bad day, they could lose their lives. This is why Chen Fan wants to possess absolute power in this world. The law of survival is the survival of the fittest. "Big brother, should we take action?" Mo9 asked Chen Fan beside her. "No need to rush. Luckily for us, we are in a good position." Chen Fan thought to himself that when the crucial moment came, he could naturally capture Bradley. At this moment, the streets of Gourmet Island were in utter chaos, with villagers continuously fleeing, including those who were originally watching from the platform, all running away without looking back. Meanwhile, the dozens of pirates were rampantly burning, killing, and looting, filling the entire street with the sound of cannon fire. On the high platform, Bradley watched this scene and could no longer hold back. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. He charged toward the pirate in front who was constantly shooting with a musket. His pitch-black right foot kicked out. In an instant, the pirate couldn't react at all, his expression filled with terror as he was kicked away. He crashed heavily against the wall, bang bang, accompanied by falling bricks. That pirate was directly killed by the kick. The other pirates, seeing this scene, did not hesitate and immediately raised their muskets. Whoosh whoosh. Bullets were fired towards Bradley. However, Bradley's speed was astonishingly fast, and with his observation hockey, he easily dodged the bullets. Then he quickly arrived in front of those pirates, and under their shocked and fearful expressions, he swiftly dealt with the few pirates in front. The remaining pirates, witnessing this, were filled with terror and crazily ran back. Chen Fan, who had been observing from the back, couldn't help but think, no wonder people say that Bradley not only has excellent cooking skills, but also considerable strength. His levels of observation hockey and armament hockey were not low, and the strength Bradley was displaying now was roughly equivalent to that of a rear admiral. "Kid, how dare you kill members of the Bone Pirate Crew?" Just as Bradley was about to continue slaughtering these pirates, a voice rang out. A small-statured pirate appeared. His legs instantly transformed into springs, bending down to the extreme. Then, with incredible speed, he charged towards Bradley, his fists clenched containing powerful force. Seeing this, Bradley did not hesitate either. His right leg, pitch black, swung forward. Bang bang. In an instant, fists and feet collided, causing a strong impact that sent countless fragments flying and dust swirling. Bradley staggered back a few steps, looking at the powerful pirate before him without any hint of fear. He then charged forward again, just like before, kicking out with his right foot. However, this time, Bradley's armament hockey had already reached the second stage. "Interesting, kid. You dare to attack again? Let me teach you a lesson." Risk's legs transformed into springs once more, compressing and bursting forth, his fists as black as ink, striking forward. Bang bang. The fists and feet collided like giant boulders, with strong winds whipping up a storm of debris. This time, both sides were evenly matched, neither retreating. The captain of the Bone Pirate Crew, Risk, looked at this scene with some surprise. Meanwhile, Chen Fan smiled, thinking to himself that Bradley's strength exceeded his expectations and very likely reached the level of a vice admiral. "Captain, should we take action now?" Nico Robin asked Chen Fan. "Not yet. There are still others who haven't made their appearance." Chen Fan's expression was calm as he looked ahead, his observation hockey sensing a considerable force approaching. At that moment, on the street, Bradley and Risk were engaged in a fierce battle. The two were exchanging blows, fighting intensely, and it was impossible to determine a winner. At this time, A sharp red sword aura shot towards Bradley at an incredible speed, carrying a terrifying power. With widened pupils, Bradley immediately sensed it. Without hesitation, after a clash with Risk's fist, he stepped back several paces, narrowly dodging the several-meter-long red sword aura. Bang! Bang! The red sword aura struck a building, causing it to collapse in an instant, with countless debris falling. Bradley's expression was vigilant as he looked ahead, where dozens of figures appeared. Most importantly, 2 people stood in front, one of whom was an aged old man holding a famous sword. It was clear that the earlier sword aura had been unleashed by this elder. At the forefront of the crowd stood a tall, pale-faced, middle-aged man exuding a powerful aura. Seeing the newly appeared pirates, Bradley's expression was filled with caution. Meanwhile, Risk was also preparing to continue the attack. "Wait, how can you be so rude to our guests from the Bone Pirates?" said Peter Van, the captain of the Bone Pirates, with a gentlemanly expression. At this moment, Risk immediately stopped and had no intention of continuing the fight. Peter Van stepped toward Bradley, while Bradley remained on high alert, his muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. "You are the renowned chef known as the world's best, Bradley, right? I want you to join my pirate crew," Peter Van said with a smile. "I refuse," Bradley replied bluntly. "How straightforward. However, I don't like being rejected. If you refuse, then everyone on this island will pay the price," Peter Van continued to smile. Upon hearing this, Bradley's expression turned angry. "You could try." As soon as he finished speaking, Bradley's figure vanished from the spot, his right leg turning jet black, resembling a giant axe, and he kicked down toward Peter Van. "How interesting." Peter Van calmly stood his ground, his fists covered in the 3rd stage of armament hockey, unleashing a powerful force upward. Boom! At the moment of collision, the tremendous force sent Bradley's entire body flying backward until he stopped several meters away. Bone spear. In the next second, a white bone spear formed in Peter Van's right hand, then shot toward Bradley at high speed, carrying terrifying power. With no time to dodge, a hint of terror appeared on Bradley's face as he blackened his arms to block in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by a spray of blood, Bradley's body was pushed back continuously until he finally stopped dozens of meters away, his hands pierced and bloody, the wounds deep enough to see bone. After just 2 exchanges, Bradley knew very well that he was not a match for the person before him. "So, do you realize the gap in strength between us? Behave and submit to me, or I will kill you and then everyone on the island. You only have these 2 choices, choose." Peter Van looked at Bradley with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bradley's expression became extremely grave, his fists clenched tightly. He didn't want to join this bastard's pirate crew, but he also didn't want the people of the entire island to die. Bradley was engulfed in deep hesitation. At that moment, a voice sounded behind him. "You may have a 3rd option, which is to join my pirate crew, and I will help you deal with all of them." Chen Fan walked forward with a smile on his face, followed by the 3 of them, including my Hawk. "Oh, are you trying to snatch people from me?" Peter Van had already noticed Chen Fan and the others, but he was planning to deal with them later. Now, he didn't expect these guys to come right into the line of fire. Bradley also turned around to look at Chen Fan. He had been paying attention to the few of them the whole time. They hadn't tried to escape from the beginning, nor did they show any signs of panic, which indicated one thing. Unless they were all fools, or they had absolute confidence in their own strength, believing that these guys were no threat to them. "So what? How about joining us? I can help you get rid of them." Chen Fan casually replied Peter Fan, and then shifted his gaze to Bradley. Caught in hesitation, Bradley's dream was to find the legendary Holy Land, not to join a pirate crew. However, if he didn't choose now, it was very likely that the villagers on the island would die, a result he didn't want to see. Moreover, these guys in front of him were much better than the Bone Pirate crew, who came to destroy the island with fire and slaughter. Just as Bradley was hesitating, Peter Fan, behind him, could no longer hold back. It was really interesting. In this sea, there were still people who dared to compete with my Bone Pirate crew for others. "Do you think you've lived too long?" At this moment, Peter Fan's face had lost its smile, and his gaze towards Chen Fan was filled with a threatening intent. "Oh, do you think you have a right to kill me?" Chen Fan smiled confidently as he looked at Peter Fan. "Interesting, truly interesting. There are indeed people in this world seeking death." Peter Fan could no longer contain the anger in his heart, and bone spurs began to grow from his arms. Just as he was about to make a move, the old man beside him reminded, "Captain, wait a moment. This guy seems to be Thunder God Chen Fan, and the one beside him should be the great swordsman my Hawk." While Wolf was saying this, his gaze was fixed on the supreme blade, the Black Blade Knight. This was also why he recognized Chen Fan and the others. To be precise, he recognized that famous sword and its owner, my Hawk. Upon hearing the name Thunder God Chen Fan, Peter Fan suddenly recalled, and the anger on his face faded slightly, replaced by vigilance. The pirates behind him, who had been arrogant moments ago, now wore serious expressions. Even Bradley had heard of the Thunder God pirate crew. After all, Chen Fan's deeds had long spread throughout the New World. He never expected that Thunder God Chen Fan would personally come to recruit him. What are you considering? I can help you deal with them if you join our pirate crew. Chen Fan didn't take Peter Fan seriously, but instead continued to ask Bradley. Looking at the collapsed houses and the villagers lying in pools of blood, Bradley's eyes were filled with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Faced with this situation, he naturally wanted revenge. Although Bradley was not very keen on joining the pirate crew, he preferred to align himself with Chen Fan's forces. All right, I'm willing to join your pirate crew, as long as you take care of them, Bradley agreed. That is no problem at all. How would you like to die? Seeing Bradley's agreement, a wider smile appeared on Chen Fan's face, and then he looked at Peter Fan and the others. God of Thunder, Chen Fan, are you being too arrogant? I am the pirate Peter Fan with a bounty of 800 million. Do you really think you can defeat me? How about we just let each other go? Bradley, I can take you with me. Peter Fan didn't want to fight Chen Fan, but that didn't mean he thought he would definitely lose. You want to let me go? Do you think you're worthy? Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, and the destructive thunder flickered around him. His entire figure instantly vanished from the spot, with his fists covered in the armed color hockey and the power of thunder, striking directly towards Peter Van. Sensing this terrifying power, Peter Van dared not hesitate, and from his fist, a bone spike emerged, covered in armed color hockey, thrusting forward. Clang! In an instant, the two powerful attacks collided, sending countless fragments flying and dust swirling. The terrifying force sent Peter Van flying dozens of meters before he finally stopped. The pirates, seeing their captain being knocked away like this, were filled with astonishment. They looked towards the figure in the center, radiating destructive thunder, and a sense of fear involuntarily arose in their eyes, causing them to step back. Except for Wolf, who drew his famous sword, covered in the second stage of armed color hockey, ready to attack Chen Fan. Just as he swung his famous sword, a figure holding the supreme great sword appeared. Clang! Easily blocking his attack was none other than Dracula Mihawk. The outside world was saying that you would become the world's greatest swordsman. I want to see if you really have such strength. Upon seeing the person blocking him, Wolf's aged face was instead full of excitement. A powerful sword intent soaring into the sky. It was clear that this elder was also a great swordsman. Seeing that it was a great swordsman, Mihawk's expression shifted to one of keen interest. In an instant, the sounds of clashing swords echoed continuously as the two famous swords collided, sending waves of sword energy scattering, creating ravines in the earth. Meanwhile, Peter Van, who had been repelled, was filled with rage as a terrifying power emanated from his body, and bone spikes grew all over him. You're seeking death, Thunder God Chen Fan. Just as the words fell, Peter Van's body suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving a small pit on the ground, and the bone spikes on his arms, covered in armed color hockey, swung directly towards Chen Fan's head. With a cold expression, Chen Fan gathered thunder in his right hand, and in an instant, a thunder spear appeared. He swung it forward, the thunder spear containing destructive power. Boom! It easily blocked the sharp bone spike. Watching the scene, Peter Van did not give up on the attack. His two arms, covered in bone spikes, continued to swing at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, with the thunder spear in hand, easily blocked Peter Van's violent attacks amidst the sounds of clashing. Behind, Risk, witnessing the scene, wanted to rush up to help. The springs in his legs compressed to the limit, and the black material covered his fists as he aimed a punch at Chen Fan's head. And seeking death, Chen Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. Facing Risk's sneak attack, he suddenly exerted force with the thunder spear in his right hand, directly knocking the crazily attacking Peter Van several meters away. Subsequently, the thunder spear, containing terrifying power, stabbed directly toward Risk's chest. The speed was so fast and the power so strong that Risk, who only had the strength of an ordinary middle general, couldn't evade it at all. Accompanied by a spray of blood, a deep wound appeared on Risk's chest, visible down to the bone, and his entire body was sent flying back like a cannonball. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, and blood continued to flow from his chest, presenting a scene of severe injury. He looked at Chen Fan with a face full of unwillingness, not expecting the gap between him and Chen Fan to be so vast. He had wanted to help, but couldn't even block a single move. You all go deal with the others. This guy is not someone you can interfere with. Peter Van looked at his pirate crew's captain, who had been severely injured by a single blow, and immediately warned the others not to interfere in their battle. "You should worry about yourself." Chen Fan smiled slightly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, thrusting his thunder spear heavily behind him. Sensing this terrifying power, Peter Van hurriedly turned around, using the sharp bone spikes on his right hand to block Chen Fan's attack. His body staggered backward several steps, narrowly avoiding Chen Fan's strike. However, how could Chen Fan let him go so easily? He quickly closed the distance, continuously swinging the thunder spear, which represented the power of destruction. This forced Peter Van to keep defending, his body retreating constantly, and visible wounds appeared on his exterior. It could be said that in just a short exchange, Peter Van had completely fallen into a disadvantage. On the other side, Hawkeye Mihawk had also fully grasped the situation. Wolf had multiple gruesome sword wounds on his body and was being pushed back continuously by Hawkeye Mihawk. Sweat poured down his forehead, and at that moment, Wolf finally understood why the person before him was so young and was referred to as the one most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman. Although he was at the same level as him, the gap in swordsmanship was still too vast, and his hockey and physical skills were far inferior to this young man. "You are good, but not enough." Hawkeye Mihawk swung his supreme great sword forward, unleashing a green sword aura that spanned several meters. Seeing this, Wolf quickly gripped his famous sword tightly and swung forward, releasing a red sword aura that sliced through the air. Clang! The moment the red sword aura collided with the green one, it was completely obliterated. Following that, the green sword aura, which contained the power to destroy everything, surged toward Wolf at an incredible speed. Upon witnessing this, Wolf dared not hesitate and braced himself with his famous sword. Bang! The immense force sent Wolf flying backward, crashing through 3 houses before finally coming to a stop. His aged body half-kneeled on the rubble. Poof! Blood gushed out, and it was clear how severe his injuries were. Yet he still tightly gripped his famous sword. In Wolf's eyes, if he could die at the hands of such a gifted great swordsman, it would be a worthy end. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye Mihawk couldn't help but feel moved. He then stopped holding back, unleashing his powerful sword intent, ready to use all his strength to give this elder the respect he deserved. On the other side, Monet could no longer hold back and moved into action, his entire body covered in ice and snow. Blizzard! Monet raised both hands forward, and a tornado made of ice and snow surged toward the dozens of pirates at an incredible speed. The 3 main combatants of the Bone Pirates were 1 heavily injured, and 2 were desperately resisting the onslaught. The rest of the crew couldn't easily destroy this blizzard, and in an instant, the storm that seemed to sweep everything away lifted most of the pirates into the air. "Help me! Someone save me! I don't want to die yet. I'm still young." The pirates begged for mercy, just like the villagers they had previously slaughtered. They never imagined that one day they would find themselves in such a situation. This is the survival rule of this world. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong determine the lives of the weak. Most of the weak can only plead for mercy. At this moment, the few pirates still standing on the ground, resisting the blizzard, looked at Monet with fierce eyes. However, when they glanced at the terrifying figure in the center of the battlefield, which was infused with thunder, they hesitated to attack recklessly. Bradley, watching this scene from the back, finally understood why everyone referred to the thunder god Chen Fan as the one most likely to become the next ruler. 800 million pirates stood before the thunder god Chen Fan, unable to fight back, only desperately defending against the attacks. At such a young age, possessing such strength was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Chen Fan had completely suppressed Peter Van, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, "It's time to end this battle." Then with a sudden force, he swung the thunder spear in his hand, sending Peter Van flying heavily. His body involuntarily fell backward, and it wasn't until he landed several meters away that he finally stopped. Looking at the smile on Chen Fan's face, Peter Van couldn't help but show a look of panic. At this moment, he felt some regret in his heart, wondering why he had come to this island. This thunder god Chen Fan was too monstrous, clearly so young, yet his strength was so formidable. Chen Fan didn't care what he was thinking. His entire body was engulfed in destructive thunder. 600 million volts of endless lightning punishment. As Chen Fan raised his right hand, the sky was immediately covered with dark clouds. Zzzz. The roar of thunder constantly echoed, and in an instant, dozens of lightning bolts like giant pythons struck down towards Peter Van. Looking at this scene that seemed to signify the end of the world, Peter Van's expression revealed a hint of fear. But he couldn't just give up like that. Bone Spike Tiger. Peter Van unleashed all his strength, his organs pulsating, and the bone spikes all over his body extended continuously until they reached over a meter in length before stopping. Then, he waved his hands upward. A gigantic tiger, made of bone spikes, charged straight towards the thunder above. Han Long Long. The thunder, representing destructive power, continuously struck the bone spike giant tiger. In less than a few seconds, the bone spike giant tiger was completely shattered, disappearing from this world. No, it can't be. How can I possibly lose? I still want to conquer this sea. Peter Van looked at the incoming thunder with a face full of fear and unwillingness. But it was of no use. Han Long Long. The terrifying power of thunder completely engulfed Peter Van, creating a massive pit on the ground, with countless dust rising and debris flying. Peter Van was reduced to chunks of flesh, completely dead. The nearby pirates, watching their captain being killed like this, and seeing Chen Fan, who was brimming with thunder, were filled with absolute terror. Run! This guy is a devil. They could no longer hold on, and, as the first person shouted, the others quickly ran back, with no one thinking of going forward to die and resist. Chen Fan turned around, his whole body crackling with lightning, standing proudly in midair, with strands of thunder swirling around him, his hair dancing wildly, resembling a thunder god. Want to run? Did you ask me first? Chen Fan raised his right hand, gathering the power of thunder continuously in his palm. In an instant, a giant ball of lightning with a radius of several meters was born. Accompanied by Chen Fan throwing it forward, that giant ball of lightning, containing the power to destroy everything, surged towards the dozens of pirates. No matter how those pirates tried to escape, they could never match the speed of lightning. In just a few seconds, accompanied by screams, a huge pit appeared on the ground, with debris flying everywhere. Those dozens of pirates turned into charred corpses, lying in the ruins, with some even turning to ashes. After doing all this, Chen Fan calmly returned to the ground. For him, eliminating the Bone Pirate crew was just a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Mihawk, with his supreme great sword, the Black Blade Uru, directly shattered the famous sword in Wolf's hand. His supreme great sword also pierced through Wolf's body. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, life slipping away, and Wolf's aged face showed a smile. Dying at the hands of such a powerful swordsman, he had no regrets. As Hawkeye Mihawk withdrew his supreme great sword, the Black Blade Urubang, Wolf's body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Thus, the Bone Pirate crew was completely annihilated. Not far away, Bradley watched this scene with surprise, clearly feeling how strong the Thunder God Pirate crew was. Facing the Bone Pirate crew was an absolute crushing defeat. Welcome, join our Thunder God Pirate crew. Chen Fan walked over slowly and smiled at Bradley. Bradley knew he had no right to refuse, and he also had no intention of going back on his promise. The next day, as dawn broke, accompanied by the sea breeze, the Thor continued its voyage across the ocean. Of course, starting today, there was an additional crew member, Bradley. At this moment, Chen Fan and the others sat beside the dining table, quietly waiting for the delicious food. Lafitte also came down from the helm. Yesterday, when the Bone Pirate crew arrived, Lafitte was unaware that the places they docked were in opposite directions. In a short while, dozens of plates of fragrant food were served. Monet looked at this scene and couldn't help but drool, immediately starting to eat, and the others followed suit. The moment the food entered their mouths, they immediately felt the explosion of flavors, like fish entering the sea. Even Chen Fan's expression changed slightly as he began to enjoy the food in front of him. Bradley, you really cooked this amazingly well. It's fantastic. Monet praised Bradley's culinary skills while eating. I'm glad you all enjoy it. Bradley smiled as he watched everyone eating happily. After half an hour, everyone finished enjoying the food, took a break, and began their training. Chen Fan's body was flickering with thunder, and the strands of lightning entered his body, constantly activating his cells and stimulating his flesh. This cycle made Chen Fan's physique continuously grow stronger. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his physical condition reached an astonishing level. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Mihawk was, as usual, swinging his sword at the sea, each swing releasing bursts of sword energy that caused tumultuous waves and water columns to erupt. Monet and Nico Robin were also training their fruit abilities. The blizzard that could freeze everything created waves that formed a tornado above the sea. At the same time, on the Thunder God ship, vines generated from countless arms appeared. Bradley was also actively training, currently wearing the gravity bracelet Chen Fan gave him and practicing kicks. Except for Lafitte, who had to temporarily control the Thunder God ship's navigation. Everyone else was actively training. However, whenever Lafitte had free time, he would start training his fruit ability in hockey. It could be said that Lafitte, who possessed the Dordor fruit, had become the third combat power on the Thunder God ship after Chen Fan and Mihawk. A month later, under the blazing sun, the hot sun shone on the surface of the sea. The sea breeze blew, and the vast blue ocean stretched endlessly, with seagulls flying above. The Thunder God ship was now rapidly sailing toward a medium-sized island. "Captain, who are we looking for here?" Nico Robin slowly asked as she put down her book. "The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma." Chen Fan looked calmly at the island ahead. After thinking for a moment, he decided to first seek out high-end combat power. So a month ago, he had obtained information about the island where Bartholomew Kuma was located from the black market. Who would have thought that the mighty tyrant, a king of a nation, was now staying on a medium-sized island? Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant? Nico Robin's expression changed immediately upon hearing that name from the newspaper. It's worth noting that although this guy had a bounty of only 300 million, his strength was extremely terrifying. Who is Bartholomew Kuma? The title of tyrant sounds quite formidable. At this moment, Monet also approached. Indeed, he is very strong. It is said that even regular vice admirals from the headquarters are not his match, Nico Robin replied slowly. So what if he's strong? Big brother, you've killed vice admirals before. Can you defeat him? Monet asked Chen Fan, who was in front of them, but her expression was filled with certainty. She was just casually asking because she knew very well that Chen Fan would only make decisions he was confident about. In her eyes, Chen Fan was the strongest. Of course I can win. Chen Fan smiled slightly and looked back for a moment. Then his gaze shifted to the medium-sized island. If Bartholomew Bear were at his peak strength, there would be some trouble in a fight. However, with his current strength, if he was unwilling to join, then they would have to force him to join. Soon, the Thunder God arrived at the medium-sized island, which resembled a giant turtle, mostly covered in forests with no buildings. It was evident that this island was uninhabited most of the time. As usual, Lafitte, who possessed the Dordor fruit, stayed on the Thunder God, while the other four went to the island. As for Bradley, he was sent by Chen Fan to buy intelligence. Chen Fan walked onto the island, looking at the lush land and the greenery all around. The fresh air made him want to take a deep breath. Monet and Nico Robin were also captivated by the natural scenery before them, and they kept moving forward. However, the purpose of Chen Fan's visit this time was to find the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Therefore, he didn't want to waste too much time. In an instant, his observation hockey, which could cover tens of thousands of meters, enveloped the entire island. Every living being was clearly visible to Chen Fan. Soon, he locked onto a powerful presence. The strength of this aura was even greater than that of a typical vice admiral from the headquarters, indicating that on this island, there was only one person with such strength besides them, Bartholomew Kuma. "Let's go, move to the right." Chen Fan turned around and spoke to a few people, then walked to the right. Monet, who was originally playing around, also stopped. The few of them followed Chen Fan and quickly moved towards the right side of the island. Half an hour later, Chen Fan and others saw a river and a tall figure about 6 or 7 meters high. He wore a hat and held a Bible in his hand. "Who are you?" As Chen Fan and the others approached, Bartholomew Kuma detected them through his observation hockey. The tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, quite interesting, a king of a nation, actually staying on an island. "Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Fan, the captain of the Thor pirates. And these are my crew members." Chen Fan smiled and introduced himself. Thunder God Chen Fan. Bartholomew Kuma had heard this name before, and his expression instantly became serious, as he was well aware of Chen Fan's formidable strength. "What do you want from me?" Bartholomew Kuma pondered for a moment before asking. "I want to recruit you to join my pirate crew." Chen Fan rarely beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. "I'm not interested in being a pirate anymore, and I'm already prepared to join another force." Bartholomew Kuma thought for a moment, but still refused. He no longer wished to be a pirate. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He could guess without thinking that the other force was definitely the Revolutionary Army. It seems that besides himself, the Revolutionary Army was also trying to recruit Bartholomew Kuma, which is understandable, as Kuma indeed became a member of the Revolutionary Army later on. "I don't like being rejected, so I hope you won't refuse me either." Chen Fan still wore a smile, but his cold gaze was filled with a sense of threat. Upon hearing this, Bartholomew Kuma's expression became even more serious, his aura quietly erupting. "Ready for battle at any moment. Go find someone else. I'm no longer interested in being a pirate." Bartholomew Kuma declined once again. "How interesting, my hawk. It's your turn to take action this time." Chen Fan said to the nearby Hawk-Eye Mihawk that he did not want to handle everything personally. Without refusing, Hawk-Eye Mihawk drew his black sword, Knight, and his eagle-like sharp eyes stared directly at Bartholomew Kuma. Although he was not a battle fanatic, he enjoyed fighting strong opponents. Bartholomew Kuma clearly possessed considerable strength. The expression on Bartholomew Kuma's face showed little panic, but he felt troubled and was contemplating how to escape. He did not believe he could defeat Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk. Unfortunately, Hawkeye Mihawk did not care what he was thinking. A powerful sword intent soared into the sky. Bang! A small pit appeared on the ground, and in an instant, Hawkeye Mihawk's body vanished from the spot. The pitch-black knight in his hand was enveloped in a formidable sword intent, resembling a dragon, and struck towards Bartholomew Kuma at an incredibly fast speed. Sensing this powerful blow, Bartholomew Kuma dared not hesitate. His enormous right palm turned as dark as ink. Most importantly, it was covered with something like a white protective shield. In an instant, the sharp, famous sword collided with the enormous palm like a giant rock. Dust erupted, debris flew, and waves of air spread out in circles. The two looked at each other without any hesitation and began to attack. Hawkeye Mihawk's supreme greatsword, Knight, contained terrifying power. Meanwhile, Bartholomew Kuma's two massive palms were protected by a white barrier that defended against the attack. The sound of collisions echoed continuously. Everything around was destroyed, and the nearby trees were cut in half, crashing down to the ground. Chen Fan and the others also retreated several hundred meters away. Big brother, who do you think will win, Mihawk or Bartholomew Kuma? Monet asked as she watched the intense battle ahead. Right now, they're just testing each other and haven't gone all out yet, so it's hard to tell. However, I believe Mihawk will ultimately win. Chen Fan's gaze was also directed forward, but he was thinking about something else in his heart. Has the Revolutionary Army already begun? By the riverbank, two figures, one large and one small, were engaged in intense collisions and bloody combat. Both of them had begun to show minor wounds. The sound of clashing weapons echoed continuously, and blood spilled onto the ground. However, neither of them cared, as they knew that the other had not yet exerted their full strength. This was just a process of mutual probing. Bang! Bang! The massive paw and the sharp blade collided again. In an instant, water splashed up, and the sound of the explosion rang out. The large and small figures both retreated several meters before stabilizing themselves. Bartholomew Kuma looked at the powerful swordsman in front of him and the thunder god Chen Fan, who had been watching from behind. He couldn't help but feel immense pressure. He knew he had to shake them off quickly to have a chance to escape. Pressure cannon. Bartholomew Kuma extended his bear paw-like right hand forward, giving birth to a white shockwave. In an instant, a white shockwave, containing terrifying power, shot directly towards Hawkeye Mihawk. Slash! In the face of this powerful attack, Hawkeye Mihawk remained indifferent. He tightened his grip on the black sword Yuru, and a powerful sword intent enveloped it. Accompanied by a swing of the blade, a green sword aura burst forth, several meters long. Boom! The white shockwave and the green sword aura collided like a dragon, destroying everything around them. In an instant, debris flew, dust rose, and the ground cracked. The moment the smoke dissipated, Bartholomew Kuma jumped into the air, both hands pushing forward simultaneously, unleashing two white shockwaves with terrifying power towards Hawkeye Mihawk below. Still calm, Hawkeye Mihawk swung his supreme blade, and two green sword auras erupted in an instant. Boom! The explosion sounded again as the two green sword auras clashed with the two shockwaves, creating two large craters in the ground before disappearing into the void. In an instant, Hawkeye Mihawk continued to swing his sword, and the green sword auras, like a storm, surged towards Bartholomew Kuma. Seeing this scene, Bartholomew Kuma did not hesitate. His two massive bare paws continuously fired white shockwaves. Boom! The entire island erupted with the sound of explosions, deep pits appearing on the surface, and countless trees were broken. The scene was as if a cannon was continuously bombarding the island. After the probing ended, Hawkeye Mihawk didn't want to waste any more time. With a cold expression, his figure instantly vanished from his original position. The Supreme Blade was entwined with two powers, armament Haki and soaring sword intent. Like two dragons, Hawkeye Mihawk then appeared in front of Bartholomew Kuma, wielding the Supreme Blade with terrifying power, and struck down. With a serious expression, Bartholomew Kuma did not dare hesitate. His arms were covered with the third stage of armament Haki, blocking in front of him. Clang! Accompanied by blood spurting out, Bartholomew Kuma's body was forced backward, and a horrifying sword wound appeared on his arms, deep enough to see the bone, which was particularly frightening. But in the next second, a red gas meatball unexpectedly popped out from his injured arm, floating in midair, and the wound on his arm was visibly healing at a rapid pace, soon stopping the bleeding. Seeing this, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression finally changed. However, even so, he still showed no hesitation, disappearing from his original position again, charging forward with the black sword Yoru. The sharp blade contained incomparably terrifying power. Seeing this, Bartholomew Kuma dared not hold back, as his two massive bare paws, pitch black, continuously defended against the attacks of the black sword Yoru. Clang! The sound of collisions rang out continuously, and in an instant, the large and small figures were engaged in fierce clashes, bloody combat, with sword auras rampant and fists pounding flesh. The ground around them was cracking continuously, and the trees were being chopped in half, with explosions echoing throughout the island. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Fan, who was watching the battle, suddenly changed his expression. His observation Haki sensed several powerful auras approaching. Turning around, Chen Fan saw several figures appearing in midair. To be precise, it was a giant crow carrying two people, with another person flying in front, surrounded by raging winds, and most importantly, covered in a cloak and wearing a black mask. Interesting. It seems our luck isn't too good. Chen Fan looked at the four people without feeling anxious. Instead, he took out a phone bug from his pocket and dialed a number. Raffit, come to the right side of the island now, we're here. Received. On the Thor, Raffit, after receiving Chen Fan's command, immediately opened a portal in the air ahead and stepped through it. As he entered, the portal disappeared. Meanwhile, on the right side of the island, the four individuals also descended from midair. Apart from the cloaked figure in the front, the three behind included a tall woman on the far right holding a huge flag, with pink hair and sunglasses on her face. Next to her was a chubby figure with blue curly hair, wearing a tight outfit that made it hard to tell if they were male or female. As for the one on the far left, it was the crow that had just flown. At this moment, he had transformed into human form, wearing a long black feather coat and sporting a beak-like accessory on his face. Big brother, who are they? Are they enemies? Monet asked seriously, looking at the four in front. Strictly speaking, they should be considered enemies. Chen Fan looked at the cloaked figure with a smile. This smile made Long feel a bit uncomfortable. He always sensed that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Thunder God, Chen Fan, could you please show me some courtesy and have your crew stop? Bartholomew Kuma is one of us. Long said calmly to Chen Fan while watching the fierce battle ahead. He didn't want to offend Chen Fan. I don't even know who you are, so why should I show you courtesy? Chen Fan sneered. If it were the peak period of the dragon, he would definitely turn and run. But the current dragon does not have that strength. On the other side, seeing the revolutionary army coming, Bartholomew Kuma stopped his actions. Hawkeye Mihawk, standing beside him, also did not continue to act. He wanted to see how the situation would develop next. The unknown Thunder God Chen Fan. How would I let my friend go? The dragon was not angry, as he knew that Thunder God Chen Fan was not someone to be trifled with. He then asked in a calm tone, what do you want? Very simple. Bartholomew Kuma just needs to come with me and join my pirate crew. Chen Fan stared directly at Long. Impossible. I don't want to help your ambitions. Before Long could speak, Bartholomew Bear was the first to refuse. He had already repented for his past actions and didn't want to be a complete pirate anymore. My partner said he doesn't want to go with you. Please give me a favor or state your conditions, and I can agree to them. Long's tone remained calm at that moment. I hate being rejected by others, especially being rejected twice. I don't need to give you any favor. Chen Fan's expression turned cold, showing no respect to Long at all. Leader, don't waste your breath with him. Teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to have limits. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. It was the Demon King standing behind. A thing that is neither male nor female dares to speak to me like this. Chen Fan's expression turned cold. Zizizizi. The power of thunder surrounded him. You can insult me, but you cannot insult my companions. Thunder God Chen Fan, I warn you again. Let my companions leave with me, and we can consider this incident as if it never happened. Otherwise, this time, there was already a hint of anger in the dragon's tone. Oh, you think you can warn me? Then come and try. Chen Fan looked disdainful. The current dragon absolutely did not reach the level of a great general, so there was no need for him to be afraid. Hearing Chen Fan refuse him again without giving him any face, even a person would feel a bit of anger, let alone a dragon. At that moment, Dragon was engulfed in a tempest. The three behind him were also poised for action, ready for a major battle. At that moment, a large door appeared out of thin air in midair, and a figure holding a staff emerged from it. Gott fruit. Dragon uttered those 4 words. He had wanted to obtain this fruit before, but CP9 had beaten him to it. Now he didn't expect it to end up in the hands of this thunder god. Chen Fan's crew. Go take them out. Chen Fan saw that La Fight had already arrived and did not hesitate, instructing the people behind him. Then, his entire body was enveloped in destructive thunder, accompanied by flickering lightning. Chen Fan's figure instantly vanished from a spot, his 5 fingers clawed, containing terrifying thunder, and he lunged towards the dragon's chest. Without hesitation, the dragon, as the leader of the revolutionary army, would not fear Chen Fan. A fierce wind swept through. His fingers also clawed, infused with the power of the storm. In an instant, their attacks collided like giant boulders, with the wind raging and thunder roaring, cracks appearing in the ground, and countless stones flying, dust rising everywhere. Seeing this scene, both of them did not hesitate and immediately flew into the air, continuously colliding with each other during the process. The fierce battle, bloody struggle, and punches landing with force, the endless storm seemed to want to destroy everything, while the devastating thunder seemed to obliterate all existence. In the air, explosive sounds echoed. If ordinary people were here, they could only see 2 figures like meteors entangled in collision. On the other side, Lafitte and others also chose to take action. Lafitte instantly disappeared from his spot, appearing behind Kara's the next second. His staff, covered with armed color hockey, pierced towards Kara's back with immense power. Thanks to his observation hockey, Kara's reacted in time, sprouting black wings from his back, and his right wing swung back. Clang! In an instant, the sound of collision erupted, and waves of air spread out. The next second, Kara's left wing swiftly slashed towards Lafitte's head, its sharp feathers seemingly able to cut through anything. Without hesitation, with a calm expression, a large door appeared behind Lafitte, and he immediately slipped inside. Then, in a moment, he appeared again to the left of Kara's, his staff, dark as night, stabbing towards Kara's head. Seeing this situation, Kara's countered with a fist infused with armed color hockey, blocking the attack, and then his massive wings, covered with terrifying power, attacked Lafitte. Just like before, a large door appeared out of nowhere, and Lafitte vanished once more. The next second, he reappeared to attack, and Kara's retaliated with his enormous wings. For a time, the two fought evenly, with neither able to quickly defeat the other. Meanwhile, behind them, seeing that negotiations had failed and battle had begun, Hawkeye Mihawk did not hesitate. Wielding his black sword Yuru, infused with 2 powerful forces, his figure instantly vanishing as he charged upward. Bartholomew Kuma was the same. With gas surrounding his palms like a white protective shield, his massive body charging forward. Clang! The sounds of collision rang out continuously. Explosions followed one after another. The surrounding ground cracking and countless trees flying, the island clearly unable to withstand the assaults for much longer. At the forefront of the battlefield, Monet and Nico Robin blocked the human demon king. At this moment, Monet was covered in ice and snow, having trained hard every day for this moment. Armed finger gun. Monet's fingers clawed, covered in ice and snow, her body elementalized and vanished from her spot, darting towards the human demon king's head at great speed. Human demon wind kick. The human demon king, with armed color hockey covering her right foot, faced the incoming attack and kicked fiercely, igniting flames in the air. Bang bang! With the collision of the 2 attacks, Nico Robin was forced back several steps, while the human demon king stood firm, clearly showing that in terms of strength, Monet was at a disadvantage. Just as the human demon king was about to continue her attack, hands suddenly appeared from the ground, wrapping around her like a giant net. You think you can stop me with this? A sharp voice rang out. In an instant, armed color hockey covered the human demon king's legs, and like a tornado, she scattered the hands. But at the same time, a tornado covered in ice rushed towards the human demon king at high speed. Faced with this situation, the human demon king showed no signs of panic and took out a needle from her bosom. Hormone injection. The human demon king quickly inserted the needle into her arm, and in an instant, her organs surged, blood pumping, her strength greatly enhanced. Her fist, covered in armed color hockey, surged forward, unleashing a massive hormone fist that forcefully destroyed the ice tornado. In an instant, countless shards of ice fell to the ground. However, the next second, a huge hand formed from numerous hands swept towards the human demon king. Seeing this, the human demon king quickly moved to evade. Bang! Dirt flew up, and in an instant, a massive handprint appeared on the ground. For a time, the human demon king faced the combined efforts of Nico Robin and Monet with ease, but she still couldn't quickly resolve their teamwork. In the center of the island, battles raged fiercely, with no one able to quickly defeat their opponent. At the back, watching the situation unfold, Bello-Betty saw the fierce fighting but did not rush to help. Inspiring flag. Bello-Betty used her fruit ability, raising a huge flag and waving it continuously. Waves of energy flowed from the flag to the dragon, Bartholomew, Kuma, Karas, and the human demon king. In an instant, the dragon's power increased by 10%, Bartholomew Kuma's by 15%, Karas's by 20%, and the human demon king's by 30%. It was not that Bello-Betty did not want to give the dragon more power, but her ability could only achieve this much. The stronger the individual, the less she could enhance them. In the air, the world changed color, the wind howled, and thunder cracked. The dragon and Chen Fan were locked in fierce combat. And in an instant, Chen Fan felt the dragon's power increase by 10%. Although it was not a huge boost, if their strengths were originally similar, that 10% increase could be deadly. However, Chen Fan's expression did not show much panic. The dragon was currently only at the level of a vice admiral. He had already reached the boundary between vice admiral and admiral, and even if the dragon's strength increased by 10%, he could still manage to handle it. Chen Fan's gaze was fixed on the Bello-Betty below, a type of auxiliary fruit or talent that could enhance his strength. He was extremely envious. At that moment, Long noticed Chen Fan, who was lost in thought. His right foot, as dark as ink and shrouded in an endless whirlwind, swung down like a giant axe, fiercely kicking towards Chen Fan's chest. Reacting just in time, Chen Fan unleashed a punch imbued with destructive thunder and black matter, striking upwards with great force. Bang! Bang! The sound of a violent collision echoed as ripples spread outwards, and the immense power caused both of them to fly backwards several meters. Long looked at Chen Fan ahead, his expression grave. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so strong. Even with the enhancement from Bello-Betty, he couldn't suppress Chen Fan. No wonder he was called a prodigy. He was indeed terrifying. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart at this moment. I've changed my mind. How about this? You give me the person with the support-type fruit, and I'll let you all leave safely. What do you think? Chen Fan smiled as he looked at Long, his entire body crackling with thunder. Whether it's Bartholomew Bear or Bello-Betty, they're my companions, and I can't possibly give them to you. Long spoke these words with anger, an endless hurricane raging around him. Although he didn't want to offend Chen Fan, he didn't believe he would necessarily lose to him. What a pity, you made the wrong choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan's expression turned cold, and a thunder spear appeared in his right hand. Then, accompanied by flashes of lightning, his figure instantly vanished from the spot, and the thunder spear shot towards Long at an incredible speed. Seeing this terrifyingly powerful attack, Long's expression remained calm. In an instant, endless hurricanes appeared around his hands, and he thrust them forward. Faced with the two several-meter-tall hurricanes, Chen Fan could only stabilize himself temporarily and swung the thunder spear fiercely forward. Boom! At the moment of collision, the thunder spear, imbued with destructive power, directly shattered the two hurricanes that had transformed into tornadoes. But the next second, Long's figure appeared behind him. His fist, dark as ink and wrapped in a hurricane, was aimed at Chen Fan's head. Relying on his powerful observation hockey, Chen Fan turned around and thrust the thunder spear straight out. Bang! Bang! The two attacks collided like dragons, scattering the surrounding clouds and changing the sky. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce clash, intertwining and fighting like two shooting stars, blood spilling onto the ground, the endless hurricanes seeking to destroy everything, and the destructive thunder aiming to obliterate all. In a short time, with their strengths, it was impossible to determine a winner. Meanwhile, below on the devastated land, Bartholomew Bear's massive paw, containing terrifying power, continuously struck at Hawkeye Mihawk. With a cold expression, Hawkeye Mihawk wielded his supreme sword, Black Blade Knight, to block the attacks. The powerful sword intent soared into the sky, and sword chi erupted forth. However, a white protective shield formed over Bartholomew Bear's gigantic paw, blocking all the sword chi. At this moment, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression also changed slightly as he glanced at Bello-Betty behind him. He could clearly feel that Bartholomew Bear's strength had increased because of that person. Otherwise, the Bartholomew Bear he had just suppressed wouldn't have been able to suddenly turn the tide and fight him on equal footing. Bartholomew Bear didn't care what Hawkeye Mihawk thought. His massive paw kept pounding towards Hawkeye Mihawk. In the face of this fierce assault, Hawkeye Mihawk continued to swing his Black Blade Knight. Clang! The ground exploded, countless fragments flying up, and in a short time, the fierce battle between Bartholomew Bear and Hawkeye Mihawk also couldn't determine a winner. In the center of the battlefield, a portal appeared out of nowhere, and Lafitte slipped into it, reappearing in another location, attacking Karas with a staff. But Kara's always managed to react in time, using his massive wings to block the attacks while also launching counterattacks. At this moment, Lafitte's expression was somewhat grim. He had originally gained the upper hand by using the powers of the door fruit. But now, Kara's strength had suddenly increased, allowing him to keep up with Lafitte's rhythm, causing Lafitte to lose control of the battle. At the back, Monet and Nico Robin faced the attacks of the Human Demon King, struggling to respond. Monet was in front, blocking the Human Demon King's attacks, while Nico Robin was harassing from behind. In a 2-on-1 situation, the two were still at a disadvantage. After all, they were still too young and had not yet grown. The situation was not optimistic. Under the influence of Bello Betty's Inspire Fruit, the powers of Long and the other three had significantly increased. Long and Chen Fan were locked in a draw, unable to determine a winner for the time being. Bartholomew Bear and Kara's, boosted by the Inspire Fruit, had turned the tide from a disadvantage to an evenly matched situation. The most critical point was that Nico Robin and Monet were falling behind, making their situation the most dangerous. In the sky above, Chen Fan could also feel some pressure. The enhanced Long gave him a sense of oppression stronger than Akainu. Endless hurricanes raged, and destructive thunder filled the entire sky. In midair, on one side was an endless hurricane, and on the other was destructive thunder, dividing the sky above the entire island in half, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Your strength is impressive. Long Chen Fan's fist, containing the destructive power of thunder, was thrust forward as he spoke. Hearing this, Dragon momentarily froze, and upon seeing Chen Fan's fist enveloped in terrifying power right before him, he quickly covered his arms with armament hockey to block the attack. Boom! Dragon's entire body was sent flying backward, stopping several dozen meters away. After stabilizing himself, Dragon's expression was grave. He couldn't understand how Chen Fan recognized him. He had been practically off the radar since graduating from the Navy Academy years ago, and this guy who had only recently started venturing into the new world shouldn't have heard of him. How could he possibly recognize me? Are you wondering why I can recognize you? I even know what your next goal is. As the voice fell, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan appeared behind Dragon. A thunder spear instantly materializing in his right hand, covered in destructive lightning, piercing toward Dragon's back. With powerful Kenbunchika haki, Dragon reacted in time, turning around with a right hand, gathering a blue hurricane, swinging it forward. Boom! In an instant, the endless hurricane collided with the destructive thunder, changing the colors of the heavens and scattering everything around. But that wasn't the end. Chen Fan's gaze turned cold, and an aura belonging to a king emanated from him. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, dark red lightning appearing in the sky. Dragon also stared at Chen Fan without hesitation, releasing his own kingly aura, causing the dark red lightning in the sky to roar continuously. The entire sky was split in half, clouds retreating as the two kingly auras clashed. For a moment, the two conquerors hockey faced off without showing signs of being overwhelmed. Those fighting below felt the two powerful kingly auras. However, none of them were weaklings, and since these two auras were not directed at them, even Nico Robin could barely withstand the pressure without being affected. Above in the sky, after a few seconds, the lightning flickered and the strong winds rose, the kingly aura dissipating, as the two disappeared from their original spots, fiercely colliding, blood-soaked battles, each punch landing with force. Drops of blood falling to the ground. Both showed no mercy, intent on killing each other. You will die here today. Dragon didn't care how Chen Fan knew his identity or if he had guessed what he was going to do next. Dragon had already made up his mind to kill Chen Fan, his entire being radiating killing intent. His movements became faster, every move a killing strike. Is that so? Can you kill me? The power of thunder erupted, effortlessly blocking the attacks, and Chen Fan smiled at the increasingly impatient dragon. As the saying goes, the more anxious one is, the more mistakes they make. Chen Fan deliberately provoked Dragon, making him eager to kill him. Bang bang. The sounds of collision echoed. Chen Fan's fist containing destructive thunder, carrying terrifying power, was aimed directly at Dragon's head. Seeing this, Dragon showed no sign of panic, extending his right hand forward, covered with the power of the hurricane, easily blocking the attack. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist, still carrying the blue hurricane, and swung it toward Chen Fan's cheek. Chen Fan did not choose to dodge. His left fist also contained the power of thunder and was hurled forward at high speed. Bang! In an instant, the two struck each other, then both flew backward several meters before stopping. As they stabilized their forms, They almost simultaneously disappeared from their original positions and attacked each other again. Rumble. In midair, the sound of explosions echoed endlessly. The sky and earth changed color, and the two figures, like shooting stars, continuously intertwined and collided. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. However, at this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. He was least afraid of close combat, because with each collision, his thunder power would erode into the opponent's body. Over time, the opponent's body would gradually become numb. Although this numbness was not fatal, it would slow down their reaction speed. In a life-and-death battle, this was absolutely deadly. Clearly, the dragon still engaged in fierce combat with Chen Fan had not realized this yet. Meanwhile, on the already devastated ground, now full of cracks, Hawkeye Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma were also in intense battle. At this moment, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression was serious, and his sword intent soared to the sky. He felt things were more troublesome than before. With a boost of the encouragement fruit, Bartholomew Kuma did not have absolute confidence in defeating him. However, this only piqued Mihawk's interest. He never believed he would lose to anyone. He was not a battle maniac, but he disliked losing and did not think he would lose. Mihawk's sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, fixed on Bartholomew Kuma. The soaring sword intent burst forth, gathering on the black blade, Night. As he swung the supreme great sword, Night, a series of green sword energies, infused with unparalleled power, shot out. Seeing the powerful sword energy charging toward him, Bartholomew Kuma did not hesitate, extending both hands forward, and small circles appeared before his massive, fleshly palms. Subsequently, a series of white shock waves were hurled forward at high speed. Rumble. The green sword energies collided with the white shock waves incessantly. Mountains crumbled and the ground split, countless fragments flew, dust rose, and explosions sounded continuously. The entire island shook, and trees were uprooted. But the two figures, one large and one small, showed no signs of stopping. Boom! With the sound of a new explosion, a figure holding the supreme great sword appeared in the smoke, the sharp blade carrying two powers like dragon serpents. Hawkeye Mihawk swung the black blade, Night, at high speed toward Bartholomew Kuma's head. Seeing such a powerful strike, Bartholomew Kuma dared not hesitate, covering his hands with a white protective shield to block it. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, Bartholomew Kuma withstood the powerful sword strike. Then, the blade that carried the power to destroy everything collided with the giant palm containing protection. The ground constantly formed cracks under their fierce collisions. At this rate, the island would eventually break apart. On the other side, the battle between Lafitte and Kara's was also raging fiercely. At this moment, both were covered in wounds, drops of blood falling to the ground. Kara's had fully beastified, his sharp right claw directly clawing at Lafitte's head. With a calm expression, Lafitte held his staff, covered in armament hockey, and thrust it forward. Clang! The sharp claw collided with the black staff, creating powerful shockwaves that scattered, with countless fragments flying. In a stalemate, the massive wings behind Kara's swung toward Lafitte like a sharp sword. Not wanting to confront it head-on, Lafitte immediately created a portal behind him, and just as the wings were within 10 centimeters of his body, he instantly entered the portal, disappearing from the spot. With his observation hockey fully deployed, Kara's could not determine from where Lafitte would emerge. He had to be constantly on guard against Lafitte's attacks. The next second, Lafitte appeared behind Kara's left side, the pointed end of his staff infused with powerful energy, thrusting directly toward Kara's chest. Reacting in time, Kara's massive black wings swung around. Clang! Like weapons clashing. The powerful impact forced Lafitte to stagger backward several steps to regain his balance. Subsequently, Kara's disappeared from his position, and his giant wings simultaneously slashed toward Lafitte's head. At the critical moment, a portal appeared, and Lafitte vanished again. Losing his breath, Kara's face was filled with anger. He clearly had more power than Lafitte, but he still could not defeat him, making him feel extremely irritated. "You bastard, come out and fight me properly, instead of hiding like a coward," Kara said irritably. Looking around, Lafitte, hiding in the spatial realm, did not have a good expression either. He did not care about Kara's words. Instead, he was contemplating strategies. With a boost of the encouragement flag, Kara's power, speed, and reaction capabilities had significantly increased, making it difficult for Lafitte to land a surprise attack. Moreover, the frequent use of his fruit abilities was also exhausting. For a moment, Lafitte could not think of a good solution. He thought to himself that he could only continue to disappear and reappear to find Kara's flaws, because maintaining such high vigilance would also consume a lot of energy for Kara's. It could be said that neither of them could overpower the other. In the end, it would come down to a battle of stamina and will. Not thinking further, Lafitte reappeared, thrusting his pitch-black staff at high speed toward Kara's. Reacting again, black flames ignited on Kara's, and he swung his giant wings to block the attack. But when he thought of attacking again, Lafitte had once more slipped into the portal, disappearing from spot. For a time, the two consumed each other, unable to do anything against the other. At the far end of the battlefield, a blizzard raged, and the ground was covered with layers of ice. Whoosh! Monet was covered in ice, breathing heavily. It was evident that she was already feeling a bit fatigued. Unfortunately, in such a life-and-death war, the enemy would not give her a chance to catch her breath. Two little girls think they can defeat me. Dream on. The sharp voice of the demonic king sounded, and his hefty body suddenly kicked forward, his right foot engulfed in flames, aimed at Monet's head. Just you, this androgynous thing. Disgusting guy. Without hesitation, Monet unleashed her punch, covered in ice and snow, propelling it forward. A tornado formed from the blizzard appeared, sweeping towards the approaching Demon King. Instantly, the ice and snow tornado engulfed the Demon King, but the few meters of the tornado caused him little harm. With a casual kick, he dispersed the tornado effortlessly. You little girl are seeking death. The Demon King's expression was filled with rage. Although he looked like this, it didn't mean he enjoyed being spoken to this way. Charming fist. Suddenly, the Demon King's figure vanished from the spot, and something resembling a heart appeared on his fist. Just as Monet was about to be hit and couldn't react in time, thousand-hand prison. Hands emerged from the ground, surrounding the Demon King and forming a spherical prison around him. However, with Nico Robin's power, how could the Demon King be trapped? His heart-infused fist surged forward, easily destroying the prison made of hands. But this moment also gave Monet a chance to escape, as she instantly moved several meters away. Ice and snow cover. Monet was enveloped in ice and snow, her hands touching the ground, causing it to freeze into ice blocks that rapidly spread towards the Demon King. The Demon King, who had just broken free from the prison and was caught off guard, was instantly frozen. However, before Monet and the others could celebrate, a moment later, crack! The sound of ice breaking echoed, and the Demon King immediately shattered the ice. Monet's strength was still too weak. If it were Kazan using this move, the Demon King would definitely not be able to thaw himself in a short time. You two little brats are seeking death. Charming impact drill. The Demon King's ugly face twisted in rage. He didn't expect to be frozen by a little girl. Then, his body vanished again, as if he were soaring into the air, his legs brimming with power, and he kicked towards Monet like a drill. Ice block barrier. Seeing the situation, Monet could only extend her hands forward, and an ice block barrier formed in front of her to block the attack. Bang! The sound of the shock wave colliding with the barrier echoed as Monet was pushed back, the ice block barrier developing cracks on the verge of shattering. At this moment, Nico Robin, hiding behind, crossed her arms. Instantly, hands emerged from the ground, forming a gigantic hand that rapidly slapped towards the Demon King. Seeing this, the Demon King had no choice but to abandon his attack and dodge to the right to avoid the giant hand. Boom! The massive hand struck the ground, sending dust flying and leaving a huge palm print. The Demon King didn't care about the power of this hit. Instead, he continued to attack Monet. Monet struggled to withstand his attacks with all her strength, while Nico Robin assisted from the side, and the two barely managed to block the Demon King's assaults. During this time, the Demon King also attempted to eliminate Nico Robin first, but Monet always came to block him. For a moment, though the Demon King held the advantage, he couldn't quickly deal with the two. In the back of the battlefield, Betty was also sweating, her expression serious. Clearly, the prolonged use of her fruit abilities was testing her stamina. However, Betty knew she had to hold on as much as possible. Otherwise, without the boost of morale, the situation could change instantly, and her side might very well lose as a result. In the sky above, the destructive thunder and endless gales continued to rage. Two figures collided repeatedly, and in midair, only two shooting stars could be seen, entangled together in fierce combat. Blood spilled onto the ground. The more Chen Fan fought, the more his expression darkened. He realized that the dragon's physical quality and stamina had reached a powerful level, perfectly matched with his own, and even stronger. It's important to note that although Chen Fan had not trained for long, the dual enhancement of lightning body forging and green thermal flow had significantly boosted his physical quality. However, the dragon, who had not yet reached his peak, already exhibited such formidable physical quality and martial arts skills that Chen Fan couldn't gain any advantage. It was hard to imagine how powerful the dragon would be in 20 years. On the other side, the dragon's expression was not much better. He could already feel his body becoming numb. Although the effect was minimal, it was already lethal enough. Looking at the thunder-infused fist charging toward him, the dragon did not hesitate. The power of the storm enveloped his fist as he struck out. At that moment, he thought to himself that this guy in front of him was truly a monster. Bang! Bang! The two fists collided like two dragons, creating a booming sound in the atmosphere, with ripples spreading out in circles. The tremendous impact forced both of them to stagger backward, stabilizing themselves only after retreating several dozen meters. Chen Fan looked down at the situation and realized that the situation was not in his favor. He knew that they had to determine the outcome first. Otherwise, Chen Fan looked at Long with a cold gaze. It's time to determine the victor, Long. In an instant, Chen Fan's entire body was infused with destructive thunder, and as he raised his right hand, dark clouds gathered in the sky, with bolts of annihilating lightning flashing continuously. Long, seeing Chen Fan's escalating power, also wore a serious expression. Without hesitation, he extended both hands forward, summoning two endless hurricanes that grew larger and larger. Thunder God Mode. Second form, Ziz. The entire sky was filled with lightning, and Chen Fan was surrounded by strands of thunder, some even purple. In the blink of an eye, endless lightning converged on Chen Fan, who was bathed in thunder, his hair dancing wildly, his whole body radiating with lightning, resembling a thunder god. Power of the wind. Meanwhile, the hurricanes on Long's hands also expanded several times, reaching nearly hundreds of meters high, making the entire scene appear particularly terrifying. His aura was also rising to its peak, with the power of the gale continuously enhancing his momentum. Boom! Above the island, the sky was divided. On the right was the destructive lightning, and on the left was the endless hurricane. The two powerful forces of nature clashed against each other, making the entire scene feel apocalyptic. You are strong. Why not join my forces and help me change this world? Long, seeing that Chen Fan possessed such great strength at such a young age, instantly changed his mind and wanted him to join his forces to overthrow the celestial dragons and the world government together. Not interested. Let's see if you can survive today. Chen Fan revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as the surrounding power of thunder coiled around him, seemingly transforming into massive thunderous pythons. How could he possibly join others when he was about to change this world himself? In the next moment, accompanied by flickering lightning, Chen Fan instantly vanished from his original spot, and a thunder spear appeared in his right hand. The difference with this thunder spear, compared to before, was that its tip was purple. Long also did not hesitate, gathering endless hurricanes in his hands, charging forward. Clang! The two forces of nature collided, and in an instant, everything around them was obliterated, with the atmosphere roaring. Chen Fan continuously wielded the thunder spear, stabbing at the dragon's body. The two endless whirlwinds in the dragon's hands, like weapons, defended against Chen Fan's attacks. At this moment, both were holding nothing back. They both wanted to quickly determine the victor. Thunder relentlessly destroyed everything, while the fierce wind ravaged the surroundings. As the two clashed repeatedly, blood dripped on the ground, and shocking wounds began to appear on Chen Fan's body. On the other side, the dragon was not in a much better state, with charred wounds on its exterior, some deep enough to expose bone, which was particularly frightening. Time passed second by second, and after 20 minutes, the thunder spear in Chen Fan's hand contained terrifying power, piercing directly toward the dragon's head at an incredible speed. Without hesitation, the hurricane force in the dragon's hand was unleashed forward. Boom! In the intense collision, the two hurricanes blocked Chen Fan's attack. Chen Fan was suddenly caught up in it. But in an instant, accompanied by the thunderous roar of destruction, the two hurricanes were destroyed by the thunder spear he wielded. Hoo-hoo! Thunder flickered, and Chen Fan was covered in wounds, panting heavily. His full-force attack and high-intensity explosion had drained a significant amount of his stamina. On the other side, Long was not in a much better condition. Cold sweat was continuously flowing down his forehead, and his body was charred all over, indicating a substantial consumption of his energy as well. Chen Fan, join me, and together we can change this world. As long as you are willing to join, I can even offer you an equal position beside me. Even in this situation, Long did not forget to recruit Chen Fan, as he believed Chen Fan's talent was too terrifying, so young yet possessing such strength. It was hard to imagine how far he could go in the future. Join? Why not join my pirate crew instead? You could be my first mate. Chen Fan smiled slightly and directly refused again, the thunder around him rumbling continuously. That meant there was no negotiation. I can only let you die here. The dragon, with his masked face, looked extremely serious. Although he didn't know how Chen Fan recognized his identity, he had to kill this guy for what he had done. Do you have that ability? Chen Fan's expression was filled with indifference, and the power of thunder erupted to its peak. Let's give it a try, the dragon said, not wanting to waste any more words. Ultimate infinite hurricane. An endless hurricane burst forth from the dragon's body, and in an instant, numerous hurricanes appeared behind him, seemingly filling the entire sky. In a split second, those several meter-tall hurricanes surged into the dragon's body. The dragon stretched his hands forward, and 2 hurricanes slowly emerged, continuously growing larger from several meters to several dozen meters. Finally, the 2 hurricanes merged into one, forming a several hundred-meter-tall azure hurricane, containing the power to destroy everything. Heading towards Chen Fan. 800 million volts, Thunder Kirin. Feeling this terrifying scene, Chen Fan's expression showed no signs of fear. Above the sky, thunder rumbled, and a massive dark cloud appeared, with lightning flickering within it. Then, a colossal and extraordinary Thunder Kirin emerged from the cloud. This Thunder Kirin, containing terrifying power, descended from the sky at incredible speed, charging straight towards the azure hurricane. Boom! The heavens and earth roared, and the entire sky seemed to be on the verge of splitting apart as everything around was destroyed. The Thunder Kirin and the azure hurricane, 2 forces capable of annihilating everything, collided, resulting in a violent explosion akin to a nuclear bomb, with ripples spreading out like waves in water. After the explosion, the entire world fell silent for a moment. The powerful shockwave sent both Chen Fan and the dragon's bodies flying out. The 2, having reached their limits, plummeted downward like falling boulders at incredible speed. At that moment, the few people fighting below felt this terrifying power and simultaneously stopped. They all understood that their leader and captain were in the final moments of determining the outcome. Hawkeye Mihawk looked at the falling Chen Fan and, without hesitation, soared into the air to catch him. Similarly, Kara's transformed into a giant crow and flew towards the sky to catch his leader. Subsequently, both sides refrained from attacking for the time being. Chen Fan stood up with great difficulty after being attacked by Hawkeye Mihawk, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his body covered in wounds. He didn't even know how many ribs were broken, and the endless thunder within him had long since dissipated, reaching what could be described as his limit. On the other side, Long was the same. The endless hurricane surrounding him had vanished, his entire body charred, and it felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. The 2 sides looked at each other, seemingly deciding whether to continue the battle. Let's go, Lord Long. I look forward to seeing you next time. Chen Fan first looked at the guy behind Bello Betty. It can be said that this battle was made difficult because of him. He saw that Bello Betty had not yet reached his limit, which meant that if they continued fighting, their chances of winning were not high. You used the door fruit to take them away first. Chen Fan leaned close to Lafitte's ear and said something. Upon hearing this, the injured Lafitte understood immediately. A portal appeared right away, and then Nico Robin and the others stepped inside together. Chief, should we pursue them? The king of the merfolk asked as he saw them about to leave, believing that if he held on a little longer, he could defeat Monet and the 2 little ones. Don't pursue them, we might not win. Long remained silent, because he knew that continuing the fight would only lead to both sides suffering. Otherwise, how could he let Chen Fan leave today? I look forward to seeing you again next time. Chen Fan smiled slightly. He did not leave through the door fruit, but waited until Lafayette and the others had left. Then, thunder crackled as he ascended into the sky. Seeing Chen Fan smile before he left, Long felt a sense of foreboding and urged, quick, we need to leave this island. However, it was too late. In midair, Chen Fan exhausted his last ounce of strength. He raised both hands, and thunder enveloped his body, the terrifying power of thunder continuously appearing on his hands, rapidly forming a massive sphere. This thunder sphere kept growing larger, reaching several meters, hundreds of meters, and finally stopping at over 1,000 meters. Chen Fan threw it down, and the destructive thunder giant ball smashed towards the island. This was the terrifying power of thunder, like a heavenly punishment. In such a large-scale attack, even the dragons below, no matter how fast they were, couldn't evade it in time. The dragons desperately tried to escape from the island, but they were still a step too slow and were caught in the blast of the thunder giant ball. Chen Fan, the usually calm dragon, couldn't help but curse when he was affected by the thunder's power. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, and, at that moment, the entire island was engulfed by the thunder giant ball, shattering into pieces. The sea was like a tsunami, and the entire island disappeared into the ocean. Chen Fan, who was teetering above, looked at this scene and revealed a satisfied smile. Although he knew very well that this couldn't kill the dragons, he could still annoy them with the widespread damage of the thunder fruit. Then, with flashes of lightning, Chen Fan disappeared into the air. On the surface of the sea, a piece of shattered land several dozen meters wide remained, and the dragons looked like drowned rats, standing on the soil in a very disheveled state. Although the aftershock of the thunder giant ball didn't cause them too much harm, the roaring waves made them quite helpless. The expression under the dragon's mask was extremely cold, even somewhat ferocious, as he clenched his fists. He didn't understand how Chen Fan knew his identity, regardless of whether it was a guess or not. The dragon could be sure of one thing. Such a guy was a huge threat on the Thunder God's ship, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Chen Fan returned to the deck of the Thunder God's ship. At his limit, he felt his body was about to collapse. At this time, a large amount of food had already been prepared on the table, which was naturally done by Monet in advance. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately began to eat the food voraciously. In an instant, weak streams of heat entered his body, and that substance, which seemed like life energy, continuously repaired Chen Fan's injuries and alleviated his about-to-collapse body. 10 minutes later, the wounds on Chen Fan's body had begun to scab over, and his previously racing heart had returned to a normal pace. He let out a long breath and sat down. Seeing this, Monet immediately walked over to grab the medical kit and started to bandage Chen Fan's wounds. Chen Fan looked at the members of his pirate crew, each one adorned with wounds and bandages. Although this battle ended in a stalemate, Chen Fan realized that if he wanted to conquer this world, the people he had under his command were definitely not enough. He needed to seek out stronger allies. After calculating the time, he figured that Bradley should be returning soon. Chen Fan thought to himself that 5 days ago, he had sent Bradley to gather some intelligence. Besides Bartholomew Bear, Chen Fan had other candidates as well. Continue sailing, Chen Fan said to Raffet. With the life paper, he was not afraid that Bradley wouldn't be able to find him and the others. Received, Captain. After receiving the order, Raffet started to pilot the Thunder God, sailing forward accompanied by a gentle sea breeze. By nightfall, the sky was clear with few stars. Not far away in the sky, a slender figure dressed in a chef's outfit appeared, rushing towards the Thunder God at an incredible speed. Chen Fan and the others did not pay too much attention to the scene and continued to rest. After all, this time it could be said to be a full-scale team battle, and everyone was injured, so it would take some time to recover. Of course, the main reason was that the only one who could come over was Bradley, the chef of the Thunder God pirate crew. Captain, what happened to you all? You're seriously injured. After Bradley returned to the ship and saw everyone wounded, he couldn't help but be astonished. It's important to note that with their captain and the strength of the Thunder God pirate crew, there are very few pirate crews on the sea that can match them now. It's nothing. We ran into a group of people and had a fight with them. Don't worry, but Bradley, let me tell you, those guys are just as injured as we are, Monet stepped forward and said. Although she was hurt, she was very happy because she finally felt she could be of help. How did the intelligence gathering go? Chen Fan looked at Bradley, hearing his captain asking him. Bradley did not continue with the previous question, but instead took out a piece of intelligence that contained several documents. Captain, this is the information I bought from the black market. There are a total of 5 profiles, which are the top 5 in the current bounty hunter rankings. Chen Fan saw the 5 documents and immediately picked them up. He first gave a general glance at all 5 documents. Then, he put down the information on the number 1 bounty hunter because it had a simple introduction stating that their strength was roughly equivalent to that of a general. With Chen Fan's current strength, he wasn't confident in defeating someone at the general level, let alone recruiting them. Afterwards, Chen Fan also put down the information for the 4th and 5th ranked hunters, focusing instead on the 2nd and 3rd ranked bounty hunters. The 2nd ranked was an old man named Yalman, 53 years old, skilled in marksmanship, and proficient in dual-colored hockey. The 3rd ranked was a burly middle-aged man named Bud, 32 years old, a strong martial artist, also proficient in dual-colored hockey. According to the information, their strengths were quite similar. However, after hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan chose the 3rd-ranked bounty hunter, Bud, for a very simple reason. Although Yalman, the 2nd-ranked, might be slightly stronger, he was also getting older and was basically at his peak, with his strength likely to decline thereafter. In contrast, Bud was only 32 years old and still had the potential to improve. Even if he couldn't advance further, he could still maintain his peak for over a decade. Comparatively, Chen Fan preferred the latter. Big brother, are we going to find Bud next? Monet asked curiously, looking at Chen Fan holding the document with a name on it. Chen Fan nodded and looked into the distance. Wait a minute, Captain, I also received a piece of news on the way. At this moment, Bradley's voice rang out as he took out a piece of intelligence. After receiving the intelligence, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly upon seeing the content. It stated that on July 3rd, at the auction house on the 45th island of Ashambadi archipelago, an animal-type devil fruit would be auctioned. Interesting. Chen Fan looked at the intelligence and calculated the date. There were about 5 days left, and if he rushed over at full speed, he should make in time. He had already decided to seize this phantom beast-type devil fruit. It is known that the powerful phantom beast-type devil fruits are even more precious than natural-type fruits. Although Chen Fan had already consumed the thunder fruit, who would say no to such a powerful phantom beast-type devil fruit? Moreover, he had always been curious about one question. How did Blackbeard manage to eat 2 devil fruits? Could he also achieve that? If he could truly swallow 2 devil fruits, his strength would experience a significant boost. He set off at full speed towards the Sabadi archipelago. Chen Fan commanded. Bard could go find it at any time. But if this phantom beast species devil fruit was not snatched, it would be taken by someone else. I have heard of this kind of fruit, Big Brother. Is the phantom beast species fruit's enhancement stronger than that of ordinary animal-type fruits? Monet also saw the information in that report and asked Chen Fan beside her. You could say that, besides the ordinary animal-type fruits, there are also some powerful ancient types and mysterious phantom beast types. Most phantom beast species devil fruits will grant the user great power. Chen Fan said slowly. Mihawk, who was resting against the deck nearby, opened his eyes upon hearing their conversation, but immediately closed them again. It was clear that even the powerful mythical Zoan devil fruit did not pique Mihawk's interest. 5 days later, at dawn, as the morning sunlight shone down, a pirate ship flying the thunder flag appeared in the Sabadi archipelago. Captain, should we anchor near the shore? Lafitte asked Chen Fan as the thunderbolt quickly arrived at the island's edge. Anchor nearby or go to a remote island, but don't get too close to the shore. It's too close to the Navy headquarters and too conspicuous. Chen Fan thought for a moment. It was too close to the Navy headquarters. If they docked like this, the news would spread and bring danger. All right. After receiving the order, Lafitte turned the direction and headed towards a few other islands. Chen Fan and a few others disembarked and headed towards the interior of the island. Along the way, they walked like ordinary people, not drawing attention on the streets. Soon, they arrived at the auction house on the island. Hello. To enter our auction house, you need to purchase a ticket, which is 1,000 berries per person. There are 5 of you, so you need to pay 5,000 berries. The guards at the 2 entrances of the auction house stopped Chen Fan and the others. Monet, pay the money. Chen Fan gave a brief instruction, as he did not want any other troubles before the appearance of the mythical beast fruit. Then he walked straight in. This time, a powerful aura faintly emanated from Chen Fan, causing the 2 guards to be momentarily stunned and not daring stop him. Behind him, Monet took out 5,000 berries from her bag. After that, the 5 of them entered the auction house together. The auction house was like an ancient Roman Colosseum, covering a vast area with a huge circular space surrounded by seats, and in the center, there was a high platform. Surrounding the platform were columns, and above the columns were several rooms. Those rooms were obviously reserved for VIPs, different from the ordinary guests entering the auction house. Moreover, the most crucial part was that those rooms had curtain-like things that could effectively protect the guest's privacy. Looking around, Chen Fan noticed that only half of the seats were filled at the moment. However, this was normal, as there was still nearly half an hour before the auction was set to begin. Chen Fan sat down, not using his observation hockey to sense the surroundings. At such a close distance, it was very likely that others would notice him, which could easily lead to trouble. Just as Chen Fan and the others took their seats in the ordinary area, a middle-aged man in a black suit, wearing a hat and smoking a cigar, noticed them from the room on the high platform. His expression immediately changed. This was troublesome. The people from the Thunder God Pirates had also arrived. As the casino owner, Thomas furrowed his brows, feeling quite troubled. He knew that this mythical Zoan-type devil fruit would definitely attract many strong individuals wanting to snatch it away. He originally didn't want to auction off this devil fruit. However, the client he was hosting this time was a celestial dragon. His reason for auctioning it was simple. It was just for fun. This left Thomas speechless. Those celestial dragons really had no idea how precious a devil fruit was. Although he wanted to curse them in his heart, Thomas couldn't afford to offend the celestial dragons and dared not do so. He could only take on his hot potato, fully aware that he wouldn't make any money from this mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. As long as those guys didn't destroy his auction house, he would consider himself lucky. Boss, that person is Thunder God Chen Fan, right? And the one next to him should be the great swordsman Mihawk, right? With these two here, how many competitors will there be for this mythical Zoan-type devil fruit? A little brother with a buzz cut looked surprised at his boss, mentioning the Thunder God pirates. Yes, these two are indeed monsters, especially Thunder God Chen Fan. He is the one who killed a Navy colonel and also took down the legendary Golden Lion on the sea. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A little brother behind him also expressed his amazement. All right, stop thinking so much and go invite them up. With their strength, they should be seated in the VIP area. Remember, show them utmost respect. Do not say anything wrong, Thomas said, initially looking helpless, then immediately reminded them. Got it, boss. The thin little brother in a suit with a buzz cut answered and led the other two little brothers down. Soon, the three little brothers arrived at the bottom, and when the buzz cut little brother looked at Chen Fan's cold gaze met his. In an instant, the little brother with a buzz cut trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if he was being targeted by a giant dragon, a deep-seated fear welling up from within. This sense of oppression made him break out in a cold sweat. The two little brothers behind him were even worse, their bodies shaking incessantly, all sharing a common thought. This Thunder God Chen Fan was truly terrifying. No wonder he was called a prodigy, the strongest competitor of the sea's emperor. Just standing there, silent, the aura he exuded made one instinctively feel fear. Struggling to suppress his fear, the buzz-cut little brother slowly approached, looking at Chen Fan and the others with great respect, saying, "Hello, Thunder God Chen Fan, we are the staff of the auction house, and we welcome you to our auction. The seats here are just ordinary ones and not suitable for you. Our boss has instructed us to take you to the VIP room to rest and wait. We wonder if Thunder God Chen Fan will be willing to go there." As he spoke, cold sweat continuously dripped down the buzz-cut little brother's forehead. Although Chen Fan's expression was calm, without any signs of aggression, the three little brothers still felt immense pressure. This vague, kingly aura weighed down on them like a mountain. "All right, lead the way," Chen Fan said calmly, then stood up, and the others behind him, including Hawkeye Myhawk, also followed suit. As for the three younger brothers in front, they obediently led the way. Before long, Chen Fan was invited to the VIP room upstairs. This VIP room was not only huge and luxuriously decorated, but it also had a massive sofa, and the table was filled with food and fruits. It could be said to be completely different from downstairs. The main feature was the large window, which was covered with fabric, making it impossible for others to see who was in the VIP room. "Respected Mr. Chen Fan, our boss said that if you have any requests, just let us know. We will do our utmost to fulfill them within our capabilities." The younger brother maintained a respectful posture, slightly bending at the waist. You don't have to worry about anything now. You can go." Chen Fan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have any issues and needed the auction house owner to help him, unless he was willing to directly give him the demon fruit of the phantom beast, which was obviously impossible. "All right, Your Excellency Chen Fan, if you have any requests, just let us know at any time, and we'll take our leave now." After the crew cut man finished speaking, he quickly turned and walked out, with the other two following obediently behind. Once they exited the room and gently closed the door, they all let out a sigh. For some reason, they felt an immense pressure facing Chen Fan, as if a giant stone was pressing down on their chests. Now that they were outside, they all felt a sense of relief and relaxation. "Let's go back and report to the boss," the crew cut man said to the other two. The three then walked towards the last room. Inside the VIP room, Chen Fan did not open the curtains because he noticed that there were a total of 6 VIP rooms above, 3 of which had their curtains closed. The main point was that Chen Fan had noticed, while he was below, that in VIP room number 1, there sat a person wearing a bubble headgear. This kind of decoration was only worn by those damned celestial dragons in this world, as they believed that breathing the same air as ordinary people was an insult to them. Next to the celestial dragon on the sofa sat a figure with a lewd appearance, none other than Borsalino. Borsalino appeared here not only to protect the celestial dragon, but also to retrieve the mythical Zoan devil fruit. After all, mythical Zoan devil fruits are extremely precious, and they cannot simply be auctioned off. However, the Navy could not seize the celestial dragon's possessions, so they had to use other means. Of course, it was also because Borsalino was here that Chen Fan did not open the curtains. After all, who in the crowd below could notice? But there were only a few rooms in the VIP area. If he opened the curtains, he would be seen by others, and the Navy would definitely want to capture him. As soon as they discovered he was there, they would certainly send someone to apprehend him. Chen Fan didn't want to have any other troubles before obtaining the mythical Zoan devil fruit. Is Robin's mythical Zoan devil fruit really that powerful? Is it stronger than a Logia fruit? Monet, feeling bored sitting in the room and watching others without speaking, decided to chat with Nico Robin. "I'm not too sure about that. but I've heard that most mythical Zoan devil fruits significantly enhance the user's physical abilities and grant extraordinary powers. For example, Marco's mythical Zoan phoenix fruit has characteristics similar to a phoenix, including healing abilities. And then there's Admiral Sengoku of the Navy, who has the human fruit, mythical Zoan Buddha form, which is said to be able to manifest a giant Buddha, showcasing immense power. Nico Robin shared everything she knew with Monet. So that's how it is. The mythical Zoan devil fruit is indeed quite powerful. It sounds even stronger than a Logia devil fruit. Monet said slowly after thinking for a moment. No matter how good a devil fruit is, if it encounters a useless user, it won't be of any use. Conversely, even a poor devil fruit can reach its potential if it meets a capable user. Of course, having a powerful devil fruit, like a Logia or a mythical Zoan, is an unparalleled advantage. Chen Fan looked at Monet and Nico Robin. No matter what is the strongest, in my eyes, the big brother is the strongest. Monet gazed at Chen Fan with admiration, but did not reply. Chen Fan's gaze turned to the front. Esteemed guests, the auction officially begins. At this moment, a bunny girl stepped onto the stage and announced to everyone. Everyone's attention was drawn to her, but in the VIP section, neither Chen Fan nor the other three guests opened the curtains. Clearly, they all had the same goal, the final auction item, the mythical Zoan devil fruit. None of them wanted to reveal their identities beforehand. The first auction item is a gold necklace, starting bid 20 million berries. The sexy bunny girl auctioneer raised a gold necklace. The crowd below started bidding one by one. 22 million, 23 million, 23, 5 million. Chen Fan had little interest in the gold necklaces and such. As time went by, item after item was auctioned off, and there was nothing that caught his attention. Half an hour later, the sexy bunny girl looked at the crowd and said, "Next up is the highlight of this auction, the mythical Zoan devil fruit. I believe many of you are here for this devil fruit." As she spoke, someone from our side brought up a glass box covered with red cloth. I believe everyone is looking forward to it. What exactly is this mythical Zoan devil fruit? What is the starting bid? The bunny girl held the glass box, looking at the crowd, still covered with red cloth. Come on, what is this mythical Zoan devil fruit? What is the starting price? Hurry up and tell us. Don't waste any more time. Just say the starting bid. The surrounding audience, looking at the mythical Zoan devil fruit above, shouted impatiently. All right, this fruit has been identified as the mythical Zoan Kunpung fruit. I don't need to elaborate on the value of the mythical Zoan fruits. I believe everyone knows. The starting bid for this Kunpung mythical Zoan devil fruit is 1 billion. As the bunny girl lifted the red cloth, a spiraled blue-green devil fruit appeared before everyone. 1, 2 billion. Soon, someone in the audience began to bid. However, just as his voice fell, a sound of glass shattering echoed, and from the VIP room number 2, a massive figure jumped down, with 2 conspicuous tusks on its face. Without any hesitation, the drought jack jumped straight towards the devil fruit. The bunny girl was terrified to see such a large figure charging towards her and dropped the devil fruit. Drought jack immediately reached out, wanting to catch it. Suddenly, a sticky rice ball appeared from the ground, knocking the devil fruit away. Then a tall figure with short red hair, strong muscles, and long legs holding a trident appeared, and the devil fruit landed in his hands. Charlotte Katakuri, how dare you steal from the beast pirates? Drought Jack glared fiercely at Charlotte Katakuri. So what if I did? We, the Big Mom Pirates, are also interested in this mythical Zoan devil fruit. Charlotte Katakuri stared back at Drought Jack. If it were Ember here, he would have some reservations. Drought Jack's words didn't hold enough weight. What a commotion. Our Whitebeard pirates are also a bit interested in this devil fruit. Just as the two were arguing, a swordsman wearing a hat and a black cloak, with a small mustache and holding 2 famous swords, appeared. For a moment, the 3 parties were at standoff. The people around, witnessing this scene, were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this mythical Zoan devil fruit would attract the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and the Big Mom pirates, 3 infamous pirate crews on the seas, especially the Whitebeard pirates, which had stood firm on the ocean for decades. After all, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates is none other than the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. This is terrifying. These 3 pirate crews are actually here to fight for this devil fruit. It seems we have no hope. Hope? Do you really think we can get this mythical Zoan devil fruit? We might as well sit back and enjoy the show. We can't afford to offend any of these 3 pirate crews. Who do you think will end up with this mythical Zoan devil fruit? I guess it should be Charlotte Katakuri. After all, he's the top of the Sweet Commanders. I don't think so. The other 2 are also very powerful. For a moment, the onlookers were curious about who would end up with the devil fruit. Of course, Most of those who were sitting in their seats chose to run outside the auction house. After all, if those three started fighting over the devil fruit, anyone without sufficient strength could easily be caught in the aftermath. Borsellino, why do these foolish lowly people care so much about this devil fruit? Rosal Saint looked down with a playful expression. To this, even Borsellino was speechless. Only the celestial dragons Wu and Ti want a mythical Zoan devil fruit. I don't know. Borsellino shrugged and replied, thinking about when he could clock out. He desperately wanted to leave the celestial dragon and go do what he wanted to do. On the platform above, the three were at a standoff. Drought Jack couldn't hold back first and charged straight at Charlotte Katakuri with his massive body. His tusks, covered with armament hockey, seemed ready to pierce through everything. Seeing this, Charlotte Katakuri showed no fear, wielding the trident, which contained immense power, and swung it forward. Clang! The sound of collision instantly rang out as Charlotte Katakuri's trident easily blocked Drought Jack's attack. At the same time, the flower sword Vista, holding two famous swords, charged forward, with armament hockey wrapping around the swords, slashing rapidly towards Charlotte Katakuri's left hand. Seeing this, Charlotte Katakuri dared not hesitate, tossing the devil fruit in his left hand upward, his fist transforming into a massive sticky rice ball that surged forward. Boom! The giant sticky rice ball blocked Vista's twin swords. As the devil fruit flew into the air, Drought Jack wasted no time and jumped up, ready to snatch the mythical Zoan devil fruit. Charlotte Katakuri and Flower Sword Vista also jumped into the air. In an instant, the three simultaneously rushed towards the mythical Zoan devil fruit. Just as the three were uncertain about who had grabbed the devil fruit, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. The devil fruit vanished into thin air, and all three looked towards the figure of lightning. A young man in black stood proudly in midair, surrounded by lightning, holding the mythical Zoan Kuanping fruit. Moreover, Chen Fan paid no attention to the gazes of the three below, instead focusing on the Kuanping mythical Zoan devil fruit. Upon seeing this lightning figure, most people present were stunned. Thunder God, Chen Fan. Most people said this in unison. No way is this for real? Thunder God Chen Fan actually appeared. He is the one who killed the golden lion. Yeah, with this guy showing up, is there any suspense left? And it seems he is not alone. The entire Thunder God pirates have come. What can the others do? How could this person come here? His strength should be unmatched except by someone at the admiral level, right? In an instant, the onlookers were astonished that Thunder God Chen Fan had arrived here. If just now, who would be able to seize the mythical Zoan devil fruit? There is still suspense. At this moment, they all believe that if nothing unexpected happens, the mythical Zoan devil fruit will definitely be taken by Thunder God Chen Fan. Below, Charlotte Katakuri and Flower Sword Vista are filled with apprehension. They have heard of Thunder God Chen Fan's deeds. From their wary expressions, it is clear that they do not have confidence in dealing with Thunder God Chen Fan. Moreover, the great swordsman Dracul Mihawk is also here. Most importantly, in the VIP room, Admiral Borsellino's lewd expression suddenly turned serious. He could maintain an indifferent attitude because he was confident he could handle Charlotte Katakuri, Jack, or Bista from the White Beard Pirates, and he could also protect the Celestial Dragon's safety. However, with Thunder God Chen Fan's appearance, he wasn't sure he could take on this guy. The main issue is that this guy didn't come alone. It's too terrifying. I'm a bit unlucky. Your Highness Rosar, let's leave here. Thunder God Chen Fan is not to be trifled with. Borsellino urged the Celestial Dragon beside him. Why? I haven't seen the show yet. I'm a noble god. What can these lowly beings do to me? Rosar sneered at the people below. In response, Borsellino's lewd face was filled with speechlessness. He wanted to curse, but couldn't. He could only request support. Borsellino immediately took out a din mushy and dialed. At the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Admiral Sakazuki was overwhelmed with chaos. The turmoil at sea made him feel extremely frustrated and increasingly busy. Yet there was little he could do. However, fortunately, he was close to being promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the entire Navy. Once that happens, this matter can be handed over to Sengoku. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Sakazuki's face. Suddenly, he heard the urgent phone ringing on his desk. Sakazuki answered it. Admiral Sakazuki, this is Borsellino. The Thunder God Pirates, except for Lafitte, have all appeared at the auction house in Sabaody Archipelago. Celestial Dragon Rosar is next to me and refuses to leave. I may not be a match for the Thunder God Pirates alone. I request support. Borsellino immediately reported all the information. Hearing this, Sakazuki's expression turned grim, but then he thought it might be an opportunity. Borsellino, try to hold off Chen Fan. Don't worry about the others or the mythical Zoan devil fruit. I will call Kazan to support you and Zifa will go over immediately. Remember, do not engage immediately. Wait until they have stolen the mythical Zoan devil fruit before taking action, and try to ensure Rozar's safety. Sakazuki ordered Borsalino. He believed that even if Chen Fan wanted to seize the mythical Zoan devil fruit among the several pirate crews, it would take some time. As long as Borsalino could hold off Chen Fan for a while after he took the devil fruit, the reinforcements he sent could arrive. As for Rozar, he was a hassle, and no one in the Navy could directly order him. However, Sakazuki could only tell Borsalino to try to protect him, as it was their duty to safeguard the celestial dragons. Inside the auction house, received Admiral Sakazuki. After receiving the order, Borsalino wore a worried expression. He thought he could finish work early, but unexpectedly, his tasks increased and the difficulty escalated. On the high platform, Thunder God Chen Fan, radiating with lightning, looked down at the three people. This mythical Zoan devil fruit belongs to me. Do the three of you have any objections? Although Chen Fan had a smile on his lips, the blue destructive thunder surrounding him seemed to want to destroy everything, exuding a sense of threat. For a moment, Charlotte Katakuri and Bisto were both silent, not wanting to stick their necks out. At that moment, a massive figure stepped forward. Who do you think you are? Thunder God, Chen Fan? Do you know who I am? I am Drought Jack. Why should I give anything to you? Jack glared fiercely at Chen Fan. He immediately drew two long, scythe-like blades from his back, unleashing a powerful aura. Bang! Drought Jack suddenly leaped forward, wielding the two curved blades, attacking Chen Fan. You're really seeking death. Chen Fan's expression became indifferent, and the surrounding thunder grew more violent, as if it were about to transform into giant thunderous pythons. Crackle. Accompanied by the flickering of thunder, the aura of destruction filled the entire auction house. On Chen Fan's right hand, a lightning spear quickly materialized. As he looked at the approaching Drought Jack, he did not hesitate and directly thrust the lightning spear, which contained an incredibly terrifying power. Clang! The moment the lightning spear collided with the curved long knife, Drought Jack felt a force of destruction. His pupils dilated, and he felt a surge of fear, causing his entire body to suddenly fall backward. How could Chen Fan possibly let him go? Accompanied by the flickering of thunder, he swung his right hand, and the thunder spear in his hand shot down like a thunder dragon at an incredibly fast speed. There was no way to dodge or block it. And under the terrified expression of Drought Jack, blood sprayed out as the thunderform spear pierced directly through his waist. Bang! Drought Jack fell to the ground in pain, raising a cloud of dust. There was a huge bloody hole in his waist, looking extremely gruesome and terrifying. Although his vitality was not enough to be fatal, this strike still left him in a bad state. Drought Jack felt the terrifying power and looked at Chen Fan with a face full of dread. Though he was a brute, he now realized the gap between his strength and that of Chen Fan before him, and the arrogance he had before was gone. Beside him, Charlotte Kakuri and Flower Sword Vista stood silently, their expressions serious. They understood that Chen Fan's strength was formidable, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. They knew that Drought Jack was at least of Vice Admiral caliber. However, after just one exchange, he was pierced through by Chen Fan and injured. This indicated that Chen Fan's strength was at least above the quasi-admiral level. This was not good news for them. At this moment, the crowd on the edge of the auction site, witnessing the scene just now, were completely stunned. Did I see that right? Thunder God Chen Fan took Drought Jack down with just one move. You're not mistaken. That power is too terrifying. No wonder Thunder God Chen Fan is called a monster. Indeed, I feel that apart from those old powerful figures at sea, there should be almost no one who can match Thunder God Chen Fan, right? This is too scary. I remember Thunder God Chen Fan seems to be under 20 years old. So powerful. I believe the future Royal Pirate crew will definitely have a place for the Thunder God Pirate crew. The onlookers were all shocked, marveling at Chen Fan's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, on the platform above, Chen Fan smiled, surrounded by flashes of thunder. He looked down at the three people below and asked if who else wants to give it a try. In that instant, a kingly aura burst forth from Chen Fan. Boom! Dark red lightning flickered, and the entire sky was suddenly covered with thick clouds. Those in the auction hall witnessed this terrifying scene. The kingly aura pressed down towards the three below. In an instant, all three felt the pressure. Thunder God Chen Fan, you are indeed strong, but we might not necessarily lose to you, said Charlotte Katakuri with a calm expression, and then a similar kingly aura emanated from him. In an instant, the dark red aura clashed with the kingly aura in the sky. Boom! The dark red lightning continued to flicker, and the entire world seemed to turn grayish white in an instant. Fortunately, both of their conqueror's haki had reached a certain level. Otherwise, some of the audience in the auction hall would surely have collapsed. The two powerful conquerors' haki continued to collide, splitting the sky and dispersing the dark clouds. After less than half a minute of stalemate, the conqueror's haki from above began to dominate. Puff! Blood gushed from Charlotte Katakuri, and his aura weakened, his kingly presence dissipating. Clearly, in the clash of conqueror's haki, he was at a disadvantage. Very good, but unfortunately, it's still not strong enough. Chen Fan looked down at Charlotte Katakuri, with devastating lightning flashing all over his body. Feeling this terrifying power, Charlotte Katakuri's expression turned angry, and he clenched his fists, wanting to take action. But Charlotte Katakuri was not a fool. He knew very well that if a fight really broke out, he would have no chance of winning. Who also want to test it out? Chen Fan stood proudly in midair, his entire body enveloped in thunder, resembling a thunder god as he looked down at the crowd below. Seeing this, Flower Sword Vista wanted to give a try as well. Just as he was about to make his move with two famous swords in hand, a figure appeared before him, exuding a powerful aura that locked onto him. Flower Sword Vista immediately turned around to face the man. The great swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Let's have a duel. Hawkeye Mihawk's eagle-like sharp eyes were fixed on Flower Sword Vista. He drew the supreme black sword, Yoru, from his back. Looking at the supreme black sword, Flower Sword Vista's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. As both were great swordsmen, they naturally wanted a battle. In the next moment, powerful sword intent erupted from Flower Sword Vista, and he charged directly at Hawkeye Mihawk with both swords in hand. Cold and indifferent, Hawkeye Mihawk gripped Yoru tightly, and his body vanished from the spot. Clang! In an instant, the sound of weapons clashing rang out as the two faced each other. The black sword collided with the dual swords, generating a powerful shockwave, sending countless debris flying and dust rising. The next second, neither hesitated and swung their famous swords. The sounds of clashing metal echoed continuously, and the high platform was marked with sword scars. The two powerful sword intents seemed to threaten to destroy everything. Meanwhile, Charlotte Katakuri had left the scene, realizing that staying any longer would only lead to trouble. The main reason he had come was not for the mythical Zoan fruit, but rather to see if he could obtain it after hearing the news. Turning around, Charlotte Katakuri walked directly out of the auction venue. Not far away, Jack the Drought glanced at Charlotte Katakuri leaving, then looked up at Chen Fan, who was surrounded by terrifying thunder. He hesitated, contemplating whether to leave or not. Though unwilling, Jack the Drought felt the intense pain from his injuries and recalled Chen Fan's terrifying power. This time, Jack the Drought had finally learned his lesson and chose not to seek more stimulation, turning to leave. The crowd witnessed this scene and found it uninteresting, originally expecting a grand battle. However, the thunder god Chen Fan appeared and drove both men away with ease. As for Flower Sword Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates, he was blocked by Hawkeye Mihawk, making it impossible for him to compete for the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit. It ended like this, with nothing exciting to watch. After all, didn't they see that both Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates and Charlotte Katakuri had fought against Chen Fan, only to be at a disadvantage in a split second? If they didn't leave, were they looking for death? If I were them, I would leave too. There was no choice, as Chen Fan's strength was too terrifying. Indeed, it was hard to imagine that someone under 20 could possess such immense power, easily repelling two powerful pirate cruise cadres. While the crowd felt there was nothing left to watch, they marveled at Chen Fan's formidable strength. In midair, Chen Fan, with lightning flashing all over him, returned to the VIP room from earlier. Monet, call Lafitte to come and escort you back to the ship to prevent it from being stolen. Saying this, Chen Fan tossed the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit to Monet. Big brother, aren't you coming with us? Monet asked, somewhat confused. I'll stay here with my hawk. We have some matters to attend to. You all leave first. As Chen Fan spoke, he coldly looked towards the VIP room number 1. At that moment, Porcelino had just managed to persuade Rodzair Saint to retreat, only to see Chen Fan's gaze directed at him, which made him feel very uneasy. He also did not expect that the thunder god Chen Fan could easily force back the other two pirate crews, which put him in a difficult position. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, Chen Fan, infused with thunder, immediately appeared in front of the retreating Porcelino and the celestial dragons. What's this? Rear Admiral Porcelino. Aren't you going to capture me? Where are you planning to go? Chen Fan smiled at Porcelino. Your Excellency Chen Fan, you're joking. With your terrifying strength, how could I dare to think about capturing you? Porcelino had a lewd expression on his face. If the celestial dragon weren't here, he wouldn't be too afraid of Chen Fan. However, with a celestial dragon beside him. He wasn't sure he could protect himself if a real fight broke out. Is that so? And did I allow you to leave? Chen Fan's expression instantly turned cold, and strands of destructive blue thunder flickered all over his body. Upon hearing this, Borsalino's lewd face immediately became extremely ugly. He realized that Chen Fan was about to take action. How dare you, a lowly inferior being, speak to me like that? I'm a celestial dragon, your god. So kneeled down obediently. Rogier seemed to be unaware of the situation, speaking to Chen Fan with an air of superiority. Hearing this, Borsalino almost wanted to curse, thinking to himself, is this celestial dragon out of his mind? To provoke him at this moment is just asking for trouble. It's truly interesting. You lowly scum dare to call yourselves gods. You're the biggest parasites in this world, the most despicable beings, and you Marines are nothing but their dogs. Working for such trash. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with a fierce glare as he looked at the two. The moment this was said, Borsalino's expression instantly turned ugly. Anyone being called a dog wouldn't look good. On the side, Saint Rogier, as a celestial dragon, had never endured such a humiliation. He immediately burst into foul language. What are you? How dare you insult me? I am your god. It's truly laughable that such a fool is considered a high and mighty existence in this world. Chen Fan revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and the next second, he extended his finger forward. A bolt of thunder shot out, containing immense power, racing towards Saint Rogier. Mirror of light. At that moment, Borsalino immediately stepped in front of the celestial dragon, thrusting his hands forward, and a mirror formed from photons appeared in front of him. Bang! The thunderbolt ultimately did not penetrate this realm of light and was blocked. How terrifying this destructive thunder is. Borsalino, as always, wore a cheeky expression. Borsalino, do you really think you could protect him? Chen Fan's expression was filled with indifference. Kill him for me. Kill this guy for me. Seeing that Chen Fan dared to make a move against him, Saint Rogier immediately ordered Borsalino to kill him. At that moment, Borsalino was utterly speechless. Instead of killing him, he should be thinking about how to escape from him. The instant Saint Rogier finished speaking, Chen Fan was enveloped in thunder, and a thunder spear appeared at his right hand, attacking Saint Rogier. Seeing this situation, although Borsalino was still speechless, he had to protect the celestial dragon, and his whole body shone with light as a sword of light appeared in his right hand. Clang! The thunder spear collided with the sword of light in an instant, sending countless fragments flying and dust rising, with waves of energy spreading out. With your strength, you think you can stop me? Get lost. Chen Fan let out a loud roar, and the destructive thunder on his body became frenzied, unleashing its power in an instant. The suddenly strengthened force caught Borsalino off guard, forcing him to retreat. At the same time, Chen Fan, holding the lightning spear and brimming with thunder, had already arrived before Saint Rogier. You dare to kill me. Looking at the destructive thunder, Saint Rogier was filled with disbelief and terror. Unfortunately, how could Chen Fan show mercy? The thunder spear shot towards Saint Rogier's head at incredible speed. Chen Fan, how dare you? Borsalino, glowing with light, attempted to intervene, but was already too late. I am a creator. Accompanied by a scream, Saint Rogier's head was pierced through. Blood and flesh burst out, and his entire body lay on the ground, mangled. At the same time, Borsalino, wielding the sword of light, also launched an attack, thrusting the sword directly at Chen Fan's back. Without hesitation, Chen Fan turned around and swung the thunder spear, which contained terrifying power. Clang! The destructive thunder and blinding light collided once again, causing the ground to shatter and countless fragments to fly. Chen Fan, you actually killed the celestial dragon. In the standoff, Borsalino, who was usually lewd, also became serious. He knew very well that with the celestial dragon killed, he would also face criticism. This useless waste is dead, so what? Chen Fan had a look of disdain on his face. The onlookers behind him were all astonished by this scene. Did I see that right? The thunder god Chen Fan actually killed a celestial dragon. You didn't see wrong. It's no surprise that the thunder god Chen Fan dares to kill even a celestial dragon. This means that no one has dared to kill a celestial dragon for several years, right? It's truly terrifying, thunder god Chen Fan. Those at the edge of the auction house were all in awe of Chen Fan being able to kill a celestial dragon. In the center of the auction house, Borsalino was shining with brilliance, exuding a powerful aura, and it was evident that he was somewhat angry. It seems I have to find a way to capture you, otherwise, I want to have a good explanation. This is truly frightening, thunder god Chen Fan. When Borsalino said this, he finally no longer had that annoying expression. You could try. You should think carefully about how to survive under my hands. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. He was quite vengeful. He vaguely remembered that previously, Borsalino had been entangled with him, putting him in a desperate situation. Have you ever been kicked by light, Chen Fan? The moment the words fell, Borsalino immediately vanished from his spot and appeared behind Chen Fan. His right foot contained strands of photons, kicking towards Chen Fan's head at an extremely fast speed. Have you ever been struck by thunder? Chen Fan turned around, his fist covered in terrifying thunder, and struck forward. Bang bang. In an instant, fists and feet collided like a dragon, the immense force causing strong winds to surge around. But that wasn't all. Chen Fan's left hand transformed into a claw, pitch black and also covered in terrifying thunder, reaching straight for Borsalino's chest. Without hesitation, Borsalino immediately elementalized his entire body, dodging the strike and appearing several meters away. Seeing this situation, accompanied by flickering thunder, a thunder spear reappeared in Chen Fan's right hand as he pursued Borsalino, charging at him fiercely. Borsalino watched this scene, his expression unusually serious, as the sword of light condensed in his right hand and surged upwards. Clang! The two weapons, infused with terrifying power, continuously clashed and attacked each other. The two figures soared into the air like two shooting stars, constantly colliding and entangling, with thunder flashing and light shining. The air resonating with explosive sounds. The speed of the two was so fast that the onlookers could only see one blue and one gold figure entangled together. The intense battle and bloody fight showed that neither side had any intention of holding back. The spectators were fixated on the aerial battle and the duel between the two great swordsmen below. Who do you think will win, Thunder God Chen Fan or Borsalino? I think Borsalino will win. After all, I heard he is already a candidate for admiral, and in a few years, he will become a Navy admiral. You might not know this, but Borsalino is indeed powerful, but Thunder God Chen Fan is even more terrifying. Do you know Sakazuki? He fought against Thunder God Chen Fan before and almost got killed. Is that true? That's so scary. He really is a monster. For a moment, everyone was discussing who would win between Thunder God Chen Fan and Borsalino. At first, some believed Borsalino would emerge victorious. But after hearing that the equally renowned Sakazuki was nearly killed by Chen Fan, they all felt that Chen Fan had a higher chance of winning. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Lafitte, having received the news, hurried over. Let's go. Big Brother told us to go to the ship first and wait for them. Monet looked at the situation above, wanting to help, but she knew that with her strength, she would likely be a burden. Lafitte glanced at the situation below. Whether it was the captain in midair or the vice captain Mihawk, they seemed to not need to worry too much. It was indeed best for them to first take the mythical beast-type devil fruit to the ship. This way, the captain and vice captain could act without concern, and the Navy reinforcements should also be able to escape. With this thought, Lafitte did not hesitate and immediately summoned a portal. Monet and the others walked in one by one, and finally, Lafitte also entered, with the portal vanishing into thin air. At the same time, below the auction house, Mihawk had completely gained the upper hand, while the flower sword Bista was constantly retreating, utterly suppressed. Bista did not expect that in the realm of great swordsmen, Mihawk's understanding of swordsmanship far exceeded his own. At first, Bista was able to hold his ground, but over time, he had completely fallen to the disadvantage. However, as a great swordsman, Bista's pride made him unwilling to easily admit defeat. A powerful sword intent erupted from him as he wielded two swords, continuously swinging them. Waves of rose sword energy burst forth, launching overwhelming attacks at Mihawk. At this moment, Mihawk remained calm, his eyes revealing a fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had encountered a decent swordsmanship opponent. Then, Mihawk tightly gripped his black blade Yuru, and a fierce sword intent soared into the sky as he swiftly swung his blade. Waves of green sword energy slashed out. Boom boom. The two powerful sword energies continuously collided, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding ground, dust rising, and buildings being destroyed. At this moment, the auction house was no longer what it used to be. It had almost turned into ruins. As the two fiercely battled, the fight in the sky was also intensifying. At this time, Chen Fan's right foot, infused with terrifying thunder, kicked towards Borsalino's waist. Without hesitation, Borsalino's right foot was also covered in light as he kicked forward fiercely. Bang bang! With two powerful collisions, the sound of explosions echoed, and everything around retreated. Chen Fan and Borsalino both stumbled back several meters before stopping. It seems you haven't gotten much stronger, Borsalino. Chen Fan's expression was filled with indifference. You know if you try. Borsalino's face looked extremely grim. He could clearly feel that Chen Fan was even stronger than before. He was now completely unable to suppress Chen Fan. In fact, he was vaguely falling into a disadvantage during the battle. Thunder God mode, second form. Chen Fan's whole body was surrounded by terrifying flashes of thunder, constantly rumbling. A strand of thunder became violet, and the lightning swirling around him seemed to transform into giant thunderous pythons. Chen Fan was well aware that Borsalino was definitely trying to stall him until the Navy reinforcements arrived. However, Chen Fan also wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could kill Borsalino. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and blue lightning roared continuously, making the entire scene look apocalyptic. Endless lightning surged towards Chen Fan in an instant. In that moment, the power within Chen Fan was continuously rising, his hair dancing wildly as if he were transforming into a thunder god. Like god armor, Borsalino on the opposite side, upon seeing this scene, did not hesitate, knowing that Chen Fan was about to unleash his full power. In an instant, Borsalino's entire body shone with brilliance, and countless photons appeared in the sky behind him, seemingly trying to fill the entire sky. Then, in another moment, all those photons surged into Borsalino's body. With the enhancement of this extreme power, the aura around Borsalino was also continuously rising. In no time, his physical appearance looked as if he was wearing a coat of light. At this moment, both of them were using their strongest means, ready to decide their fate. The entire sky was divided into two halves. On the right, the destructive lightning, and on the left, the shining light. These two powerful forces of nature completely split the sky above for 1,000 meters. The crowd gathered at the edge of the auction venue, watching this scene that seemed to threaten the very existence of the world, was instantly stunned. Did I see that correctly? This is too frightening. The sky filled with lightning and that extreme light. Can a human really do this? It doesn't matter if they can or not. We need to run. Their powers are too strong. This place is no longer safe. If we don't leave now, we might get caught up in it. Yes, these two forces of nature seem like they could destroy everything. It's too powerful. Let's hurry and go. In an instant, the onlookers, aside from being shocked, all began to flee. They realized that if a fight broke out, this area of 1,000 meters would not be safe at all. Above in the sky, let me see if you've grown stronger in these past 2 years. Thunder Spear. Chen Fan's mouth curled into a cold smile, and in the next second, his figure instantly vanished from the spot, his 5 fingers clawing with terrifying thunderous power. At an extremely fast speed, he aimed for Borsalino's chest. It was truly frightening. In just 2 years, Thunder God Chen Fan had become this strong. If he continued to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Borsalino twisted his mouth into a lewd grin, but his movements did not slow down. His entire body shone with light, his fingers clawed and pitch black, reaching forward. The Marine 6 styles, Borsalino naturally knew as well. Bang! The destructive thunder, the ultimate flash, collided in an instant, destroying everything around them, a whirlwind rising. The moment the two collided, they immediately engaged in a fierce and bloody battle, showing no signs of stopping, both aiming to kill the other. Have you ever been kicked by light, Chen Fan? Borsalino's right foot was imbued with light, kicking at Chen Fan's head at an extremely fast speed. Then have you ever been struck by thunder? Chen Fan was also unwilling to show weakness, his fist containing terrifying thunder as he thrust it forward. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out, 2 terrifying forces unleashed in the air, seemingly capable of annihilating everything. In the next second, Chen Fan stepped back and waved his right hand upward. Destruction, Thunder Dragon. Instantly, a horrifying blue thunder dragon emerged, containing the power to destroy everything, charging forward to engulf Borsalino. Light Ray. Seeing this, Borsalino did not hesitate, spreading his arms wide, unleashing extreme flashes of light like a torrential storm. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon collided with the light rays, producing intense explosions in mid-air as the clouds dispersed and countless plumes of smoke rose. Amidst the smoke, Chen Fan's figure, imbued with thunder, appeared, with a thunder spear coalescing in his right hand, darting towards Borsalino at incredible speed. Heavenly Amaterasu sword. Borsalino also acted without hesitation, his right hand shining brightly as he condensed the sword of light, surging upward. Clang! The thunder spear and the sword of light clashed violently in midair. Unlike before, the full-force eruption from both of them was even greater, causing the entire sky to resonate with explosive sounds. Threads of thunder rained down, and beams of light scattered. The entire auction house had completely turned into ruins under the terrifying forces of nature from these two. Meanwhile, the battle below was also reaching its conclusion. Hawkeye Mihawk unleashed a powerful aura, while on the other side, Flower Sword Vista was clearly in a slump, his aura waning, and his body covered in numerous sword wounds. It was evident that after fighting thus far, Hawkeye Mihawk had completely gained the upper hand. You're strong. No wonder you're called the one most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman. However, I won't admit defeat easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Flower Sword Vista unleashed a powerful aura, and his previously waning sword intent surged once more. Rose Sword Chi, Flower Sword Vista, wielding two pitch-black swords, swung them, unleashing two sword chi formed from rose petals. They crossed in midair, destroying everything in their path as they rushed towards Hawkeye Mihawk at incredible speed. Slash! Faced with such a powerful strike, Hawkeye Mihawk showed no signs of fear. He held the supreme great knife, Black Blade Knight, with terrifying sword intent and armed color hockey intertwining like two dragons around the blade. As he swung Black Blade Knight, a green sword chi formed in the air, roar. Accompanied by a roar, it transformed into a green giant dragon and charged forward. Boom! The two powerful sword chi's collided, and the green dragon directly destroyed the rose sword chi, sending countless fragments flying and dust rising, annihilating everything around. The weakened green dragon then charged directly at Flower Sword Vista. Surprised, Flower Sword Vista did not expect his strongest move to be destroyed so easily. He could only brace himself with his dual swords, covered in armed color hockey, in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the massive green dragon, containing immense power, relentlessly pushed Flower Sword Vista back. In a split second, Flower Sword Vista's entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. Bang! He crashed heavily against the wall, causing it to crack. Afterwards, Flower Sword Vista knelt half down, his dual swords embedded in the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, and Flower Sword Vista's aura was weak, with several ribs broken. Clearly, this blow had severely injured him. You're quite good. You're a strong opponent. Seeing that Flower Sword Vista managed to block his attack and hadn't fainted, Hawkeye Mihawk couldn't help but praise him. You're indeed strong. I admit defeat. My swordsmanship is inferior to yours. Flower Sword Vista trembled as he stood up, looking at the man before him, genuinely feeling that the future world's greatest swordsman might really be this person in front of him. Mihawk, come up and help take down this guy. Chen Fan saw that Hawkeye Mihawk had already defeated Flower Sword Vista and slowly said, even if his strength is stronger than Borsalino's, it definitely isn't by much. Relying solely on himself, it would indeed be too difficult to kill Borsalino in a short time. I look forward to our next encounter. Hawkeye Mihawk recognized Flower Sword Vista's strength and had no absolute reason to kill him. Of course, the main reason was that killing Flower Sword Vista would still require a certain amount of time, and after that time, naval reinforcements would likely arrive. As the captain, Chen Fan has already given enough face by being able to hold his ground against Flower Sword Vista for so long. Currently, the main objective is still to see if he can leave Borsalino here like this. Afterwards, Hawkeye Mihawk soared into the sky. Flower Sword Vista, seeing this scene, did not hesitate and left directly. He knew very well that he had already lost. Continuing to fight would only result in his own death. So there was no need to seek suffering. Above in the sky, the destructive thunder and ultimate brilliance clashed violently. Unlike before, that terrifying thunder seemed to have suppressed the dazzling light, which originally occupied half of the sky. Now, 60 was thunder, while the light only occupied 40. Destructive Thunder Fist. Chen Fan's fist was covered with the destructive thunder, and what was most terrifying was that some of the strands of thunder were already purple, accompanied by the sound of sonic booms. That terrifying thunderous fist rushed towards Borsalino at an extremely fast speed. With a serious expression, Borsalino's right foot contained countless photons, which then converged into a single point, and his right foot swung out like a long whip. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the fists and feet collided, and the two powerful forces created waves of air that spread out, causing the clouds to disperse and an explosion to sound. Chen Fan and Borsalino both retreated several meters. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, Chen Fan was slightly out of breath, clearly having expended quite a bit of energy. However, he didn't have many serious injuries on him. In contrast, Borsalino was sweating profusely, with charred wounds all over his body, looking somewhat frightening. In close combat, Borsalino was no match for Chen Fan, and his speed advantage was not much of a factor against Chen Fan. It could be said that, by now, Chen Fan had completely suppressed Borsalino. The two looked at each other, and the destructive thunder seemed to fill the entire sky, with dazzling light threatening to engulf the whole world. At that moment, Hawkeye Mihawk had arrived beside Chen Fan. A sharp sword intent shot into the sky, and in an instant, a powerful pressure swept towards Borsalino. Seeing the two figures in front of him, Borsalino felt a wave of unease. He was already no match for Chen Fan, and now with the addition of Hawkeye Mihawk, there was no hope left. Damn it, where's that guy Kazan? Borsalino cursed inwardly. Should I just give up on this? I should just leave. Borsalino grimaced, fully aware that the issue now was not whether he could hold Chen Fan back, but whether he could last until reinforcements arrived. Do you think that's possible? Chen Fan's expression was cold. He was fully aware of Borsalino's current thoughts. In an instant, the thunder surrounding Chen Fan became even more violent, and a thunder spear materialized in his right hand. Accompanied by the flickering of destructive thunder, Chen Fan immediately vanished from his original spot, charging towards Borsalino with the thunder spear in hand. On the other side, Hawkeye Mihawk, seeing the situation, did not hesitate either. A powerful sword intent surged into the sky, and his supreme great sword, the black blade Yuru, turned pitch black, covered in immense power. Bang! With a sound of explosive energy, Hawkeye Mihawk also attacked directly with the black blade Yuru. Watching the two fierce attackers, Borsalino exclaimed that it was troublesome, but he had no other choice but to find a way to stall for reinforcements. In an instant, light gathered, and a sword of light appeared in Borsalino's right hand. The light shone brightly, and his body vanished from the spot, charging forward to meet them. Clang! In a split second, the thunder spear collided with the sword of light, the two immense forces creating ripples that spread outwards. At the same time, Hawkeye Mihawk had already attacked from Borsalino's right side. The powerful force contained in the supreme great sword was overwhelming. Not daring to hesitate, Borsalino immediately elementalized, transforming into streams of photons to evade this attack. His body reappeared hundreds of meters away in an instant. However, just as he did, he felt a sizzling sound coming from behind him. The terrifyingly powerful thunder spear was already stabbing towards his back. With the help of his strong observation hockey, Borsalino barely managed to react in time, turning around and bracing the sword of light to block the strike. His entire body was sent flying backwards as Chen Fan pressed forward relentlessly. The sounds of weapons clashing rang out as the thunder spear and the sword of light continuously collided. On the other side, a green sword energy carrying terrifying power rushed toward Borsalino at high speed, aiming to slice him. Realizing the danger, Borsalino could only elementalize again, and with the shining photons, he narrowly avoided the sword energy. Boom! The powerful green sword energy then caused a violent explosion in midair. But before Borsalino could catch his breath, the destructive thunder fist appeared before him once more. Not daring to hesitate for a moment, Borsalino gathered photons on his right fist and struck out. Bang! The two fists collided like a dragon, creating a thunderous roar and an explosive sound. This immense force made Borsalino plummet downwards. After struggling to stabilize himself, a wave of green, sword energies containing terrifying power descended upon him. With a serious expression, Borsalino radiated brilliant light, spreading his arms as numerous light bullets erupted forth. Rumble! The shining light and the extreme sword energy continuously clashed, causing explosions to resonate throughout the sky, with smoke rising everywhere. Panting heavily, such an intense battle, and the taut nerves left Borsalino feeling utterly exhausted. He knew very well that in a one-on-one situation, whether against Chen Fan or Hawkeye Mihawk, even if they could defeat him, they wouldn't be able to do so quickly. However, in a two-on-one scenario, he couldn't hold out for long. Typically relaxed, Borsalino was now contemplating how to escape. In the past, thanks to his unique speed, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still escape alone. But now, Chen Fan's speed was hardly slower than his. Just as he teleported 100 meters away, the thunderous attacks followed closely behind. This made it impossible for Borsalino to escape, much like when he was chasing Chen Fan earlier. With a serious expression, Borsalino contemplated how to escape. Unfortunately, Chen Fan would not give him the time to think. While he pondered, a fist infused with terrifying thunder was already before him, aiming directly for his face. Caught off guard, Borsalino felt as if his mouth was about to be misaligned, and he was sent flying backward. Once he steadied himself, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chen Fan, you bastard! Borsalino cursed, feeling more embarrassed than he had in a long time. But before he could finish his words, a black blade, covered in immense power, stabbed directly towards his chest. With his nerves taut, Borsalino hurriedly raised the sword of light to block in front of him. Clang! The sounds of collision rang out continuously, the two immense forces creating a booming sound in midair. Just as Borsalino desperately defended, the destructive thunder spear attacked him once more. Without hesitation, Borsalino could only elementalize again to evade the attack. But just like before, as soon as he moved 100 meters away, the terrifying thunder and extreme green sword energy followed closely behind. It could be said that under the two's assault, Borsalino's body was continuously marked with wounds, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. If this continued, he wouldn't last much longer. At this moment, the onlookers in the distance were already astonished. Am I seeing things? Is that still a Navy Vice Admiral? Why does he look like he's about to be beaten to death? Of course. Just look at who his opponents are. Thunder God Chen Fan and the great swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk. Just one Thunder God Chen Fan alone might be too much for Borsalino to handle, let alone add another expert of the same level. Right, I really think Borsalino is done for this time. He can't escape and can't fight back. Compared to that, I think we should just stay further away to avoid being caught up in this. The remaining onlookers, initially amazed at the strengths of Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk, gradually backed away. They retreated until they were thousands of meters away, even though they could no longer see clearly. However, their own lives were more important than watching the spectacle. On the other side, aboard the Thunder God ship, Monet and the others had already brought the Kuinpung Phantom Beast fruit back onto the ship. However, some of them, like Monet, were not celebrating the acquisition of the fruit. At this moment, he wore a worried expression, concerned that Chen Fan might run into trouble. Should we go help? What if Big Brother and the others get into trouble? Monet asked the others with a worried face. No, the captain told us to leave first. He must have confidence. With just one Borsalino, he can't be a match for our captain, not to mention the first mate is there too. The captain and the others stayed behind to see if they could keep Borsalino there. If we rush over now, we won't be able to help much. If the Navy reinforcements arrive in time, we might even become an obstacle for the captain and the first mate to leave. Lafitte immediately shook his head and said, as an experienced member on the Thunder God ship, his words still carried some weight, especially since what he said was correct. Hearing this, Monet also realized that Lafitte had a point, but she couldn't help but worry in her heart. At this moment, her fists were tightly clenched. Monet desperately wanted to become stronger. She wanted to help Chen Fan as soon as possible. This is also why Monet could maintain 10 hours of training every day. It's worth noting that even Hawkeye Mihawk only trained for 10 hours a day. At the auction house, the entire sky was completely covered by thunder, and the shining light had dimmed. At this time, Borsalino, under the attack of Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk, was already covered in wounds. There was even a charred wound on his waist, deep enough to see the bone, looking particularly terrifying. Thunder God Chen Fan, you have to fight me to the death today. Borsalino panted heavily. He had a lot of grievances to express. He originally just wanted to clock out, but now it had turned into a life-and-death battle. Moreover, he was completely at a disadvantage. You say, I'm a pirate. You're a Navy. The moment the words fell, Chen Fan, holding a spear with a purple lightning tip, charged at Borsalino again. Hawkeye Mihawk also did not hesitate. His black blade, Yuru, covered with two powerful forces, instantly vanished from his original position. Seeing the two attacking him from both sides, Borsalino had no thought of facing them head-on. With a flash of light, Borsalino immediately elementalized, transforming into photons, disappearing from the spot. But before he could run a few hundred meters, a colossal blue lightning dragon, containing destructive power, roared toward him. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Borsalino could only turn around, his whole body shining, gripping the sword of light tightly, and swung down. With a thunderous explosion, Borsalino managed to slice the lightning dragon in half. Strands of lightning scattered to the ground, boom. Explosions continued to erupt, and the already dilapidated auction house was completely reduced to ruins. In midair, panting heavily, Borsalino, who had just severed the lightning dragon, had not yet caught his breath when a green sword aura, containing immense power, rushed toward him. With a hint of fear in his expression, Borsalino quickly extended his left hand forward, and a mirror of light formed from photons appeared in front of him. Crack! The photon mirror was directly destroyed, and the green sword aura struck Borsalino solidly. Blood spattered out, and Borsalino had no time to elementalize and dodge, resulting in a sword wound of over 10 centimeters appearing on his body. But that wasn't the end. The next second, Borsalino felt a thunderous sound coming from behind him. A lightning spear, containing terrifying power, stabbed directly toward his back. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but ultimately, he couldn't escape. The edge of Borsalino's waist was directly pierced, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The intense pain made Borsalino scream. Enduring the excruciating pain, he didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately transformed into photons. At this moment, he didn't care about the task of holding off Chen Fan and the others. He only wanted to survive. With a flash of light, Borsalino fled into the distance. Unfortunately, a terrifying lightning bolt was chasing after him. In no time, it appeared behind him, and Chen Fan threw the lightning spear. Containing dreadful power, it shot toward Borsalino's back at an extremely fast speed, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Feeling this immense power, Borsalino could only turn around, holding the sword of light to block. Clang! The thunder raged, and Borsalino managed to block the attack, his entire body being pushed back. The next second, a black blade appeared above him. Seeing this situation, Borsalino's light gathered on his left fist, and he swung upward. However, how could a hasty strike possibly withstand Mihawk's attack? Boom! The terrifying power and strong impact sent Borsalino crashing down like a hill. Boom! In an instant, the ground was smashed into a deep pit several meters wide, smoke rising. In that smoke, a figure covered in wounds stood up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His aura was somewhat wilted. This was the most embarrassed Borsalino had been in years. However, Borsalino's expression had lost its anger. He was only thinking about how to escape this time. With a flicker of light, Borsalino disappeared again. Unfortunately, how could Chen Fan let him go so easily? Lightning flickered all over him. In an instant, in the sky, two figures, one blue and one gold, were in pursuit. Not far behind them, there was another figure holding an ultimate great knife chasing after them, but his speed was not as fast as theirs. In the front, the figure shining with golden light was still bleeding profusely. This showed how serious his injuries were. Chen Fan, do you really want to eliminate me completely? At this moment, Borsalino no longer had the expression of someone who was asking for a beating. His demeanor was entirely serious. What do you say? Nonsense. Chen Fan curled his lips into a cold smile. Accompanied by a flash of thunder, his figure immediately appeared in front of Borsalino. The devastating thunderous fist directly struck towards Borsalino's head. Without daring to hesitate, Borsalino, forcing his body, shone with brilliance with photons contained in his right foot. Bang! Bang! The destructive thunder collided with the radiant light once again, but the outcome was vastly different from before. Already heavily injured, Borsalino could only hold on for a second before being sent flying. At the same time, a figure appeared behind him, Mihawk, wielding the supreme blade. Covered in two dragon-like forces, swung it forward. With no time to dodge, Borsalino could only cross his arms, pitch black, to block in front of him. Accompanied by the splatter of blood, Borsalino fell like a cannonball. Boom! The ground once again formed a deep pit, dust rising and debris flying. Not long after Borsalino flew out, he was struck down again. As the smoke cleared, Borsalino shakily stood up, with a gruesome sword wound appearing on his arms. Looking quite terrifying, his entire body was drenched in blood. If it weren't for his eyes still being open, one would think he was a dead man. Chen Fan saw the situation and showed no intention of holding back. His whole body was crackling with thunder, and a thunder spear was forming in his hand as he prepared to attack Borsalino again. Meanwhile, Mihawk, wielding the supreme great sword, Black Blade Uru, charged down with a surging sword intent that seemed ready to destroy everything. Seeing this, Borsalino erupted with a fierce aura, shining with light. He had his own pride and could not just accept defeat. Just as Chen Fan approached Borsalino within about 10 meters, a gigantic icebird, carrying extreme cold, swept towards him. Without hesitation, using his powerful observation haki, Chen Fan immediately reacted, swinging the thunder spear in his right hand to the side. Boom! In an instant, the thunder spear, containing destructive power, pierced through the giant icebird. Countless shards of ice splintered and fell to the ground, forming blocks of ice on the surface. On the other side, Mihawk also attacked with Black Blade Uru. Kazan appeared, blocking in front of Borsalino, and a shield of ice formed in front of his hands. Bang! The sound of collision rang out as the ice shield firmly blocked Mihawk's attack. A few seconds later, the ice shield shattered, but Borsalino and Kazan had already moved away from their original positions. In midair, Chen Fan noticed Kazan arriving and his expression changed. It seemed my luck wasn't great. As the Navy's reinforcements arrived so quickly, Chen Fan understood that with Kazan coming over, it was basically impossible for the two of them to kill Borsalino. After all, Borsalino was not at the point where he had no fighting power at all. Of course, the main reason was that Chen Fan did not believe the Navy would only send Kazan for support. There would definitely be others coming, and they would arrive soon. Staying here would only put himself in danger. At this moment, Kazan looked at Borsalino beside him, his expression somewhat surprised. It was also the first time he had seen Borsalino in such a predicament. He didn't expect that Chen Fan and Mihawk's strength had grown so quickly. Although it was normal for the two to team up to defeat Borsalino, he had only been here for less than half an hour, and Borsalino was already in such a dire state. This indicated that even with Borsalino as strength, he couldn't hold out for half an hour against the two of them, which was a terrifying situation. Let's go, Borsalino. You're lucky this time. I hope when we meet next time, your luck will still be this good. Chen Fan called out to Hawkeye's Mihawk, and then the two of them left directly. What Chen Fan could think of, Hawkeye Mihawk could almost think of as well. He knew very well that staying any longer would only put himself in danger. Hearing Chen Fan's mockery before leaving, Borsalino couldn't help but feel angry, his fists clenched tightly. Watching the two retreating towards the horizon, Kazan felt a bit regretful. It was a good opportunity to catch them. Borsalino, the Admiral's order was to hold them back. Otherwise, why don't you go try? I'll test you. Who cares about who? You want to hold them both back? Don't you wish I were dead? Borsalino was almost furious from these words, thinking to himself, hold them back. Can't you see I'm about to be killed? Kazan had intended to say something else, but seeing Borsalino's severely injured state and his murderous gaze, he didn't dare to say anything more. Indeed, given Borsalino's current condition, asking him to block Chen Fan and the others was too much to ask. After a few seconds, Kazan finally realized the problem. The celestial dragon seemed to have disappeared. Where did that celestial dragon go? Kazan asked Borsalino. Killed by the thunder god, Chen Fan. Borsalino slowly said this, while thinking to himself that that bastard deserved to be killed. I told him to leave, but he didn't. Who has to blame for his death? Hearing him speak, Kazan immediately frowned, knowing that the death of a celestial dragon was a complicated situation. Immediately, Kazan took out a miniature transponder snail from his pocket and dialed. On the other side, at the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, Steelbone Kong, who was anxiously waiting, saw the transponder snail ringing and immediately picked it up. Admiral Kong, this is Kazan. The situation is a bit dire. Borsalino has been heavily injured facing the assault of Chen Fan and the others, and they have escaped. Also, that celestial dragon is dead. Kazan reported the situation. Initially, Steelbone Kong was surprised to hear that Borsalino had been heavily injured. He couldn't understand, with Borsalino's strength, holding Chen Fan and the others back for 10 to 20 minutes shouldn't be a problem. However, he didn't expect that the process of Chen Fan seizing the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit took less than a few minutes. However, Steelbone Kong was not worried about Chen Fan escaping again. Rather, he was concerned that a celestial dragon had actually died there, which was a troublesome matter, because the death of a celestial dragon needed to be reported to the five elders. All right, I understand the situation. You two come back first. Steelbone Kong instructed before hanging up the phone, picking up another transponder snail to dial other numbers. Holy Land, Mariewa. At this moment, in the hall on the sofa, the five old men were sitting, each revealing a hint of authority. Gulu Gulu. Soon, the transponder snail on the table rang. It should be noted that very few people have the ability to call this transponder snail. The one sitting closest, a bald man with a somewhat stout figure among the five elders, picked up the transponder snail. This is Steelbone Kong. The celestial dragon Roswald is dead. Steelbone Kong directly reported the situation. Upon hearing that a celestial dragon had died, the expressions of the five old men immediately changed. It had been a long time since they had heard news of a celestial dragon's death. It should be noted that celestial dragons are creations of their making. Killing them is tantamount to challenging their world government, challenging the authority of the five elders and the one at the very top. Who is it? The five elder who picked up the phone directly asked. The one who escaped from Impel Down, Chen Fan. Steelbone Kong replied. Upon hearing this name, the five elders exchanged glances. The first time they heard this name was because Chen Fan had escaped from Impel Down, but they didn't pay much attention, as he was just a junior. The second time they heard the name was when Chen Fan killed the Golden Lion. This time, they were slightly surprised. After all, the Golden Lion was no longer at his peak. The third time was now. This time, the five elders finally felt that if Chen Fan was not eliminated, he could very likely become a threat. Besides challenging their authority, a guy so young whose name had appeared before them 3 times. Such a person could not be allowed to grow. The authority of the world government cannot be provoked. The Navy is now authorized to hunt down Chen Fan, to let the world know what price must be paid for challenging the authority of the world government. The bald 5 elder immediately ordered, and the other 4 did not say anything against it, approving this decision. Understood. Receiving this order, Steelbone Kong felt even more regretful. If they had sent out an admiral from the beginning, Chen Fan might not have grown to this extent. Steelbone Kong knew very well that now. Apart from the admirals, neither monsters like Akainu nor veteran vice-admirals, except for Garp, would be a match for him. However, with the 5 elders issuing a death order, Steelbone Kong naturally could not remain inactive. He instructed to raise Chen Fan's bounty to 2 billion, Mihawk's bounty to 1.8 billion, Lafitte's bounty to 800 million, and in addition to Admiral Zifa continuing to pursue Chen Fan with all his might, to utilize all other resources available to find Chen Fan's whereabouts. Steelbone Kong instructed his subordinates. It should be noted that although it is now the era of great sailing, it is still the early stage of this era, and a bounty of 2 billion is already quite high. 2 days later, Drought Jack returned to the Beast Pirates. On the deck of this massive ship, in the center sat a tall and burly figure with long black hair, a pair of horns on his head, and a beard that resembled dragon whiskers, with a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. The whole person looked like an ancient demon god, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. "Did you bring back the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit?" Kaido of the Beast directly asked Drought Jack. "Admiral, I failed. The Thunder God pirates appeared, and that Thunder God, Chen Fan, snatched the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit away." Mentioning this name, Drought Jack's expression turned somewhat angry, as the wounds he had just recovered from still throbbed with pain. "Thunder God Chen Fan, huh? Daring to steal my things, very well. I hope you can hold on to it." Hearing this name, Kaido of the Beasts also had some impression. After all, Chen Fan had killed the Golden Lion. However, this did not mean that Kaido of the Beasts would fear Chen Fan. Everyone knows that at that time, the Golden Lion was far from his peak strength. He didn't even possess the combat power of a general, so it wouldn't be too surprising for Chen Fan to kill him. It can be said that Kaido, the Beast, as a madman, has more important matters to attend to now instead of directly confronting Chen Fan. He is planning a country. Meanwhile, on the seas of the New World, under the sunlight and with a gentle breeze blowing, a pirate ship flying the Thunder Flag is sailing across the ocean. At this moment, on the deck of the Thunder God, a group of people is training. Chen Fan is squatting in a horse stance with a 25-ton gravity bracelet, engaged in high-intensity physical training. Monet, Lafitte, and Nico Robin are training their Devil Fruit abilities. Mihawk the Hawkeye is on the edge of the deck, practicing swordsmanship. As he swings his supreme great sword, the Black Blade Yuru, waves of green, sword energy split the sea in front of him, creating a fissure that extends for hundreds of meters. Bradley is also on the other side of the deck, training his kicking techniques, with flashes of lightning. Chen Fan stopped his training and walked over to Bradley. At this moment, Chen Fan is holding a cyan blue devil fruit in his hand. It is the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit he obtained earlier. When he first got it, he had asked Mihawk if he was interested in consuming this devil fruit. After all, with Mihawk's current strength, eating this mythical Zoan-type devil fruit and training for a while would definitely elevate his power once again. However, Mihawk hesitated for only a second before directly stating that he wasn't very interested in the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Chen Fan was not surprised by this, as he believed that with his future strength, finding a powerful devil fruit to consume would not be too difficult. However, Mihawk did not choose this option, indicating that he was unwilling to eat the devil fruit or that he wanted to find his ideal devil fruit. After being rejected, Chen Fan pondered for 2 days. And now on the ship, apart from Bradley, there were no other suitable candidates.